Chapter 1 Don't Run Away. Amidst that winkling stars, the sultry summer air felt to fling, occasional lipier said Bethuake Kalsof cicadas in the dar night. You miserly old G, had toridi on top of T-Carjas Tagathir, yaw were clearly up exciu in your past life reincarnation of Fastingi Oldrister, truly your namasutsia. Pangyuga said mournfully at the imposing Sinyof Donchwan Academy and Thedistance, Hishiar Theovi with resentment, hedges to disfaded little cloth bag and leap down from the car roof, his steps quickening until her reach at the Shulgatus in just a few breaths. Standing before the grained in trance, adorned with the four prominent characters of Donchwan Academy, memory is of his master's final words echoed in his mind. Yes, the parterward shed wish a could kick that scoundrel for. Showy doyo you remember wana pickadiup yaw rest line of pencrich pants, it's still vivid in moment, after all these airs off on enjoy skills, uger passig formerveler, it's tim for out of venture out and gain more experience. At this point, in along a arbor good students 4 years, behavior d dayu was a mionson, now, if I invested in your entronstun of chinis premier institutions Dochwan Academy, seizeth the opportunity to televeo uriath, enjoyed othethfulest. Oh, and he almost forgot a ramin du dondlity our desires overtake our riason until he reach the third layer of your mastery, avoid women, otherwise y'all find yourself engulfed in a virish mess, with no way to turn back. Also a side different head mission slitter in your bag if a left you a little money for daily expenses, make sure to be frugal learn from. At this thought, Pangyai felt to Sergio Fangaran stamped his foot, cracking the ground beneath him, after all tos are so fun to appreciate tasks, received merely nenadine anyone for his living expenses was that infuriating? However, Pangyai was quite shrewd, he discreet like read a black card loaded with substantial savings from his missions, yet, the old manstagin truly astonished him. Moreover, that fellow had shamelessly abandoned him for the likes of widow lay next door. Oh well, after all, had raised him for 20 years, provided for his needs, and offered opportunities for growth, who would grant them some leniency, after all, had heard that university life was delightful. However, upon entering the campus, Pangyai's stomach churned violently felt an urgent pressure a thought threatened imminent explosion. Having drunk copious amounts of milk before leaving for the evening and after spending horse in transit, Naturescal was pressing particularly the calofis bladder, which he could no longer restrain. Yet, Pangyai was left helpless. He was soon familiar with the surroundings, where he could here leave himself? Just then, Hespite as Naxtrini RBN surmised it might have Aristrum. Harried into Oristerantan, finally spotting Theman's Ristrum and Asmal corner, Pushid Thedo or a pen in haste, on Lito be taken aback. To his astonishment, a young woman stood before him just as she was about to leave herself, their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still, the earth thick with awkwardness. Pangyai was momentarily dumbfounded. Woe, a beauty, amidst this astonishment, embarrassment struck and blurted out in sorcery, it didn't realize this amionuous inside. Wait a second, had hot suddenly feeling something guasamis wasn't the Steeman's restroom, how called a woman bear, had Hamadianer, or hedge, feigning seriousness, he sked, miss, isn't this the men's restroom? Kayufan ways equally start let she hadn't anticipated the situation, she had done like me here because she had knew their option, in a panic, she hastily pulled up her pants, hands trembling, and shouted, get out. Her clear eyes, no brimming with anger, glared at the Masha brazen-like continued to stare. Pangyai, maintaining aggrave expression, replied, miss, how can you say that, we must inherit a reason. This is Theman's restroom where a doya just I go? Get lost, Kayufan shrieked again, her humiliation at the sight of a stranger watching her made her want to jump from a building. Pangyai turned his gaze away, stammering, unpleased on Pasupset, no you have a particular preference for voyeurism, right? She glared with a ferocious intensity, her body trembling with rage. Shametadicum. Pangyai sensed Hanidad Taliviv Hellingerd, this little firebrand would surely unleash her free, it's a hasle being handsomeites like every woman wants to scrutinize. Left with no choice, Pangyai sided seeking gasiclid spotterly of himself not for under a street lamp, he encountered another beauty, her piercing, gaze fixate don him thighs was the medgeral from Thristrum. Kayufan locked her gazianto Pangyai, the intensito for stare making hymunizit soslo liadrosetter, miss, what's wrong, it trolided and tinten tolid please, stay calm. In that moment, Kayufan lost her composure and charged toward Liangsun, upon seeing him shatter Nadandran, her fury evident, and she yelled at Pangyai, you jerk, pervert, lecher. Stare right there, Kayufan shouted, pursuing him. Pangyai, of course, wouldn't stop casting a glance back, saw her quickening her pace on pursuit thighs was not good. Bastard ifio haviani guts, Dontrin. Donchus my few dare. What madness was this, why would he low himself to be caught, Thager ways indeed fair, but their temper was unexpectedly fierce if you were captured, could he expect a favorable outcome, the audacity to suggest the standstill ways of folly beyond comprehension. At that moment, Hanada said that Shanawa yelled a kitchen knife. After Chisinjikother for 3 blocks, the commotion had attracted considerable attention. Pangyai paused, turning to Fiskayifan, how was panting heavily you miss, y'all look exhausted would you all like to take a break, thought he'd run a fair distance himself, it was nothing extraordinary for him. Meanwhile, Kaifan stood there, gasping, her body trembling, utterly compelling, Ashikotha the gaze, her cheeks flushed. Look at him. Feigning innocence, Peng Yi responded, Miss, you know him quite handsome, butit one triflect twella news if news gets out thoughty our recasing. Damn it, I'm going to make you pay yourself the consequences, Kaifan retorted, and just as he finished speaking, a group of intimidating figures pushed through Tech Road. Hey, clear a path form. Get list to Waterio stay ring at? A few Rodai individuals, decading Garish clothing with green hair, shoved their way through Taitrong, clamoring loudly. Yao Kailan, what ariatoing hair, Kaifan exclaimed upon spotting Gadel, muscular man, around 1.75 meters in height, now approaching. Seeing Kaifan, Yao Kailan smirked, and Arof Makarik twisting his lips, and said nonchalantly, it just happened to haven't jadrink with me brothers. When he heard Simeonu was bothering Medir Yifan, naturally he had to see for Mijel Fodered to provoke him a girlfriend. Don Tolnan Sensen have ever been your girlfriend, Kaifan retorted angrily. That's only a matter of time, Yao Kailan scoffed, dismissing Harris in full gaze. Boss, I think it's this ignorant bastard would to flirt with the our woman. One of thefix pointed at Peng Yi. With his harfering, Peng Yi absorbed every word deterred Bithisa ruffians. It seemed that several bored troublemaker shad Kamihai's way perhaps it was him for him town leashes talents. Chapter 2 of the rogue Yao Kailan. The towering figure known as Yao Kailan, a fierce and menacing man, glared at Peng Yi and, cracking his knuckles, bellowed, Kid, if you don't kneel and apologize within 10 seconds, I will end your life. Boss, I think making him kneel is too lenient, remarked a scruffy character with dyed yellow hair, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Let him crawl through our legs. That would show true sincerity, another slightly chubby fellow chuckled maliciously, his smile radiating a sinister gleam. As this gang of thugs deliberated on how best to humiliate Peng Yi, a gathering crowd quickly formed, drawn by the escalating tension. Those who had been nearby trembled at the mention of Yao Kailan. They were well aware of his reputation as a ruthless local bully, and crossing him often led to dire consequences. Kai Yifan, who had previously harbored resentment towards Peng Yi, felt her brows furrow tightly upon hearing Yao Kailan's lewd voice. Yao Kailan, don't you dare go too far, she shouted to the crowd, sensing the palpable fear evoked by Yao Kailan's presence, recognized that he was a notorious thug of the area. To stand in his way was to invite calamity. Rest assured, I won't go overboard, I promise not to kill him. Yao Kailan's lascivious gaze was filled with arrogance as he leered at Kai Yifan and then turned his eyes, laden with malice, towards Peng Yi. In that moment, Peng Yi's brows knitted tightly, and with a hint of impatience in his tone, he retorted, Are you here to fight or just to show off? Please don't waste my time. Upon hearing this, Yao Kailan's glare intensified, freezing his onlookers with its icy malice. His outdated attire, faded and tattered, seemed to mock the audacity of his bravado. Look at this foolish kid trying to act tough, I'll take care of him. Yao Kailan began to turn towards Peng Yi, but a pockmarked thug interjected, his eyes glinting with malicious glee as he cracked his knuckles and advanced towards Peng Yi. Crack, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The vicious thug's arm had been shattered, his face meeting Peng Yi's fist with such force that his teeth were sent flying. What appeared to be a light, airy punch concealed a ferocious power, yet, how could anyone comprehend that a man could traverse 3 to 4 meters in an instant to deliver such a crippling blow? Was he even human? With a casual stretch of his neck and a nonchalant flex of his arms, Peng Yi remarked with a hint of intrigue, Care for another round? I do enjoy a good fight. Initially hesitant, the gang members were spurred into action by Yao Kailan's command, charging at Peng Yi like a pack of wolves. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Peng Yi shook his head with an air of indifference, exhilarated by the impending confrontation. He addressed the gathered crowd, The upcoming spectacle may not be colorful, but it will certainly be violent. Please watch with caution to avoid sleepless nights. Before the bewildered thugs could react, they were met with a flurry of swift movements. Peng Yi's punches flew with such speed that none could discern his actions. In mere moments, several of the small-time thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Defeated Yao Kailan stood in stunned silence, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. He quickly pushed 2 of his lackeys forward and retreated into the crowd, fumbling for his phone. The 2 henchmen, thrust forward by Peng Yi, felt a chill of dread as they locked eyes with him, his gaze as cold and predatory as a wolf's. Before they could comprehend their predicament, Peng Yi seized them by their collars, lifting them effortlessly as they flailed helplessly, akin to 2 squawking chicks suspended in midair. Weren't you the one shouting threats a moment ago? Peng Yi sighed dramatically, then slammed the 2 together with a resounding crash. Bang! The impact left them dazed and reeling, their heads spinning. Enjoying yourselves? Peng Yi smirked, a mocking grin spreading across his face. And no, please, we were wrong, they stammered, but before they could finish, their heads met once more with a thud, blood trickling from their nostrils. Did you just say no? I detest people like you who claim to reject pain while relishing in it. Peng Yi declared, forcefully slamming the two thugs onto the ground, the powerful impact leaving them feeling as though they might burst apart. Cai Yifan, witnessing the display, could hardly contain her astonishment. This man was astonishingly formidable. She had never encountered such prowess, a skill typically reserved for the realms of film and fiction. Though she held a black belt in Taekwondo, she wondered if it would suffice against him. Peng Yi disdainfully waved his hand, regarding the sprawled thugs with indifference, their bravado insufficient to withstand his might. Just as he prepared to depart, Yao Kailan emerged once more from the crowd, brimming with arrogance. "What's the matter, planning to flee? What trickery do you have up your sleeve now?" Peng Yi's expression darkened, irritation etching his features. Clap, 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 Yao Kailan clapped his hands, laughing maniacally. No tricks, just the arrival of the local crime lord, Brother Ba. As his words fell, a burly man with a buzz cut and a face full of roughness approached. His rugged features and muscular frame exuded an air of toughness. He appeared to be around 30, adorned with tattoos on both arms, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Brother Ba, you finally arrived. This kid is the one who harmed my brother." Yao Kailan pointed an accusatory finger at Peng Yi. "Is it you who has injured my brother?" Brother Ba's voice dripped with cold menace. Peng Yi tilted his head, his expression nonchalant. "And what of it? Brother Ba is addressing you. It seems you're a fool who needs a lesson." One of Ba's minions brandished a hammer menacingly. Peng Yi replied with a calm demeanor, "Then I shall see just what you can do to me. You bastard, I'll make you wish you hadn't crossed me." As the words left his lips, the hammer swung like a tempest towards Peng Yi's shoulder, promising ruin. Many in the crowd turned pale, anticipating the impending disaster, yet just as the hammer was about to connect, it halted abruptly. Peng Yi sidestepped the thug effortlessly, delivering a light tap that sent him sprawling to the ground, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. Yao Kailan's jaw dropped in disbelief, his cigarette falling from his lips as he realized the swiftness of Peng Yi's actions had eluded his perception entirely. "Impressive, isn't it? Will you be calling for reinforcements? If not, I might just take action myself." Peng Yi's gaze bore into Yao Kailan, his fist poised to strike. Yao Kailan's face drained of color, his legs trembling in fear. Before Peng Yi could unleash his blow, he fainted. Brother Ba arrived just in time to witness his henchmen falling one after another, feeling utterly humiliated. "You, the one who dared to harm my brothers," he bellowed in rage. Peng Yi flashed a grin, casually picking his nose before responding with a devil-may-care attitude. "What if I said he tripped, would you believe me?" With that, he flicked the booger onto Brother Ba's nose. The sudden pain sent shockwaves through Ba, causing blood to stream from his nostrils. "Wow, you pervert, you're bleeding. You aren't falling for me, are you?" Peng Yi exclaimed, jumping up in mock surprise. Brother Ba's heart raced. He was acutely aware of Peng Yi's strength, realizing that even a simple act of flicking a booger had resulted in injury, yet he would not back down. Grinding his teeth, Ba drew a machete from behind his waist, erupting with fury. "Take this guy down. Charge!" The surrounding thugs seemed invigorated by his command, but then, bang, 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 the sharp sound of gunfire rang out, halting their movements abruptly. Chapter 3 of the female officer. Put down your weapons immediately and assume a crouched position with your hands atop your heads. A commanding voice sliced through the air with an intensity akin to a blade, as a group of over a dozen individuals swiftly disembarked from two SUV patrol cars, each brandishing firearms. Peng Yi's keen gaze quickly fell upon a striking female officer, the source of that piercingly clear command emanating from her frosty lips. His eyes, sharp and profound, scrutinized her form from head to toe, lingering several times. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, a potent and unsettling warmth that signaled impending trouble. Damn it, the fire poison flares up at this moment. Peng Yi grimaced in pain yet felt a flicker of excitement. He silently employed a technique to suppress the fiery affliction. "Everyone, get down, behave if you wish to avoid gunfire." The fierce female officer executed a swift kick, sending several delinquents sprawling. Although Bage was reluctant, he complied, crouching down obediently without a word. What a fiery demeanor, and her figure is simply stunning. "I'm intrigued," Peng Yi thought, his eyes gleaming as he watched the officer approach. "What did you just say? Did you think I didn't hear you?" The officer glared icily at Peng Yi, her eyes piercing like a pair of daggers, as she aimed a kick towards him. Qin Wanqian believed her skills would easily enable her to land a kick on Peng Yi, but to her astonishment, she miscalculated, and her foot met empty air. She was taken aback. Peng Yi, oblivious to her frustration, admired her curvaceous figure, thinking, "Such a goddess with a captivating physique. I like this." "Officer, are we leaving so soon? Why not stay for a chat?" Peng Yi grinned broadly. "Behave yourself. We'll discuss everything back at the precinct. Qin Wanxian shot him an angry glare before turning to her fellow officers, commanding, maintain the scene, bring everyone back for thorough questioning, not a single one shall escape. A fierce glint shone in her eyes as she spoke sternly, yet Peng Yi remained undeterred, secretly admiring her fiery disposition. Truly his type. He pondered whether he could somehow win her boyfriend's position, but quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that he could not stoop to such petty behavior. Soon, the group of delinquents was ushered away by the police. Kai Yifan clenched her fists tightly, silently grateful for having called the police. Though we didn't properly deal with those ruffians, they won't have an easy time at the station. Upon arriving at the precinct, Peng Yi found himself confined to an interrogation room. Seated across from him were Qin Wanxian and a slender officer wearing glasses, diligently taking notes. Qin Wanxian fixed him with an icy stare, her voice sharp. From this moment, all you say will be recorded and may serve as evidence in court. Answer my questions clearly, though beautiful. This is eerily reminiscent of a scene from a movie. Maintain a serious demeanor. This is an interrogation. State your name, age, gender, occupation, and what you were doing at Dongchuan Academy tonight. Qin Wanxian interrupted Peng Yi, bombarding him with questions. Peng Yi slowly replied, his expression calm. My name is Peng Yi, I am 20 years old and was on my way to report to Dongchuan Academy. My acceptance letter is in my bag, and I must mention, I am indeed male, otherwise, I could let you experience my prowess. At this remark, the recording officer nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Qin Wanxian, known as the fierce flower of Dongchuan City and a renowned model officer throughout the province, was not someone one normally dared to provoke. Clearly, you're courting danger, persistently testing my limits. Qin Wanxian's attractive features hardened further, her expression growing more rigid, akin to two erupting volcanoes. Her cheeks flushed. Peng Yi tilted his head, feigning surprise. Officer, why so irate? Is this truly how a People's officer conducts an interrogation? Must you ask about gender? He swallowed hard. Moreover, you know I'm innocent. Why bring me in? Would I, unarmed, challenge a group of thugs alone? Perhaps it's more likely they sought to bully me, a solitary student. Peng Yi was no fool. He would never admit to having incapacitated those ruffians, understanding that adulthood brought complications. He had come to Dongchuan City seeking freedom from his past life, wishing to embrace the existence of a university student. Yet, should an unwise individual provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Humph, your bravado is almost laughable. Let us see what tricks you can pull, Qin Wanxian responded, her disbelief evident. She then rummaged through Peng Yi's tattered bag, discovering only crumpled clothes and an acceptance letter, alongside a wad of cash. Feigning anguish, Peng Yi lamented, Hey, be careful with my money, it's my allowance for the semester. His voice carried a tinge of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxian's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor softening. So, you truly are a college student. I hadn't expected you to be so impoverished. Her tone gradually became gentler, as if a solid block of ice were beginning to melt. Could I trouble you for a cigarette? One should not let their impoverished state diminish their spirit. Whenever I reflect on my past, I crave a smoke to ease my sorrows. Peng Yi's face bore the weight of hardship, an aura of melancholy that could captivate countless hearts. Sorry, but this is give him one. He is just a kid, after all, and life must be tough for him. Qin Wanxian interrupted the bespectacled officer. The officer stood dumbfounded, speechless. He could hardly fathom why Qin Wanxian, known for her disdain for smoking, was suddenly so accommodating. Peng Yi inhaled deeply, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. He began recounting his arduous childhood spent with his grandfather, living a life of hardship away from home. Despite the struggles, he persevered in his studies and finally gained admission to university, his tale flowing seamlessly as though it were a heartfelt truth. The poignant and seemingly genuine narrative spun by Peng Yi touched even the most stoic of hearts, and despite her hardened exterior, Qin Wanxian found herself moved. After a cigarette, Peng Yi sighed deeply. I came to Dongchuan solely for my studies, yet, I never anticipated being bullied by a gang of thugs upon arrival. Officer, do I appear so frail that I could single-handedly injure those wretched delinquents? Qin Wanxian's eyes shimmered like clear water, contemplating for a moment before expressing her doubts. I too find it implausible. Yet knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room was rapped upon repeatedly. Qin Wanxian furrowed her brows as an officer entered, whispering something in her ear. After hearing this, her expression shifted from uncertainty to calm, and she stated, I understand, I will handle this matter. Her brows knitted tightly. Qin Wanxian addressed Peng Yi. The individual over there has suddenly changed their statement. This matter no longer involves you. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Peng Yi was left dumbfounded. What was this woman up to? How could the situation change so drastically? And now he was to be released. Chapter 4 out. Well, do you still wish to remain here? Qin Wanxian inquired softly, her voice as gentle and alluring as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Indeed, I find it hard to part. Just kidding, I'll sign right away. Peng Yi declared with a decisive flourish, promptly signing his name before exiting the police station. However, as he stepped outside, not far from the precinct, he encountered a woman who caused his heart to constrict involuntarily. He cast a fleeting glance at her, his trepidation quivered in tandem with the unsettling melodies surrounding him. The woman was enveloped in black attire, an imposing black cloak draping over fitted leather pants that accentuated her alluring figure. Her physique was striking, and her delicate features radiated an aura as sharp as a blade, suggesting she was no ordinary woman. "Do you intend to linger in the police station? Hurry up and leave!" The woman in black shouted at Peng Yi, her voice slightly shrill, tinged with annoyance. "Are you addressing me?" Peng Yi replied, momentarily bewildered, pointing at himself and gazing at her in confusion. "If not you, then am I speaking to the ghost beside you? Move quickly, don't waste time." The urgency and impatience etched on her face were palpable. Peng Yi found the situation rather bizarre. Why would this woman be seeking him out? Before he could ponder further, a black Land Rover Discovery pulled up before him, exuding an air of dominance. The woman in black smirked with a hint of mischief and taunted, "Are you afraid to get in the car?" "Humph, you jest, am I truly that timid?" Peng Yi retorted coldly, swiftly entering the vehicle, his hand instinctively resting upon the thigh of the woman in black. She shivered slightly, raising her right hand in a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flashing dangerously close to Peng Yi's eyes. "What a sharp blade, unlike anything I've encountered." Peng Yi's brow furrowed, adjusting his seat back as he quickly countered, seizing the woman's arm with his other hand. At that moment, a potent inner strength coursed through her body, and the woman's previously confident demeanor faltered, her cold smile freezing in place. "This is not the place for a scuffle. I have no desire to engage in violence, however, we can partake in something more intimate." Peng Yi's lips curled into a sly grin. He not only maintained his grip on her but also exerted his inner power to keep her firmly in check, warning her that any inappropriate behavior would lead to dire consequences. "I have urgent matters to discuss with you, but should you act recklessly, I will ensure you can never be a man again." The woman in black retracted her delicate hand, swiftly starting the vehicle, shifting gears, and accelerating as they drove for 40 minutes before arriving at a hotel. The two ascended the stairs rapidly and entered a room. The woman maintained a cautious distance from Peng Yi, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression taut and frigid as she stated, "Now we can discuss business. Killing God, I shall address you by your name directly, is that acceptable? Who are you?" Peng Yi slouched in the chair, appearing relaxed yet with heightened awareness, his inner strength swirling within him, ready for combat at any moment. The woman in black raised her sensuous lips, arching an eyebrow with confidence as she replied, "You may not recognize me, but I am well aware of you, including your connection to Old G. If you doubt my words, take a look at this note first, and then we shall converse." With that, she tossed a magnifying glass toward Peng Yi, who caught it with one hand. He shot her a puzzled glance before scrutinizing the note through the magnifier. Upon reading the words, his expression turned ashen. "Dear E, by the time you see this note, your new mission is about to commence. For specifics, consult your contact. Also, remember to remain low-key in this land of Huagwe, otherwise, dealing with the aftermath can be quite troublesome. Moreover, do not miss me too much. If you do, just send me some money. Damn it, Old G, I thought you would kindly let me go to school, but it turns out I was being played." Just as Peng Yi finished reading the note, it spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes in an instant. Long Shiyu's gentle gaze was as clear as a spring, fixed on Peng Yi as she said, "Now do you know who I am? Enough of idle chatter, I shall assign you a task directly. I am but an ordinary person, I know nothing of your absurd tasks, nor will I accept them." Peng Yi reacted vehemently, firmly asserting his stance, his brows arching as a fierce spark ignited in his eyes, his tone resolute and filled with fury. "Apologies, but we are both under Old G's command, which means you must accept this task." Long Shiyu remained expressionless as she handed him a document. Upon receiving the document, Peng Yi's brow furrowed in confusion. 541 SB, what sort of number is this? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he threw the document to the ground, stomping on it in anger. "Damn it, calling me a fool. You handle this task yourselves." Long Shiyu's countenance remained calm as a still lake. "I had heard from Old G that you were clever and brave, I never imagined you to be a coward." She scoffed coldly, but her words were cut short as Peng Yi's large hand landed on her shoulder, preparing to strike. However, it halted mid-air, the terrifying force seemingly binding her in place, causing her exquisite features to pale in fear. "Were it not for your acquaintance with Old G, you would have long since become a statue." Peng Yi's eyes widened, a fierce intensity flickering within them, revealing a sharp vigilance and a murderous intent lurking deep beneath the surface. The proximity between Long Shiyu and Peng Yi sent chills down her spine. She acutely felt his formidable power, realizing that her life hung by a thread, leaving her both terrified and weak. At that moment, she noticed Peng Yi's grip tightening around her, the influence of his inner strength amplifying her sensations to an unbearable degree, nearly eliciting a sound from her. Pang Yi sensed her breathing grow increasingly rapid. How many papayas must one consume from childhood to attain such form? He exclaimed in excitement. At that moment, a surge of heat erupted within him, the stimulation reigniting his fiery poison, threatening to engulf him entirely. He leaped up, quickly settling into a cross-legged position on the bed, channeling his inner strength to counteract the flames. Damn it, the poison fires are becoming more frequent. At this rate, I shall surely burn myself. His gaze fell upon Long Shiyu, who, recovering, appeared as though nothing had transpired. Long Shiyu's serene visage regarded him steadily. It seems you have been afflicted by the poison fires since childhood, and should they attack your heart, you may suffer severe injury or even death. Once he managed to suppress the turmoil within, Pang Yi gritted his teeth and suddenly grinned. Your concern for me is rather touching. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? No sooner had he spoken than Long Shiyu shed her leather attire, revealing her form in its entirety, a veritable embodiment of temptation. What do you think of my figure? Long Shiyu's bright, clear eyes glimmered with mischief. Chapter 5 of The Mighty Dragon. With a playful chuckle that hinted at his amusement, Pang Yi coldly dismissed Chen Li's words, replying nonchalantly, "It's acceptable." After that, he lay back on the ground beside him, an expression of contentment gracing his features. Then, with a slight smirk, a mischievous gleam danced at the corners of his mouth as he added, "Now, tell me about the mission. I want to proceed without the allure of beautiful women." "Heh, you still crave beautiful women? Aren't you afraid of being scorched by the flames of poison?" she teased, gently rubbing the sting left by Pang Yi's dragon-like grip. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering, as he stated, "And if I do?" "Hey, capturing isn't as thrilling," Long Shiyu replied, twirling her skirt with a sultry smile, inadvertently provoking him. "Just wait until I master the third level of my sun-controlling technique. I'll ride you hard," Pang Yi shot back, his eyes locked onto Long Shiyu with a fierce intensity. Turning to him, Long Shiyu smiled coyly and handed him an envelope, saying alluringly, "This is your mission. Protect this young lady." As Pang Yi took the photo, he froze, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "What? How could it be her? Why must I protect her? Her name is Kai Yifun, the heiress of the Yifun group. As for the reasons behind her protection, there are certainly motives at play," Long Shiyu explained, tossing a photograph his way. Upon seeing the picture, Pang Yi's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "How do you have a photo of brother Xiaolong?" 2 years had passed since he last saw Xiaolong, a legendary figure within the Dragon Claw and his sworn brother. Xiaolong is also part of the Dragon Claw. He returned to Huagui a year and a half ago, but after his return, he inexplicably passed away, Long Shiyu said, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Impossible, brother Xiaolong was the strongest of us. How could he have met such an unclear fate?" Pang Yi's eyes reddened, a sharp glint of anger flickering within them. "Those of us who walk in the shadows are always at risk," Long Shiyu replied, her face composed, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of sadness. Pang Yi's gaze darted around, scanning his surroundings until he regained his composure and asked, "What does this mission have to do with my brother?" "Xiaolong's real name is Kai Yongfan. He is Kai Yifun's elder brother and the heir of the family. However, after his identity was exposed, he faced catastrophic consequences." Visions of his past interactions with Xiaolong flooded Pang Yi's mind, now merely echoes of memories. "Xiao, I'm not good with relationships, but I have a sister, Pa. Yuri surely coveting my charm and prowess. Your sister must have been unable to find anyone else and sought me out. No way." Sighing deeply, filled with melancholy and resignation, Pang Yi shook his head and said, "I'll take on this mission. From now on, Yifun is under my protection. Should anyone dare to harm your sister, they will surely regret it." At this moment, dawn broke. Pang Yi began to pack his belongings for school, yet thoughts of Xiaolong filled him with a sense of loneliness and sorrow, overshadowed by a profound sense of loss. He knew only that Kai Yifun studied Western medicine, while he was trained in traditional Chinese medicine, a heritage he was determined to uphold. Since childhood, he had learned various martial arts and combat techniques from Old Ji, with a greater focus on healing arts. True strength lies in understanding medicine, yet he could not fathom why Xiaolong's sister chose to pursue this field. As he walked along the road, a rich aroma wafted through the air, the scent of fragrant hot pot drawing him in, while the surrounding environment faded into unfamiliarity. Suddenly, a melodious voice like chiming silver bells rang out, "Are you brother Pang?" Startled, Pang Yi turned to see a girl before him, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, "Who are you?" "Brother Pang, it really is you!" The girl exclaimed excitedly, leaping into his embrace, then turning to shout, "Mom, I can't believe I've run into brother Pang here." "Oh my, Xiaoi, is that really you?" Nan, do be mindful of your image," Gao Liyun urged, gesturing for Gao Zihui to maintain decorum, reluctantly releasing her hold. As he gazed at the mother-daughter duo, memories stirred within him. They were neighbors of old G, who would often stay with them during his travels. Over time, their bond deepened, yet they had suddenly moved away 10 years ago. Time had swiftly passed, and he was astonished that a decade had slipped by without contact, nearly failing to recognize them. "Aunt Gao, I could smell your cooking from afar. I knew that familiar scent belonged to you." Pang Yi's face broke into a broad smile, heartened to encounter old acquaintances, his stomach growling in response to the delightful aroma. "Hurry, come sit. I wonder if you'll like it," Gao Liyun said, her face brightening with warmth. "I absolutely do. I could eat 10 bowls in one go," Pang Yi exclaimed, eagerly taking a seat at the table. Gao Liyun's smile widened, revealing the years of toil etched into her features, silver strands adorning her hair. "Well, if you can eat, have as much as you like," she said generously as she added rice noodles to the boiling pot. By the time Pang Yi polished off his 10th bowl, both Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui were left gaping in disbelief. Each bowl was generously filled, yet he managed to consume a staggering amount, leaving them utterly astonished. While a normal adult might manage a single bowl, Pang Yi had devoured enough for 10, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of bursting. Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui's initial shock gradually morphed into a complex mix of emotions, primarily sympathy, as they took in his tattered clothing, realizing he likely hadn't eaten well lately, perhaps skipping meals altogether. Yet only Pang Yi understood that his appetite stemmed from sheer happiness, coupled with his naturally large consumption. "Aunt Gao, I never imagined I would get to enjoy your noodles again, and they taste as delightful as ever," he said, wiping his mouth with a grin, only to notice Gao Liyun's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gao Liyun settled beside him, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke with a trace of sorrow. "Shaoyi, it seems you faced considerable hardship. Why not stay with me for a while? At least you'd have someone to look out for you. Brother Pang, you must be starving. If you're still hungry, let me take you out for a proper meal," Gao Zihui chimed in, her innocent smile radiating warmth. Realizing how much he had consumed, Pang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment at their concern. "My apologies, I didn't realize I had eaten so much. I have some money, let me treat you both," he offered, genuinely touched by their kindness. "That's not necessary. Brother Pang must be famished, but I have enough money to treat you," Gao Zihui insisted, her soft gaze filled with affection. However, Pang Yi could tell from her demeanor that she was undernourished. "Zihui, I've learned a bit about medicine over the years. While I'm no expert, I can help with common ailments. Let me check your pulse," he suggested, reaching for her hand. Initially, she attempted to pull away, but seeing the genuine concern on his face, she relented. "Your energy is low. You're not getting enough nutrition. Have you been skipping meals?" Pang Yi asked, worry etched across his features as he noticed bruises on her hands. Seeing the numerous bruises and swelling on Gao Zihui's hands, his expression shifted to one of urgency as he inquired, "What happened to you? Is someone bullying you? If you need money, you can come to me." Chapter 6 Thoughts. Pang Yi felt no anger whatsoever. Instead, he was overcome with a sense of heartache that he could not bring himself to blame Gao Zihui. When a person finds themselves at the end of their rope, they are capable of anything. It was akin to his own experiences in the Middle East, where, deprived of food and water and faced with dire circumstances, he had resorted to drinking his own urine and the barely palatable juices from desert plants. Gao Liyun's tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she lamented, "It's all my fault for being incapable, for lacking the means to support Zihui's education." Sob, "Mom, please do not say such things. Every penny we earn is through our hard work. Without resorting to theft or wrongdoing, we can hold our heads high." Gao Zihui's face radiated strength and resilience, reminiscent of a plum blossom blooming defiantly in the cold. She had always been self-reliant, having depended solely on her mother since childhood. "You mean Zihui is going to university?" Pang Yi asked urgently. "Yes, she has been accepted to Dongchuan City University, and classes start in a few days, but we cannot afford the tuition," Gao Liyun replied, her tears flowing anew. "Gao auntie, how much do you still need? I can think of a solution." Pang Yi's handsome face broke into a gentle smile as he pulled out a card from his pocket. "I've earned some money in recent years, and I came to this big city to attend university as well." Initially, they were skeptical, but when they saw the acceptance letter in Pang Yi's hands, their eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. "I told you I wasn't deceiving you," Pang Yi said with a warm smile, raising an eyebrow playfully. His words brought comfort, and he hailed a taxi. Encouraged by Pang Yi's insistence, Gao Liyun quickly tidied up her stall and stored it away in a small room nearby. Once inside the taxi, Pang Yi smiled at the driver and said, "Sir, please take us to the finest restaurant nearby, and make haste." The driver nodded, but his mind was filled with doubt. 3 individuals dressed so modestly, heading to the best restaurant, was this a jest? Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui were equally astonished. Could Pang Yi truly afford a meal at the finest establishment? Taigu restaurant was renowned as the most luxurious hotel in the vicinity, famous even in neighboring cities, with prices that were astonishingly high. Your total is 31, thank you, the driver announced after glancing at the meter. Peng Yi rummaged through his tattered wallet, only to discover that he had lost most of his money, leaving him with just a few bills, barely over 20, far short of the 31 required. Besides a black card, he was left with nothing. Sir, may I possibly pay by card? I seem to have forgotten my cash, Peng Yi said, his face reddening with embarrassment, but the taxi driver's expression darkened immediately. Where does a taxi allow card payments? Cash or mobile payments like WeChat or Alipay are acceptable, the driver said impatiently, pointing to the control screen in his vehicle. I apologize, my phone isn't equipped with those applications, and I truly don't have enough cash, Peng Yi replied, feeling increasingly awkward. The driver, growing irate, snapped, then why are you taking a taxi if you have no money? Peng Yi chuckled nervously, realizing he would need to withdraw cash from an ATM, but before he could, Gao Zihui offered to pay. Feeling embarrassed, Peng Yi said, I'm sorry, I just returned from the countryside and didn't bring much cash with me, my phone is useless for this purpose. As he witnessed Gao Zihui's crumpled bills, a wave of sadness washed over him. After exiting the vehicle, Gao Zihui noticed Peng Yi's distressed expression and joked, Brother Peng, you're quite amusing, you even thought of paying by card in a taxi. Xiaoyi, dining here will cost at least 1,000. We should return to eat, Gao Lian had intended to voice her concerns earlier, but Peng Yi's determination had made it difficult to refuse it now. Seeing him unable to produce any money, she felt compelled to speak up. This was not merely a matter of cash availability. Gao auntie, fret not, from this day forward, I shall ensure you live a prosperous life, Peng Yi declared earnestly, leading Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui toward the Taigu restaurant. However, they had not ventured far when they were intercepted. Hey, you lot, you seem to be in the wrong place, a security guard with a face full of freckles approached, brandishing a rubber baton menacingly. Seeing their aggressive demeanor startled Gao Liyun, who leaned toward Peng Yi and whispered fearfully, Xiaoyi, we should leave, this place isn't suitable for us. Peng Yi raised an eyebrow and patted Gao Liyun's shoulder, smiling slightly. Gao auntie, as long as one has money, entry is permitted. There's no need to heed a few arrogant doormen barking. Little brat, who are you calling that? Are you seeking death? The guard retorted sharply, his voice booming, as 6 other guards encircled Peng Yi and the others. Peng Yi's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, whoever recognizes themselves as such, I suppose you are. Damn it, you really are tired of living, brothers, take this little brat down, the guard snarled, his face twisted in rage. Before he could finish, he was sent flying backward as if shot from a bow. Retreating hastily, the other guards were left gaping, astonished that such a large, imposing figure, standing at approximately 5 feet 9 inches and weighing around 180 pounds, could be dispatched so effortlessly by Peng Yi's seemingly ethereal kick. Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief at Peng Yi's remarkable prowess, akin to that of a martial arts master. As Peng Yi retracted his leg, he let out a few cold laughs. Gao auntie, Zihui, let us proceed to dine. Let not a few fools disrupt our spirits. With Peng Yi's audacious display of skill, no one dared to obstruct them further, they could only watch as the trio walked away. What do we do about Tiangu being like this? One guard asked, his face pale with anxiety. What else can we do? Let us go find the manager, the others replied, equally flustered, and hurriedly made their way upstairs. Peng Yi surveyed the surroundings. The decor was indeed lavish, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, and the ceilings and walls were lavishly gilded. Under the lighting, they sparkled like stars, yet Peng Yi felt no warmth toward the place. As it was still too early for dinner, the restaurant was not crowded, most patrons would arrive later in the evening. Thus, Peng Yi casually chose a seat, exuding confidence, while Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui appeared exceptionally cautious, as though fearful of damaging something. The trio sat in the lobby for quite some time without anyone attending to them. Observing their humble attire, the staff disregarded them entirely, leading to a 20-minute wait without service. Peng Yi, already irked by the earlier encounter, found the staff's disdainful attitude even more infuriating, rolling his eyes at a nearby server. 2 patrons engaged in conversation suddenly erupted into laughter, their amusement seeming absurd. Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui turned to witness the spectacle. Intrigued, Peng Yi simply shrugged nonchalantly, a minor reprimand. They've only been left waiting for half an hour. Wow, brother Peng, you're incredible. Are you a legendary martial arts master? Gao Zihui asked, her lips curving upward, her face reflecting curiosity and admiration. Silly girl, you've read too many novels, I'm not that formidable, Peng Yi replied, shaking his head with a teasing smile. In truth, he had gone easy on them. In the past, his response would have left them gasping for breath. Just then, a heavy, authoritative footfall resonated as a dozen security guards barged in, led by a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle. Upon entering the lobby and observing his two bewildered subordinates, he furrowed his brow and slightly bent forward, inquiring, "I am Scoundrels, the manager of this hotel. May I ask how you are addressed, sir?" "It appears that amidst your pack of disdainful onlookers, there is one who possesses a modicum of politeness," Peng Yi retorted without a hint of courtesy. Chapter 7 Warning. Scoundrels was rendered speechless, his mind racing as he pondered the identity of Peng Yi. Judging by the tone of this individual and his recent actions, could he possibly be from one of the prominent families in Jingbei? Otherwise, who would dare to be so audacious in this place? It seemed prudent to exercise caution in dealing with him. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, he found his gaze towards Peng Yi softening considerably, showing little reaction to Peng Yi's sarcastic remarks in crude language. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Peng Yi's attire, which indeed appeared somewhat embarrassing, yet, as the saying goes, extremes lead to opposites. He could very well be one of those ostentatious rich second-generation types. At that moment, Scoundrels awkwardly chuckled. "I wonder if young Master Peng hails from Jingbei. Apologies, but I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. If you insist on labeling me as part of a prominent family, I would rather enjoy the title of clan leader," Peng Yi replied with a teasing tone, causing Scoundrels' expression to darken instantly. Scoundrels understood the implication behind Peng Yi's words. Since this individual had no significant background, why should he fear him? "Everyone, seize him and take him to the police station." The fiery intensity in Scoundrels' eyes coalesced into a fierce glare directed at Peng Yi. "Ah, how quickly your demeanor shifts. Since you so relish in changing faces, I wouldn't mind granting you another. I had intended to enjoy a pleasant meal here, but alas, you have chosen to ruin my enjoyment." A sly smile spread across Peng Yi's lips as he spoke. With a swift motion of his arm, he flicked the chopsticks on the table, which flew through the air and accurately lodged themselves into the oncoming security personnel. The security guards screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. However, at that moment, Scoundrels' attention was drawn to a card lying on the table, and upon examining it closely, his expression became momentarily vacant. He picked up the card and, upon reading the series of letters inscribed upon it, was left dumbfounded. It was a black card, a symbol of status and wealth that only those with significant power and influence could possess. Could it be that this individual was merely a pretentious show-off? Or had he recently emerged from a prominent family to experience life outside their gilded cage? At this juncture, Scoundrels dismissed the security guards, adopting a more amiable demeanor, his smile widening significantly. "My apologies, may I ask what the three of you would like to eat?" "Aunt Gao, Zihui, feel free to order anything. There's no need to hold back on my account." In front of his closest companions, Peng Yi exuded an air of innocence, yet, some individuals simply could not see beyond their own prejudices. Peng Yi found it hard to restrain himself from delivering a few well-deserved slaps to them. Scoundrels hastily signaled to a nearby waiter, and once they caught on, the menu was promptly brought over. Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui's expressions shifted dramatically as they perused the selections. Common dishes, albeit with altered names and presentation, were marked up 10-fold, 20-fold, or even 100-fold. Consuming such fare felt akin to burning money. Gao Zihui reflected deeply, realizing that a single meal here could equate to an entire semester's tuition. "Shall we? Perhaps I won't eat after all," Gao Liyun sighed, shaking her head. Having endured a life of hardship, she found it difficult to justify such extravagant indulgence. "Brother Pine, the prices here are exorbitant, and dealing with this atmosphere is hardly worth it," Gao Zihui expressed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Upon hearing their words, Peng Yi reflected on his actions and recognized his misstep. This entire situation stemmed from his own inflated sense of self-worth, disregarding the feelings of Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui. With a sudden clarity, he understood the gravity of the moment. "Very well, if this is not to your liking, let's change venues. My apologies, I acted thoughtlessly and with too much self-importance." Peng Yi chuckled awkwardly and then turned to Scoundrels, waving his hand. "Manager, we shall settle the bill." Scoundrels' face turned ashen upon hearing this. Was he being toyed with? "Mr. Peng, what do you mean by that? You just assaulted our staff, and I have been courteous to you. Our establishment is renowned throughout the city, and you cannot afford to cross us." "Oh, if you consider yourselves the local tyrants, I suppose I must concede." "Yet, your tone resembles that of a thug," Peng Yi replied with a cold smile, his words dripping with disdain. "Who dares to cause trouble here? You are the real thug." A sharp, clear voice rang out as a lithe young girl approached, leaping into action with a fierce kick aimed at Peng Yi. Dressed in denim with a t-shirt beneath, and a flowing skirt, her swift movements betrayed her black belt in taekwondo, her prowess not to be underestimated. However, for Peng Yi, she would be no more than a sparring partner for 4 or 5 exchanges. As Peng Yi beheld the girl, he suddenly froze in recognition. Was she not the one from the previous night? Just as the girl's leg was about to connect with his face, he sprang into action. Your skin is quite nice, though a tad rough. Peng Yi grinned, eliciting a flush of anger from Cai Yifan, who stepped back several paces, her face reddening. After a few spins, she lunged at Peng Yi once more. With such lackluster skills, do you dare to show off? Did your family not encourage you to train properly? Peng Yi merely shifted slightly, raising a hand to seize Cai Yifan's ankle. Cai Yifan yelped in surprise, relieved she was not wearing a skirt, lest she expose herself. Are you still going to fight? Peng Yi asked, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he casually tossed her to the ground. Cai Yifan, now in pain, gritted her teeth and cursed, You lecherous scoundrel, I never expected to encounter you again. If I were in better form today, you would never have gotten away with this. Ha, in poor form, are we? I suspect it is your medical training that is lacking. How dare you embarrass yourself with such feeble skills? Peng Yi retorted sharply, his tone rife with contempt. We shall meet again, perhaps then I can teach you a lesson. If you lose, I wouldn't mind getting a little close. You! Cai Yifan's eyes widened in fury, her expression ablaze. Peng Yi laughed heartily, then turned to Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui. Aunt Gao, Zihui, let us be off. At this point, no one dared to obstruct their path, and they parted to create a passage. Cai Yifan, incensed, wondered how Peng Yi managed to counter her move so swiftly. Realizing he was already at the restaurant's entrance, she called out sharply, Stop right there, you injured my people, and you think you can just walk away? Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui exchanged nervous glances, their expressions anxious. Peng Yi smiled effortlessly. You claim I harmed someone, yet which of your eyes witnessed it? Isn't it obvious? I have the surveillance footage. Cai Yifan smirked, glancing at the camera tucked in the corner of the ceiling. Ah! Li Xiaoning interjected, leaning close to Cai Yifan and whispering, Miss, we only installed the new cameras today, so this one isn't operational yet. Upon hearing this, Cai Yifan's face twisted in dismay, as if she had just swallowed something bitter. Peng Yi, with keen hearing, caught this exchange and scoffed, What was that you said? You want to check the footage? Be my guest. Li Xiaoning clenched his teeth. You injured my staff, and he cannot move. You shan't think of escaping. Ah, I feel fine now, my hemorrhoids seem to have magically healed. Oh, Yuntian suddenly burst through the door, shouting exuberantly of the very individual Peng Yi had sent flying moments ago appeared revitalized, as if he had received a miraculous boon. The surrounding crowd gazed at Peng Yi in bewilderment. Even Li Xiaoning, along with Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui, was left confused by the turn of events. Oh Yuntian, what are you doing here? Get out of the way. Li Xiaoning fumed, nearly choking on his anger. Manager, this is a miracle worker. His recent technique has cured my long-standing hemorrhoids. Perhaps he could work his magic on you, and you wouldn't have to worry about your impotence anymore. Oh Yuntian rambled, his words tumbling out in a chaotic manner, while Peng Yi merely smiled faintly. Li Xiaoning, infuriated, felt the urge to kick Oh Yuntian, his face shifting through a spectrum of colors as he struggled to contain his frustration. Managerly, I can heal the sick, but I refuse to treat those who are full of themselves, huh? You claimed I harmed someone, but where is the victim? Peng Yi feigned surprise, glancing around as if searching. Cai Yifan, rendered speechless with anger, huffed in defeat, acknowledging her loss with a sense of finality. Peng Yi, uninterested in wasting further time with this group, led Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui out of the Shangri-La. Wait a moment. Cai Yifan's curious voice called out. Peng Yi turned, smiling as he inquired, What is it? Do you have something else to say? Cai Yifan's expression fluctuated, her voice cold as she asked, What is your name? Why, are you planning revenge or perhaps hiring an assassin to take my life? Oh dear, am I to be frightened? Peng Yi pretended to be alarmed, causing Gao Zihui to stifle a laugh. Cai Yifan's cheeks flushed with irritation, her lips quivering in frustration. If you wish to know my name, you may ask your manager. Peng Yi replied frostily, adding, and as a young lady, perhaps you should refrain from resorting to violence. Chapter 8. Fear. Only after Peng Yi departed did Cai Yifan regain her composure. Her face fluctuated between shades of red and white, a vivid display of her embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a stinging humiliation. Last night in the restroom, not only had this man seen her in an unguarded moment, but now, on her own territory, he had humiliated her even further. Truly, it seemed as if fate had conspired against her. The anger from the previous night still simmered within her, and today's debacle only fueled her ire. Li Xiaoning, come here at once. She bellowed, her frustration mounting. Li Xiaoning, upon hearing her command, hurriedly crawled over. Miss, this guy is Peng Yi. Although he dresses quite unfashionably and resembles a loser, he possesses a black card. That is all I know. Li Xiaoning relayed the scan information he had about Peng Yi, his heart racing with trepidation. Peng Yi, why does that name sound so familiar? Kai Yifan murmured to herself, her gaze flitting around as she searched her memory, unable to recall where she had encountered him before. Regardless, I want you to investigate this man thoroughly. If you fail, you might as well return home, she exclaimed angrily before storming out of the restaurant. At that moment, Li Xiaoning felt as if he were facing a death sentence. His knowledge of Peng Yi was limited to fragmented bits of information. How could he possibly investigate his identity? Peng Yi and his companions departed the restaurant, and he made his way to the bank to withdraw some cash. The receptionist, upon seeing the substantial amount of money Peng Yi possessed, gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she might offer more than mere service. To avoid attracting undue attention, Peng Yi withdrew only 30,000 yuan, handing 20,000 directly to Gao Zihui, sufficient for her living expenses for an entire year. The largest denomination of the yuan is 100, and a bundle of bills creates quite a hefty stack. When Peng Yi pressed the money into her hands, Gao Zihui displayed a resolute refusal, but he insisted, stuffing the cash into her bag. If you consider me a brother, you will accept this money, or I shall never pay you any heed again. Peng Yi's voice was low, yet his tone carried a fierce authority that left no room for dissent. Gao Zihui's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, even if she had a million reasons to decline, she found herself unwilling to refuse. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and she truly felt the kindness emanating from him. Gently pinching Gao Zihui's cheek, Peng Yi burst into laughter. Now that's more like it. Let us go out and enjoy a fine meal, brother Peng. Let us not indulge in anything too extravagant, Gao Zihui responded softly once her composure returned. At that moment, Gao Liyun spotted the two emerging and greeted them with a warm smile. Auntie is indifferent, it depends on what Xiaoyi wishes. Peng Yi smiled and nodded before following Gao Zihui to a nearby home. The street they traversed was rather old, dotted with various shops. Amidst this antiquity, they arrived at a quaint establishment that exuded the charm of a time-honored eatery, its exterior fragrant and inviting. The sign prominently displayed the name Lao Ji Pig Trotters, and the interior was modest, spanning only about 100 square meters. Upon entering, they observed a semi-open kitchen where a man was skillfully wielding a spatula, cooking with a somewhat clumsy grace. His arm movements appeared stiff and unnatural, almost as if the act of cooking was a struggle for him. Although the pauses were brief, Peng Yi discerned the underlying issue. Meanwhile, a slightly hunched woman with a burn scar on her cheek was responsible for serving the dishes. Boss, 2 bowls of pig trotter noodles, please. Brother Peng, what would you like? Gao Zihui inquired, her familiarity with the restaurant evident. I'll have a bowl of pig trotter noodles as well, and since you seem to know this place well, add a serving of beef. I cannot dine without meat, Peng Yi declared cheerfully. Brother, you have excellent taste. Besides pig trotters, the beef is also a specialty here, Gao Zihui replied with a bright smile. The chef nodded and began preparing their meal. As he sliced vegetables and meat with remarkable finesse, he plated the noodles with precision, garnishing them with sesame seeds and scallions, before artfully placing a succulent pig trotter atop the dish. His fluid motions painted a picture of a skilled artisan, yet Peng Yi perceived a different reality. Despite the chef's adeptness, he noticed the man's right hand's awkwardness and the prolonged pauses in his joint movements, indicating a potential issue with his joints. It was clear that his presence in this humble restaurant was not without reason. This individual was not to be underestimated, Peng Yi contemplated to himself. Brother Peng, the chef's cooking skills are truly impressive. It is almost like watching a performance, Gao Zihui exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Indeed, it is quite a sight, however, it lacks perfection, Peng Yi responded nonchalantly. Though his voice was soft, the chef visibly flinched at the remark. At that moment, the scarred woman placed 3 bowls of pig trotter noodles before them. The enticing aroma wafting from the dishes caused Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui's eyes to light up. Indulging in such a meal was a tremendous delight for them. What surprised them most was the size of the pig trotter, its skin glistening and promising an explosion of flavor with every bite. The unique sauce, crafted from a secret recipe, emanated an irresistible aroma. Gao Zihui swallowed hard. I merely asked for a larger portion, yet this pig trotter is enormous, and the beef is plentiful. Peng Yi noticed the meticulousness of the preparation. Each piece of beef was cut to uniform thickness with astonishing precision. Clearly, this was a response to his earlier comment. He smirked slightly. Boss, let us add some more beef to the dishes. I'll cover the extra cost. The chef, without a word, scooped 2 generous servings of beef onto their noodles. Seeing the succulent, juicy beef, Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui beamed with joy. After sampling a piece of beef, Peng Yi remarked, the knife skills are truly exceptional, akin to a master butcher, and the heat control is expertly executed. Achieving this level of proficiency is quite rare. The only flaw is a slight tremor in the hand, resulting in an excess of salt. As soon as Peng Yi finished speaking, the scarred woman's expression froze, a subtle menace emanating from her. At that moment, the chef approached and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to continue her work. A few minutes later, the sound of heavy, steady footsteps approached. Pang Yi braced himself for the inevitable encounter. It seems this brother has a keen interest in culinary arts. Why don't we have a proper discussion inside? The chef suggested, his voice a low, gravelly timbre that sent a shiver down one's spine. Certainly, I will speak with you once I finish my meal, Pang Yi replied with a slight smile, continuing to savor his noodles. The chef, unperturbed, took a seat nearby, lighting a cigarette as he waited. The scarred woman glared at Pang Yi, her eyes glinting with hostility, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his meal. Once Gao Liyun and Gao Zihui finished eating, Pang Yi said, "Aunt Gao, please wait for me outside with Zihui. I need to discuss some culinary matters with the chef." "All right," Gao Liyun replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. After they left, Pang Yi placed several bills on the table. He turned to the scarred woman. "The money is here. Please take a look." The woman hesitated for a moment upon seeing the cash, her expression shifting. She had felt the powerful aura radiating from Pang Yi, causing her body to tremble slightly, hands poised for action. "This way," the chef gestured, leading Pang Yi towards the back courtyard. "I do not appreciate being enveloped in an atmosphere of hostility," Pang Yi suddenly remarked, his expression turning icy as he addressed the scarred woman, causing the bricks on the wall to shatter unexpectedly. The woman's face paled as beads of cold sweat trickled down her back, a chill gripping her spine. Chapter 9 Renting a house. Pang Yi had not anticipated that behind this dilapidated facade lay a quaint little abode, exquisite in its own right, uniquely charming, and steeped in antiquity. The entire room exuded an air of classical elegance, where tradition met a subtle flamboyance. It was refined yet retained an essence of nobility, permeated with the rich aroma of literature. Just the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls left Pang Yi astounded. Every piece was an authentic masterpiece. Renowned artists' works, alongside ancient Guqin scores, were treasures of cultural significance, each one worth a fortune, capable of captivating anyone interested in calligraphy for days on end. At that moment, Pang Yi's curiosity about the chef's identity began to intensify. "If you are able to heal my hand, everything you see here can be yours, plus an additional $20 million, the chef stated, his voice calm yet laden with gravitas, his expression tinged with melancholy. A playful smile slowly curved Pang Yi's lips as he regarded the chef. "Are you so certain that I possess the ability to heal you?" With that, he reclined, crossing his legs atop the sandalwood table, a knowing smile gracing his features. "After all these years, I have encountered countless esteemed physicians. I can discern at a glance whether they hold the capability to cure me. I observed your recent display of skill, revealing that you are a master of inner strength, surely capable of remedying my affliction," the chef articulated with deliberate emphasis. His keen gaze appraised Pang Yi, piercing as a blade, assessing him thoroughly. "To perceive my utilization of inner strength and comprehend my techniques, your prowess is commendable. Should your response satisfy me, I shall also heal your voice," Pang Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow with a light chuckle. At that moment, the chef's demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming into one of palpable excitement. Besides the injury to his arm, his throat, specifically his vocal cords, was also compromised. If he could remedy this ailment, it would render his life devoid of regrets. "Ask away." "I shall not withhold any information within my knowledge," the chef replied with an air of calm assurance. Suddenly, the chef's expression turned serious as he exhaled deeply, stating, "I did not expect your questions to be so incisive. It is quite uncommon for someone of your age to inquire in such a manner. Very well, I belong to no organization. I am known by the moniker Mad Blade. If you are acquainted with that world, you would undoubtedly know who I am." With that declaration, the chef emanated an undeniable aura of dominance, instantly transforming from a mere cook into a formidable martial artist. Pang Yi's heart trembled, his previously playful demeanor shifting to one of earnestness as he smiled at the Mad Blade. "I did not foresee such a fateful encounter with a venerable predecessor." Suddenly, a flurry of swift attacks surged from behind. Liang Sun remained unfazed, calmly sidestepping each assault, moving with the agility of a bee flitting from flower to flower, leaving only a blur in his wake. After a series of more than 10 strikes, the scarred woman found herself striking at nothing but Pang Yi's afterimages. A cold smile graced Pang Yi's lips as he turned, seizing a finely crafted steel blade, effortlessly bringing it into his grasp. From the moment Pang Yi acted to subdue, Qinlai observed in silence. Though his expression remained tranquil, his heart surged with tumult, recognizing that Pang Yi's prowess rivaled his own at the peak of his abilities. Attacking from behind, is this a lesson from the Mad Blade? Pang Yi's devilish grin re-emerged as he tightened his grip. The woman struggled desperately, releasing pained cries. "Spare her, she is still young," Qinlai stated calmly, aware that Pang Yi would not harm her. "Predecessor, had I not sensed something amiss from the outset, I might have become a lifeless corpse by now." "You expect me to release her?" Pang Yi's lips curled in a teasing smirk. "What must I do for her release?" To Qinlai's astonishment, the outcome was not as he had envisioned. Beg me, and I shall set her free, Peng Yi replied coldly. I beg you, Qin Lai responded succinctly, without hesitation. At that moment, the scarred woman tightened her lips, preparing to bite her tongue in desperation. Just then, Liang Sun raised his hand, striking her into unconsciousness, then carelessly tossed her aside as one would discard old clothing, sighing with a sense of wonder. I never imagined the mad blade would be reduced to pleading. Ha ha! Qin Lai's hearty laughter filled the air. The mad blade is no more. Noticing the depth in Qin Lai's gaze, which conveyed unspoken sentiments, Peng Yi raised his head. He understood that this was not mere pretense, but a genuine feeling, evoking a sense of melancholy akin to that of a hero in decline. In truth, Peng Yi had never intended to trouble the scarred woman. He merely sought to test the mad blade. Shaking his head, Qin Lai spoke directly. Ever since my injury, I have been plagued by this sinister wind, rendering me unable to combat it. Whenever it rains or temperatures drop, my shoulder erupts in pain. Upon hearing Qin Lai's plight, Liang Sun sighed. Alas, time has passed too long. I can only help alleviate your suffering temporarily. Upon uttering these words, Peng Yi was met with a look of surprise from Qin Lai, who inquired, I do not comprehend your meaning? He did not underestimate Peng Yi. He simply found himself unsettled by the implications of his statement. What I mean is that my current abilities are insufficient to cure you completely. I shall assist you once I have regained my strength. Peng Yi was acutely aware that upon reaching the third level of the controlling yang technique, he could purge the fire poison from his system and assist Qin Lai as well. Qin Lai's smile widened as he exclaimed, You promised to cure my ailment, but what are your conditions? Feel free to speak candidly. Simply protect those two mothers and daughters for me. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai paused, astonished. Is it truly that simple? What else would you desire? Peng Yi inquired with curiosity. While it is certainly feasible, it presents some challenges at present. Should you be willing to assist me, there will be no issues. Consider it a mutual exchange. After Qin Lai nodded in agreement, Peng Yi commenced his healing. Subsequently, after discussing a few matters with Qin Lai, Peng Yi returned home with Gao Liyun and her daughter. As he surveyed the furnishings of the house, he could not help but sigh, Aunt Gao, let us go house hunting tomorrow. Living here is quite uncomfortable. Please, this house is still livable. Let us not squander our resources. Gao Liyun replied with a tone of resignation. That is absolutely unacceptable. Just look at the ceiling. It could collapse at any moment. Gao Liyun naturally found Liang Sun's words to be reasonable, yet she sighed. However, it is far too expensive to purchase. Perhaps we should consider renting instead. Chapter 10 of the Beast Company. In truth, the cost of a house, along with the monthly rent and the down payment for a mortgage, isn't significantly different. Having heard a bit about the real estate market, Peng Yi addressed Gao Liyun in a deliberate manner. But we can't even afford the down payment. Gao Liyun replied, shaking her head in exasperation. Aunt Gao, I still have some money left, let me handle this. Peng Yi said, casting a knowing glance at Gao Zihui. Gao Zihui's eyes brightened as she understood and said, Mom, stop worrying so much. It's perfectly fine to look at houses first before we make any decisions. Alright then, Gao Liyun said, glancing at the two of them simultaneously, before nodding in agreement. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Peng Yi had just finished his evening routine when he noticed Gao Zihui had changed into a different outfit, preparing to head out. Sha Hui, where are you off to at this late hour? Peng Yi inquired as she stood up to leave. I'm going to work. Brother Peng, I told you earlier that I was taking on a part-time job. Today is my last shift, and once I receive my paycheck, I'll take a few days off before heading back to school, Gao Zihui replied, her face alight with anticipation and excitement. Observing her, Peng Yi smiled faintly and asked in a serious tone, Where are you working? At a bar, Gao Zihui responded softly. Sha Hui, you're actually working at a bar? Peng Yi exclaimed, nearly taken aback. Brother Peng, I understand your concerns. I am just working as a waitress, nothing more. You needn't worry, Gao Zihui interrupted, visibly anxious. Peng Yi, maintaining his charming smile, said, Alright, I understand, silly girl. I'll accompany you. Great, we can go together. I've met many wonderful girls there, they're quite attractive and have great figures. Perhaps I could introduce you to some? Gao Zihui said with a mischievous grin. Sha Hui, do you really think I am that kind of man? I assure you, I am quite innocent. Peng Yi replied with utmost seriousness. Is that so? What a pity then, Gao Zihui sighed. Alright, it's getting late, you should head out. Peng Yi, smiling yet slightly anxious, urged, Don't wait for me to say more, let's go. Without waiting for Gao Zihui to respond, he took her hand and they stepped outside. The Night Passion Bar, located in the Qingyun district of Dongchuan City, was a well-known establishment frequented by white-collar workers and wealthy young men alike, catering to those with a certain level of affluence. Gao Zihui quickly donned her waitress attire and, with a tray in hand, began her bustling duties. Peng Yi, seated at the bar, held a bottle of whiskey, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings like a hunter searching for beautiful prey. Such individuals as Peng Yi were not in short supply at the bar. Men and women alike were constantly on the lookout, dreaming of ensnaring a wealthy heir, envisioning a life where they could lounge in bed and still earn a living, or at the very least, find a sugar daddy to exploit. Yet, when their eyes passed over Peng Yi, they quickly dismissed him. After all, he was dressed simply and appeared somewhat dowdy, no more than a poor wretch who could hardly yield any benefits. Ah, a bunch of superficial gold diggers. It seems my good looks are of no use here, Peng Yi sighed, puzzled as he took a sip of his drink. Hey handsome, would you care to share a drink with me? A sultry voice called out. Turning around, Peng Yi's eyes nearly bulged in shock. The woman before him was heavily made up with smoky eyes, her figure comparable to three of his own. Goodness, such a hefty piece of flesh is quite terrifying. The overweight woman fluttered her long eyelashes at him and, in a high-pitched voice, said, Handsome, I've had my eye on you for a while. You must be quite experienced, right? Just make me feel good, and you can name your price. With that, the woman provocatively swallowed hard, fully aware of Peng Yi's youthful vigor. Peng Yi understood her intentions but had no intention of indulging in such swine-like fare. He smiled, Sorry, beautiful, but I'm feeling quite full tonight, and I prefer my meat lean. As soon as the words left his mouth, the woman's expression darkened. Relieved as this hefty creature departed, Peng Yi muttered, What a stroke of bad luck today. A beautiful woman didn't arrive, but a hefty pig did. Just then, a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. A red wine bottle had fallen to the ground, shattering into pieces. A man in a brown leather jacket grabbed Gao Zihui's wrist, tugging at her, prompting an immediate change in Peng Yi's demeanor. Like a furious beast, he rushed to Gao Zihui's side and executed a swift kick that sent the man sprawling. The man flew through the air, crashing into a pillar with a heavy thud, howling in agony before losing consciousness. Xiao Wei, are you all right? Peng Yi asked with concern. Brother Peng! Gao Zihui exclaimed, panic-stricken, as she threw herself into his embrace, her small hand reddened from being grasped. Those who had been drinking and chatting were momentarily stunned, astonished that someone dared to act violently in the Night Passion Bar. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wei, Brother Peng is here, no one can bully you. Peng Yi's eyes glinted like ice, radiating a fierce determination as a group of individuals clad in black shirts and stab-resistant vests approached, surrounding him. These were undoubtedly the thug's bodyguards. Kid, it appears you're tired of living, daring to lay hands on our young Master Wu, the head bodyguard roared, exuding a menacing aura. However, upon seeing Peng Yi's calm and composed demeanor, the bodyguard felt a twinge of unease, realizing that he could not recklessly confront him. My apologies, but I don't inquire about the origins when dealing with rabid dogs. Any mutt, regardless of its source, is fair game, and if you wish to die, I might as well assist you. Peng Yi stated, clenching his fists. In most situations, one could concede for the sake of peace, but when it came to protecting the woman he cherished, there was no room for leniency. Take him down, the head bodyguard commanded, and the others closed in on Peng Yi, preparing to attack. Xiao Wei, step aside and watch. Peng Yi channeled his internal strength, gently pushing Gao Zihui to a nearby chair. In an instant, a flurry of kicks began. In less than 10 seconds, Peng Yi dispatched the thugs with the agility of a bouncing ball. The bar erupted in chaos and screams. Gao Zihui watched the scene unfold, her heart racing at the display of raw, masculine power. In a matter of moments, he had neutralized the group of thugs, yet he showed no signs of stopping. These lowlifes didn't even merit the honor of a warm-up match. At that moment, a group of roughly 30 onlookers began to converge, clearing a path through the crowd, and a man with a square face and flamboyant shirt approached, radiating arrogance. His cold demeanor and palpable aura indicated that he was no stranger to violence. Upon seeing this man, Gao Zihui whispered to Peng Yi, Brother Peng, this guy is just a bouncer. He is not particularly bad, can we let him off? Well, if he is not too terrible, I'll go easy on him, Peng Yi replied, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination as he focused on this individual known as Brother Biao. Brother Biao felt the weight of Peng Yi's powerful presence, sensing an oppressive force within. Upon noticing Gao Zihui and Peng Yi's embrace, his anger surged. May I ask where you come from, daring to strike our Qinglang in the Night Passion Bar? Oh, Qinglang? Peng Yi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, shrugging dismissively, my apologies, but I have no idea what Qinglang is. Is it some sort of establishment that raises various beasts? Chapter 11. A lesson learned. As Peng Yi finished speaking, a palpable silence enveloped the gathering, followed by the members of the so-called Qinglang gang stirring restlessly. They brandished their concealed daggers, watermelon knives, and iron rods, producing a chilling cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Gao Zihui, witnessing the aggressive advance of the group, instinctively retreated behind Peng Yi, her voice trembling as she implored, "Brother Peng, please be cautious and avoid any confrontation with them." Peng Yi enveloped Gao Zihui in his embrace, offering a gentle smile to reassure her, "Fear not, for I am here." Diao Ge, observing the unusual bond between Gao Zihui and Peng Yi, could not suppress the smirk that curled at the corners of his mouth. He mockingly remarked, "Xiao Hui, this fellow has the audacity to label our Qinglang gang as trash, clearly an intentional provocation. You cannot hold me accountable for the consequences." Upon hearing Biao Ji's words, Gao Zihui froze, an icy dread coursing through her veins as her teeth chattered. She tremulously pleaded, "Diao Ge, he is my brother, please do not harm him. Did you not promise to take care of me while I work here?" Diao Ge, unable to contain a cold laugh, retorted with a veneer of mockery, "Xiao Hui, your naivety is utterly endearing. While I did intend to look after you, my concern was merely a facade. Now that you've offended young Master Biao, I can hardly be blamed for what transpires." "What?" Gao Zihui's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that the seemingly benevolent Biao Gu harbored such treachery within. The other henchmen, emboldened by their leader's brazen demeanor, erupted into laughter. "Brothers, seize him, let us thoroughly torment this insolent fool who dared to offend young Master Wu. As for Gao Zihui, ensure she remains unharmed. I intend to have my fun with her tonight. If I am pleased, I shall allow you all a turn," Diao Ge declared, a cigarette clutched between his fingers. Click, click, Diao Ge repeatedly flicked his lighter, but just as the flame ignited, it extinguished abruptly. As confusion overcame him, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, several underlings flew past him, the rush of wind snuffing out the lighter's flame. In the next instant, Peng Yi materialized before Biao Ge, a watermelon knife slicing through the air. "Ah!" Biao Ge screamed, instinctively ducking to evade the blade, yet it clipped a small patch of his scalp, sending blood and flesh splattering across the scene. Gao Zihui gasped in horror, and before she could process the unfolding chaos, Liang Sun stepped protectively in front of her. Turning to Gao Zihui, Peng Yi spoke softly, "I apologize, Zihui. You ought to avert your gaze from this grim spectacle." With that, he skillfully pressed a pressure point on her, rendering her unconscious. After all, the ensuing violence was far too harrowing for a young lady who had just come of age. As the blade had claimed a portion of Biao Ji's scalp, a gruesome sight emerged. Drenched in blood, Peng Yi advanced with a commanding presence that instilled fear in the hearts of all present. He shook his head with a sigh. "Are you certain you are cut out for this life? You appear to be quaking in your boots. Charge at him, show him what we're made of," Diao Ge shouted, clutching his head as he stumbled toward the exit. Upon seeing Liang Sun blocking his path, he collapsed to his knees in terror. "Humph, weren't you quite the bravado a moment ago?" Peng Yi said, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Despite Biao Gu's internal turmoil, he could only grovel, "Brother, I was wrong, I was blind to the truth." With that, Biao Ge began to kowtow to Peng Yi. The other henchmen, witnessing their once fearsome leader reduced to this state, were gripped by trepidation. How could they dare provoke a man who moved with such ease among them? Peng Yi's gaze intensified, radiating a fierce and icy resolve that enveloped the room, compelling the remaining henchmen to retreat several steps, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. With the situation under control, Peng Yi approached Gao Zihui, channeling his energy into her, allowing her to awaken softly. As she recalled the earlier events, a wave of nausea washed over her, and with indignation, she chastised Liang Sun, "Brother Peng, could you perhaps go a little easier? I can hardly endure such force. My apologies, I admit my grip was rather heavy, but what else could I do when they bullied my most cherished sister?" Peng Yi replied soothingly. Hearing his words warmed Gao Zihui's heart, prompting her to quickly dismiss the earlier turmoil. "It's all right, Xiao Hui. I foresee that you shall not return to this place for work. We shall forego your wages, as I may have inadvertently damaged some property," he remarked, leisurely strolling toward Biao Ge. "I am pressed for time and do not wish to waste words with you. Stay here and allow my sister to deliver her due retribution. Furthermore, extinguish those vile thoughts of yours. As for Xiao Hui's wages, let them go. After all, injuring your so-called young Master Wu is not without its consequences, and we shall consider it a medical expense." "See how benevolent I am, you need not refer to me as your superior," Peng Yi said with a smile, his gaze eliciting admiration from Gao Zihui, who was captivated by his imposing presence. Reflecting on Biao Ji's previous kindness, she was appalled to discover the depths of his depravity, leading her to unleash her fury upon him. Meanwhile, Peng Yi settled into Biao Ji's former seat, retrieving the pack of cigarettes from earlier and extracting one. He exchanged knowing glances with the henchman, who hurriedly lit a cigarette for Liang Sun. After taking a leisurely drag, he reveled in the moment. Who would have thought that the modern-day ruffians indulge in such fine tobacco? 100 a pack. As Gao Zihui grew weary from her exertions, she ceased her assault. Biao Gu, now a pitiful sight, with his battered visage and dried blood on his forehead, despondently inquired of Liang Sun, "Brother, do you feel appeased now?" "Oh dear, those who dwell in the underworld truly turn on a dime. Just a moment ago, I called the Qinglang gang garbage, would you not agree?" Pang Yi's dark, piercing gaze held a wildness that glimmered with mockery as he addressed Biao Gu. Terrified and trembling, Biao Gu stammered, "Brother, you are absolutely correct. I am an honest man, it was the Qinglang gang who coerced me, I would never dare to bully anyone otherwise." A smile blossomed on Pang Yi's lips, a perfect arc of amusement. "Since you harbor such disdain for the Qinglang gang, allow me to assist you in your quest." "Ah?" Biao Gu barely had time to comprehend before Pang Yi pressed a finger to his forehead. In an instant, Biao Gu found himself lost in a haze, his vision blurring and mind clouding. Chapter 12. A taste of hardship. Pang Yi, a paragon of both martial prowess and medical knowledge, possessed profound insights into the art of healing. After all, under the rigorous training methods of old Ji, there was no opportunity for even a moment's laziness. At this moment, he could not help but employ his soul-controlling technique, diligently practicing to avoid becoming rusty in the future. As the name suggests, soul control is a method to manipulate the hearts and minds of others, particularly effective against those with weak willpower. At this juncture, Biao Gu was teetering on the brink of collapse, presenting an opportune moment for intervention. Biao Ji's gaze became vacant, his head swaying uncontrollably. Gao Zihui, observing with a hint of astonishment, inquired, "Brother Pang, what have you done? This fellow suddenly seems deranged." With a teasing smile, Pang Yi replied, "I've ensnared his soul, to put it plainly." "Oh, how amusing." Gao Zihui laughed, her face lighting up with mischief. "Can we make him act like a little dog?" "Biao Biao, you are now a dog," Pang Yi commanded, locking eyes with Biao Gu. "Woof woof." Biao Gu barked excitedly, startling even his companions nearby. After barking, he busily spun several circles on the ground, sniffing the floor, resembling a dog quite convincingly. Was he possessed by a spirit or simply afflicted by rabies? "Brother Pang, you are incredible." Gao Zihui clapped her hands in delight. With a sly grin, Peng Yi remarked, "This is merely a trifle. If he dares to bully you, let him taste the bitter fruits of his actions." With that, his alluring smile blossomed, and he leaned closer to Biao Gu, whispering, "Biao Gu, call your boss and tell him, woof woof." Biao Gu barked a few more times, then, panting, pulled out his phone and said, "All right, big brother." Moments later, Biao Gu dialed a number and regurgitated the instructions given by Peng Yi, before adding, "Brother Diao, there's something I need to tell you." On the other end of the line, a voice queried, "Xiao Quan, what's up?" "Big Wang, foolish idiot, I need to inform you that I've been with your wife, and I'm about to put a green hat on you. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about?" "I've been with your wife." "Diao, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that?" "I've been with your wife, I've been with your wife." "Just wait, you're dead meat." After the call ended, Gao Zihui could no longer contain her laughter, her shrill giggles echoing throughout the space. After being toyed with by Peng Yi, Biao Gu would certainly face dire repercussions from his boss, not to mention any thoughts of revenge against Peng Yi. "Zihui, with such a perverse character, we should head back inside to avoid his negative influence," Peng Yi suggested as he guided Gao Zihui out of the bar. The events of the night had been both thrilling and immensely enjoyable, and Gao Zihui felt a newfound closeness to Peng Yi, their hands intertwined as they walked. The following morning, as per their schedule, Peng Yi and Gao Zihui were set to report to university. Coincidentally, Dongchuan College, where Peng Yi studied, was situated not far from Gao Zihui's city university, both institutions belonging to the same academic region. However, despite Dongchuan's prestigious name, the college's scale, reputation, and status were starkly inferior compared to that of City University, akin to the disparity between a third-tier institution and a key first-tier university. In essence, admission to Dongchuan was merely a matter of financial capability. Around 6 or 7 in the morning, Gao Zihui began persistently urging Peng Yi to rise from his slumber. After much effort, they finally prepared to head to her university. Noticing Peng Yi's continuous yawning, she playfully tugged at his ear, saying, "Brother Peng, can you please hurry up, it's almost noon." All right, it's just a registration, isn't it? "Please stop pulling my ear, it hurts, besides, I spent all last night playing with you, and my back is about to give out." After dealing with a group of ruffians at the bar last night, they had played video games for quite some time before finally going to sleep, and now he was truly exhausted. Carrying 2 hefty bags for Gao Zihui, he could only move at a sluggish pace. At that moment, a wave of irritation washed over him. He could not fathom why girls always seemed to have so much baggage, unlike himself, who managed to fit all his essentials into a single canvas bag. As he spoke, curious onlookers passing by turned their heads to gaze at Gao Zihui, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She quickly pulled him aside, scolding, "Brother Pang, your words are causing misunderstandings among others." Upon hearing her, Pang Yi chuckled, "Oh, look at you, your thoughts have wandered to that direction. You re not the innocent girl you pretend to be. Isn't this just a normal interaction between boys and girls, and don't think I didn't notice you peeking through the door while I was changing last night." Gao Zihui grinned, but Pang Yi's expression shifted in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that her perceptive abilities were so keen. His clandestine actions had not escaped her notice. "Zihui, let us hurry inside to register, I feel like I'm about to sunburn," Pang Yi urged, striding ahead. As they walked, they found it challenging to quicken their pace amidst the bustling crowd. Surrounded by luxury vehicles, without careful observation, one might mistake the scene for an outdoor auto show. Pang Yi felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Were they here to study or to engage in a display of wealth? Yet, this was a reflection of the declining standards among students in Huagua. Blind expansion had allowed many diligent and hard-working students to gain admission, while those from privileged backgrounds could easily bypass obstacles and share the same classrooms. It seemed rather unjust. With a resigned sigh, Pang Yi noticed a sleazy man swiftly approaching. The corners of the man's mouth curled upwards, eyes glinting mischievously, hands poised to act, clearly intending to take advantage of the crowded surroundings to inappropriately touch a female student. Upon witnessing this, Pang Yi lamented the presence of such scum even within the hallowed halls of academia. Meanwhile, Gao Zihui was oblivious to the approaching bald man, engrossed in her surroundings. "Junior, need any assistance?" I could. The bald man hastily approached, but his intentions were far from noble as he lunged towards Gao Zihui. Without a moment's hesitation, Pang Yi swiftly stepped in front of her, while the bald man, undeterred, lunged with hands outstretched. Unfortunately, he did not grasp what he had anticipated. The bald man, confident in his approach, was taken aback by the unexpected resistance, realizing it felt far smaller and sturdier than he had imagined. "Classmate, if you persist, I'll be forced to shout harassment," Pang Yi declared loudly, prompting laughter from those around them. Chapter 13. The surge of chi and blood. At this moment, when the bald man perceived the stares of others directed at him as if he were some sort of monster, his countenance turned as unpleasant as excrement. However, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, he chose to suppress his indignation, awkwardly covering it up by saying, "Apologies, junior brother. I slipped because my shoes were not suitable. Please do not misunderstand, I have no interest in men." Observing the bald man release his grip, Pang Yi smiled with ulterior motives. So that is the case. I noticed your hand was still rubbing, and I thought you were attempting to take liberties with me. I knew you were not that sort of perverse individual, senior brother, so there is no need for our classmates nearby to fear or regard you with disdain," Pang Yi remarked, yet his words only served to exacerbate the situation, making the surrounding classmates, particularly the female ones, exceedingly wary of the bald man. At this juncture, the bald man's expression grew increasingly grim, his fists clenched tightly and his teeth grinding audibly. He could scarcely fathom that this newly arrived student possessed such audacity, showing no regard for his seniority. Little did he realize that Pang Yi was no ordinary freshman. While he was out mingling, the bald man might still have been hiding in some corner playing hide-and-seek. Furthermore, Pang Yi was incensed at the audacity of anyone daring to lay a hand on Gao Zihui. Such an affront was undoubtedly a path to ruin. Pang Yi's chilling gaze pierced through the bald man's heart, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his back. At that moment, he dared not meet Pang Yi's eyes any longer, fearful that this individual might lose his composure and resort to violence. "Junior sister, may I inquire which academy you hail from? If you wish, I could assist you with your luggage and guide you." The bespectacled man redirected his attention toward Gao Zihui, smiling amiably. Had it not been for Pang Yi's presence, Gao Zihui might have fallen victim to this lecherous man's scheme. His feigned warmth now appeared exceedingly insincere. "Thank you, senior brother, I am a freshman from the School of Finance, but my luggage is rather heavy, so I wouldn't want to trouble you," Gao Zihui politely declined, yet the bald man was not about to let her off so easily. "Ah, what a coincidence. I am a third-year student from the School of Finance. My name is Wang Lei. Please, do not be so formal with me," the bald man continued with a grin, eager to seize the items from Gao Zihui's hands, hoping to savor the touch of her delicate fingers. However, his hand was intercepted mid-air. "Who would have thought I would encounter such an enthusiastic senior at school? My luggage truly is quite heavy. Since you were so kind, I shall not be courteous." Pang Yi feigned a struggle, then deftly grasped Wang Lei's hand, naturally placing the suitcase upon his arm. The sizable suitcase appeared burdensome, let alone when actually lifted. Upon hearing Pang Yi's words, Wang Lei instinctively furrowed his brow. After all, his intention had always been to draw close to Gao Zihui, and he had not anticipated Pang Yi's constant meddling. With no other option, Wang Lei awkwardly accepted the suitcase, and instantly, the veins on his arm bulged. It is only natural for seniors to assist juniors. I shall take care of this. Wang Lei began to regret accepting the suitcase, realizing just how heavy it was, especially since it lacked wheels. He had no choice but to struggle under its weight, moving slowly. Although Wang Lei appeared friendly, Gao Zihui remained cautious, entirely ignoring his presence. However, at that moment, Peng Yi shot her a knowing glance, indicating that something entertaining was about to unfold. Wang Lei, as he toiled, found it increasingly perplexing how the seemingly frail boy had lifted the luggage with such ease while he, considerably stronger, found it so taxing. That in an effort to impress the beauty, he clung to the suitcase, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gradually, he reached his physical limits, standing there in a strenuous posture. Observing this, the onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Embarrassed and enraged, Wang Lei could no longer bear the pressure from the crowd and threw the suitcase to the ground, exclaiming, "What the hell, are you playing with me? This suitcase has no wheels. What is the matter, senior brother? Could it be that you cannot lift this suitcase? Look at how I, so slender, can manage it. Perhaps you have overindulged and your body cannot keep up," Peng Yi remarked with a tone of feigned astonishment, eliciting even more laughter from those around. At that moment, Wang Lei felt an overwhelming urge to strike this insolent individual, but constrained by the throngs of people in the confines of the school, he could only endure. "Junior brother, it is merely the heat. My strength is temporarily lacking. Do not overthink it. Why not you give it a try, and then I can take over?" Peng Yi observed Wang Lei's ineptitude and shook his head, effortlessly tossing the suitcase onto his shoulder. Witnessing this, Wang Lei's expression turned dark, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Peng Yi shrugged. "Senior brother, you really ought to check your health. A visit to the hospital might be in order. Do not remain silent." And truly, overindulgence is detrimental to one's health. Peng Yi smiled as he grasped Gao Zihui's hand and continued forward. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lei felt a surge of rage and swung his fist toward Peng Yi's back. Chapter 14. The encounter. Overcome by rage, Wang Lei acted impulsively, failing to consider the repercussions as he launched a sudden attack from behind Peng Yi. A playful smirk emerged at the corner of Peng Yi's mouth as he silently slipped his right hand into his pocket, retrieving a slender toothpick. Channeling his internal power, he swiftly thrust the toothpick 3 inches into Wang Lei's body. Wang Lei merely felt a sharp prick, and then, as if his body were no longer under his control, his fist inexplicably swung back towards his own face. Bang! Struck by his own fist, Wang Lei lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Yet, a more peculiar occurrence ensued. Wang Lei's body curled into a shrimp-like position and began to tremble uncontrollably. "Damn, someone has fainted!" shouted an onlooker, prompting several others to quickly carry Wang Lei away. Peng Yi shrugged helplessly, remarking, "I told you not to engage in so many reckless antics. Look at the state you've gotten yourself into." Realizing it was yet another of Peng Yi's tricks, Gao Zihui couldn't help but smile sweetly. "Your brother Peng, I know it's your doing again. Will you teach me?" Peng Yi led Gao Zihui away from the crowd, and gazing into her inquisitive eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. "It's merely a little technique of acupoint striking. I can certainly teach you, but you'll need to practice Qigong with me to truly master it. You must be diligent." Gao Zihui had long coveted Peng Yi's remarkable skills, and upon hearing his explanation, she eagerly leaned closer to him. "As long as you're willing to teach me, I promise I'll work hard." With Gao Zihui so near, Peng Yi felt a fleeting rush of emotions and chuckled, "No need to rush. We have plenty of time ahead of us." Gao Zihui nodded earnestly, expressing, "Brother Peng, as long as you don't disdain me, I will surely learn well." "All right, let us hurry and complete our registration." With time pressing on, Peng Yi began to take matters into his own hands. After assisting Gao Zihui with her registration, he ventured alone towards Dongchuan College, adjacent to the city university. After searching for some time, he finally located the registration office for his traditional Chinese medicine program. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at other colleges, this place was eerily deserted. At the registration desk, there stood a wooden table with a small sign that read Traditional Chinese Medicine Registration. Upon seeing this, Peng Yi couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Who would have thought that such a once glorious discipline had fallen into such desolation? He tapped the wooden table, and the bespectacled man slumped over it, slowly stirred awake. Upon noticing the arrival of a new student, the man leaped up with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, finally someone else here to register." Hearing this, Peng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was hardly surprising that after such a long time, only one student had come to register. Upon hearing the bespectacled man's words, approximately 20 individuals emerged from the nearby dormitory building. What was particularly disheartening to Peng Yi was that they were all male, leaving him utterly perplexed. Didn't university life promise an abundance of beautiful women? As this group chattered amongst themselves, Peng Yi paid them no heed. His focus was on the registration process, and he inquired, "Excuse me, could you please inform me about the registration procedure?" The bespectacled man scrutinized Peng Yi from head to toe before responding with a smile, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Chang, the counselor and assistant counselor for the traditional Chinese medicine program. I'm currently a fifth-year student and serve as the counselor for all years from freshmen to seniors. Pang Yi's expression shifted at this revelation. Good grief, this rather unsavory-looking individual was the counselor, and he was responsible for all 5 years of students. How dire must the state of traditional Chinese medicine be? Rubbing the back of his head, Pang Yi asked, Counselor Chen, surely there aren't only 20 students in the entire traditional Chinese medicine program, right? Don't worry, Junior, there is no need to doubt our discipline. Although we may be few in number, we certainly don't rank at the very bottom of all programs. The paleontology and archaeology disciplines next door are the real rare species, Chen Chang replied somewhat defensively, seemingly pleased with the situation. This only deepened Pang Yi's sense of despair. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine was indeed alarming. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Is this the traditional Chinese medicine program? Why are there so few people? The speaker was Cai Yifan, dressed casually in a shirt and denim shorts, without any luggage, looking nothing like someone here to register. The other male students, like livestock, fixated their gazes on her, each revealing an unmistakable longing. A stunning beauty, particularly in a program so lacking in female presence, it was evident how excited they were. Hello, classmate, are you here to register? I'm the counselor for all years. Chen Chang adjusted his glasses, clearly struggling to maintain his composure in the presence of such a beauty. Is this some kind of joke? Is there really only this few people in the traditional Chinese medicine program? Cai Yifan replied, somewhat incredulous, taken aback by the scant number of students. Actually, while our program may be small, Chen Chang began to explain, but was cut off by Cai Yifan. No need to continue. I was actually looking for directions to the Western medicine program. As she posed her question, Pang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing that familiar voice, Cai Yifan turned her head, and their eyes met with a smile. Pang Yi remarked, oh, what a coincidence. It hasn't been long since we last met. Chapter 15. Clinging to you. Upon hearing these words, Cai Yifan couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. A surge of indignation rushed forth, recalling not only the incident in the restroom but also the ruckus caused at her family's hotel. This scoundrel had always been so shameless, and the mere thought of it ignited an inferno of anger within her. Gritting her teeth, Cai Yifan struggled to suppress the fury bubbling inside her, as the presence of so many people made it unseemly to explode. Pang Yi, observing Cai Yifan's angry demeanor, found an inexplicable charm in her vexation. Her flushed cheeks only served to enhance the beauty of her porcelain skin. Cai beauty, are you missing me? Is that why you're following me? He said with a mischievous grin. Cai Yifan scoffed coldly, her icy gaze piercing like a dagger into his heart. I wouldn't even dream of missing a scoundrel like you. Oh dear, I never imagined that Cai beauty harbored such peculiar tastes, enjoying the company of little creatures, Pang Yi retorted, his words laced with. Hearing this, the onlookers stifled their laughter behind their hands. Stop spouting nonsense, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Cai Yifan, driven to the brink of madness, completely abandoned the demeanor expected of a refined young lady from a prestigious family. Wow, I never anticipated that my guess would be right. You actually want to silence me. Pang Yi feigned terror, yet his smile betrayed his amusement. At that moment, Cai Yifan could no longer contain herself. She lifted her long leg to kick at Pang Yi. Scoundrel, you're the one courting disaster. Having been raised in an affluent household, Cai Yifan was well versed in the importance of decorum. Crude language and physical altercations were strictly off limits for a young lady, yet her rage clouded her judgment. With her right foot raised, she swiftly advanced towards Pang Yi, a dark shadow darting through the air, her legs appearing like a flurry of petals in his eyes. However, these antics were trivial to Pang Yi, who effortlessly caught her petite foot with one hand. With a casual tug, Cai Yifan suddenly lost her balance, the pressure on her foot causing her to cry out in pain. You scoundrel, that hurts. Then, with a flourish, Pang Yi spun in place, whirling her around several times until she felt dizzy, before finally releasing her into a nearby patch of grass. You have a long way to go if you think you can challenge me, Pang Yi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Cai Yifan, who was no match for his prowess. With her ankle reddened from his grip, Cai Yifan opted to sit on the grass, glaring fiercely as she declared, Don't think that just because you can overpower me physically, you're impressive. I will find countless ways to make you regret this. Ha, is that so? I'll be waiting. But I have a feeling you'll never see that day, Pang Yi replied with a teasing smile, leaving Cai Yifan feeling thoroughly humiliated. Fuming, she glanced at the onlookers who were snickering at her expense, which only deepened her embarrassment. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I will make you regret this right now. You're the four-eyed counselor, right? I want to join your major. Ah! Chen Chang exclaimed, initially surprised, then quickly became elated. It was rare to gain 2 new students in a blink of an eye. Sure, no problem. I'll help you with the paperwork in the next couple of days. Chen Chang said enthusiastically, bending slightly in deference. Pang Yi was left speechless. This girl truly acted on whims. Counselor, if there is nothing else regarding the enrollment process, I'll step out for a moment, Peng Yi said, recalling his earlier agreement with Gao Zihui to grab a meal together after finishing the enrollment. Chen Shang responded, the process is quite simple, just sign to confirm, and regarding accommodations, since our department isn't large, you might have to share a dorm with students from another department. Oh, that is fine by me, Peng Yi replied casually, as accommodations were of little concern to him, and even if he didn't stay in the school dormitory, it wouldn't be an issue. As he prepared to leave, suddenly a figure leapt from behind, affectionately calling out, Brother Peng, have you finished your paperwork? Gao Zihui's appearance made the onlookers from the traditional Chinese medicine department widen their eyes in disbelief, staring at Peng Yi in astonishment. It seemed this fellow had quite the charm with women. A wave of envy washed over the group, but Peng Yi sensed the situation turning awkward. He quickly clarified, brothers, this is my sister. Please don't misunderstand. Yet, his explanation only fueled further misinterpretation. The group regarded him with skeptical glances. There are plenty of fellows who refer to their girlfriends as sisters. Since we're all brothers here, there is no need for secrecy. Exactly, who knows, she might even be your wife. By day, she is a girlfriend. By night, she is a wife, he. Their banter left Peng Yi feeling embarrassed. Gao Zihui, perceptive as she was, blushed and tugged at his sleeve. Brother Peng, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go out to eat? Gazing at Gao Zihui's exquisite features and hearing her adorable voice, the group felt a pang of jealousy, inwardly lamenting why such a wonderful girl wasn't theirs. Sure, that is exactly what I was thinking. I'm going too. Kai Yifan suddenly interjected before Peng Yi could finish his sentence. Peng Yi shot her an exasperated look. Miss Kai, I didn't invite you, why do you insist on imposing yourself so shamelessly? I just want to irritate you, you scoundrel, I'm determined to cling to you. Kai Yifan retorted fiercely, her voice cold as ice. Chapter 16 Cooperative Treatment. Gao Zihui shot a disgruntled glare at Kai Yifan, who had previously exhibited unfriendly behavior at the restaurant. She was taken aback that this woman now sought to meddle, playing the role of an interloper and obstructing others, which only fueled her irritation. I suppose it's one thing to have peculiar preferences, but to act as a third party is quite another. Well, since you're here, do as you please, I have no time to engage with you, just know that if you attempt to throw yourself at me, I may not be able to resist, Peng Yi remarked, taking Gao Zihui's hand and gradually walking away. Peng Yi's words struck a nerve, and Kai Yifan, incensed, felt her anger rise sharply, her temper flaring. That if she were to shamelessly follow Peng Yi now, it would only add to her embarrassment. In the following days, Peng Yi, along with Gao Zihui and Gao Liyun, went out to view properties, ultimately renting a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. In truth, Peng Yi had long since purchased the property, now merely renting it to himself, which he found rather amusing. It was a rarity for Gao Liyun to have resided in such a fine abode. Upon entering, she couldn't help but explore every corner, her satisfaction growing with each glance, nearly bursting into laughter. Aunt Gao, do you think this place is acceptable? Zihui and I will return for dinner every weekend, just let me know if you need anything, Peng Yi said, a gentle smile gracing his lips, inexplicably warming his heart. After all, he had lived with Gao Zihui for several years, and Gao Zuilan treated him as if he were her own son. Over time, their bond had deepened into something stronger than blood. I am thoroughly satisfied, absolutely delighted, Gao Liyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Prior to meeting Peng Yi, she had been living in a dilapidated place with exposed wiring and water leaks. Now, she had moved into such a beautiful and comfortable home, it felt like a dream. At that moment, Gao Zihui smiled softly and said, Mom, with Brother Peng around, our lives will surely improve. You cheeky girl, where are your manners? It's just as well, I can't help but wonder if this is your good fortune from a past life, Gao Liyun responded, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Gazing at her daughter's smile, her eyes turned tenderly towards Peng Yi, and as if struck by a thought, she said, Zihui, dear, I'm over 50 now, how about you marry Brother Peng in a few years? I long to hold my grandchild. Mom. Gao Zihui's face flushed crimson upon hearing these words, at a loss for what to say. Even Peng Yi, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Gao Liyun's directness. After a brief silence, Peng Yi broke the tension. Auntie, it's still quite early for such matters, it's getting late, let us hurry and purchase some daily necessities and food to make this first night comfortable. Alright, Gao Liyun replied, nodding with a beaming smile. As the trio reached the entrance, they encountered a tall middle-aged man returning to the opposite apartment, accompanied by a rather unattractive girl, around 5'6", who appeared somewhat hunchbacked. This was the same girl from the old G Pig's Foot restaurant, and the man was Qin Lai. Peng Yi had not paid much attention to her before, but now, upon noticing her scars, he felt a jolt of shock, his heart trembling with an indescribable emotion. Gao Liyun's gaze lit up as she exclaimed, isn't that the chef from the restaurant? what a coincidence. Hello, I'm Qin Lai, and this is my daughter, Xiaoya. If you ever need assistance, please feel free to reach out, Qin Lai said, his eyes warm and his smile inviting, exuding a newfound kindness. It was evident that his state of mind had undergone a significant transformation, yet the hidden aura of a king remained unmistakable. Oh dear, how can I accept such kindness? Zhao Liyan replied, slightly embarrassed but feeling a surge of joy. Having someone looking out for them in their new environment was a blessing, and she found the chef to be quite amiable. Since Qin Lai had previously promised Peng Yi assistance in ensuring the safety of Gao Liyun and her daughter, their conversation continued amiably for a while before Peng Yi excused himself to leave first, as Gao Zihui stayed behind to accompany her mother. Subsequently, Peng Yi entered Qin Lai's apartment. Once inside, he scrutinized the unattractive girl, Xiaoya, with great seriousness. Hi, what happened to your daughter's scars? Could you please elaborate? Qin Lai looked at Peng Yi, astonished, then with hopeful anticipation, he asked, young man, do you have a way to heal my daughter's wounds? Last time, he nearly split me in two, and you expect me to foolishly seek him out? Peng Yi feigned irritation. However, Qin Lai, being an experienced man of the world, was not easily deceived by Peng Yi's antics, and he burst into hearty laughter. Peng Yi shook his head, bemused by the man's apparent madness. How could he laugh when his daughter was in need? Yet, he was indifferent about helping Xiaoya, as he preferred to act according to his whims, avoiding unnecessary complexities. However, seeing how sincerely you, old Qin, wish to assist me, I suppose I can do something within my capabilities, he said, looking at Qin Lai with a hint of exasperation, feeling somewhat weary of people like him. Upon hearing Peng Yi's words, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she softly asked, really, kid, do you have a solid plan? Don't let my daughter suffer further embarrassment. Otherwise, I might just have to hold you accountable, Qin Lai warned, glaring at Peng Yi with his clear, brown eyes. Do not compare me, Peng Yi, to those inept doctors. I prioritize medical ethics above all. Now, tell me how your daughter sustained these injuries so I can provide the appropriate treatment. Peng Yi felt that achieving a complete restoration of her face might be challenging, yet he was confident he could manage a 95% recovery. Qin Lai's expression darkened as he sighed heavily. I was ambushed previously, and it was Xiaoya who shielded me from the attack, but she fell victim to the enemy's poison. As soon as Qin Lai finished speaking, Peng Yi's brow furrowed, his demeanor becoming grave. Who could be so cruel as to employ such a vile method? Qin Lai's face darkened, and with a pained expression, he recounted, I fought tooth and nail to save Xiaoya, nearly losing my life in the process, but unexpectedly, the poison within her body erupted afterward, spreading relentlessly. I'll take a look and see if there is a solution, Peng Yi declared, diligently examining Xiaoya's condition, feeling a mix of wonder and helplessness. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Peng Yi finally exhaled, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The poison has been accumulating for too long, and its spread is extensive, but with my assistance, I can still manage to resolve it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lai's expression trembled with emotion. His heart raced as he clenched his fists tightly. You truly can save Xiaoya? If so, I would offer you my entire fortune, not leaving a single item behind. Peng Yi waved his hand dismissively, his lips curling into a dazzling smile. Your wealth is unnecessary. I merely wonder whether Xiaoya is willing to cooperate with my treatment. Chapter 17 of The Whale. Is it true? Am I truly saved? Xiaoya's emotions surged with barely contained excitement as her delicate hand brushed over her scar, her face and eyes trembling as she repeatedly uttered the words. Peng Yi revealed a mysterious smile and confidently assured her, do I appear to be jesting? We care for nothing. As long as you can heal me, I would serve you for the rest of my life. Xiaoya's voice quivered as she spoke, her heart seemingly stirred into tumultuous waves, and in an instant, she knelt before Peng Yi. His expression flickered momentarily, touched by her sincerity. Clearly, no girl is indifferent to her appearance, especially one as young as Xiaoya. All right, there's no need for you to kneel. Since I have promised Brother Qin, I will honor my word. Peng Yi quickly helped Xiaoya to her feet, pondering that while her voice was enchanting, there was nothing yet to captivate him, and he promptly returned to the matter at hand. Based on my current understanding of your condition, I have devised 4 or 5 potential solutions, but there are 3 that are most viable. Xiaoya nodded seriously, attentively listening to Peng Yi's words. First, we could exhaust my internal energy to force the toxins out of your body, but this would be exceedingly taxing. Depleting my energy could take years to recover, so I shall dismiss this option for now. Second, this method might be something you would rather avoid. I possess a set of techniques that harmonize yin and yang, which could expel the toxins, but the process would be slow and somewhat difficult to articulate. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya eagerly pressed, what do you find difficult to articulate? Qin Lai, being a seasoned individual in the ways of the world, naturally understood Peng Yi's implication. It was evident he was referring to matters of intimacy, wherein the union of yin and yang would cleanse the body. Ahem. Peng Yi, having not encountered such an innocent girl in a long time, felt his face flush with a hint of embarrassment as he continued, well, it's rather obvious. I am talking about the bridal chamber. Pervert. At this, Shoya covered her face, her youthful shame contrasting starkly with her previously fierce demeanor, creating a vast chasm between the two. I too believe this method is inappropriate. Although it carries the least risk, it contravenes moral propriety. And now, let us move on to the third option. As he spoke, Peng Yi produced a silver needle from behind him. I will use this silver needle to detoxify, halting the spread of the poison within you. Then, I will channel my internal energy through the needle, gradually expelling the toxins. This method sounds promising. Xinlai exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Peng Yi's approach. He regarded the young man with a fervent gaze, filled with respect. At just over 20 years of age, he was surprisingly more astute than many elderly physicians. Holding the silver needle between his middle and index fingers, the needle glimmered as Peng Yi infused it with his true energy, causing it to emit a humming sound. He smiled and earnestly warned, though it may seem simple to you, it is not as easy as it appears. My cultivation is of a purely yang constitution, while women are inherently yin. Thus, when I channel my energy into you, the clash of yin and yang will inevitably induce discomfort. Moreover, as I force the toxins out, you will experience a pain akin to being scorched by boiling water. As he spoke, Xinlai furrowed his brow, his expression wavering between concern and dread. The vivid description suggested immense suffering. He contemplated that such agony would be more painful than bone scraping. While a man might endure it, for a woman like Shoya, it would feel akin to having flesh torn from her bones. However, given the circumstances, there was no alternative. Kid, this is far too unbearable. Why not let me channel my energy to support you? Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Peng Yi felt a deep-seated admiration for the man known as the Mad Blade. He had once commanded respect and instilled fear, yet now he revealed a tender side. Just as Peng Yi was about to respond, Shoya interjected, Father, please don't deplete your internal energy. Even if it takes 5 or 6 years to recover, the cost is too great and not worth it. Peng Yi was struck by Shoya's address of Xinlai's father, deepening his respect for the Mad Blade, realizing he was willing to sacrifice his precious energy for the sake of his adopted daughter. Shoya's resolute refusal of Xinlai's suggestion left him at a loss. Seeing this, Peng Yi remarked, Xinlai, I believe we should proceed with the third method. Even if you are willing to exhaust your internal energy for your daughter, she is unwilling. Peng Yi spoke with sincerity, prompting Xinlai to reconsider, and he sighed in resignation. Very well then. We shall proceed with the third option. Rest assured, await my good news, Peng Yi assured her, tossing the needle casing into the air. In an instant, the elongated casing unfurled, revealing a shimmering silver light. The silver needle appeared ordinary, yet a discerning eye would recognize its extraordinary quality. Even the subtle color variations indicated its remarkable craftsmanship. Peng Yi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spotted a wooden table, and with utmost seriousness, he instructed, lie down upon it, and we shall begin the treatment. Without hesitation, Shoya reclined on the wooden table. Peng Yi raised his hand, channeling his internal energy, producing a silver needle that glimmered ominously, undoubtedly the result of prolonged detoxification. Xinlai observed closely, sensing an aura of foreboding emanating from the needle. Old Xin, it would be best for you to stand at least 10 feet away. The toxins are fierce. If you are contaminated, I cannot guarantee your rescue, Peng Yi said with a smile, his meaning clear. Thus, Xinlai retreated several steps, watching intently. Peng Yi focused intently, concentrating his energy into his hands. He swiftly administered 7 precise injections to Shoya's afflicted areas. However, this was merely the beginning. Directing his energy towards the silver needle, Peng Yi continuously infused it with pure yang energy. As the energy flowed, Shoya began to feel an intense burning sensation spreading throughout her body. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream, her voice filled with anguish. Chapter 18 Playtime. The power of the dragon and tiger within Peng Yi surged increasingly, and he could faintly perceive the muted sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant resonating within him. The essence of the dragon and tiger gradually began to take form, manifesting upon his surface. Naturally, under such intense stimulation, Shoya's suffering was escalating at a geometric rate, her cries growing ever more heartrending. Even Peng Yi found himself struggling to maintain composure. In a moment of desperation, he tore a piece of cloth from his garment and stuffed it into Shoya's mouth. Meanwhile, Xinlai had retreated to the balcony, turning his gaze outward. As Peng Yi intensified his internal energy, the toxins within Shoya were rapidly accumulating, all of which were confined within 7 needles that had now turned a deep, ominous black. Observing Shoya's tear-streaked visage, her face wet with sorrow as she emitted muffled sounds, Peng Yi couldn't help but admire her resilience. This woman surpassed many men in strength. Despite the excruciating pain, she managed to endure. In an effort to bring a swift conclusion to her torment, Peng Yi summoned the last vestiges of his internal strength to expel all the silver needles. The needles, having absorbed the entirety of the toxic essence, slowly morphed. Peng Yi dared not relent. with his hands clasped in an embracing posture, he gathered all 7 silver needles into their sheaths. The purple-black needles began to revert to their original hue. One could only imagine the extraordinary nature of these needles, far beyond anything one could procure from the market. Hearing Choya's voice returning to normalcy, Qinlai stepped back inside and was astonished to witness the previously disfigured areas of her face gradually healing at an incredible pace. Choya felt a tingling sensation across her cheeks, as though the wounds were scabbing over, and to her astonishment, they began to flake away. Unaware of the events transpiring, she noted the look of surprise etched upon Qinlai's features. "You rascal! This is unbelievable. If I am not mistaken, you have employed the legendary Tiangang Disha needle technique. I never expected there to be a successor in this world." Qinlai exclaimed with fervor, oblivious to the fact that Peng Yi was drenched in sweat and appeared considerably weakened. Peng Yi refrained from mentioning that this third method required a significant amount of internal energy. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have restored the woman's visage to its former glory. At this moment, Choya incessantly touched her own face, overwhelmed with astonishment and momentarily at a loss for words. When Qinlai turned to express his gratitude towards Peng Yi, he was struck by the sight of Peng Yi's pallid complexion, prompting him to swiftly pat his shoulder and channel his internal energy into him. With Qinlai's robust internal force coursing through him, Peng Yi felt a slight revival of strength. "You have done me a tremendous favor, my friend. It appears I shall never be able to repay this debt," Qinlai said, his tone brimming with unbounded gratitude. Peng Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, dismissively responding, "It was merely a trifling matter." Originally intending to leave after this exchange, Peng Yi was taken aback upon gazing upon Choya's true appearance. The figure before him was no longer the fearsome visage of a disfigured woman. Instead, a girl with fair, radiant skin, as delicate as if it could be pierced by a gentle breeze, stood before him. Her clear, captivating eyes sparkled, complemented by a finely contoured nose and cherry-like lips that exuded a myriad of enchanting charms. Such exquisite beauty was indeed a rare find. "I cannot thank you enough, Brother Peng. I am at a loss for how to repay you." The original Choya was not of this current temperament. The disfigurement had driven her to become increasingly extreme. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Having lost hope in her appearance, she felt as though she had been reborn. Meanwhile, Peng Yi, reflecting on his previous actions, found himself regretting his earlier demeanor. Though his face flushed with embarrassment, he reverted to his cheeky nature. "Old Hai, didn't you mention a second method earlier?" "I think, for the sake of thoroughness, Brother Peng, you scoundrel." Choya realized the implication behind Peng Yi's words, and feeling her cheeks heat up, she hurriedly retreated to her chamber. That girl is truly something." Qinlai chuckled at the scene, adding, "Youngster, how you choose to conduct yourself is beyond my concern. Now that she has fled, what else can I do? But this is but a trifling matter, do not dwell on it. Just remember to keep an eye on Aunt Gao when you have the chance," Peng Yi remarked before making his exit. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sensing impending trouble, he resolved to find a suitable place to rest. At the Kai family estate, Kai Yifan returned home, visibly agitated. Sitting before the mirror, she picked up her cosmetics and hurled them towards the door. The items traced an arc through the air, only to be effortlessly caught by an individual standing at the entrance. "Oh dear! Xiaoqing, you have finally returned. I need you to deal with the scoundrel for me." Kai Yifan fumed upon seeing the person at the door. Yi Qing shook her head, walking over to Kai Yifan's side with an exasperated expression. "Miss, I have just returned from the countryside. Why are you so incensed? Which wretch has offended you?" Kai Yifan and Yi Qing were inseparable friends. Despite their differing statuses, their bond remained unscathed. Thus, Kai Yifan recounted the entire saga to Yi Qing, embellishing the tale with her own flair. "Xiaoqing, I will not relent. I must teach this scoundrel a lesson. Whether you take action yourself or hire an assassin, he has vexed me beyond measure." Kai Yifan declared with fervor, her indignation palpable. Upon hearing her words, Yi Qing, as a loyal friend, instinctively clenched her fists, her own anger ignited. "Miss, I have not met this individual. For me to act without the patriarch's consent or to enlist someone else would be unreasonable." Though she spoke in protest, her grip on a small steel ball tightened, causing it to dent slightly. Seeing this, Kai Yifan sighed in resignation. "You always let my grandfather dictate my actions, and even though you possess martial skills, you refuse to let me learn. It infuriates me. Miss, you must understand that such arrangements are undoubtedly for the patriarch's purposes. Besides, with me protecting you, should you not feel secure?" Yi Qing began to shift the topic. At that moment, Kai Yifan seemed to have an epiphany. "Xiaoqing, I sense something is amiss. My grandfather typically does not impose such restrictions on my outings. Has something occurred?" "Miss, surely you jest. Did I not mention before returning home that the patriarch had left you a letter for your perusal? Yi Qing slapped her forehead, exasperated. Oh. It seems there was indeed such a matter, Kai Yifan replied as she hurriedly opened a letter that rested upon the table. The contents appeared mundane at first glance but were meant to be deciphered in a unique manner. As Kai Yifan casually skimmed through it, she suddenly stumbled upon something intriguing, and her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 19 The Trick on the Other Side. Peng Yi found a grand tree in a park near the community. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he lost track of time until he sensed the surroundings beginning to settle into tranquility. His body, having expended a considerable amount of internal energy from the dragon tiger technique, started to feel quite feeble. Unexpectedly, a sign of the poisonous fire began to spread. It originated from his dantian, and if he did not suppress it promptly, it would gradually ravage his body until he was engulfed in flames. With his mind unified, Peng Yi entered a state of heightened concentration. Everything around him appeared to freeze, becoming ethereal and insubstantial. After an indeterminate period, he finally stirred from his reverie, his garments soaked with perspiration. Gasping for fresh air, he felt as though he had been reborn. Damn, I was nearly on the brink of death. If it weren't for the dragon tiger internal energy suppressing it, I would have been summoned by the king of hell. As he mumbled to himself, the leaves in the forest rustled abruptly, as if something had darted past. Plucking a leaf, Peng Yi tossed it towards the area of disturbance. With a whoosh, a figure stirred the surrounding foliage, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a graceful woman clad in form-fitting black attire. Her hair was tied in a small ponytail, and her upper body swayed vigorously to evade detection. The impressive curves of her figure compelled Peng Yi to steal a few more glances before he remarked nonchalantly, "Well now, a splendid figure, but your methods are rather sneaky." A fine sheen of sweat appeared on the black-clad woman's forehead. Had she not been vigilant, the leaf might have struck her. It was evident that this target was formidable indeed. She is quite the character. No wonder she possesses such audacity, the woman said coldly, her beautiful eyes harboring an undercurrent of lethal intent. Amusing. You have yet to witness the true extent of my prowess. Shall I demonstrate? Peng Yi replied with a cheeky grin, playfully gesturing towards his lower half. Humph. Though the woman was irked, she was not swayed by Peng Yi's antics. She sensed the intense killing aura emanating from him and dared not act recklessly against such a dangerous individual. At that moment, Peng Yi leaped forward several times, closing the distance between them. With foes ahead and no retreat behind, the black-clad woman found herself before a vast lake, gritting her teeth in determination. "I'll fight you," she declared, her fists clenched tightly as she charged at Peng Yi like a gust of wind. A flurry of punches came hurtling towards him, but Peng Yi merely smiled, regarding her flowery techniques with indifference. After easily evading a few strikes, his grin only widened, which to the black-clad woman felt like a blatant humiliation. Transforming her punches into palm strikes, she infused her blows with internal energy, delivering them with the ferocity of a razor-sharp blade. Knowing the ease with which he could break wood and divide stakes, Peng Yi deftly sidestepped to the left. The woman's palm struck the tree trunk, cleaving it in two as if it had met a keen edge. As she processed her astonishment at the failure of her assault, Peng Yi suddenly appeared to her left. He swiftly entwined his hands around her arms, drawing their bodies astonishingly close. Their positions lent themselves to suggestive interpretations, particularly as his hands inadvertently brushed against her sensitive areas. With a chuckle, Peng Yi reveled in the softness he was now fondling, the sensation undeniably delightful. The black-clad woman, taken aback, found herself devoid of strength. However, she was no novice. She arched her body and, in a moment of surprise for Peng Yi, shifted from defense to offense, ensnaring him instead. "Oh," Peng Yi exclaimed, astonished. This counterlocking technique felt eerily familiar. Recognizing it, he instinctively knew how to counter it. "You little thief, I wonder if you'll still be so defiant when you beg for mercy," she proclaimed triumphantly. In a sudden twist, Peng Yi rolled on the grass, unexpectedly escaping her grip and seizing the opportunity to indulge in the intoxicating aroma of a woman. After a few breaths, he finally released her, leaning close to her side and reminiscing, "Your fragrance is delightful. What brand of perfume do you use, bastard? I didn't expect such a lecherous expert." The woman felt Peng Yi had lost his composure as a master, angrily retorting. As she spoke, her ample assets swayed in response to her indignation. Peng Yi laughed. "Well, there is no rule stating that a master cannot enjoy the scent of their opponent, right? In fact, I ought to strip you of that alluring black outfit." At this moment, the woman saw the lingering gaze of Peng Yi fixated on her crucial attributes, causing a flicker of fear to arise within her. Observing this, Peng Yi suppressed his mischievous nature and began to inquire seriously, "Let us not waste time. What is your relationship with Brother Xiaolong, and how do you know that counterlocking technique?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted from surprise to calm contemplation. She quietly retorted, "How do you know the name of my technique?" Chapter 20 Here I come. Are you from the Kai family, if I am not mistaken? Peng Yi inquired tentatively. Upon hearing the words Kai family, the woman in black involuntarily shuddered. Observing her reaction, Peng Yi naturally deduced that she tacitly acknowledged his statement. The expression on the woman's face was one of bewilderment as she stepped closer to him, saying, "How did you know I belong to the Kai family?" The locking technique was developed by my good brother Kai Yongfan and me, so one can easily connect the dots. However, I am curious as to how you came to know it. Did you perhaps learn it from my elder brother through more intimate means? Peng Yi chuckled, his lewd grin causing the woman's expression to darken instantly. Given their proximity and the moonlight illuminating her features, Peng Yi discerned that this woman was none other than Yi Qing, a close attendant and confidant of Kai Yifan. You are truly shameless. This isn't a fight, you're merely trying to take advantage of me, and do not slander my young master, Yi Qing retorted, her annoyance evident as she shot him a glare upon hearing her words. Peng Yi pondered for a moment. Although she was a woman, she was trained by the formidable brother of the dragon, which made her a sort of apprentice. Thus, he felt somewhat guilty for potentially bullying someone of a lesser rank, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Who told you to dress like that? I thought someone was trying to seduce me for money. But on another note, what brings you here? Peng Yi hastily shifted the subject, as he realized this could tarnish his tall, handsome, and upright image. Suddenly, Peng Yi pointed his finger at Yi Qing's neck, startling her into a swift retreat, her gaze fixed warily on him. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to pressure my acupoints and commit some nefarious deed? Do not presume that your martial prowess surpasses mine. When the moment calls for it, I shall remain unyielding, she warned. Seeing her demeanor, Peng Yi found it somewhat amusing, a mischievous smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. TCH, I would never resort to force. There are plenty willing to offer themselves to me. I merely intended to discern the nature of your internal energy. As I suspected, you practice a style that is both fierce and domineering. How do you know that? Yi Qing queried, her suspicion piqued. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary and lecherous fellow possessed any real skill. Typically, women have a keen constitution, yet you cultivate a vigorous internal energy, which contradicts your innate attributes. Thus, your efforts are likely to yield only half the results. Even if you were to train for 100 years longer than I, you would still fall short of my abilities. Just as Yi Qing was taken aback, Peng Yi reached into his trousers and retrieved several filthy scraps of paper, tossing them before her. As she caught them, a peculiar odor wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to ask, "What is this? Surely you do not mean to imply it is paper for that purpose, do you?" It stinks. Peng Yi, who had intended to portray himself with a certain flair, nearly stumbled upon hearing her remark. What on earth? How could you harbor such a filthy thought? This is a set of martial techniques I retrieved from someone I previously defeated. However, they lean towards a feminine attribute and are not suited for me. His demeanor did not suggest deceit, yet Yi Qing remained wary of his intentions and quickly inquired, "Why the sudden generosity in offering me a set of techniques?" I did not pay much attention to the name of the technique, but knowing you are from the Kai family, you must protect your young mistress. By giving you this technique, I hope that when I am not around, you can look after her. After revealing his true intentions, Yi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Yi Qing had come to ascertain Peng Yi's strength, as she and Kai Yifan had seen a letter indicating that he would be the one to protect her. Her expression softened slightly as she rolled the paper and tucked it away, saying, "I did not expect you to be somewhat decent. You are not as terrible as I imagined." Ahem. Hearing this, Peng Yi nearly choked on his own indignation. You should return and diligently practice this technique, who knows when it might come in handy. Of course, if you are outmatched, I will not show mercy. Noticing his demeanor, Yi Qing understood his ulterior motives and shot him a sharp glare. Rest assured, I will surely make you regret crossing me. Having completed her task, Yi Qing leapt onto a tree and swiftly vanished into the night. Peng Yi could not help but chuckle to himself, muttering, "These ladies are all quite exhilarating. I fear I may lose control and find myself in a predicament." This thought reminded him of an unfinished matter from before, prompting him to exit the park and weave through the small houses. The Qingleng Construction Company, located in Dongchuan Qingyun District, was a formidable presence in the area. Though it operated under the guise of a legitimate business, it was, in fact, comprised of underground forces, with most employees being petty thugs. These employees managed the local security, which was merely a euphemism for collecting protection fees. On the 7th floor of the company, the lights blazed brightly. Ah Xing, how dare he toy with me, even my brother Diao, I will make him regret it. Brother Diao slammed his hand on the table, bellowing in frustration. Before him, Diao Gu bore the marks of a fierce beating, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. It was evident he had suffered greatly. Brother Diao, we have assigned more brothers to investigate. I believe we will soon smack. Just as Xing began to report, he was abruptly slapped across the face without warning. His cheek reddened and swollen, Xing dared not express his anger, standing meekly to the side. You incompetent fool, you cannot even handle a simple task. Brother Diao's veins bulged with rage, wishing to slap Xing into submission to vent his fury. Brother Diao, that fellow is truly formidable. Diao Gu struggled to speak, but his voice lacked conviction, haunted by the memory of Pang Yi's thunderous tactics. What nonsense are you spouting, Quan? Have you been knocked senseless? Brother Diao's fierce gaze swept the room, causing all the lackeys to lower their heads in fear of his intimidating presence. A bunch of cowards, useless. If that brat dares to show his face, I will make him unrecognizable. Brother Diao declared, brimming with bravado, when suddenly the door was flung open with a crash, falling to the ground. In that instant, a figure stepped through the doorway with a smile, slowly making his entrance. Ah, since you have summoned me, I surely cannot disappoint you. Here I am. Chapter 21 of the lesson. Damn it, I didn't expect you to come here on your own accord, you little fool. Go on, make sure to teach this guy a lesson. Brother Diao bellowed in fury. However, to his astonishment, the other lackeys remained motionless, their vacant eyes fixated on Pang Yi, seemingly oblivious to Brother Diao's command. You bunch of idiots, do you not take me seriously? With his subordinates staring blankly, Brother Diao's bravado diminished significantly. Was this kid really that terrifying? A glance towards the door revealed a disconcerting sight. His men lay scattered across the ground outside, and the fact that so many were stationed there yet this young man had managed to slip in unnoticed was alarming. Recalling the events at the bar, Pang Yi had resolved to seek out Brother Biao to tie up loose ends for the safety of Gao Zihui and her daughter. As he made his way, he swiftly incapacitated the guards without inflicting serious harm, nearly rendering them unconscious. Brother Biao, struggling to pry his eyes open, met Pang Yi's gaze with an expression that betrayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this encounter all along. Meanwhile, Brother Diao's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, and with a look of astonishment, he inquired of Pang Yi, "How did you get in here?" "How did I get in?" "It's amusing that you, as a leader, would ask such a foolish question. Am I supposed to fly in? Ridiculous." Pang Yi replied, exasperation evident in his voice as he surveyed the worthless thugs around him, his expression turning icy. "Weren't you eager to find trouble with me? Well, here I am." At that moment, everyone present could palpably sense an ominous aura, the kind of murderous intent typically reserved for the battlefield, one that sent shivers down their spines. Having previously faced Pang Yi, Brother Biao understood the depths of his fearsome reputation. He was no fool and promptly began to slither away from Pang Yi, desperate to avoid any misinterpretation of his intentions. Brother Diao, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, recognized the threat Pang Yi posed. Suppressing his racing heart, he forced a smile, concealing his treachery as he said, "My friend, we are a legitimate company. Don't think you can cause chaos here." "Ha, a legitimate company, you say? Every one of your employees looks like a devil incarnate, and don't think I'm unaware that you're armed with knives and iron bars," Pang Yi retorted, picking up a pen from Brother Diao's desk. With a swift flick, the pen shot forth, striking one of the lackeys squarely in the arm. Blood gushed forth spectacularly as the thug shrieked in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered. A kitchen knife clattered to the ground, causing another thug beside him to tremble, his weapon slipping from his grasp. The man before them was terrifying. A mere pen had flown faster than an arrow, with unerring accuracy. Such a display of strength and speed was utterly formidable. "Ha, is this what you call a legitimate company?" Pang Yi said, approaching the injured thug and casually picking up the knife, bending it effortlessly as if it were a mere sheet of paper. The others watched in horror, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Everyone, drop your weapons!" Brother Diao, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted desperately. Upon receiving the command, the other lackeys hastily discarded their arms. Brother Diao, with a pitiful expression, turned to Pang Yi, pleading, "My friend, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." "Oh?" Pang Yi replied, his brow raised in curiosity at Brother Diao's rapid change of demeanor. Yet, he was no fool. With a nonchalant smile, he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Brother, why don't we have a proper discussion?" Brother Diao suggested, his smile disingenuous as he inched closer to Pang Yi. The lackeys, observing this stark contrast in Brother Diao's demeanor, silently anticipated impending doom for their leader. As Brother Diao drew nearer, his right hand stealthily reached into his pocket, producing a small handgun, which he aimed at Pang Yi's forehead. "You little brat, let us see how cocky you still are." Brother Diao had long plotted to take advantage of their proximity to fire a shot at Pang Yi without hesitation. The trigger was pulled, and the bullet erupted from the barrel like a fiery dragon. Bang! The projectile tore through flesh, sending blood and gore spraying in all directions, leaving a gaping wound at such close range. "Damn it, are you playing dirty with me?" A cold smile crept across Pang Yi's face as he effortlessly seized the gun from Brother Diao's grasp, spinning it in his hand as Brother Diao screamed in agony, his palm obliterated, the pain overwhelming his senses. He rolled on the ground, sweat pouring from his brow. Disposing of the gun, Peng Yi crushed it beneath his foot, advancing step by step toward Brother Diao. Despite the excruciating pain, Brother Diao caught a glimpse of a figure drawing near, and with great difficulty, he raised his head to meet Peng Yi's gaze, filled with desperation. "How much do you want?" "I can give you 1,000,000,000. Fear radiated from Brother Diao's eyes. There was no hint of deceit in his plea, yet, upon seeing the icy resolve in Peng Yi's gaze, despair enveloped him. It was clear that Peng Yi had no interest in money. Peng Yi let out a scoff, shaking his head in exasperation as he approached Brother Diao. Well, I didn't expect a small-time boss like you to have some money. However, I am not interested in your wealth. I can, however, offer you 2 options." Despair transformed into a flicker of hope as Brother Diao, eager to appease, responded like an eager puppy, "Just tell me, brother. I won't compel you to commit any heinous acts. All you need to do is present evidence of your misdeeds, and I will spare you." Upon hearing this, Brother Diao's body went rigid. "Brother, could we perhaps negotiate another option?" "Certainly, you may choose how you wish to depart from this world. Please, if I provide you with evidence, I will surely meet my end. There are individuals far more formidable than I behind me, and I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old son to care for. I implore you, spare me." Brother Diao pleaded, desperate to cling to Peng Yi's leg in tears. Peng Yi's expression darkened slightly. He had intended to leverage Brother Diao's vulnerability to prevent any malicious intentions towards him. However, he inadvertently discovered a crucial piece of information. There seemed to be more powerful figures behind Brother Diao. It appeared that trouble was indeed brewing endlessly. With a resigned sigh, Peng Yi smiled as he approached Brother Diao. "Rest assured, if I require evidence from you, I will not only spare your life but also ensure your safety." "Really? Are you certain?" Brother Diao asked hesitantly, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Absolutely. While I may not possess overwhelming strength, I will show no mercy to the scum of society," Peng Yi asserted, an air of commanding authority emanating from him. Brother Diao lowered his gaze, still conflicted. Observing his hesitation, Peng Yi knew precisely how to proceed. He produced a packet of black powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the wound in Brother Diao's hand. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I can heal your injury." As Brother Diao marveled at the sight, he witnessed the blood from his wound begin to coagulate at an astonishing speed. "You will soon witness a miraculous moment," Peng Yi confidently declared, then called out to Brother Biao, who lay feigning death on the ground, "Xiao Quan, come here." Upon hearing Peng Yi's voice, Brother Biao quickly turned, pointing at himself in confusion. "Me?" "Yes, you. Hurry!" Peng Yi urged, understanding Peng Yi's formidable nature. Brother Biao crawled over hastily. "What can I do for you, big brother?" "Drop your pants." Chapter 22. The aura of a master. Upon hearing the words, Diao Gu couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. With a hint of fear in his eyes, he cast a cautious glance at Peng Yi and softly asked, "Brother, do we really have to strip?" "Strip when I tell you to strip. Are you even a man?" Peng Yi urged impatiently, kicking Diao Gu lightly from behind. Terrified, Diao Gu hastily removed his trousers in a few swift motions. As he approached the final barrier of modesty, he hesitated momentarily, stealing a glance at Peng Yi. Sensing the piercing intensity of Peng Yi's gaze, Diao Gu, feeling conflicted, gritted his teeth and complied, silently praying that Peng Yi would be gentle, considering it was his first time. Noticing a flicker of anticipation on Diao Ji's face, Peng Yi felt an unsettling chill in his heart, fully aware of the unsavory thoughts occupying that scoundrel's mind. "Scoundrel, do not sully my pure spirit with your filthy imagination," he exclaimed dramatically, pointing at Diao Ji's wound. "Xiao Quan, hurry up and urinate on that guy's hand." At this command, Diao Ji's heart raced with fear. He understood the consequences of offending Diao Gu, yet he was even more aware of Peng Yi's formidable wrath. "What, are you joking?" Diao Gu roared upon realizing someone intended to urinate on him, his voice filled with indignation. With a fierce glare, Peng Yi swept his gaze over Diao Gu, rendering him momentarily speechless. Diao Gu, trembling with trepidation, hesitated, but eventually let go with a splash. Strangely, Diao Gu felt a sense of liberation, a surprisingly exhilarating sensation. Having long been oppressed by Diao Gu, the thought of defiling this man's dignity was immensely gratifying. Curiously, as the urine splashed onto Diao Ji's hand, his back began to heal, forming a scab almost immediately. Both Diao Gu and Diao Gu, witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, were left agape in disbelief. "How about that? You see my sincerity, right?" Peng Yi said, smiling at Diao Gu. "My God! De Diago, momentarily forgetting the humiliation, sprang to his feet, eager to embrace Peng Yi, marveling at what seemed to be miraculous healing. Peng Yi quickly sidestepped, a look of disdain on his face. All right, just hand over the evidence I need, and I can ensure your safety. Having witnessed Peng Yi's might, De Diago dared not play any tricks. He hurriedly approached the safe and extracted all the incriminating evidence of his past misdeeds. Brother, you must guarantee my safety, my connections are quite formidable, De Diago trembled, clutching the evidence tightly. Rest assured, no matter how powerful they are, I will uphold my promise, Peng Yi replied solemnly. Noticing De Diao's fearful demeanor, Peng Yi surmised that the individuals behind him were indeed not to be underestimated. Reluctantly, De Diago handed over all the documentation and evidence, stating, "These are records of my past actions. I hope you can ensure the safety of my family and fulfill your promise." Peng Yi nodded. "You need not worry, as long as I am here, no one will lay a finger on you, provided you refrain from any further immoral actions. If you dare to step out of line, I assure you that you will live to regret it." With a single step, Peng Yi stomped down hard, creating a gaping hole in the solid granite floor. The others present turned pale, none daring to utter a word. After departing from the Qing Wolf headquarters, Peng Yi sought a quiet place and, utilizing the equipment provided by Long Shiyu, contacted her. "There's someone whose background you could investigate for me." "Who?" came Long Shiyu's somewhat displeased voice from the other end. "Wu Gonggo." Upon hearing this name, Long Shiyu furrowed her brows. "Peng Yi, are you joking? Wu Gonggo is a scion of one of the 8 prominent families in Dongchuan. Why would you provoke them? My affairs have never been anyone's business. As for the task, I assure you it will be completed smoothly. I hope you can assist me, whether you choose to help or not. I am determined to proceed." Peng Yi spoke with an unwavering tone, exuding an air of menace. Long Shiyu fell silent for a moment before responding. "I can help you investigate him, but you mustn't act recklessly." "Ha, how amusing. If I intended to act recklessly, I wouldn't be entrusting this matter to you," Peng Yi replied, keen to keep the situation contained by delegating minor issues to Long Shiyu. After all, his vulnerabilities lay with the Gao mother and daughter, and he needed to eliminate any potential threats to proceed with his mission comfortably. "Fine, I will handle the matter for you," Long Shiyu responded, somewhat exasperated with Peng Yi's obstinacy. She then added, "Peng Yi, I need to inform you about another piece of intelligence." "What is it?" Peng Yi asked, a hint of unease creeping in. Did something unexpected or dangerous arise regarding the task? The Kufa-Yi from the Middle East will soon arrive in Dongchuan. Previously, Xiaolong and his brothers crossed paths with him, resulting in the death of his kin. He is returning now seeking vengeance against Xiaolong, so you must be cautious, Long Shiyu warned, her expression grave and her voice laced with concern. Upon hearing this name, Peng Yi's heart sank. "I didn't anticipate such a troublesome figure would come. Damn it, no matter, Long Shiyu, you focus on handling Wu Gonggo's affairs, I'll take care of everything else." Subsequently, Peng Yi informed Long Shiyu of his current location, then concealed the documents and evidence in a discreet spot before vanishing into the night. By now, it was deep into the night, and most had long succumbed to slumber. While Peng Yi remained preoccupied with a matter of utmost importance, the affairs of a former comrade had now become his primary concern and mission. At the Kai family's estate, security was tight, with guards stationed every 5 steps and every 10 steps. A cadre of men clad in black suits patrolled the area, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a shadow moved swiftly, soon disappearing behind the villa's walls. In a matter of moments, it skillfully climbed into one of the rooms. Inside, the chamber was lined with bookshelves filled with a myriad of tomes, and a long pearwood desk held an array of traditional writing implements neatly arranged. While these details were unremarkable, what struck Peng Yi was the unmistakable aura permeating the room. It was the aura possessed only by a true master. Chapter 23. One after another, Peng Yi could sense that this expert's prowess was on par with his own. This formidable individual, lurking within the Kai family estate, was undoubtedly there to protect the head of the Kai family, Kai Honglai. Gradually, he slipped through the window, carefully suppressing his presence. After all, he had no desire to stir up trouble, especially in the territory of the Kai family, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being encircled by a group of men in black suits and sunglasses, which would be far from enjoyable. As Peng Yi was about to make his way to Kai Honglia's room, the study door suddenly swung open with a force, revealing an elderly man with a head full of white hair, accompanied by a man exuding an intense aura of menace. In that instant, as Peng Yi registered his surprise, he could distinctly feel himself locked onto by a powerful presence. Should he dare to make any reckless movements, it would likely result in a fatal blow. At this moment, Peng Yi realized that his initial plan to infiltrate the Kai family estate unnoticed and mock the security measures had backfired spectacularly. "Young man, no need to be so tense. I was just about to send someone to find you, yet here you are, arriving uninvited, huh? Kai Honlai boomed with laughter, his vitality suggesting he was far from the typical frail elder. As Peng Yi scrutinized Kai Honlai, he perceived that this old man was indeed extraordinary. Despite his utmost efforts to infiltrate the Kai family, he had not anticipated being detected by this individual. To ease the tension, Peng Yi boldly took a seat on a nearby stool and crossed his legs. It appears you are indeed the master of the Kai family, Mr. Kaida. I intended to sneak in to find you, and you likely know the reason. Kai Honlai did not respond. Instead, he studied Peng Yi intently. Under the weight of Kai Honlai's gaze, Peng Yi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the man beside Kai Honlai was even more dangerous. He spoke in a low voice, Mr. Kai, since we are here to converse, I believe you should extend some respect to your guests. It is hardly appropriate to greet them with such a menacing aura. My temperament is rather volatile. I would feel quite embarrassed should I inadvertently destroy your furnishings. Peng Yi's words were not jest. An icy demeanor enveloped the room. Kai Honlai's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed that Peng Yi had effortlessly crushed the steel egg placed on the table into powder while speaking. The silent companion beside Kai Honlai recognized that Peng Yi was not joking and lowered his head, suppressing his murderous intent. Truly a disciple of old Shi, possessing both character and wit. The man in white approached, dressed in a pristine suit, with a whip tied atop his head. To Peng Yi's astonishment, this individual recognized old Shi. Oh, do you share some clandestine connection with old Shi? Peng Yi inquired with a sly smile, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. The man in white could not help but chuckle. I did not expect you to bear some resemblance to old Shi. You must be his disciple. To be candid, I was once a comrade of old Shi. My name is Long Yan. Long Yan? What kind of name is that? Peng Yi thought. Suddenly his expression shifted as disbelief washed over him. Long Yan, are you the one formerly known as the invincible Iron Fist? Long Yan chuckled. Who would have thought that time would pass, yet some would still remember my name. Peng Yi felt a sense of exasperation. This Long Yan was on the same level as the former Qinlai, and it perplexed him that such a master would require his assistance. Thus, he could not help but ask, Mr. Kai, given that we have a senior expert like Long Yan here, why do you still need a mere insignificant figure like me? Upon hearing this, both Kai Honlai and Long Yan exchanged glances of resignation. Kai Honlai sighed, Young man, I must be honest with you, I am truly at my wit's end. What do you mean, Mr. Kai? Peng Yi asked, perplexed. The title of Iron Fist is but a relic of the past. I am utterly incapable now. Long Yan's statement was abruptly interrupted as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Peng Yi rushed to Long Yan's side, helping him to a nearby stool. After checking his pulse, his expression turned grave. What is happening? Your internal organs feel ice cold. Who has poisoned you? Shock-filled Peng Yi's face. A master of Long Yan's caliber would be formidable to deal with, so who could have inflicted such damage upon him? This is merely a long-standing ailment exacerbated by some recent troublesome encounters, which have triggered my internal injuries. I fear that I will soon be unable to protect Mr. Su, Long Yan said, displaying a remarkable bravado. Are you jesting? Do not think to offload the dirty work onto me. I refuse to comply. Peng Yi retorted, retrieving silver needles from behind his waist. As he channeled his internal energy into Long Yan, he inserted the needles into Long Yan's crown. How do you possess such a skill? The 13 ghostly needles. Long Yan was taken aback, astonished that a youth in his 20s could master such profound needle techniques. Peng Yi paid no heed to Long Yan, focusing intently on transmitting his internal energy. As he assessed the situation, he discovered that Long Yan's condition was even worse than he had anticipated. The silver needles atop Long Yan's head began to tremble slightly, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from his forehead. Long Yan felt a marked improvement within, as if the stones lodged within him were gradually dissipating. By the heavens, I never imagined my injuries could still be salvaged. Long Yan exclaimed, laughter bursting forth. Peng Yi shot him an exasperated glance, saying, Elder, do not rejoice too soon. I am merely alleviating your symptoms. The frigid energy within you is exceedingly tyrannical. A complete cure will require time. To have a chance at recovery is something I had long ceased to hope for. Yet, I did not expect you to be so exceptionally gifted. Not only are your martial skills commendable, but your medical expertise is equally remarkable. Old Shi is indeed fortunate. Long Yan began to regard Peng Yi with newfound admiration. Upon hearing this compliment, Peng Yi felt a surge of joy. Receiving praise from someone of Long Yan's stature was more gratifying than earning 1,005. With you, young brother Peng, protecting my granddaughter, I can rest easy. Just as Kai Honlai began to speak, his expression suddenly darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Peng Yi was startled and quickly rushed to Kai Holia's side, urgently asking, "What on earth is happening here?" One falls, and then another follows. Chapter 24 of the Ice and Fire Supreme Bliss Pill. Peng Yi hurriedly approached Kai Honlai, promptly checking his pulse. Upon discerning the results, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. "By heavens, your internal organs are in a state of semi-paralysis and erosion. If I am not mistaken, your body is nearly infested with devouring worms." Peng Yi exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that his encounter with Kai Honlai would unveil such a dire situation. With a resigned shrug, he sighed softly and laid Kai Honlai upon a wooden table. He then retrieved a needle case from his waist, casting it into the air. The gleaming silver needles sparkled with a radiant light, subtly emanating a mysterious power. Long Yen gazed at the needles in profound awe, sensing the formidable energy they harbored, an essence he had encountered long ago. Struggling to believe his eyes, he inquired, "Is that the heavenly gang 36 needles and the earthly fiend 72 needles? Ah, I never expected there would be someone with discerning eyes. You must be aware that this is one of the treasures I obtained from old Shi, and the ghostly spirit 13 needle technique was also forced upon me by that old fellow," Peng Yi replied with a smile. "Who would have thought that someone so young would acquire so much genuine knowledge from old Shi? Truly remarkable. Do let me witness the prowess of your needle technique," Long Yen urged, eager to see Peng Yi in action. "Kai Laoxian, hold on for a moment, I shall alleviate your suffering," Peng Yi stated, preparing to insert the needle into Kai Honlia's body when, suddenly, the study door was kicked open. With bleary eyes, Kai Yifan exclaimed, "You scoundrel, what are you doing here?" Seeing Peng Yi poised to stab Kai Honlai with a needle, Kai Yifan momentarily froze, assuming an assassin was attempting to strike. "Xiaoyi, do not panic. Brother Peng is merely administering acupuncture to your grandfather. Please lower your voice so as not to disrupt his work and risk misplacing the acupuncture points," Long Yen quickly interjected, yet Kai Yifan remained unconvinced, her suspicion deepening. "What do you mean, Uncle Long? Are you implying that my grandfather is ill? But that doesn't mean this scoundrel can just do as he pleases." Kai Yifan protested, attempting to break free from her restraints. However, just as she moved a few steps, Peng Yi hurled a cigar from the ashtray towards her. Instantly, Kai Yifan felt as if her body had been immobilized, utterly unable to move. With a mastery of energy, although slightly lacking in finesse, this young man was on the cusp of reaching the transformation realm, a truly unexpected individual. Long Yen regarded Peng Yi with admiration, astonished that this lad not only possessed exceptional medical skills but also had astonishing cultivation that was rarely seen in a century. It is worth noting that Long Yen himself had only approached the threshold of the transformation realm at nearly 30 years of age, while Peng Yi, barely in his 20s, was merely a step away from that milestone. As Peng Yi anxiously treated Kai Honlai, Long Yen observed Kai Yifan, her eyes darting about in confusion, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Realizing she had been rendered immobile, she hastily implored, "Xiaoyi, Brother Peng is truly healing your grandfather. Do not act impulsively and offend our guest." The more serious Long Yen became, the more incensed Kai Yifan felt. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she plotted how to deal with this scoundrel, Peng Yi. After a brief moment, Kai Honlia's once pallid complexion began to regain its color. As he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he expressed, "Young brother, I am truly grateful. Were it not for you, my life would have been forfeit." "Let us save the gratitude for later," Peng Yi replied, his focus unwavering. After all, they had now reached the most critical juncture. He had to prevent the devouring worms within Kai Honlai from continuing their feast, and this required extreme measures. As anticipated by Peng Yi, Kai Honlai had scarcely finished speaking when he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. With each cough, small worms could be visibly seen expelled from his mouth. The coughing intensified, leading Kai Honlai to retch violently onto the floor. Peng Yi, quick on his feet, secured a trash bin to collect the contents. Worms mingled with a yellow-green liquid spilling into the receptacle. Wiping his mouth, Kai Honlai offered a rueful smile to Peng Yi. "Young brother, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you." Hearing this, Peng Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Kai Laoxian, I consider this a mere trifling inconvenience. The greater challenges lie ahead." With that, Peng Yi cast his gaze toward the motionless Kai Yifan. Given Kai Honlia's precarious condition, he sensed the gravity of the situation and could not help but reveal a wry smile. "Young brother, I am advanced in years, and my only remaining kin is this granddaughter. I will undoubtedly be relying on you in the future." Upon hearing this, Peng Yi exclaimed dramatically, "I see this not as a mere burden but rather a potential peril to my own existence." "Fear not. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. I, Kai Honlai, shall not treat you unfairly. Protect my granddaughter well, and riches and beauties will be yours for the taking," Kai Honlai assured, patting Peng Yi on the shoulder before turning to Kai Yifan. "Henceforth, Peng Yi shall serve as your bodyguard. However, given your similar ages, it would be more fitting for you to address each other as siblings, maintaining a respectful demeanor toward Brother Peng." Upon hearing Kai Honglia's promise, Pang Yi understood that the reward for this task would certainly be significant. Yet, his true desire lay not in wealth, but in an abundance of beautiful women. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement through him. However, the toxic fire coursing through his veins dampened his spirits. I must swiftly cultivate to the third level of the dragon and tiger chi, Pang Yi mused, then assured Kai Honglai with a resolute pat on his chest, rest easy, Kai Laoxian. Should anyone dare to disturb your granddaughter, I shall ensure they regret their actions. Upon hearing Pang Yi's righteous declaration, though his eyes betrayed a hint of lewdness, Kai Yifan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, wishing fervently to plunge a knife into this scoundrel right then and there. That is well. Aside from the safety of my granddaughter, I am also concerned about the meager legacy I can leave her, alas. Kai Honglai lamented, his demeanor one of profound despair. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for many years, he had seldom encountered fear, yet now he was rife with unfulfilled desires. Pang Yi understood Kai Honglia's sentiments. The current state of the Kai family was perilous. Should Kai Honglai depart from this world, leaving Kai Yifan alone, she would undoubtedly be vulnerable, and the ensuing dangers were all too evident. Kai Laoxian, though your condition is dire and I fear you may not last beyond 3 days, there is still a solution, Pang Yi stated, causing Kai Honglai to momentarily halt, realizing he had been enduring the agony through needles and medication for so long solely to suppress his internal torment. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would understand that excessive medication diminishes efficacy, leading to a state of drug resistance. At this moment, Kai Honglai had reached a point of near-complete resistance. Even medication could no longer quell the excruciating pain. If one were to categorize levels of pain, scrapes and cuts would barely register as a level 1, while the agony of being devoured from within by these worms had escalated to a catastrophic level 10. The slow, intensifying torment felt as though it were gnawing at his very cells. Kai Honglai had not even disclosed the severity of his ailment to Kai Yifan, and now, upon learning of her grandfather's plight, she appeared momentarily stunned. Continuing from earlier, Pang Yi retrieved a small vial from his pocket, pouring out a single pill and announcing, Kai Laoxian, I possess a method that may extend your life and possibly lead to a full recovery. I wonder if you would dare to try it. What method is this, pray tell, and what is this pill of yours? Kai Honglai asked, incredulity evident in his voice as he began to stutter. Pang Yi brandished the brown pill in his hand, shrouding it in mystery as he declared, this is the Ice and Fire Supreme Bliss Pill. Chapter 25. Upon observing the ecstasy pill in Pang Yi's hand, Kai Honglia's previously despairing eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If not for his current state of utter weakness, he would have lunged toward Pang Yi without hesitation. Brother Pang, are you jesting? You believe this contraption can cure Mr. Su? It is evidently nothing more than a chronic poison. Do not assume I am unaware of that, Long Yen remarked, not out of disdain for Pang Yi's capabilities, for he had just witnessed a display of remarkable skill, but he was acutely aware of the true nature of the Ice-Fire Ecstasy Pill. Pang Yi shook his finger playfully and replied with a smile, Senior, do you truly think I would have any intent to harm old Kai? The Ice-Fire Ecstasy Pill is a tool employed by certain factions from the states to control their subordinates, a fact known to both of us. However, I believe you may be unfamiliar with the concept of a symbiotic relationship. This term, aptly named, signifies mutual utilization for survival, yet, Long Yan, Kai Yifan, and Kai Honglai were left perplexed by Pang Yi's intentions. Subsequently, Pang Yi handed the pill to Kai Honglai, and began to elucidate, the Ice-Fire Ecstasy Pill is, in truth, a form of chronic poison. When the ailment manifests, it feels akin to being trapped between a glacier and a volcano, a torment of excruciating pain. The potency of the pill courses through the bloodstream, and my aim is to merge this toxicity with old Kai's internal organs. Are you suggesting we employ poison against poison, to allow the parasitic worms currently ravaging his body to absorb this toxicity and perish on their own? This way, my grandfather could momentarily endure as long as the poison remains, Kai Yifan interjected, her voice breaking the silence as her shackles were released. Precisely, I did not expect you to be so astute, Pang Yi said, casting a newfound respect toward Kai Yifan. He continued, however, my only concern is that the parasitic worms may consume old Kai's organs before the poison can take effect. As of now, my cultivation is insufficient to eradicate all the worms. After a brief contemplation, Kai Honglai made his decision without hesitation, swallowing the pill whole. Observing such a formidable figure as Kai Honglai make such a bold choice, Pang Yi felt a surge of admiration. Once Kai Honglai had ingested the pill, Pang Yi turned to Long Yan and requested, could you kindly fetch a large plate for me, preferably a sizable bucket? What purpose does it serve? Long Yan asked, perplexed by Pang Yi's request. Pang Yi smiled mysteriously, you will soon find out. With a resigned chuckle, Long Yan dashed out to fulfill the request. Meanwhile, Kai Yifan gazed at the composed Kai Honglai, her expression filled with astonishment. Having pursued a medical career, she was somewhat familiar with experimental methods. However, the idea of using poison to combat poison was entirely alien to her. Just as Kai Yifan furrowed her brow in confusion, Kai Honglai, who had appeared calm moments before, suddenly shut his eyes tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that the effects of the ecstasy pill were beginning to take hold. The agony he experienced was no less than that inflicted by the parasitic worms consuming his organs, as he gritted his teeth, gripping the table so fiercely that it threatened to splinter under his grasp, a pain beyond mere words to convey. Grandfather, seeing Kai Honglai in such distress, Kai Yifan stepped forward, placing her right hand gently on his shoulder. A searing warmth radiated from her palm, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand. "Why is it so hot? It feels as if it's burning," she exclaimed, bewildered. With a hint of skepticism, Kai Yifan extended her hand to the opposite shoulder of Kai Honglai, only to be met with an entirely different sensation, a bone-chilling cold that made her feel as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. Retracting her hand, she stumbled back a few paces, casting a questioning glance at Peng Yi. What have you given my grandfather? Why is his body half scorching and half frigid?" At that moment, Peng Yi produced a set of silver needles from a needle pouch and swiftly began to pierce Kai Honglia's forehead with no less than 10 needles. He wasn't suppressing the poison, rather, he was accelerating its distribution throughout the body. In the blink of an eye, the expression on Kai Honglia's face revealed that his pain was intensifying, prompting a triumphant grin from Peng Yi. "Ha! Truly ignorant, I told you this was the ice-fire ecstasy pill. It is undoubtedly a combination of two contrasting sensations." Peng Yi laughed heartily before his tone shifted. "Rest assured, since I have employed this method, it is certainly not intended to harm your grandfather." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yan returned with a large plate in hand. Upon witnessing Kai Honglia's state, he immediately grasped that the poison was indeed taking effect. "Bring the plate over, I appreciate your assistance, senior," Peng Yi instructed as Long Yan entered, fully aware that a significant event was about to unfold. Following Peng Yi's directions, Long Yan placed the large plate in front of Kai Honglai. It was as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Peng Yi. Kai Honglai stood and began to eat violently into the plate. A yellow-green liquid, intermingled with tiny worms, erupted from him and filled the plate. The grotesqueness of the scene was indescribable, prompting Kai Yifan to turn away, overcome by nausea. After what felt like an eternity, Kai Honglai gradually ceased his retching, and his spirit appeared remarkably revitalized. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Peng Yi and expressed, Brother Peng, thank you." "Haha, since you trust me, old Kai, I shall do my utmost to assist you," Peng Yi replied, yet before he could finish, Kai Honglai interjected, "Brother Peng, what will your treatment plan entail? Do you have confidence in curing me?" Noticing the seriousness in Kai Honglia's eyes, Peng Yi understood his desire to prolong his life. He smiled gently, "Old Kai, based on my current assessment, living for another 6 months should not pose a challenge. After all, the ecstasy pill is indeed toxic. Although the parasitic worms may perish from it, once they have consumed all the poison, they will need to ingest more of the ecstasy pill. However, both the ecstasy pill and the parasitic worms are detrimental to your health, and in the end, this method does not address the root of the problem. Brother Peng, I am not afraid of death. I merely have unfulfilled wishes. I wish to witness my grandson establish a family, and I long to see my granddaughter find a beloved partner and live a life of happiness. Only then can I depart in peace." Cough, old Kai, fear not, I have not finished my thought. As long as I can enhance my strength within 6 months, I am fully confident in curing your ailment, Peng Yi declared with unwavering assurance, scratching the back of his head. "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy," Kai Honglai replied, his heart filled with relief. He continued, "Brother Peng, since meeting you, I have realized you are indeed an exceptional bodyguard, a testament to my long acquaintance with old Shi. By the way, what are your thoughts on my granddaughter Yi? Although she has been spoiled since childhood, I believe she is still a commendable choice. Would you consider her?" Chapter 26. The doorbell. "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" Upon hearing Kai Honglia's words, Peng Yi wore a look of embarrassment, while Kai Yifan, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Kai Honglai and shouted loudly. Just the intensity of Kai Yifan's demeanor would instill an unprecedented sense of fear. After all, Peng Yi had previously experienced a few unpleasant encounters with her, and upon discovering that he would be her bodyguard, she had sent Yi Qing to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing returned defeated, and the repeated slaps to her face had long since left Kai Yifan feeling resentful. The thought of marrying that scoundrel made her feel as if she were on the brink of despair. At this moment, however, Peng Yi was far from interested in the matter at hand, as he had more pressing issues to address. He quickly pulled Kai Yifan aside and said, "Kai Lao, let us settle your ailment first before discussing anything else." All right, Kai Honglai replied, somewhat disappointed. What he valued in Peng Yi was not only his exceptional talent but also the knowledge that, even after his own passing, with Peng Yi's assistance, Kai Yifan could firmly establish herself within the company. Peng Yi pointed at the barrels containing the devouring insects and addressed Long Yan, Senior Long, I must trouble you to handle these insects, they require at least half an hour of burning with a mixture of gasoline and alcohol to eradicate them completely. Understood, no problem. Following Peng Yi's instructions, Long Yan promptly took the barrels filled with the devouring insects away from the study. Leaning against the desk, Peng Yi toyed with the writing implements on the table while inquiring, Kai Lao, I wonder how you became afflicted with these devouring insects. Such malicious creatures are not encountered without deep-seated grievances. Who in their right mind would play with such pests? Grandfather, why didn't you inform me of your serious illness? At this moment, Kai Yifan had no inclination to jest with Kai Honlai and urgently began to question him. It was just last year. During a business trip, I was ambushed, and the masked assailant managed to inflict a wound on me. I never anticipated that I would contract this illness from such a minor injury, and having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for so long, I have countless enemies, yet I know not who orchestrated this. Kai Honlai sighed helplessly, the white strands at his temples adding to his sorrow. Upon hearing Kai Honlai's words, Peng Yi pondered silently, yet he sensed that Kai Honlai was concealing something further. Perhaps due to Kai Yifan's presence, he refrained from divulging the full truth. As such, Peng Yi chose not to press the matter. Rest assured, Kai Lao, I will assist in investigating the identity of the assailant. As for your illness, I will devise a solution, Peng Yi stated earnestly. Kai Honlai looked at Peng Yi with a knowing gaze and nodded appreciatively before saying, Brother Peng, I am truly grateful. Additionally, I must trouble you to protect my granddaughter discreetly. Grandfather, I do not require protection. I have Xiaoqing by my side, and that is sufficient. Kai Yifan interjected, playfully tugging at Kai Honlai's arm. Silly girl, the fact that your grandfather has fallen victim to this indicates that the danger is beyond what Xiaoqing can withstand. You must heed your grandfather's advice and allow Peng Yi to safeguard you. Kai Honlai comforted Kai Yifan while continuing his conversation with Peng Yi. Brother Peng, this threat is so dire that even I am unaware of what dangers may lie ahead. I, Kai, will never force anyone into unwilling tasks. Hearing this, Peng Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, Kai Lao, do you take me for someone easily deterred? If I say there is no problem, then there is none. I am committed to this task. Peng Yi had always been a person of strong will, taking on tasks as he pleased, yet Kai Honlai's character genuinely surprised him. This time, he was resolute in accepting the mission, eager to see what formidable adversaries awaited him for a good challenge. Excellent, youth certainly has its advantages, and you possess courage. You will not labor in vain for this task. Your remuneration will be $100,000 each month. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. Kai Honlai clarified the specifics of the task and the compensation upon seeing Peng Yi's agreement. Peng Yi had little interest in the monetary aspect. Having settled all matters, he decided to return to his new home, as he had been away for quite some time. Upon his return, it was already 2 a.m. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found the living room still illuminated, with Gao Liyun dozing against the wall. Aunt Gao, why are you not resting in your room? Peng Yi hurried over and whispered, glancing around to find Gao Zihui asleep on the sofa. Noticing her slightly swollen eyes, he surmised that she had likely been crying in secret. Xiaoyang, why have you returned so late? We were worried sick. Gao Lian gently tapped her forehead, speaking softly as if fearful of waking her daughter. Feeling embarrassed, Peng Yi scratched the back of his head and replied, I had some matters to attend to. I'm sorry for making you worry. All right, just let me know next time if you will be late, so I won't fret over you. Gao Liyun said earnestly. Listening to her gentle admonitions, Peng Yi felt a warmth in his heart. However, as the hour was late, he swiftly moved to the sofa, lifted Gao Zihui, and prepared to carry her back to her room. Gao Liyun observed the scene and then said earnestly, Xiaoyang, considering your age, it is natural to enjoy going out and making friends of the opposite sex. However, as someone who has been through this, I must advise you, while having fun is fine, do not let it lead to trouble. After all, not all girls who go out are well-intentioned, unlike our Zihui. Hearing this, Peng Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He understood Gao Liyun's implication, but her words seemed a tad too overt. Aunt Gao, actually, before Peng Yi could finish his explanation, Gao Liyun continued, silly child, do you not, as the saying goes, do not let good fortune flow to outsiders. You and Zihui have known each other since childhood, now is the perfect opportunity. I truly do not mind if things progress beyond mere friendship. I hope I have made myself clear. At this moment, Gao Zihui, who had been pretending to sleep in Peng Yi's arms, felt a bit embarrassed and blushed, exclaiming, Mom, what are you saying? Oh dear, now that you're awake, my daughter, what do you think of what I said? Gao Liyun pressed on earnestly, without a hint of embarrassment. Gao Zihui's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Sensing her daughter's demeanor, Gao Liyun's spirits lifted, and now it merely awaited Pang Yi's response. Just then, a sudden ring of the doorbell echoed from outside. Chapter 27. In a sharp pain. Why would anyone ring the doorbell at such a late hour? Gao Liyun mused skeptically as she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the imposing figure of Qin Lai. "Master Wang, what brings you here at this hour?" she inquired, puzzled. "I just got up to drink some water and thought I heard someone knocking outside, so I came to check." "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance," Qin Lai explained, casting a knowing glance at Peng Yi. Without waiting for Gao Liyun's response, he hastily departed. Initially, Qin Lai had sensed unusual sounds coming from the neighboring house and feared something was amiss. However, upon entering and spotting Peng Yi, he felt a wave of relief. "A thief, how peculiar, it's well past midnight." Gao Liyun muttered under her breath. "Mom, it's getting late, we should head to bed." At that moment, Gao Zihui hurriedly jumped down from Peng Yi's embrace and dashed to her room. Observing her daughter retreating shyly, Gao Liyun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a silly girl, she should seize such a wonderful opportunity. Hearing Gao Liyun's remark, Peng Yi felt his face flush. He wasn't entirely disinterested, but he was still grappling with the remnants of his internal affliction, which posed a constant threat. The following morning, Peng Yi awoke early and made his way to Qin Lai's place. Upon entering, he found Qin Lai in a state of profound excitement, nearly leaping towards Peng Yi and exclaiming, "Brother Peng, no, it should be divine Dr. Peng, look, Xiuya's face has hope for recovery. I never imagined your medical skills were so extraordinary, I was worried Xiuya would never find a husband." Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, Peng Yi glanced at Xiuya, who was tidying up nearby. As he had anticipated, the toxins had been exceptionally well managed, and her original scars had healed to about 80 or 90%. With just a couple more acupuncture sessions, she would be completely restored. "Father, what are you talking about? Am I really that unappealing?" Xiuya, now radiating vitality and charm, bore little resemblance to her former self, which had been marred by disfigurement. Her lively demeanor and bashful nature elicited smiles from both Qin Lai and Peng Yi. However, Qin Lai's revelation left Peng Yi questioning the nature of their relationship, especially since Xiuya was merely Qin Lai's adopted daughter. Noticing Xiuya's remark and the puzzled expression on Peng Yi's face, Qin Lai clarified, "Brother Peng, I should have explained earlier. Xiuya is the daughter of a deceased friend of mine, not my biological child, but I regard her as my own. Last night, I noticed something unusual at your home, and upon discovering it was you, I hastily left. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, I will go to great lengths to help." "I feel the same way, Brother Peng. If you ever need anything from me, please don't hesitate to say," Xiuya said earnestly, her eyes fixed on Peng Yi, her voice brimming with determination. Peng Yi's restoration of her beauty felt akin to granting her a new lease on life. She would now willingly offer her life for him. Seeing their earnest declarations amused Peng Yi, who chuckled, all right. There's no need for such formalities, just call me by my name. We can help each other when needed." At that moment, Peng Yi couldn't help but feel a stirring attraction towards the enchanting Xiuya. Such a captivating beauty would make a splendid partner, yet, just then, he sensed a peculiar surge of the strange internal fire within him. Realizing the potential peril, he reluctantly dismissed the thought, which only intensified his resolve to swiftly enhance his skills. "I must break through to the third level of the Dragon Tiger technique as soon as possible." After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Lai and his daughter, Peng Yi prepared to embark on his academic journey. He had initially envisioned a life filled with the company of beautiful women and casual flirtations, but reality proved otherwise. In his class, he found himself alone, save for one other individual, his designated charge. This situation felt utterly peculiar, leaving Peng Yi feeling quite helpless. "Hey, tell me about your acupuncture technique from yesterday, and what makes your martial arts so impressive. You don't happen to know the 18 dragons subduing palms or the 9 swords of Dugu, do you?" "Hey! I am speaking to you, how come you're ignoring me? Why are you asleep?" Seated in the empty classroom, Peng Yi felt utterly exasperated. Why was this young lady so irritable? With such a vivid imagination, she might as well consider a career in screenwriting. While Kai Yifan continued to chatter incessantly, the classroom door swung open, revealing a silver-haired elder wearing thick bifocals. Upon noticing the boy and girl seated closely together, he broke into a knowing smile. "Ah, what a delightful coincidence to have a boy and a girl in this year's new class. I hope you two can share these 5 years together and that your bond will only strengthen, huh?" Hastily, Peng Yi distanced himself from Kai Yifan, wary of her somewhat volatile nature, as he felt it prudent to maintain some space until he understood her better. "Teacher, your comments are rather irresponsible. Why would I ever be interested in someone like that?" Kai Yifan retorted, her expression one of disdain. "If my bifocals aren't faulty, I distinctly saw you holding this young man's hand just now." But let us set that aside. I am your traditional Chinese medicine instructor, Mo Haiwa. I will be teaching you about TCM theory, diagnosis, and pharmacology. Since there are so few students learning TCM nowadays, just do your best. I won't make it difficult for you. With that, Mo Haiwa sighed in resignation. Upon hearing his words, both Peng Yi and Kai Yifan were momentarily stunned. A prestigious institution like Dongchuan Academy actually offered such a program. Mr. Wu, don't you think that's a bit irresponsible? Where else would you find a teacher like you? Kai Yifan exclaimed, her anger palpable. Initially, she had aspired to study Western medicine, but upon discovering the lackluster state of TCM, she felt a sense of regret mixed with frustration. My dear student, it's truly unavoidable. I am nearly 80 and a relic of a bygone era. The number of teachers in TCM has dwindled to a startling degree. The school had to ask me several times to return from retirement to teach, Mo Haiwa explained with a tone of helplessness. Despite Kai Yifan's indignation, she found herself at a loss for words upon hearing his lament. Meanwhile, Peng Yi felt a surge of anger. He hadn't come to school intending to study, but witnessing the decline of TCM left him disheartened. The two lapsed into silence as Mo Haiwa began the class in earnest. Peng Yi had little interest in the theoretical concepts from textbooks. He preferred practical experience and action. Nonetheless, Mo Haiwa's teaching style was engaging and lively, sparing Peng Yi from the urge to doze off. Kai Yifan, a remarkable talent, quickly absorbed all the knowledge imparted by the elder. I never expected to encounter a genius just as I approach retirement. It's a pity you've chosen this field. I've always been exceptionally bright, far surpassing many others, Kai Yifan proclaimed joyfully, deliberately raising her voice to ensure Peng Yi heard her claim. Yet, Peng Yi remained unimpressed. He found little merit in such trivial boasts. While our TCM has a rich history, mastering it takes more than just a few years. Sadly, in this modern age, it's a shame. Western medicine, on the other hand, has a shorter history and is relatively easier to learn. As Mo Haiwa spoke, his complexion suddenly turned ashen, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It hurts. Chapter 28. A fatal blow. I am truly an old fool, aging indeed, Mo Haiwa lamented as he hastily retrieved a small vial from his pocket. He extracted the green and blue pills inside and consumed them. After a short while, his condition improved, and the pained expression on his face slightly eased. Kai Yifan stared at Mo Haiwa in a daze and quickly asked, Teacher Wu, are you alright? Should we call a doctor? This student has a remarkable sense of humor. Am I not a doctor myself? Unfortunately, I have yet to find a cure for my rheumatism. It seems I must carry this chronic ailment to my grave, Mo Haiwa replied with a sense of helplessness. The agony of being unable to treat oneself was truly unbearable. At that moment, Peng Yi furrowed his brow and interjected, Teacher Wu, are you suggesting that even traditional Chinese medicine cannot alleviate your condition? Our ancient practice of Chinese medicine, with its rich history and effective acupuncture, surely must have a solution. Hearing Peng Yi speak for the first time, Mo Haiwa couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing the words came from a freshman. There are certainly methods available, but the medical knowledge of our nation has been lost over the ages, with many invaluable texts disappearing. Presently, we can manage minor ailments, yet we remain powerless against more challenging symptoms, he explained. Oh, Teacher Wu, if I were to tell you that I could cure your chronic leg pain, would you consume your textbook? Peng Yi could no longer contain himself upon hearing Mo Haiwa's nearly hopeless remarks about traditional Chinese medicine. Despite the decline of Chinese medicine, hearing a professor express such pessimism was simply too much for him to bear. It should be noted that although Peng Yi had only gleaned a fraction of medical knowledge from the old master Shi, it was enough for him to deeply appreciate the superiority of traditional Chinese medicine over its Western counterpart. Initially, he had regarded this knowledge merely as a survival skill, but when it was belittled, it ignited a fire within him. Mo Haiwa had assumed Peng Yi was disinterested in traditional medicine, but upon hearing his words, he stared blankly at him for quite some time, realizing the earnestness in his gaze. Young man, while one may indulge in reckless talk, one must not speak carelessly. Given the current state of medical science, a definitive cure for rheumatism has yet to be discovered. I suggest you focus on your studies instead, Mo Haiwa advised. Teacher, please do not take offense, but I truly look down upon you. If a teacher of your own discipline seeks validation from other fields, are you not undermining your own profession? I simply cannot stand idly by. Peng Yi's candid words pierced Mo Haiwa's heart like a sharp blade. At this, Mo Haiwa's expression darkened. He trembled with indignation and retorted, Student, you are challenging the dignity of a teacher. Dignity? Are you jesting? You have belittled your own expertise. What right do you have to speak of dignity? Peng Yi ruthlessly derided Mo Haiwa, inciting a tempest of rage within him. Were he not frail and aged, he would have thrown his textbook at Peng Yi in anger. At that moment, Peng Yi's words nearly caused Mo Haiwa to lose his balance. threatening to topple him from the podium. Seeing Mo Haiwa in such distress, Peng Yi swiftly rushed to support him, promptly applying pressure to specific acupoints on his body. He then turned to Kai Yifan and commanded in a cold tone, "Shut off the circuit breaker in this classroom. We cannot allow any surveillance recordings of this." Kai Yifan nodded eagerly, aware that the next moments would showcase Peng Yi's abilities. Once she had completed her task, she observed as Peng Yi dramatically retrieved a needle pouch from his waist, extracting several long needles. With intense focus, Peng Yi swiftly inserted the needles into several acupoints on Mo Haiwa's head, inducing a state of temporary dormancy. Kai Yifan watched in astonishment, her palms growing clammy with anxiety. To the untrained eye, inserting such long needles into someone's head would appear akin to an act of violence. However, this was merely the beginning. As she witnessed the needles penetrate Mo Haiwa's body entirely, her astonishment escalated to a point of near disbelief. At this moment, only Peng Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Mo Haiwa, being in his advanced years, had rheumatism that had long since invaded his very bones. Simple remedies would not suffice. Western medicine might suggest replacing damaged body parts, but could one truly replace an elderly man's legs? Such a notion was not only impractical but also cruel and unscientific. The only recourse available to Peng Yi was to harness his internal energy to draw out the chilling essence that had penetrated deep within Mo Haiwa's bones, ultimately resolving his affliction. As Peng Yi continuously summoned and directed his internal energy, the silver needles began to whirl upon Mo Haiwa's feet. The scene resembled a water pipe, with Peng Yi's energy acting as a force extracting the coldness from within. Mastery in this technique required profound skill. Although Peng Yi had yet to reach the third level of his training, he was determined to exert himself beyond his limits for the sake of traditional Chinese medicine. As a faint blue substance began to emanate from the needle tips, Kai Yifan rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then concentrated intently on the unfolding spectacle. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Peng Yi was drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Kai Yifan, regaining her composure, anxiously inquired, "Is it done?" Peng Yi nodded and smiled. "It was necessary. You should consider who was performing the procedure. Moreover, do you now comprehend the true prowess of traditional medicine? Not just powerful, it's absolutely spectacular." Kai Yifan exclaimed excitedly, inadvertently slapping Peng Yi on the shoulder. In her enthusiasm, though her touch was light, it caused him to wince in pain. "Hey! Are you trying to take my life while I'm down?" Peng Yi shouted, gritting his teeth in irritation. "Haha, I didn't realize you were so depleted of energy. However, I've just had a brilliant idea. With your remarkable medical skills, we should establish a hospital together. We could surely make a fortune." Kai Yifan exclaimed, her imagination already painting a picture of prosperous days ahead. At that moment, Peng Yi realized that Kai Yifan was not as naive as he had initially thought. Her intelligence shone through, yet the glint in her eyes indicated she was preparing to negotiate her own terms. "Let us not, I have no interest in such endeavors," Peng Yi replied, withdrawing the needles from Mo Haiwa and subsequently releasing the pressure points. After a brief interval, Mo Haiwa gradually regained consciousness. Upon noticing Peng Yi standing before him, he furiously exclaimed, "You little rascal, just wait until I deal with you." Chapter 29. A stinging rebuke. As Mo Haiwa spoke, he dashed towards Peng Yi, raising his palm with the intention of striking his face. At that moment, he was astonished to find himself as light as a swallow. The chronic pain in his legs, which had plagued him for years, seemed to have mysteriously vanished. "Oh, why do my legs feel pain-free? It seems they've healed." A peculiar sensation coursed through his legs, an unending warmth that enveloped him in unparalleled comfort, making him feel as if his feet had returned to the vigor of 40 years ago. His legs moved nimbly, and he walked with remarkable agility. This sensation was exhilarating, a joy that money could not buy. "I told you, I could cure your chronic leg pain. I was not deceiving you, was I? You must feel as though these legs do not belong to you," Peng Yi remarked nonchalantly as he returned to his seat, unfazed. Mo Haiwa stood momentarily bewildered before regaining his composure and rushing to Peng Yi's side, exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you truly cure my chronic leg pain?" "Absolutely. I witnessed the transformation myself, Teacher Wu." Just as Kai Yifan was about to continue, she was interrupted by Peng Yi. Not one to be easily fooled, she quickly swallowed her words. "If you remain skeptical, feel free to visit a hospital for an examination. Since you hold Western medicine in such high regard, utilize their medical equipment for a thorough checkup," Peng Yi suggested, his meaning clearer upon hearing this. Mo Haiwa furrowed his brow, but he was acutely aware of his own condition, and he began to inspect himself meticulously. After a thorough examination, he realized to his disbelief that it was indeed true. Had this young man truly cured his long-standing ailment? He gazed at Peng Yi in astonishment. "I trust you now understand that your chronic leg pain has been fully addressed. You now recognize the prowess of certain medical practices, Peng Yi stated, reveling in his triumph. Unbelievably, it has indeed been cured. Mo Haiwa exclaimed in shock, his gaze now filled with a complex array of emotions directed at Peng Yi. In an unexpected turn of events, Mo Haiwa suddenly knelt on the ground, declaring, "I was mistaken, my years of studying traditional Chinese medicine have been in vain, and I should feel utterly ashamed." His face flushed with embarrassment, he realized the folly of his previous statements. The rich legacy of Chinese medicine, rooted in centuries of wisdom, still flourished amidst the vast expanse of the land, where many practitioners remained hidden in the mountains. The foolish words he had uttered before were merely a reflection of his own short-sightedness. Your ability to recognize your mistakes at least validates my efforts in healing your ailment. Anyone who has studied traditional Chinese medicine ought not to look down on it or themselves. What purpose does that serve? Rise and continue your lecture, but do so with respect for traditional Chinese medicine, Peng Yi said, feeling a sense of pride in his medical knowledge. However, Mo Haiwa showed no intention of rising. Peng Yi pressed, "Teacher Wu, why do you remain kneeling? Do you prefer to lecture from the ground?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Mo Haiwa replied, "I truly admire your medical skills, and I implore you to teach me the traditional arts of our culture." In his youth, Mo Haiwa had been a fervent advocate for traditional Chinese medicine, yet the years had dulled his passion under the weight of reality. Now, confronted with a glimmer of hope, he was willing to set aside his pride and pretense. Peng Yi regarded Mo Haiwa with seriousness. Although this elder had previously been blinded by reality, it was evident that he held a deep affection for traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, Peng Yi was overwhelmed with his own commitments and had little time to teach someone, especially someone of Mo Haiwa's age. "Teacher Wu, I truly cannot. My schedule is quite demanding, and I have no time to instruct others," Peng Yi firmly declined, unwilling to complicate matters further. "How selfish of you! Always hoarding knowledge without sharing." Kai Yifan interjected, giving Peng Yi a stern glare. Peng Yi remained unfazed, casually digging in his ear, clearly unbothered. "You truly are a self-serving scoundrel," Kai Yifan exclaimed, her expression exaggerated. Upon hearing her words, Peng Yi felt overwhelmed, as though he had two heads. This woman was indeed meddlesome, such behavior would surely become tiresome. "Teacher Wu, I sincerely apologize. I value my freedom highly. If you attempt to force me, I will not acquiesce. If you genuinely appreciate traditional Chinese medicine, it matters not how proficient you become, what truly counts is possessing a passionate heart," Peng Yi articulated. With this, Mo Haiwa understood and slowly rose, letting out a resigned sigh. Today has been a mixture of joy and sorrow." Mo Haiwa shook his head in helplessness, suddenly struck by a thought. "Peng, if someone were to insult traditional Chinese medicine, I trust you would not remain indifferent, would you?" At this remark, Peng Yi's brow furrowed in concern. "What do you mean? Who would dare be so brazen?" Peng Yi, who detested any provocation, especially regarding his pride in traditional medicine, was incensed. "Well, it's nothing too serious, just a common occurrence. Many people look down on traditional Chinese medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found myself reduced to teaching in a school, merely passing the days." Mo Haiwa's words were clear, directed specifically at Peng Yi. Meanwhile, although Kai Yifan had initially favored Western medicine, she had now committed herself to traditional Chinese medicine and, as such, felt obligated to support it. Who is so arrogant as to make such judgments? What right do they have to compare? Teacher Wu, what exactly is going on? At this point, Peng Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. Mo Haiwa shook his head, managing a wry smile. Not only did he disparage traditional Chinese medicine, but he also shamelessly claimed that it merely plagiarized their ancient medical practices. Is this not absurd? I am truly at a loss for words. How can there be such shameless individuals? Upon hearing this, Peng Yi's anger flared, his fists clenched tightly. Who is so presumptuous? Well, it seems that last month, an authority from the neighboring country came for an exchange of medical knowledge. They claimed it was a dialogue, but in reality, it was a competition to belittle our practices. Mo Haiwa began, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If it is a competition, then what are we afraid of? Kai Yifan retorted, her temper flaring. With this, Peng Yi began to piece together the situation. The neighboring countries sought to showcase their medical prowess and undermine traditional Chinese medicine, yet, even in Dongchuan, they found no suitable representative to engage with their counterparts. After all, how could one pit their national heritage against foreign practices? Would that not be a slap in the face? Chapter 30. As spectators, please, do enlighten me about the specifics, Peng Yi remarked, harboring a long-standing disdain for those who consider themselves superior. This time, as they dared to challenge the boundaries of the Huaxia people, he could not remain a mere bystander. Since you express such interest, I shall gladly share the details with you, Mo Haiwo replied, noting how Peng Yi's earnestness in this matter compelled him to re-evaluate the young man before him, barely in his 20s. The team of doctors from the south is coming over under the pretense of exchanging knowledge, but in reality, the conference will include competitions. Should they emerge victorious, it would serve as a testament to their authority. The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine, cultivated over millennia, might not only suffer a tarnished image but could face outright repudiation within our own country, Mo Haiwo lamented, his sorrow deepening with each word. After dedicating his life to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine, the thought of witnessing its degradation was profoundly disheartening. At this moment, Cai Yifan, upon hearing Mo Haiwo's words, grasped his intention. So, Teacher Wu, are you suggesting that Peng Yi participate in this contest? Ha, with Peng Yi's prowess, he would undoubtedly blind those arrogant fools. Imagining this, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she inched closer to Peng Yi. In response, Peng Yi distanced himself slightly from Cai Yifan, turning to Mo Haiwo. Teacher Wu, I will keep an eye on the exchange conference, but I cannot guarantee my attendance. I have been exceedingly busy lately and may not find the time. Mo Haiwo felt a pang of disappointment at Peng Yi's response, reluctantly conceding, very well, if that is the case, there is little I can do. I can only lament my own limitations, otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to teach those pompous doctors a lesson. That concludes today's lesson, we shall meet again tomorrow. With that, he began to gather his teaching materials, preparing to exit the classroom. Just then, he seemed to recall something and halted. Peng, the exchange conference will take place at the Xuanwu District Convention Center in 2 days. If you attend, just showcase a bit of your skill. Knowing you are my student has me a bit exhilarated, Mo Haiwo said, grinning as he departed the classroom. Inside, Cai Yifan and Peng Yi sat in dejection, and after a moment, they simultaneously remarked, this old man is truly inexplicable. Peng Yi swiftly collected his belongings and prepared to leave the classroom, but Cai Yifan hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, Hey, why aren't you waiting for me? Aren't you my bodyguard? Peng Yi offered no reply and quickened his pace, inadvertently igniting Cai Yifan's competitive spirit. Prompting her to race after him, she observed that although he appeared to be walking, his speed was astonishingly rapid. Cai Yifan began with a brisk walk, then transitioned to a jog, ultimately breaking into a run. Had she not been pursuing him, Peng Yi would have vanished from sight, but she found it peculiar that he seemed to be walking while moving so swiftly. Thus, they chased each other out of the school, emerging onto bustling streets filled with shops and eateries. The throngs of people made the air feel stifling. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, they witnessed several police officers apprehending a thief. Out of the corner of his eye, Peng Yi spotted a familiar face. Qin Wanqian, exuding an aura of authority, was fiercely confronting the thief when Peng Yi approached, calling out, Hello, beautiful officer. What a surprise to encounter you here. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Wanqian turned to see Peng Yi, her expression one of astonishment. Having previously escorted him to the interrogation room, as she opened her mouth to speak, Cai Yifan, finally catching up, gasped, You rascal, you claim to be my bodyguard yet ran faster than I did, it's infuriating. Qin Wanqian glanced at the girl behind Peng Yi, her expression slightly bemused, before regaining her composure to say, Well, I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so adept at winning over the young lady from the Cai family. Quite impressive. Previously, when Peng Yi had been effortlessly taken away, Qin Wanqian sensed there was more to him than met the eye, and her instincts had proven correct. Yet, at that moment, Peng Yi hastily clarified, Miss, please don't misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend, merely a classmate. Many men are like that. Once they've had their fill, they vanish, leaving nothing behind. Such individuals are the bane of my existence. That if you find yourself in trouble again, don't let it be at my hands, Qin Wanqian retorted coldly, unexpectedly delivering a swift kick to the thief, eliciting a pained cry from him. Hearing her words, Peng Yi couldn't help but ponder their deeper meaning. Could it be that this beautiful officer harbored an interest in him, given her apparent concern for his affairs? Meanwhile, Cai Yifan, feeling a surge of annoyance, leapt onto Peng Yi, throwing herself against him. Brother Peng, what shall we eat later? How about you treat me to a big sausage? Upon hearing this, Peng Yi couldn't shake the feeling that her words carried an alternate implication. Yet, he found himself drawn to the mature and alluring Qin Wanqian, prompting him to wish to clarify his relationship with Cai Yifan. However, extricating himself from her grasp proved far from simple. Her hold was akin to a firm lock, making escape challenging. Sister Menying, what brings you here? I was too engrossed in playing with my boyfriend to notice you. My apologies, Cai Yifan smiled, giving the impression of a cordial relationship with Qin Wanqian. However, Peng Yi sensed an underlying tension. It's quite alright, we are not acquainted, so your greeting or lack thereof matters little to me, Qin Wanqian replied dismissively, her tone sharp and devoid of courtesy towards Cai Yifan. Observing their exchange confirmed Pang Yi's suspicions. The two women were indeed at odds. Kai Yifan forced a smile. Very well, I shan't impede you in your arduous work, sister.my boyfriend, and I shall take our leave. By the way, should you feel unwell, do seek his assistance. His medical skills are commendable and might alleviate your temperamental afflictions. Rest assured, should I fall ill, I would not seek your help. After all, a man who cannot recognize his girlfriend's madness hardly possesses the ability to treat my ailments, Qin Wanxian replied coldly, her voice laden with menace. How dare you call me insane? I wonder how a woman with such low intelligence managed to enter the police academy, Kai Yifan retorted, and soon, the two engaged in a loud verbal sparring match that attracted a gathering of onlookers. Chapter 31. All as fair as the quarrel between the two women grew increasingly intense, Pang Yi found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of frustration. Observing the escalating confrontation, it became evident that resolving the dispute would not be a simple task. I doubt your intelligence is anything to brag about. Surely, your admission to university must have been facilitated by connections? Qin Wanxian's skeptical gaze scrutinized Kai Yifan from head to toe, her implication unmistakable. At this remark, Kai Yifan's temper flared, her eyes blazing with indignation. Noticing that Pang Yi showed no inclination to intervene, she suddenly had a clever thought and cunningly replied, whether I relied on connections is of no concern to you. My acceptance into medical school was solely to treat someone like you, and as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, I shall have the privilege of administering acupuncture to you. With your current capabilities, I strongly advise you to consider dropping out. Traditional medicine may suffice for minor ailments, but for serious conditions, one must rely on Western medicine. It astounds me that you would choose to study traditional medicine when your intellect appears to be lacking, Qin Wanxian retorted, her words piercing Pang Yi's heart like a dagger. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pang Yi interjected, Miss, you have yet to witness the prowess of traditional medicine, I implore you not to insult it. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wanxian recalled that Pang Yi specialized in traditional Chinese medicine. Had she not been embroiled in a heated exchange with Kai Yifan, she might have refrained from uttering such harsh words. And where do you find fault in my statements? Traditional medicine is limited to treating minor ailments and is notoriously slow to yield results. Is that not an undeniable fact? Qin Wanxian boldly expressed her views, grounded in her own observations. Despite his prior fondness for her, particularly due to her captivating figure, Pang Yi found it increasingly difficult to remain composed when his dignity was at stake. Since you assert such opinions, I feel compelled to demonstrate that you are mistaken. How shall we proceed? Pang Yi replied solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Qin Wanxian. What exactly do you intend to prove? Is there truly a need for proof? Qin Wanxian questioned, puzzled by his insistence, as her assertions were grounded in reality. Alas, what choice do I have? I too am a student of traditional medicine. Since you harbor such disdain for it, I must provide evidence to the contrary, Pang Yi stated, then scrutinized Qin Wanxian's expression, taking a moment to appraise her closely before swiftly taking her pulse. Nodding thoughtfully, he began to chant incantations in an exaggerated manner, then remarked with a grin, you appear quite healthy, yet, I sense an underlying irritability, coupled with a persistent ailment that torments you, rendering you unable to find solace in life or death. You're insane. Do not speak nonsense. Qin Wanxian shouted, though her voice lacked conviction. Observing her discomfort, Pang Yi felt even more confident in his suspicions. My dear, I suggest you refrain from publicly dismissing your condition. You may live to regret such folly. Cease your ramblings. Should I believe you, I'll treat you to lotus seed soup. Qin Wanxian retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration as she reached for her sidearm. Meanwhile, Kai Yifan, intrigued, leaned closer to Pang Yi and inquired, pray tell, what affliction does she suffer from? It couldn't possibly be an incurable disease, could it? Aside from her evident lack of intelligence, I can't fathom any other ailments. Could you kindly refrain from adding fuel to the fire? Pang Yi quickly covered Kai Yifan's mouth, acutely aware of the volatile Qin Wanxian nearby, who was ready to draw her weapon at any moment. You are nothing but a charlatan, spouting nonsense. Qin Wanxian seethed, her fury palpable and the threat of violence looming. For the sake of your dignity, I shall keep my voice down. Pang Yi, not one to be foolish, recognized the gravity of the situation. He leaned closer to Qin Wanxian and whispered, might I suggest that your friend visited you this morning, leaving you utterly distressed? I suspect that after all these years, you have yet to seek proper treatment. His hushed words piqued the interest of those around them, as they could clearly see the shift in Qin Wanxian's expression, her eyes widening in disbelief. How do you know? I do not speak idly. You know better than anyone whether I am mistaken that if you wish to alleviate your suffering, I would advise against brandishing that firearm at me. Pang Yi concluded, and for once, Qin Wanxian was left speechless, tacitly acknowledging the truth in his words. With many onlookers present, Peng Yi refrained from divulging the nature of her predicament, which only served to stir a sense of gratitude within Qin Wanxian. She found herself torn, contemplating whether to trust this man who had discerned her ailment merely through observation. Surely, his skills must be commendable. In the end, succumbing to the relentless torment of her condition, Qin Wanxian lowered her head and conceded, "Very well, you have prevailed. What you said earlier is indeed true. Since you have acknowledged this, I can assure you that I possess the ability to heal you, but you must agree to one condition," Peng Yi replied with a mischievous smile. At this juncture, Qin Wanxian's demeanor softened considerably, her tone imbued with contrition as she stated, "I must apologize for my earlier remarks, they were uncalled for. What is it that you wish me to do? Let us not rush this matter. However, given the audience we have, it would be rather inappropriate for us to discuss this here. If you do not mind, I certainly have no objections," Peng Yi responded, his confidence evident as he surveyed the surrounding crowd. Qin Wanxian began to reassess her perception of Peng Yi. He was no ordinary individual, his ability to empathize and consider others' perspectives betrayed a maturity that belied his youth. Promptly, she turned to her fellow officers and instructed, "Please escort the thief back to the station. I have some matters to attend to." "Understood." After issuing her orders, Qin Wanxian approached Peng Yi and whispered, "Let us find a more suitable place to converse." "Of course," Peng Yi replied, and together with Cai Yifan, they boarded Qin Wanxian's vehicle, making their way to a tranquil CAF several streets away. Seated at a windowside table, Qin Wanxian, slightly agitated, inquired, "Speak plainly, what is your condition?" "My terms are quite simple. I would never compel you to engage in anything distasteful," Peng Yi replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Cai Yifan chimed in with a playful grin, "With a figure like hers, I can only imagine she would excel at anything. Perhaps let her perform a pole dance or engage in whatever activity she enjoys." Chapter 32, Part 1 Inch Poof. Peng Yi could hardly believe that a young lady of Cai Yifan's stature would utter such words. Although it mirrored his own thoughts, who would express them so candidly, he couldn't help but chuckle. While Cai Yifan had articulated what lay in Peng Yi's heart, his current preoccupation was far removed from that. He quickly added, "Your mind is so impure, I suggest you take the leap instead. Beautiful officer, my terms will certainly not put you in a difficult position. That if you are unwilling, you may refuse me." Upon hearing Peng Yi's words, Qin Wanxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, a tinge of concern lingered as she gazed earnestly at him. "Before we discuss your terms, I need to confirm one thing. Are you truly confident that you can cure my ailment? Are you jesting?" "If I can't remedy such a minor affliction, then I might as well choke on water," Peng Yi replied, twirling an identification card in his hand. Upon noticing the document in his possession, Qin Wanxian suddenly realized that her own had mysteriously vanished from her pocket. "You brat, return my ID at once!" Qin Wanxian exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. The audacity of someone managing to stealthily relieve her of her belongings was a profound humiliation, yet, from another perspective, it highlighted the formidable prowess of Peng Yi. "Rest assured, your minor ailment is no more challenging than treating a child. If I fail, you may impose whatever consequences you deem fit," Peng Yi said with a grin, returning the ID to Qin Wanxian. Qin Wanxian hesitated, a faint pain stirring in her abdomen. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, "Fine, I believe you." "Excellent, since you've agreed, let us find a quiet place to address this matter today," Peng Yi responded with a smile upon receiving her consent. "What quiet place do we need to go to?" Qin Wanxian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at him. Peng Yi chuckled, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Do you wish for me to treat you in this bustling crowd? If you don't mind, I certainly have no objections." At his words, Qin Wanxian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Of course I mind. So where shall we go?" "Let us find a nearby hotel," Peng Yi suggested without much contemplation. "A hotel?" Both Qin Wanxian and Cai Yifan exclaimed in unison, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The notion of a man and two women discussing hotels so openly in a CAF was bound to raise eyebrows. Even Peng Yi, despite his thick skin, felt his face redden as he lowered his voice. "Don't misinterpret my intentions. I merely seek a place to treat your ailment. Moreover, with Cai Yifan present as a witness, she can vouch for me." Cai Yifan and Qin Wanxian exchanged knowing glances and nodded discreetly. The trio departed the CAF and headed to the nearest establishment, a place called 9 Convenient Hotel. At the front desk, the receptionist found it peculiar that a man accompanied by two women entered together. Her curiosity piqued further upon noticing one was clad in a police uniform, prompting her to cast a bewildered glance their way, her mind racing with speculation. "Quickly, book me a room. I have urgent matters to attend to," Peng Yi urged, flinging his ID card onto the counter. The receptionist stared at him, momentarily taken aback. This world was indeed strange. Was role-playing now in vogue? The mere thought was exhilarating. "Please hurry, We are all quite anxious, Kai Yifan chimed in, her impatience evident as she urged the receptionist, recalling how incredulous she had felt witnessing Peng Yi's skills. Of course, I'll attend to it immediately. Would you prefer a large room or a romantic one? We have a variety to choose from, the receptionist inquired with a smile, recognizing the audacity of those before her. Qin Wanxian furrowed her brow, still deliberating whether to accompany Peng Yi inside. After all, sharing a room with a man could easily lead to misunderstandings. Noticing her inner turmoil, Kai Yifan couldn't help but tease, "Oh, I never imagined Sister Wanxian could be so bashful. Are you afraid your fiancé might learn that you dared to share a room with another man? But then again, your fiancé Xian Jiming is no pushover in Dongchuan. What business is that of yours? How I choose to act is my affair, I'm not afraid of anything." Qin Wanxian retorted coldly, turning on her heel to follow Peng Yi. With the room key in hand, Peng Yi swiftly made his way to the elevator. Goodness, people these days are getting bolder. Not only are they booking rooms, but they're also indulging in role play, the receptionist murmured to herself as the trio walked away. That man not only knows how to have fun, but he also has quite the audacity. If that woman is indeed Xian Jiming's partner, the man is in serious trouble. The Xian family wields considerable power in Dongchuan, and if word got out that Xian Jiming was cuckolded, it would create quite a stir in the city, another receptionist interjected. At that moment, a man just descending the stairs to check out overheard their conversation, dropping his room key in shock. "Sir, are you all right?" the receptionist asked, concerned. I'm fine. Just hurry and process my check-out," the man urged, hastily departing the hotel to retrieve his phone. "Hello, is this Brother Shang? There's something I need to tell you, please don't be angry." Meanwhile, in room 2046, Peng Yi was ready, while Kai Yifan watched intently, determined not to miss a single moment. Qin Wanxian lay nervously, her muscles taut, fear etched across her face. Standing beside her, Peng Yi's gaze swept over her form with a knowing smile. "My dear, have you ever encountered a physical examination where one remained fully clothed? Besides, I will need to administer a needle shortly." "How dare you? You are indeed no good man. You orchestrated all of this just to see me disrobe, you scoundrel. I will not let you off easily." Qin Wanxian seethed, reaching for her gun. Peng Yi quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Wait, if you are uncooperative, I cannot assist you. If you refuse the needle, I will have to resort to alternative methods such as stimulating your circulation." "Absolutely not. You think I would simply undress for your amusement? You expect me to let you touch my body?" Qin Wanxian exclaimed, skepticism evident in her posture as she stood abruptly. "This won't work, nor will that. I can't help you expel the cold from your body. No matter how skilled a Western doctor may be, they cannot diagnose or treat you from a distance," Peng Yi insisted passionately. As Qin Wanxian pondered his words, she began to see the sense in them, her tension easing somewhat. However, a pang in her abdomen reminded her of her predicament. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, "Fine, I will remove my clothing, though only partially." Chapter 33. The villain. Who would have imagined that the hot-tempered Qin Wanxian could possess such a side? "Rest assured, I am merely here to treat your ailment, not harboring any ill intentions towards you. Moreover, I am committed to proving the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. Would I entertain ulterior motives for such a solemn endeavor?" Peng Yi replied with a wry smile, at a loss for words. Typically, others would beseech him for healing, yet here he was, pleading to treat someone who appeared reluctant. Qin Wanxian pondered for a moment, her defenses somewhat lowered. However, she had never bared her skin in front of a man, let alone an acquaintance like Peng Yi. Kai Yifan, observing Qin Wanxian's hesitance, felt it was a waste of time. Nearly dozing off, she exclaimed, "Sister Wanxian, this bashfulness is not like you. If you're unwilling to proceed, just say so." No sooner had she spoken than Kai Yifan plopped down onto the bed. The moment the covers were lifted, two prominent mons jiggled, causing Peng Yi's eyes to widen in shock. He hastily diverted his gaze. After all, succumbing to temptation would have dire consequences. "Hey, pay attention, and don't embarrass me in front of others," Peng Yi said with a hint of exasperation. Kai Yifan pouted and retorted, "What a fool, you don't even appreciate the good things before you, are you daft?" After saying this, she turned her attention to Qin Wanxian, her expression one of irritation. "Sister, you see? This guy is utterly useless, you can trust him." Seeing that Peng Yi indeed bore no malicious intentions, Qin Wanxian gradually began to loosen her garments. Shortly thereafter, Peng Yi found himself transfixed as the view before him expanded, the once concealed treasures now proudly displayed in the open air. Kai Yifan's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. "Goodness, that's twice the size of mine, sister. How do you manage to carry that around every day without tiring? If you could refrain from speaking, no one would mistake you for a mute," Qin Wanxian coldly admonished Kai Yifan, though her face burned with embarrassment. Were it not for her affliction tormenting her so, she would not have taken such a step. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the four essential methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Initially, Pang Yi had suspected that Qin Wanqian merely possessed a naturally cold constitution, disrupting her body's yin-yang balance. With a mere infusion of internal energy, he believed he could easily rectify her condition. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. A hint of anxiety crept into Pang Yi's expression as he swallowed hard. Qin Wanqian noticed this, her own tension escalating. "Pang Yi, what is wrong? You're not going to tell me you can't treat me now, are you?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry, her body betraying her agitation. "Cough, cough, of course not. I am just thirsty, please wait a moment," Pang Yi replied hurriedly, darting to the side for a drink of water. "How peculiar," Qin Wanqian murmured, puzzled. "Thirsty, didn't you just have coffee?" Cai Yifan looked at Pang Yi, his face flushed and visibly anxious, questioning his claim. What was concealed in his trousers, she wondered, could it be his secret weapon? Pang Yi gulped down water, desperately seeking to regain his composure. The shock Qin Wanqian had just delivered was overwhelming, and he was chugging the cold water with fervor. Yet, the vivid imagery from moments ago lingered in his mind, making it difficult to forget. After a while, he managed to suppress the surge of masculine energy. "All right, let us commence without delay. If all goes well, we should be done in about 15 minutes, he stated, deliberately averting his gaze from the two prominent mounds, for he wished to avoid any further temptation. Upon seeing Pang Yi's resolute demeanor, Qin Wanqian felt her body relax. As her heart raced, Pang Yi withdrew the silver needles, hesitating momentarily as he contemplated the acupuncture points, given their proximity to the intimidating treasures, elegantly wrapped in decorative cloth. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his precision. The needle was swiftly inserted before Qin Wanqian could react. Soon, a warm current coursed through her body, imparting a sensation of immense comfort that she found hard to contain. The rhythmic sounds that followed led Pang Yi's thoughts astray. Were it not for Cai Yifan witnessing it firsthand, one might have thought he was engaged in an intimate act with Qin Wanqian. Experiencing the same sounds, Pang Yi's inner being stirred. To expedite the process, he hastened the transmission of his internal energy. After approximately 10 minutes, the cold, stagnant energy within Qin Wanqian was expelled. As the detrimental essence left her body, she involuntarily began to move, feeling as if she were soaring through the heavens, a euphoric sensation beyond words. When she regained her composure, the pain in her abdomen had dissipated entirely. Her gaze toward Pang Yi transformed. He truly was a remarkable individual, yet, the memory of her earlier embarrassment was still vivid, compounded by the sudden realization that her trousers felt somewhat damp, prompting her to exclaim, "Pang Yi, you scoundrel!" "Ha, sister, that was quite a forceful shout." Cai Yifan laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach, while Pang Yi had already retreated to the side. After her outburst, Qin Wanqian hurried to the bathroom. However, half an hour passed without her re-emerging. Unable to bear it any longer, Pang Yi mustered the courage to call out, "Sister, are you constipated? Why are you taking so long?" After a considerable wait, Qin Wanqian finally emerged, draped in a scarf that barely concealed her exquisite figure, leaving Pang Yi mesmerized, standing there like a fool. "Ah, you finally decided to come out. If you hadn't, I would have had to break the door down. Are you feeling much better now? I wasn't misleading you, was I?" Pang Yi grinned mischievously, seemingly oblivious to Qin Wanqian's still flushed complexion. Qin Wanqian maintained her frosty demeanor. "It's too soon to say. I'll only believe you if I feel fine in a few days. Rest assured, not only did I expel the cold energy from your body, but I also eliminated some impurities, enabling you to feel so comfortable and liberated," Pang Yi remarked with a smile. At that moment, Qin Wanqian's expression darkened, and just as she was about to unleash a tirade, the door suddenly crashed open, falling to the ground. A throng of individuals clad in black suits surged in, surrounding Pang Yi and the others in a tight circle. Behind them strode a man in a white casual suit, exuding an air of leisure. Upon seeing him, Qin Wanqian's face paled further. It was someone she had least wanted to encounter. Chapter 34. What does it matter? An unexpected situation left several individuals feeling bewildered. Pang Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the group of people rushing in, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of harmlessness. Though inwardly irritated that these intruders had disrupted his plans, he noted that their intentions did not seem solely directed at him. Rather, he was inclined to stand aside and witness what these people intended to do in his presence. "What brings you here?" Qin Wanqian's expression darkened. It is often said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, and she was no exception. Just moments ago, she appeared charming and alluring, but in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a cold, unyielding volcano. Her beautiful eyes narrowed at the young men entering, as if flames were ready to erupt from within, causing the atmosphere in the room to grow tense. "What do you think I'm here for?" Xian Jining clenched his fists, glancing from Qin Wanqian to Pang Yi. The sight of the three of them in a hotel room, dressed as they were, inevitably led to unseemly thoughts. His heart simmered with resentment. Do not forget your own status. You are a woman bound by an engagement, yet here you are, sharing a room with another man. Xian Jiming, spare me your pretense. My relationship with you will never change. You may wish to pursue me, but that will only be possible over my dead body, Qin Wanxian retorted angrily, her fury reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She could hardly comprehend why she was so enraged. Moreover, these matters are mine alone. I am an adult and can make my own choices. Very well, indeed, Xian Jiming replied, his tone icy as he uttered the words twice. You know my stance now. If you wish to avoid further complications, I advise you to leave this place immediately, or you may find it difficult to depart later. Despite her words, she cautiously glanced at Peng Yi and Cai Yifan, signaling them to leave at once. While she felt no fear of Xian Jiming, relying on her engagement status, she knew he would not dare to act against her. However, Peng Yi and Cai Yifan were different. They could easily become scapegoats for Xian Jiming's wrath. She was acutely aware that this man always surrounded himself with formidable bodyguards for protection. If a conflict were to arise, both Peng Yi and Cai Yifan could find themselves unjustly harmed. Regrettably, her subtle gestures went unnoticed by Peng Yi and Cai Yifan, who continued to stand there, smiling as they awaited the unfolding drama. Particularly, Peng Yi wore a look of schadenfreude, seemingly relishing the prospect of a confrontation. This insufferable fellow, even at this juncture, still hoped to witness my humiliation, Qin Wanxian thought to herself, then turned her gaze back to Xian Jiming. Today concerns only you and me. It has nothing to do with others. Have them leave. Oh, are you already thinking of your pretty boy after just getting into bed? Xian Jiming's expression grew colder. He had been observing Peng Yi, suspecting that a man who could share a bed with Qin Wanxian must possess some significance. Yet, all signs pointed to the conclusion that this young man was merely a worthless nobody, and he found it intolerable. Did Qin Wanxian truly regard him as inferior to a mere pauper? Do not speak nonsense. Regardless of whether there is anything between us, what does it matter to you? I have stated that I will not acquiesce. Please cease your pursuit. Qin Wanxian clenched her fists, glaring at Peng Yi, who initially met her gaze but eventually turned away. This left her at a loss for words, feeling as though this man was a fool sent by the heavens to punish her. You wretched woman! Xian Jiming could no longer contain his fury. Despite the fact that this woman was the object of his affection, any man would feel angered by such an affront. Moreover, in his position, he had his fair share of admirers, all eager to curry favor. The audacity of this wretched woman, not only failing to appreciate his feelings but also daring to betray him, was utterly intolerable. As he spoke, he lunged forward, lifting his left hand. Just as his palm was about to connect, it was seized firmly by another. Brother, there is no need for violence. We can discuss this amicably. However, striking a woman is not the act of a man of honor. Get off me, Xian Jiming struggled, attempting to shake off Peng Yi, but found it utterly futile. Peng Yi's grip on his wrist was unyielding, akin to iron, and the pressure caused beads of sweat to form on Xian Jiming's forehead. There is nothing I loathe more than men who strike women, Peng Yi stated coldly, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Originally, I had no intention of involving myself in this matter, but your shamelessness has compelled me to intervene. If you choose to leave quietly, we can part ways amicably. However, should you persist, do not blame me for being inhospitable. With that, Peng Yi twisted Xian Jiming's wrist, forcing him to turn away, and delivered a swift kick to his rear. The suddenness of the act caught even Xian Jiming off guard. By the time he realized what had transpired, he found himself sprawled on the ground, having fallen unceremoniously. Qin Wanxian's lips twitched, clearly stifling laughter. Meanwhile, Xian Jiming seethed with rage. Damn it, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. What are you all waiting for? Teach this brat a lesson, and I will take responsibility for any consequences. As his words fell, Peng Yi was immediately surrounded by bodyguards. Are you an idiot? Knowing your opponents outnumber you, yet still choosing to act recklessly, do you truly believe you can take on 10 at once? Qin Wanxian stood protectively behind Peng Yi, gazing at his formidable figure. A peculiar feeling welled up within her. She could not fathom why she found herself hoping this man would triumph over the bodyguards, as though he were a hero safeguarding her. While it is true that a man must learn to endure, I have lived long enough to acquire many survival skills, yet this particular lesson eludes me, Peng Yi remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips as he faced the bodyguards. Moreover, I will not permit the women around me to be bullied by others. This is my principle, one that I shall never easily alter. Ha, how amusing. Today, I shall witness how you alone contend with my subordinates. Xian Jiming smirked, rubbing his wrist as he laughed heartily. He believed that Peng Yi was now at his weakest, utterly incapable of overcoming such overwhelming odds unless he were a divine being descended from the heavens. As for Qin Wanqian, she could not fathom why, after hearing Xian Jiming's words, she genuinely began to believe in Peng Yi's resolve. She herself was astonished that she had come to trust his words. What is this? Chapter 35 Uncontrollable Fury. Qin Wanqian stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Peng Yi's retreating figure, increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic man before her. He often appeared carefree and brash, akin to a rogue, yet in the most critical moments, he embodied the essence of a true man. Most would have fled in such a situation, but he remained resolute. There are so many of you confronting just one Peng Yi. If that is the case, then I shall lend my assistance, Cai Yifan declared. She had initially intended to dissuade Peng Yi, recognizing that Xian Jiming was no ordinary adversary. Should a confrontation arise, the odds might not favor them, and provoking trouble with such a formidable opponent was ill-advised. Thus, adhering to the principle of retreating when possible, she believed it prudent to avoid complicating matters. Her reasoning was sound and undeniably correct. Refraining from confrontation in such a scenario was indeed the wisest course of action. Unfortunately, her thoughts were not swiftly acted upon, as Peng Yi had already stepped forward. If she were to intervene now, it would undoubtedly appear as a slight to him. Even the most temperate of men would not tolerate such indignity. Qin Wanqian momentarily stood in stunned silence, observing Cai Yifan step forward with a furrowed brow. What are you all doing? Since we are here, we cannot distance ourselves from this affair. We must stand together, Cai Yifan responded decisively, aware that Qin Wanqian questioned her involvement. After all, I am a black belt in Taekwondo. I am keen to ascertain the capabilities of these bodyguards. Peng Yi merely smirked, choosing not to speak. Xian Jiming's mouth twitched as he watched Cai Yifan advance, saying, Miss, I advise you to refrain from meddling. This matter is not one you should involve yourself in. My decision to intervene is mine alone, and I do not require the judgment of a pompous peacock such as yourself, Cai Yifan retorted fiercely. Having resolved to confront the situation head-on, she would not grant Xian Jiming an ounce of respect. If you feel discomfort, you are welcome to take action. Do not concern yourself with the fact that I am a woman. Indeed, she was a woman, yet a formidable black belt at that. Ordinarily, her adversaries would scarcely stand a chance against her. Qin Wanqian stepped forward silently, her demeanor grave, uttering no harsh words. Her mere presence indicated her stance. She was prepared to stand shoulder to shoulder with Peng Yi and Cai Yifan. This display further embarrassed Xian Jiming, who clenched his fists. You are a man, yet you rely on two women for protection? Are you unaware that there exists a scenario in which one must rely on the goodwill of others? Peng Yi replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Shielded by two women, he felt no shame whatsoever. They had made their decision with such conviction. For me to discourage their involvement now would be utterly foolish, and I certainly shall not do so. I had thought you to be a man, yet here you are, needing the protection of two delicate ladies. Ah, but they are not merely delicate ladies. One is a trained police officer, and the other is a black belt in Taekwondo. They are more than capable of handling your incompetent subordinates, Peng Yi stated coldly, his words laced with disdain. Moreover, I do not strike lightly. Your men may not be able to withstand my prowess, and should I accidentally cause harm, it would be regrettable. Such arrogance, despite being surrounded by a throng of adversaries, he remained unfazed, boldly uttering such audacious words. Very well, since you have all made your decision, do not blame me for my ruthless approach. I had already extended an opportunity to you, yet you failed to seize it. Today, I shall demonstrate my might, Xian Jiming proclaimed, gesturing grandly. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, attack, let them taste some hardship. He believed that with this call to arms, Peng Yi would falter and be compelled to retreat. He envisioned that the bodyguards would overwhelm Peng Yi, leaving one or two to restrain the two women. Though he spoke boldly, he was loath to truly engage with them. The thought of harm befalling such exquisite beauties was a burden he could not bear. As Cai Yifan observed the bodyguards charging forward, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her. Though a black belt in Taekwondo, her practical experience was limited. It was akin to memorizing an entire language textbook yet struggling to compose an essay. Ultimately, her lack of combat experience loomed large, particularly in the face of such overwhelming numbers. The mere sight of their formidable advance was enough to instill caution within her. In stark contrast, when the bodyguards lunged at him, Peng Yi seized the shoulders of two individuals, yanking them back. You two, stay put and watch. I have yet to meet my demise, and I require no assistance from you. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Just as Qin Wanqian opened her mouth to speak, Peng Yi had already engaged the first bodyguard. A fist came hurtling toward his forehead while another bodyguard attempted a side assault. No matter how skilled Peng Yi might be, it was implausible for him to fend off so many assailants. One fist cannot counter four hands. They understood this principle, yet Peng Yi remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calm in the face of such an onslaught. This brat must be petrified by the onslaught of so many. Perhaps he will be felled by the first wave of blows, Xian Jiming mused, relishing the thought of witnessing Peng Yi suffer at his hands. Only through such humiliation could he find solace. Had Xian Jiming possessed even a modicum of strength, he would have jumped in to join the fray against Peng Yi if he saw nothing immoral in pitting so many against a single man. He had brought a legion of bodyguards precisely for such eventualities, yet he could never have anticipated the swift reversal of fortune that would transpire in the blink of an eye. It was a breathtaking moment of instant retribution. The seemingly fragile and harmless young man transformed into a terrifying force, akin to a reaper in battle, his combat prowess surpassing all expectations. Chapter 36, Relief. It is rather peculiar, but one would expect that martial artists universally grasp a fundamental truth: one must never judge a person solely by their appearance. While the intricacies of foreign martial arts may remain elusive, the situation here is markedly different. The techniques employed by practitioners vary significantly, and the methods of cultivation are equally diverse. It is entirely plausible for two brothers within the same sect to embody entirely contrasting concepts. Consequently, many bodyguards and martial artists understand that one must refrain from assessing an individual's strength based on their exterior. After all, some individuals, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, revert to a state of simplicity, appearing as ordinary as any other person. Yet, when it comes time to engage, their combat prowess can far exceed expectations. These bodyguards ought to have been aware of this notion. However, Peng Yi's erratic demeanor from the outset was exceedingly confounding. He seemed to possess a dual personality, shifting forms with each moment, devoid of any semblance of a martial artist's bearing, entirely oblivious to the concept of self-discipline. As a result, they instinctively overlooked him. Moreover, with a visage that appeared utterly commonplace, it was challenging to perceive him as a formidable opponent. The two bodyguards launched their assault from two distinct angles, a strategy that is quite commonplace. After all, they held the advantage in numbers, and this young man appeared to be an easy target. Their plan was simple: by striking from two different directions, even a minor injury inflicted upon Peng Yi would likely impair his response. Should his reflexes falter even slightly, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed and pummeled to the ground by the multitude. This mirrors the typical style of street brawls. Once one side gains the upper hand, the other may swiftly lose the will to resist, with their sole desire being to flee the scene. Yet they were unprepared for the unexpected. Before their fists could land, Peng Yi advanced rather than retreating instinctively. When surrounded by adversaries and facing an assault from two angles, one would typically seek to withdraw to a safer location, adhering to the adage that it is wise to preserve one's resources. However, Peng Yi astonished them by revealing no inclination to retreat. In the face of the approaching bodyguards, he opted to press forward. As one bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, Peng Yi's left hand deftly seized the man's fist, while his right delivered a devastating uppercut to the bodyguard's jaw. The sound of impact echoed as the bodyguard's head snapped back, a spray of saliva erupting from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his jaw in agony. In the aftermath, the second bodyguard's attack had barely commenced when Peng Yi, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, executed a precise sweeping kick. The bodyguard was momentarily stunned before collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining bodyguards stood in stunned silence, observing this young man before them. Their immediate realization was that he had concealed his true strength, otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly subdued their comrades. As they regarded Peng Yi, they took a step back, though they did not fully disperse. This fellow is also a practitioner, we must exercise caution, they deduced. Following the loss of two of their own, they recognized that Peng Yi was indeed a martial artist, likely possessing formidable skills. Acting rashly at this juncture would be unwise. They needed to bide their time and orchestrate a coordinated offensive. However, merely two of your men incapacitated, and you are already faltering. In a true battlefield, strategy, determination, and decisive courage are paramount. Your hesitation has afforded me the opportunity to breathe. You can no longer hope to prevail against me, Peng Yi proclaimed, his feet shifting slightly. Though it appeared a mere casual step, it was executed with remarkable speed. The bodyguard who spoke widened his eyes in disbelief, but before he could react, Peng Yi's fist struck his abdomen with a resounding thud. The bodyguard instinctively clutched his midsection, now understanding the depths of unbearable pain. What had seemed a mere casual punch now felt like a hammer crashing into his body, leaving him utterly incapacitated. He could only vacantly watch as Peng Yi approached, retreating step by step. What manner of person is this? His punches seem weightless, yet they land with the force of a sledgehammer. Who can withstand such blows? This was the final thought that crossed his mind before Peng Yi delivered a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. He did not intend to inflict mortal harm. While these men were complicit in wrongdoing, their duties as bodyguards meant they ought not to question the morality of their employer's actions. Their relationship was purely contractual, devoid of any authority to lecture on ethics. Thus, Pang Yi aimed only to impart pain, diminishing their combat capabilities without causing lasting injury. He was keenly aware of the appropriate limits, fully cognizant of when to exercise restraint. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the ground littered with bodyguards writhing in agony, none able to rise. Strangely enough, it was Pang Yi's seemingly effortless strike that had thoroughly incapacitated them. Xian Jiming may not have understood, but Qin Wanqian and Kai Yifan were well aware one must never provoke a martial artist skilled in medicine lightly. Such individuals can strike at your pressure points, inflicting the most profound pain without causing lasting harm, effectively rendering you powerless. They recalled a news story of a nursing student who had stabbed her boyfriend over 30 times, each cut deftly avoiding vital areas, an alarming testament to the potential for pain without permanent injury. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Pang Yi, they grasped that his combat prowess remained an enigma. Though the bodyguards appeared formidable, once engaged, they were no match for Pang Yi. Indeed, they seemed scarcely worthy of his consideration. This must be his true strength, Qin Wanqian mused inwardly, her admiration growing as she recognized just how effortlessly Pang Yi handled the situation. Chapter 37 of the Rival. Hey, I must inquire whether you are capable of accomplishing anything at all. Just look at the caliber of your bodyguards. This motley crew is only fit to handle the most ordinary of individuals. Yet, when faced with someone of our caliber, do you truly believe they can safeguard you? Pang Yi proclaimed, standing tall and resolute, fixing his gaze upon Xian Jiming. Your bodyguards have all lost their fighting prowess, and you are no match for me. You must be aware of the course of action you ought to take now, correct? Do you believe you have already triumphed? Xian Jiming stepped back, revealing a hint of surprise. He had initially assumed that his bodyguards would effortlessly overpower Pang Yi, only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating instead. Now, he was concerned that Pang Yi might charge at him directly, prompting him to instinctively maintain his distance. Do you have any hidden cards up your sleeve? Stone, it seems the time has come for you to take action. A ferocious glint flickered in Xian Jiming's eyes. At that moment, everyone finally noticed the presence of another individual beside him, an almost ethereal figure who had remained unnoticed in the room until now. This was a middle-aged man of approximately 1.65 meters in height, somewhat diminutive in stature, with a gaunt frame and dark skin, lacking any distinctive features that would make him memorable. Even if one happened to glance at him, they would likely not retain any impression of his presence. This man had likely harbored a past as an assassin. Only those with such a background could completely conceal their aura. Even with deliberate scrutiny, one might not perceive him as a threat. It is precisely such individuals who pose the greatest danger. Dressed in inconspicuous attire, Stone approached slowly, his voice gravelly. Are you truly certain you want me to intervene? You must understand that should matters necessitate my involvement, the consequences will inevitably be severe. I cannot guarantee restraint. I am somewhat concerned that I might inadvertently kill this insolent brat, for his arrogance is simply intolerable. Stone's tone was calm, suggesting that he had seldom needed to resort to violence while accompanying Xian Jiming. However, it was evident that his previous encounters had left a psychological scar on his adversaries. Such an opponent is one with whom no one would willingly engage. There is no alternative. This brat is undeniably too arrogant. If we simply concede today, who knows what tomorrow may bring. Right now, I intend to teach him the reason behind the bloom of flowers. Xian Jiming clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he glared at Pang Yi, harboring a desire to slay him with his own hands. Very well, this young man has indeed grown overly presumptuous, Stone replied slowly, stepping forward with a smile. However, he likely does not comprehend that there are individuals in this world who are not to be trifled with, akin to the peril of provoking a tiger. Today, I shall allow you to witness the prowess of a true master. Oh, it appears you are quite self-assured. Stone has been by my side for many years, encountering numerous foes, yet he has never once tasted defeat. His strength is evident for all to see. Do not be misled by your own abilities, even you would not stand a chance against him, Xian Jiming scoffed. Meanwhile, Qin Wanqian's expression darkened. Xian Jiming, regardless of our numerous issues, they are our concerns alone. It is unjust to involve others in the resolution of our conflicts. If you have grievances, direct them toward me. The innocent should not bear the brunt of your wrath. Why must you choose to inflict harm upon them? I have no intention of harming this brat. It is simply that he has consistently provoked me, leaving me with no dignity. You must understand that, given my status, others treat me with utmost respect, yet this young man acts otherwise. How can I establish my reputation before those beneath my command in such circumstances? He glanced at Pang Yi, shaking his head. I offered him a chance, but regrettably, he failed to seize it. Thus, I must resort to alternative means to rectify my losses. Xian Jiming, you are a madman. Qin Wanqian attempted to articulate further, but Peng Yi interrupted with a reassuring pat on her shoulder. Do you lack faith in me? Is that even a question? I am well aware of Stone's formidable strength. Even the elite of our special forces would struggle against him, and his strikes are merciless should he choose to act. There is a grave risk of severe injury or even death. You must leave at once. I assure you, they will not harm you. Qin Wanqian was increasingly anxious, unable to fathom how Peng Yi could contend with Stone, a man notorious for his brutal reputation. It is too late now. This brat may leave here, but only if he kneels and offers me an apology. Only then will I be satisfied. You wish for me to kneel and apologize? Indeed, you still possess a choice at present, but once Stone makes his move, you will find no opportunity to express your contrition. Thus, I advise you to accept the situation gracefully. You must realize that sometimes, attempting the impossible is nothing short of foolishness. Xian Jiming shook his head, exhaling a sigh. No matter who you send to confront me today, it matters not. After years of navigating this world, I have encountered many elite fighters, yet never has anyone truly left me at a loss. I am eager to see just how formidable your subordinate is, to the point that he believes he can triumph over me. Peng Yi's eyes widened, intrigue peaking within him. Since arriving in this place, he had not encountered anyone particularly challenging, and it had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat. He felt a twinge of excitement. Rest assured, today you shall witness the true power of a martial artist, Stone declared, twisting his neck, revealing that within his seemingly frail body lay a reservoir of energy. Real martial artists are not akin to those who merely dabble in superficial techniques. When they strike, you will understand the essence of regret. Calm down, all this talk is merely to bolster your own confidence, is it not? Should you manage to defeat me today, I shall address you as grandfather. Are you speaking the truth? I have never been one to deceive others. Though I may not be a gentleman, my word is my bond. Stone chuckled coldly, pondering whether this foolish lad genuinely believed he could best him. What a ludicrous notion. In this humble locale, he had yet to encounter an adversary capable of instilling genuine fear within him. Chapter 38. The ordinary man. Jusher brimmed with confidence, considering himself a notable figure in the martial arts realm over the years. In the assassin world, he had once thrived, and had it not been for his desire for a stable life as he aged, he would not have become a retainer by Xian Jiming's side. Fortunately, the Xian family was affluent enough to meet all his needs, allowing Jusher to remain loyally by Jiming's side throughout the years. Thus, when he saw Peng Yi looking down on him, he could not help but scoff inwardly. The youth of today truly did not comprehend the gravity of their situation. If this young man were to learn of Jusher's past deeds, he would likely not be smiling so confidently. Jusher mused silently, fearing that should Peng Yi uncover his true identity, he would surely kneel and beg for mercy. Very well, since you insist, go ahead and call, Peng Yi said, arms crossed, a smirk on his face as he regarded Jusher. Taken aback for a moment, Jusher quickly darkened his expression. Do you truly believe you can best me? Just as you have confidence, so must I. If one cannot muster unwavering self-assurance before engaging in combat, how can they hope to defeat their opponent? If one's spirit wavers before the fight even begins, failure is the only path that lies ahead, Peng Yi retorted coldly, fixing his gaze firmly on Jusher. Call now, and you may avoid physical suffering. You insolent brat, it appears you are truly tired of living, Jusher growled, his temper flaring. Though he had tempered his volatility over the years spent by Jiming's side, the presence of Peng Yi was testing his limits. All he desired was to utterly defeat this youth and deliver a thorough beating, leaving a lasting impression on him. Thus, the moment Peng Yi finished speaking, Jusher surged forward, reaching out as if to grasp something from him. Peng Yi's expression shifted, the earlier smile vanishing in an instant. While he had spoken boldly, he was acutely aware that he could not underestimate his adversary. Given that this individual could stand beside Xian Jiming, he must possess considerable skill. Thus, caution was imperative in battle. Jusher's probing hand, seemingly casual, concealed a formidable internal force. A typical person might attempt to confront it head-on, but that would be the gravest error. With a subtle smile, Peng Yi shifted his stance and lightly grasped Jusher's wrist. We have yet to declare the start of the match, and you already choose to strike, how uncouth. Jusher scoffed, his right hand twitching slightly. In that instant, Peng Yi felt a surge of power erupt from Jusher, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. The recoil was so intense that even Peng Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily, forcing him to loosen his grip on Jusher's wrist. You foolish boy, I cultivate the purest and most unyielding fire body. You dare to challenge me barehanded, you truly do not value your life, Jusher declared, glancing at his own palm. Indeed, the force unleashed was a violent flame element, scorching his hand black as if it had been singed. The temperature of that internal force was formidable. If ignited, it would spell disaster. Raising his hand to blow gently, he smiled faintly. I did not expect to encounter someone so reckless as to play with fire. Do you not fear being burned by your own flames? Prepare to perish, Jushur growled, unwilling to continue engaging in idle banter with this young man. His instincts told him that Peng Yi's verbal prowess far surpassed his own. Engaging in further dialogue would yield no fruitful outcome. Taking direct action would be far simpler. With a roar, he summoned his internal power, his body shrouded in swirling mist. This insolent brat had dared to be so arrogant before him, and now he would face the consequences of not retreating before his onslaught. With a whoosh, his fist cut through the air, creating a sound akin to the tearing of fabric within the room. Qin Wanxian frowned, wishing to interject, but it was too late to prevent the impending clash. Cai Yifan's concern grew. Despite Jushur's irritating demeanor, he was the protector of her grandfather and her own safety. If he were to fall in battle, what would become of her grandfather? What fate awaited her? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Peng Yi remained rooted in place, appearing as though he had been rendered mute with fear. Jushur's lips curled upward, sensing the dawn of victory. But at that moment, everyone was left in shock. Jushur charged forward with great speed, yet in the next heartbeat, Peng Yi merely lifted his right hand and delivered a casual slap. Ordinary, yet terrifying, that slap landed squarely on Jushur's face, the force distorting his left cheek and sending him careening to the right, crashing into the furniture and scattering its contents onto the floor. He collided with the wall, barely managing to steady himself. Struggling to rise, he was met with a dazzling haze and excruciating pain, preventing him from standing. In contrast, Peng Yi appeared unfazed as he dusted off his hands, stating nonchalantly, "I told you to call out. You insisted on reaching this point. Just look at yourself. That slap may have cost you dearly." Damn it! Jushur's thoughts were consumed with frustration. Had he known this young man possessed such strength, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. However, moments ago, he had scarcely perceived Peng Yi's movements. Even if he had seen Peng Yi raise his hand, he would have been utterly unable to resist. What seemed like a mere casual slap carried an inexplicable aura that dulled his reflexes, ensuring that the strike landed with precision. With such capability, could he truly be an ordinary man? Chapter 39. Call him Master Peng. Peng Yi wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the dazed Xian Jiming before him. Looking at the formidable boulder, it seemed unlikely that this giant would ever wish to confront him again. Although he had merely released a fraction of his dragon tiger aura, it exerted an overwhelming pressure, and in that fleeting moment, the boulder appeared utterly terrified. Consequently, it found itself unable to maintain any semblance of composure, succumbing to defeat almost instantaneously. This is why many individuals are admonished to remain calm during combat. There is wisdom in such advice. Xian Jiming glanced around nervously upon receiving the news. He had anticipated that confrontation was inevitable today. Despite Peng Yi's previous cordiality, he could not escape a thorough beating. After all, who could tolerate witnessing their fiancée engaging in an illicit rendezvous? To his astonishment, the bodyguards he had brought with him had been swiftly dispatched, and even the boulder, which he had taken pride in as a formidable ally, had faltered in the presence of Peng Yi. Young Master Xian, consider this. If I were to strike you here today, and record the event on video to disseminate widely, would your reputation not suffer grave damage? A sinister smile crept across Peng Yi's face as he approached Xian Jiming, leaning down to meet his gaze. What do you think? You mustn't act recklessly. Reckless? Peng Yi scoffed, casting a glance at Qin Wanxian and Cai Yifan behind him, his tone growing increasingly icy. Since you entered this room, you've indiscriminately sought to attack us and even attempted to coerce Qin Wanxian into actions she loathes. I have merely acted in self-defense, which has brought us to this juncture. I do not know who you are, but we are aware of the recent assignment of bodyguards by the Kai family. Since you are evidently the rumored bodyguard accompanying Miss Kai, I advise you to refrain from any foolishness. Xian Jiming realized he could only threaten Peng Yi in this manner. If he could escape today, he would be able to alter the course of events. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I swear you will pay an unimaginable price. That sounds rather frightening, but do you honestly believe I would fear your threats? The corners of Peng Yi's mouth curled slightly upward, only to suddenly deliver a powerful punch to Xian Jiming's abdomen, skillfully calibrated to send him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. While I am indeed a bodyguard for the Kai family, there are certain matters beyond their control. Even the current patriarch of the Kai family cannot compel me to act against my will. Do you truly believe your standing within the Xian family can rival that of the elder Kai? Peng Yi scoffed disdainfully. In this world, aside from that old man, no one had the power to force him into actions he abhorred, let alone Xian Jiming. Even the elder Kai would treat him with the utmost respect. Gazing into Peng Yi's earnest eyes, Xian Jiming understood that this young man was not merely a simple bodyguard. Judging by his demeanor today, he was far more than that. Very well, I am willing to agree to anything you propose. You have an affection for Qin Wanxian, do you not? I can relinquish her to you. Xian Jiming glanced at Qin Wanxian, speaking with palpable trepidation. As long as you are willing to spare me, I would be willing to serve you in any capacity. You scoundrel! Qin Wanxian, upon hearing Xian Jiming so readily offer herself, rushed forward, ready to strike. Although she harbored no fondness for Xian Jiming, she could not bear the thought of being treated like a mere object, yet before she could reach him, Peng Yi intervened, stopping her. What do you intend to do? Beat him senseless? I want to put an end to this scoundrel. He is the heir of the Xian family. We can accomplish many things, but I advise against the notion of incapacitating him. Peng Yi regarded Qin Wanxian, his masculine authority unmistakably apparent. Moreover, you should have long been aware of his character. Such an occurrence should not be surprising to you. I fail to comprehend why you are so enraged. Qin Wanxian fell silent. Now that he is willing to annul your engagement, it should be a cause for celebration. Once today has passed, you will become a free individual, no longer burdened by this fool. Peng Yi smiled, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a small black pill. Xian Jiming observed Peng Yi with a sense of foreboding, sensing that this black pill was not as innocuous as it appeared, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. This is the shadow flower pill. Once ingested, it will introduce trace amounts of toxin into your body, which are notoriously difficult to detect. Therefore, do not harbor any thoughts of neutralizing it. I alone possess the antidote. Peng Yi chuckled coldly, then forcefully grasped Xian Jiming, administering the shadow flower pill. Though Xian Jiming attempted to struggle, he was no match for Peng Yi's strength. Before long, he had swallowed the pill. Excellent, now I possess leverage over you, and I need not worry about any actions you might take against me. Peng Yi patted Xian Jiming's shoulder, having seized control of his fate. If he were not a fool, he would surely recognize that compliance was now in his best interest. Xian Jiming's face turned ashen. He realized that from this day forward, he would be devoid of any freedom. The young man before him was a true demon, having completely commandeered his life. As for what would transpire next, no one could say, nor could anyone enlighten him. Rest assured, I will not compel you to undertake any excessive tasks, but your engagement with Qin Wanxian must be dissolved promptly, and we must ensure that the repercussions are minimized. I trust you understand? Xian Jiming nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I understand, I comprehend. I will be obedient from now on. I just do not yet know your name. Call me Master Peng. Chapter 40. Confidence. This is the world we inhabit, a realm where the strong reign supreme. Once you possess genuine power, even the most formidable individuals must immediately transform into mere pawns in your hands, subject to your will. Peng Yi placed a hand upon Xian Jiming's shoulder, gradually channeling his inner strength, and soon the swelling behind him began to dissipate swiftly. Cai Yifan watched the scene unfold in astonishment, rendered speechless by the extraordinary spectacle. Although Peng Yi had previously demonstrated remarkable medical skills at school, witnessing his abilities firsthand left her utterly astounded. How could he employ such methods to render his medical prowess so miraculous, akin to magic, effortlessly healing a person's injuries? Master Peng, please feel free to command me regarding any matters. I assure you, I shall not refuse anything within my capacity, but rest assured, I will regularly provide you with the antidote to ensure your safety. As long as you pose no threat to me, I will naturally eliminate the toxins from your body entirely. A confident smile graced Peng Yi's lips as he added, the display you just witnessed was intended to convey that my methods are not something you can easily compare to others. Xian Jiming remained silent, but the thought echoed in his mind. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Previously, he had considered seeking out renowned physicians to rid himself of the toxins, but now that notion had vanished entirely. Before him stood Peng Yi, capable of restoring his injuries to their original state in an instant. Such a feat was rare indeed. Very well, simply follow my instructions, and from here on, the subsequent matters are yours to handle. If I do not seek you out, do not entertain the thought of approaching me. I wish to keep our relationship discreet. Peng Yi regarded him earnestly. Master Peng, you need not worry. Everything that transpires here today will remain confidential. All present are my trusted subordinates, and they will not divulge these events to anyone. That is for the best. Should I discover that you have shared today's occurrences with others, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Your life and fortune are entirely within my grasp. Until you achieve true safety, it would be wise not to defy me. With that, Peng Yi took hold of Qin Wanxian with one hand and Cai Yifan with the other, striding away confidently. The two women had yet to fully comprehend the situation, passively allowing themselves to be led away by Peng Yi grasping their delicate hands. The contrasting sensations ignited a fire within Peng Yi, and memories of his earlier encounters with Qin Wanxian flooded his mind, prompting him to recite the calming incantation swiftly in his thoughts. After a moment, Qin Wanqian abruptly withdrew from his grasp. You dare associate with such filth, you are no better yourself. I have never claimed to be a good person, this world is inherently one where the strong devour the weak. True virtuous individuals cannot thrive here. To survive better, one must sometimes adopt a shameless disposition. I have never regarded this as a flawed perspective. To take pride in shamelessness, you are beyond redemption. I see nothing wrong with this habit. Peng Yi is right, sometimes, one must be a bit shameless to fare better in this world. You are merely oblivious to these truths as you currently live in comfort. When you truly experience these realities, you will understand. This is not the Kai Yifan I know. I have always been this way, especially since Peng Yi is my boyfriend. Kai Yifan declared, wrapping her arm around Peng Yi's as she added defiantly, had it not been for Peng Yi's assistance today, you would likely have remained unhealed and unable to enjoy true freedom. My affairs do not require your assistance. Yet we have already assisted you. Do you not think you should express some gratitude? Qin Wanqian regarded him, a flicker of reluctance in her heart. However, recalling the events that had transpired, she recognized that this man had risked offending the Xian family to aid her. It would be unjust to disregard his efforts. I must return home immediately. If you do not mind, why not join me for dinner? She suggested reluctantly, reflecting on how she had never invited a man to her home before, prompting a sigh of incredulity at her own words. Is that truly acceptable? Though it appeared awkward, Qin Wanqian noticed only excitement and anticipation on Peng Yi's face, clearly eager to glimpse the abode of this fierce policewoman. If you do not wish to go, then do not. With a cold huff, Qin Wanqian turned and led the way. Peng Yi followed, a sheepish smile on his face as he trailed behind her. Kai Yifan suddenly twisted his waist playfully. You rascal, why are you so excited? Who wouldn't be thrilled to dine with two stunning beauties? Peng Yi replied earnestly, then turned to her, although I am your bodyguard, I also possess my own freedom of choice. I trust you will not interfere with my desires? Of course, but achieving personal freedom comes at a cost. You must teach me your medical skills. I can teach you, but the process may be quite intricate. You are aware that traditional Chinese medicine is profound and not something one can master in a day or two. It requires innate talent and capability, both of which are indispensable. That is of no concern to me. I have effortlessly handled every endeavor for years. It is merely traditional Chinese medicine. I refuse to believe it can truly challenge me. With a cold laugh, the genius Kai Yifan expressed her unwavering confidence, having been a prodigy since childhood. Chapter 41. A difficult acceptance. After departing from the hotel, Peng Yi and his companions swiftly hailed a taxi, and soon arrived at a modest residential community. It appeared that Qin Wanqian, the fiery policewoman, was not as affluent as they had envisioned. This neighborhood seemed to cater only to the middle class. Her apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, which appeared reasonably spacious. Living alone in such an abode could indeed feel rather solitary, and one could certainly understand the source of her tempestuous temperament and underlying loneliness that compelled her to adopt a facade of strength, concealing her inner desolation from others. Once seated in the elegantly adorned living room, Peng Yi smiled and remarked, I never would have imagined that a fiery policewoman like yourself could possess such exquisite taste in home decor. It truly comes as a pleasant surprise. Qin Wanqian cast a fleeting glance his way, casually tossing a pair of women's slippers at his feet. The carpet is expensive, change your shoes. These are women's slippers. Surely you're aware that I cannot wear them, he protested. Change them immediately, or be on your way, she retorted, glaring at him. Allowing this man entry into her home was already an unprecedented act, and now he dared to impose conditions. He was truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Peng Yi, glancing at the delicate slippers, chuckled resignedly before slipping them on. Observing his compliance, Qin Wanqian finally redirected her attention away from him and retreated into the kitchen. I will prepare the meal myself. Make yourselves comfortable. You may explore anywhere in the house except my room, and once we've dined, I expect you to leave. Why the urgency to see us off? Is there something here that we ought to be wary of? Peng Yi inquired, scanning the surroundings, suspicion creeping in that perhaps there was a hidden secret within these walls, prompting Qin Wanqian's haste. Qin Wanqian chose not to respond, continuing with her culinary tasks. You are the first man to enter this home. Prior to you, no one was allowed inside. Rumor has it even her parents have never visited. You should feel quite honored, Kai Yifan chimed in, a note of pride in her voice. Despite Peng Yi's significant assistance, she had not anticipated that Qin Wanqian would bring him here. Peng Yi smiled, yet did not dwell on the significance of the moment. Though her words suggested exclusivity, one could never ascertain if there were others who might be exceptions. A woman like Qin Wanqian, harboring such emotional voids, could easily fall prey to the affections of a man. After spending an hour or two at Qin Wenxian's residence, Cai Yifan finally lost her patience and prepared to leave. I have other matters to attend to, I won't see you off, Qin Wenxian stated flatly, her demeanor unchanged. I hope we meet again soon, Cai Yifan replied. If you find yourself on the wrong side of the law, I assure you, our paths will cross again swiftly. But I advise you to refrain from unlawful activities. Should you fall into my hands, do not expect leniency, Qin Wenxian warned, glaring at Peng Yi. Enough of this, your time is up, leave immediately. Truly a peculiar woman, Peng Yi mused, shaking his head as he exited her home. Something felt amiss. Cai Yifan, who had previously exuded an air of aloofness befitting a high-achieving lady, now seemed to lack that imposing presence. What could have transpired to alter her demeanor so drastically? Surely a single incident at the hotel could not have shifted her perception of him so swiftly. One would expect a modicum of restraint. With a multitude of questions bubbling within him, he refrained from voicing them all. Peng Yi, you must teach me the art of medicine, Cai Yifan declared, her enthusiasm palpable as she pressed closely against him. Her delicate form ignited a spark of mischief within him. Had he not feared for his own well-being, he might have been tempted to indulge in more than mere instruction. I have previously stated that traditional Chinese medicine is a profound discipline. If you wish to truly learn, you must also study Qigong. However, your family's techniques may surpass mine, and without your grandfather's consent, I cannot take it upon myself to instruct you, Peng Yi replied, shrugging helplessly. Teaching her the intricacies of medicine and Qigong was not an insurmountable task. While his own potent energy might be beyond her grasp, he possessed various techniques she could explore. Yet, the elder had never permitted Cai Yifan to engage with such matters, likely as a means of safeguarding her from potential dangers. Should Peng Yi impart his knowledge to her without due consideration, he would inadvertently disrupt the elder's plans. Though he felt no fear, he was unwilling to jeopardize another's intentions. Humph, you all use grandfather as an excuse to deny me, even my brother. Cai Yifan's mood suddenly soured, transforming her from a lively young woman into a hesitant, pensive figure. The swift change took Peng Yi aback. While I cannot teach you Qigong, I can reluctantly share some techniques from traditional Chinese medicine with you. After all, you are pursuing a medical career, so these concepts will eventually be part of your studies, he conceded, unable to bear the sight of her distress. However, be forewarned that it may pose numerous challenges. Do not regret it later. Of course, I won't regret it, Cai Yifan beamed at him, her countenance brightening once more, leaving Peng Yi to question her emotional stability. How could she shift from despair to elation in mere moments? You said it. Should you find it unbearable, do not hold me accountable, he chuckled darkly. Learning acupuncture and traditional medicine was no simple endeavor, particularly for a woman. It would likely prove quite difficult for her to accept. Chapter 42. Trade. Upon witnessing the mocking smile adorning Peng Yi's face, Cai Yifan realized that this man was undoubtedly up to no good. Although she harbored a certain aversion to him, it was impossible to deny her astonishment at his medical prowess. Having acquired considerable knowledge about the differences between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine during her high school years, she understood the transformations these two disciplines had undergone, particularly in light of the recent decline of traditional Chinese medicine. It was only natural, considering the extensive history of traditional Chinese medicine, which had been passed down through generations, with many of its formidable techniques kept secret. Since ancient times, accomplished practitioners had devoted their lifework solely to teaching their disciples, never contemplating the idea of sharing their knowledge with peers. Everyone was aware of the adage that teaching a disciple could lead to the master's demise. One disciple was often deemed sufficient. If one's skills became widely known throughout the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, who could guarantee their own survival? As time progressed, the essence of these medical arts gradually diminished, and now, they seemed almost non-existent. This was the fate of traditional Chinese medicine. In contrast, the rapid ascendance of Western medicine in such a short span was attributable to its foundation in scientific theory, bolstered by unique medical apparatuses. In essence, the financial resources at a hospital's disposal dictated the quality of its medical practice, alleviating concerns regarding the potential replication of one's methods. Even if others possess skills, without the necessary equipment, they would be rendered ineffective. Thus, over the subsequent centuries, Western medicine experienced a meteoric rise, ultimately dominating the entire medical field, leading to a situation where traditional Chinese medicine garnered little interest, and few believed in its efficacy for healing. Many venerable practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine became the subject of ridicule. Until recently, Cai Yifan had harbored similar sentiments. However, after witnessing Peng Yi's remarkable ability to heal, she began to grasp the true power of traditional Chinese medicine. This realization compelled her to engage with this shameless rogue. Humph, do not think for a moment that you can evade my inquiries with such excuses. Regardless of how arduous the learning process may be, I am confident in my ability to succeed. What you need to do now is to earnestly impart your medical knowledge to me. As for the matter of Qigong, I possess my own discernment, and I will seek my grandfather's permission to learn it. I believe the reason Kai Laozu has yet to permit you to study Qigong is that he wishes for you to remain an ordinary girl, a typical young lady of privilege. You must understand that our profession is far more intricate than you can imagine, rife with factionalism and conflicts that you cannot fathom. Once you truly comprehend these realities, even I cannot guarantee that you will endure. At this juncture, Peng Yi's expression grew serious. He began to understand why Kai Laozu was reluctant to allow Kai Yifan to pursue Qigong. It was a genuinely ruthless world, a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. This woman, whose intellect had yet to fully mature, while physically impressive, lacked maturity in other respects. I do not care, whatever I set my mind to will be a success, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. She cast a cold glance at Peng Yi before leaning closer. By the way, is that Yin Huadan truly as terrifying as you described? What Yin Huadan? Peng Yi looked at her, bewildered, as if he had never encountered those words before. His expression caused Kai Yifan to momentarily falter. Had he not just fed it to Xian Jiming? Could it be that he had forgotten about it so quickly? Did he truly possess such a poor memory? It is the one you gave to Xian Jiming. Oh, I thought you were referring to something else. It turns out it was merely that. A sly smile crept across Peng Yi's face, and it was evident to anyone that his intentions were far from benign. Do you truly wish to know what I gave him? Of course. Is it really as miraculous as you claim, considering that even Western medical equipment cannot detect the Yin Huadan? Absolutely, even if the world's top doctors were summoned, they would remain unable to ascertain what that fellow has inside him. I possess that confidence. Peng Yi thumped his chest, gazing at Kai Yifan. There is no way to identify the Yin Huadan within him. Wow, this Yin Huadan is so formidable, how is it concocted? Ah, that is a secret that our sect does not disclose. If I were to casually reveal it, my master would undoubtedly scold me severely, so I cannot divulge it. Peng Yi feigned terror, shaking his head and retreating as if confronted by a frightful apparition. The more he acted this way, the more curious Kai Yifan became about the nature of the substance. In a world filled with exceptional talents, how could Peng Yi possess such unwavering confidence that no one would ever discover the true nature of the pill he held? Was he truly as enigmatic as the legends suggested? I know you must be racking your brain, eager to discover how this pill is made. Yes. I mentioned earlier that this is our sect's unique secret. It is not something you can learn. Peng Yi wore a grin, embodying the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. Upon witnessing his expression, Kai Yifan began to comprehend this man had remained consistently shameless from their first encounter to this moment. He was merely seeking to extract some advantage from her in exchange for revealing his secret. Normally, she would have been reluctant to learn such things, but having witnessed his methods firsthand, the opportunity to understand the creation of the Yin Huadan was undeniably enticing. Though he was somewhat unscrupulous, one could not deny that he was a treasure trove of knowledge. If she could seize this chance, it would be most advantageous. Now, what do you desire in return? As long as you kiss me, I will reveal to you the secret of how that pill is made, and I can even guide you through the process step by step. Peng Yi replied with a mischievous grin. This is truly a lucrative deal. Chapter 43. Disturbance of the heart. You shameless scoundrel. Dear lady, do take a good look, all my pearly white teeth are perfectly intact here. How can you possibly accuse me of being shameless? Such a statement is nothing short of a catastrophic blow to my tender soul. If my heart suffers from this, you shall be liable for emotional damages. Peng Yi grinned widely, revealing his pristine teeth, gazing at her with a playful smile. Kai Yifan clenched her fists, at a loss for words. I have never forced you, yet this is our unique secret technique. If anyone could easily obtain it from me, would that not be a grave disservice to my master? Peng Yi feigned a deep sense of conflict, as if he were truly troubled by the matter. I understand that you are undoubtedly struggling to summon the courage to kiss me. This request must be exceedingly difficult for you, thus you would likely retreat in the face of such a challenge. Kai Yifan remained silent, cautiously observing this character before her. In his gaze, she detected a hint of triumph. Do you truly think I lack the courage? You underestimate me. After a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that trading a kiss for the secret recipe of a mysterious elixir was worth the exchange. Although this man was somewhat despicable, he was not entirely unappealing. Her perspective on Peng Yi had shifted slightly since learning of his impressive medical skills. Peng Yi, too, harbored a smirk of his own, pondering that this woman's tenacity would surely not allow her to relent easily. Surely, she would end up obediently kissing his cheek. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a pair of fiery red lips suddenly pressed against his arm was still slightly raised, immobilized as if time had frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Kai Yifan as if he had seen a ghost. The notion that this time, should he fail, she would demand another kiss loomed over him. Having already invested all his effort, he could hardly endure a second attempt. Since there was no opportunity for a second time, it would be better to make this one count, leaving her speechless, thus sparing himself further torment. With this thought, she leaned in. Peng Yi was left utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. His mind raced with countless thoughts, yet he could never have anticipated that this woman would interpret a mere kiss to such an extravagant degree, savoring the moment. After what felt like an eternity, Cai Yifan pushed him away, her face flushed. "All right, I have fulfilled your request. Is that truly what you wished to ascertain?" Peng Yi managed a bittersweet smile, uncertain how to conclude the encounter. "Is that even a question? Would I have kissed you, you filthy rogue, otherwise?" Cai Yifan replied coldly, her tone pushing him away. "I hope you do not take that incident to heart. I only sought the recipe for Inhuadan, and if it weren't for that, I would never approach a scoundrel like you in this lifetime." "Ahem, Miss Cai," Peng Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Usually, he maintained a shameless demeanor, impervious to criticism, but given the stakes with this lady, he could no longer afford to be so carefree. Yet he felt a flutter of excitement mixed with a twinge of guilt. "You must promise me, once you learn the secret, you will not retaliate against me." "Retaliate? Why would I do that?" "Just promise me." "Fine, I promise I will not lay a hand on you." Cai Yifan nodded, completely oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly fallen into Peng Yi's trap, not very agreeing to his terms. Had she known the true nature of the situation, her thoughts would surely have been very different. "Ahem, that's excellent, truly excellent." Peng Yi sighed in relief, awkwardly gazing at her. "In truth, the process of creating Inhuadan is exceedingly simple. First, one must refrain from bathing for an entire month." Such an odd method of preparation?" Cai Yifan paused, finding the requirement rather peculiar and difficult to accept. "Secondly, during the process, one must sweat profusely." She nodded gravely, jotting it down, unaware of the barely suppressed laughter on Peng Yi's face. "In fact, while preparing, one must vigorously rub one's skin to remove the dirt and grime, then gently mold it into a round pill, and voila, the task is complete." At this point, Peng Yi instinctively took a step back, adopting a stance as if ready to defend himself, staring blankly at Cai Yifan. Cai Yifan blinked. "No additional ingredients are needed?" "Indeed, none whatsoever." She was still struggling to comprehend that this supposedly formidable Inhuadan could be concocted so effortlessly. Of course, this exchange lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the truth dawned upon her. "Peng Yi, you shameless, despicable cad. I'll settle this with you today." As she glared at him, her eyes ablaze, Peng Yi broke into a cold sweat, swiftly seizing her wrists. To his surprise, she retaliated with a kick, forcing him to wrap his legs around her lower body, resulting in an entangled embrace. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not break free from his grasp. "Miss, you promised me that upon learning the method, you would not retaliate. Why do you not honor your word? Who is attacking you?" "Why, I'm using my legs." Cai Yifan burst into tears, feeling more wrong than ever in her 20-plus years of life. "You scoundrel, how could you do this to me? I have never kissed a man, and you wah." As she spoke, her sobs grew even more pitiful, leaving Peng Yi at a loss for how to console her, his heart a tumult of confusion. Chapter 44 Protecting Food. As he gazed at the tearful Cai Yifan, Peng Yi was momentarily taken aback. His mind was flooded with various scenarios, yet he had never encountered one quite like this. Based on his understanding of this woman, upon discovering that she had been deceived, she should have been furiously enraged and ready to lash out at him, yet here she was, weeping. He, who could easily navigate any situation, found this particular circumstance to be an exception. Quickly releasing his hands, he cautiously remarked, "My lady, I had merely intended to jest with you. Who could have anticipated that you would take it to heart? You must understand that this is not entirely my fault. Your arrival was rather abrupt, and I was caught completely off guard." "I don't care. You rogue, I shall inform grandfather about this. Old master would likely be quite pleased to hear of such an occurrence," Peng Yi retorted, his lips curled in annoyance. Given the relationship between that old coot and the patriarch of the Cai family, it was evident that if they were to learn of him having taken Cai Yifan's first kiss, they would not only harbor no objections but would actively encourage it. Peng Yi was well aware of the proclivities of these two old men. Cai Yifan was so incensed that she began to stomp her feet, yet she felt utterly powerless against the man before her. Staring blankly at him, she could only express her frustration in a futile manner, unable to beat or berate him, especially with his audacious shamelessness. She truly found herself at a loss. All right, cease your tears. If need be, I shall teach you something as compensation," Peng Yi said, stepping forward naturally to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye. If old master consents, I can provide you with an appropriate method of cultivation, though the likelihood of that happening is quite slim. Since he is reluctant for you to enter that world, it would be difficult for me to change his mind. Are you speaking the truth? Do not rejoice prematurely, the journey will be long and tedious. Should you falter along the way, you may very well choose to withdraw. It may seem delightful now, but when the time comes, you might not find it so amusing. For the first time, Pang Yi displayed an unprecedented gentleness, or rather, he had shed his previous shameless demeanor, adopting a somewhat tender-hearted quality. Cai Yifan, for reasons unknown, suddenly found herself unable to cry any longer. As she gazed at the gentleman before her, she experienced a peculiar sensation. I don't care, you must take responsibility for me now, she pouted, adopting a tone one would typically reserve for a beloved family member. Pang Yi, oblivious to the implications, merely smiled faintly. Those matters are for another time. I believe we have ample time ahead of us. Once your grandfather consents, I shall teach you whatever you wish to learn, provided you can persevere, and that he agrees. He chuckled, hailing a taxi. It is getting late. After I escort you home, I must return to rest. All right. She wiped away her tears, surprisingly refraining from further pursuing the matter. As Cai Yifan stabilized her emotions, Pang Yi let out a sigh of relief, inwardly breaking into a cold sweat. Had this woman not pushed him away in time, he would have found himself in dire straits. The toxic flames had nearly engulfed him completely. Had he not acted swiftly, mere minutes could have led to his demise. Fortuitously, at that critical moment, Cai Yifan had pushed him away, preventing further escalation. After seeing Cai Yifan home, Pang Yi finally felt a sense of relief. Being near this woman required constant vigilance, which was utterly tiresome. Just then, a text message chimed on his phone. It was from Qin Wanxian. During dinner at her home, she had left him her contact information, offering assistance whenever needed. However, she probably felt that a single meal could hardly repay the debt of gratitude, as the most challenging debts to settle are those of personal favors, and she was a woman averse to being indebted. Thank you. Expressing thanks between us feels excessively formal. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I hope to visit your home alone next time. After sending the message, it vanished into the void like a stone cast into the sea. Pang Yi pressed his forehead inside. It seems I must find an opportunity to show this woman my worth. Upon returning home, he retired early the next morning. Pang Yi arrived at the Gao residence. Before even entering, he noticed a group of well-dressed young men loitering downstairs, evidently affluent scions of wealthy families. He wondered what had brought them to such a place. Observing the commotion above, Qin Lai made no move, indicating that these individuals posed no threat. Pang Yi dismissed them from his thoughts, his interest in them fleeting. Fortunately, they did not approach him soon. Gao Zihui emerged, her expression visibly perturbed. What troubles you? Those ruffians again. They have been harassing me, and after I moved, they seem to have quieted down for a while. I never expected them to show up again so soon. It is utterly infuriating. Gao Zihui clearly recognized the young men below, her face betraying her annoyance. It was evident that she had been genuinely distressed by their persistent pursuit. Pang Yi could not stand to see Gao Zihui or her mother being bullied. Both held immense significance for him, and he could not allow them to suffer indignities. He promptly urged Gao Zihui to accompany him downstairs. Do not fret. Now that I am here, I shall ensure that this matter is resolved satisfactorily. I am eager to see who these individuals are that have been pestering you. You are the best, Brother Pang. I knew that with you around, everything would be manageable, Gao Zihui said sweetly, wrapping her arms around his, exuding the innocence of a child. There was no hint of doubt on her face. Clearly, she held great faith in Pang Yi, believing that whatever he promised would undoubtedly come to fruition. Thus, the two of them strolled down the stairs in an affectionate manner, approaching the group of young men. Finally, these young men shifted their gaze to the man they had previously overlooked, their expressions revealing a hint of hostility, much like tigers guarding their prey. Chapter 45. Stepping forward. Who are you, you little brat? A young man at the forefront stepped forward with a sense of bravado, while his companions promptly encircled Pang Yi and Gao Zihui. Pang Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a bit cliché? What do you mean by that? It's perfectly normal for you to be enamored with my Zihui. After all, a beauty of her caliber is a rare gem anywhere. However, your incessant and clumsy attempts at courtship, devoid of any finesse, will only serve to incite her aversion towards you. Pang Yi regarded the young man with an air of calmness and continued, moreover, she already has a boyfriend. Hearing Pang Yi praise her, Gao Zihui felt a surge of delight, especially upon hearing him assert that she was his girlfriend. Instinctively, she straightened her posture and clung to his arm as if to declare her unavailability to the world. Feeling the warmth and softness of her presence, Pang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This girl truly knows how to ignite desire. Were it not for the fact that we are not yet at that stage, I would be tempted to take her right here and now. This is a matter between Zihui and me. I do not care who you are, I advise you to vanish from my sight immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. Deng Xiaocheng had noticed Peng Yi earlier, but since they had no prior entanglements, he chose not to engage with someone so seemingly ordinary. Little did he expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man would snatch Zihui away from him. What a joke! This woman is a paragon of virtue, with standards that are exceedingly high. Despite his prolonged pursuits yielding no success, Deng Xiaocheng found himself even more intrigued. Men are often drawn to what they cannot easily attain. Once their interest wanes, so too does their regard. At that moment, Deng Xiaocheng was no exception. The challenge of winning over Gao Zihui only fueled his determination, yet now, confronted with Peng Yi, he felt a wave of frustration. Why should this be? I possess superior qualities and have achieved nothing, while this shabby fellow seems to have effortlessly won her over. Oh, you seem rather arrogant. This does not appear to be your territory. Do you believe you can simply command people to disappear? Peng Yi scoffed, patting Gao Zihui's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Do not worry, after today, they will not trouble you again. Brother Peng, it seems Deng Xiaocheng has some backing. Perhaps we should. What of backing? Everyone I encounter possesses some form of influence, and I have dealt with them all. Of the difference between stepping on one fly or another is negligible. Peng Yi wore a demeanor of indifference, prompting a momentary pause among Deng Xiaocheng and his companions, as they sensed an unusual aura surrounding this young man. Of course, this thought was fleeting. If he truly held any significant status, he would not be present here. Boasting without fear of retribution, I, Deng Xiaocheng, hold a certain standing in this area. Everyone acknowledges me as young Master Deng. You, however, seem woefully unaware. If things escalate, do not think of fleeing. I am genuinely curious how your parents decided on the name Deng Xiaocheng. It seems they feared you might live long enough to leave a bad reputation. Peng Yi regarded the relatively handsome young man before him. Truth be told, had it been another girl, he could have easily won her over with charm and wealth, seducing her into a hotel room that very night. Alas, a girl like Gao Zihui had cultivated an affection for Peng Yi since childhood. Her feelings for him ran deep, and no one could compare to her attachment to him. Thus, Deng Xiaocheng's failure was entirely predictable. His timing and setting were simply inappropriate, ensuring a poor outcome. You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me? I am merely expressing my disdain for you at present. I have no interest in engaging with you feckless youths, but should you continue to obstruct my path, I may be compelled to eliminate you. Peng Yi's expression darkened, his voice growing hoarse and cold, reminiscent of a killer. The sharpness of his gaze lingered on Deng Xiaocheng and his cohorts for mere seconds before they instinctively recoiled. Gao Zihui, in a delicate tone, remarked, Deng Xiaocheng, you see now, my heart belongs to someone else, and my bond with Brother Peng is profound. I appreciate your kindness, but we are simply incompatible. Please do not pursue me any further. Deng Xiaocheng stared at Gao Zihui, having always feigned the demeanor of a well-mannered gentleman. Despite her irritation on previous occasions, he had never once made her uncomfortable. Believing he still had hope, however, that belief was now shattered. How absurd! You, wretched woman, must be out of your mind. This scrawny fellow is not worthy of your attention. What do you see in him? My interest in you is a privilege. How dare you be so choosy? Believe me, I can make life difficult for both you and your mother in this neighborhood. He bellowed menacingly. Gao Zihui was taken aback, unable to reconcile this brutish behavior with the previously polite facade. You see, all men are the same. They masquerade as gentlemen until they fail to claim their prey. Then, their true nature emerges, leading to countless young girls falling victim to their deceit. Ultimately, they remain naive, believing that wealth and looks equate to love, Peng Yi declared as he stepped forward, delivering a decisive slap across Deng Xiaocheng's face. The impact was not overly forceful, yet it sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise for some time. I detest men like you, who, despite looking effeminate, choose to deceive young women's affections. Deceiving others is one thing, but to target Zihui is unforgivable. I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Now, you shall learn the consequences of your actions. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and slowly advanced. Chapter 46, By my side, what do you intend to do to me? As he watched Peng Yi approach him step by step, despite the presence of numerous companions around him, Deng Xiaocheng felt a profound sense of insecurity. He was acutely aware that these individuals were merely a bunch of idle rich kids, who rarely engaged in physical exercise. Not only were they inept at fighting, but they also struggled with any form of athletic endeavor. The youth before him exuded a fierce demeanor, unmistakably a formidable adversary, and his menacing expression instilled a sense of trepidation among them. He retreated slowly, muttering, You can speak your mind calmly. There's no need for violence, otherwise, I assure you, the outcome will not be pleasant. Is this truly the extent of your threats? Pang Yi, seemingly impervious to the warning, chuckled dismissively and retorted, if your threats held any weight, would I be standing here like this? Rather than that, why don't you stand still and allow me to vent my frustrations upon you, regardless of any contingencies you might have, I will take full responsibility. Young man, I advise you not to play with fire. Duanxiao is not as simple as you might think. While you remain passive, there is still a chance for negotiation, but should you choose to strike, there will be no room for discussion. Not only will you suffer the consequences, but the Gao family women will also face misfortune. Do you truly wish to see such a scenario unfold? A nearby scion, sensing Pang Yi's escalating aggression, interjected coldly. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Pang Yi's expression hardened, his gaze chillingly intense, akin to the stare of death. Are you threatening me? Threatening you, I merely seek to convey the truth. Some individuals, unaware of the full picture, often act in ways they later regret. I worry you might find yourself in such a predicament, which is why I am kindly warning you. Perhaps you excel in physical confrontations, but what sort of hero takes pleasure in bullying those who are defenseless? Observing the two before him, Pang Yi instinctively wore a faint smile. I apologize, but I have never considered myself a hero. Anyone who provokes me can expect no favorable outcome, and you shall be no exception. Offending me today may cost you dearly in the future. Taking advantage of the moment, Deng Xiaocheng made a phone call, all while under Pang Yi's watchful eye. He refrained from acting, curious to see what tactics this individual would resort to. Clearly, these people were not as straightforward as they appeared. Convincing them to abandon their intent would not be a simple task. What transpired today might only be the precursor to greater turmoil tomorrow. Utilize all your tricks now. I would like to witness just how formidable you truly are, and thoroughly earn your respect, Pang Yi declared, crossing his arms and observing Gao Zihui, who seemed anxious. He gently reassured her, fear not, silly girl, you should know I possess considerable strength, and many here harbor a healthy fear of me. But it seems Deng Xiaocheng's background is quite formidable. If my situation causes Brother Peng to unwittingly offend such individuals, I would feel quite discontented, Gao Zihui replied, gazing at Peng Yi with concern, clearly unwilling to let her troubles implicate him. The two women were no strangers to adversity, and they could always choose to walk away if necessary. Seeing her distressed expression tugged at Peng Yi's heartstrings, clenching his fist, he vowed, rest assured, whatever transpires, I will ensure you face not a shred of injustice. The significance of this mother-daughter duo in Peng Yi's life was immense, which is precisely why he had entrusted Qinlai with their protection. His own identity was precarious, and it was conceivable that trouble would one day come knocking. Should that happen and they were affected, he hoped Qinlai could provide some defense, while he would manage the other issues himself. Gao Zihui understood that during such times, Peng Yi would not back down. In her eyes, he had always been a paragon of masculinity, yet, the thought that her appearance had brought about such turmoil left her feeling uneasy. They should not have encountered such tribulations. Was it truly the case that beauty begets disaster? At that moment, Peng Yi remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. He surged forward, seizing Deng Xiaocheng by the shoulder. Now that you've called for help, I am unaware of how long it will take for your people to arrive. If I must continue to wait idly, I shall only grow increasingly bored. How about we play a little game, shall we? Peng, I advise you not to provoke a fire, one of the young men warned. But before he could finish his sentence, Peng Yi kicked him away, sending him soaring through the air like a roller coaster ride, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain etched on the young man's face suggested he might have injured himself severely. The entire sequence unfolded with startling rapidity, shocking the others into silence. They quickly realized that this young man was not nearly as easy to deal with as they had anticipated, prompting them all to instinctively retreat. Peng Yi approached Deng Xiaocheng, who wore a visage of sheer terror, and firmly grasped his arm, channeling his inner strength into him. You will soon understand what true suffering feels like. Your only hope now is for your people to arrive swiftly, so you might endure this ordeal somewhat more comfortably. His smile bore a calm veneer, yet to Deng Xiaocheng, it resembled the grin of death. As the energy surged into his body, he experienced genuine agony for the first time, pain akin to that of a woman in childbirth, perhaps even worse. His mind grew hazy, clouded by the intensity of the torment. He longed to succumb to unconsciousness, hoping to escape the overwhelming pain. Alas, even that simple wish felt like a distant luxury. In that moment, despair consumed him, as he fervently hoped for his allies to arrive soon. Chapter 47. A fitting conclusion. The inner strength, in itself, is a profoundly volatile energy. The reason these martial artists are able to harbor such inner strength is that from the very beginning, they have persistently endured the destruction it wreaks upon them. Over time, their bodies gradually acclimate to this sensation, allowing the inner strength to accumulate within them, ultimately transforming them into true masters of the martial arts. However, for ordinary individuals, inner strength resembles a wild stallion, one that, unbridled, could easily drag them to their demise. Every form of inner strength requires a medium to render it somewhat more docile, enabling a seamless transfer into the human body should one engage in direct contact, as is the case now. The agony inflicted is beyond the comprehension of many. While childbirth may indeed be excruciating, the suffering presented here surpasses even that. The most alarming aspect is that the inner strength rampages through their bodies without causing significant physical damage. It inflicts merely torment upon both body and spirit, a mere form of torture. Within mere minutes, cold sweat had drenched Deng Xiaocheng. It was evident that his emotional turmoil was far more complex than they had anticipated. Anyone would find such an occurrence hard to fathom. Peng Yi merely rested his right hand on Deng Xiaocheng's shoulder, yet at that moment, Deng Xiaocheng appeared to be on the brink of madness, which only heightened their respect for Peng Yi's prowess. Regrettably, these wealthy young men, accustomed to indulgence in superficial pursuits, found themselves utterly powerless against an expert like Peng Yi. They stood there, foolishly observing the scene unfolding before them, utterly clueless as to how to intervene. Time passed slowly, with everyone witnessing Deng Xiaocheng's suffering in front of Peng Yi, yet none could devise a solution. Just when the duration of his torment became indeterminate, a van suddenly sped towards them from a distance, and several individuals with dyed hair leapt out, unmistakably figures from the underworld. Their presence swiftly emboldened the young aristocrats. "Hey, you little brat, you were so arrogant before. Now that our people are here, let us see if you can maintain that bravado." Ignoring the others, Peng Yi released his grip on Deng Xiaocheng, who, at that moment, seemed on the verge of collapse. The immense pressure was entirely lifted, and his body could no longer withstand the torment, leading him to faint. This entire process had merely involved Peng Yi placing his hand on Deng Xiaocheng's shoulder. The leader of the newcomers, a man appearing to be in his early 30s, approached steadily, glancing at Peng Yi with a furrowed brow. "So, you are the one obstructing our mission?" "Your mission?" Peng Yi inquired. "Indeed. This young lady previously worked at a bar, but she caught the attention of our boss. However, given his status, he could not make an appearance himself, which is why he sent these youngsters to assist." The middle-aged man regarded Peng Yi with an air of indifference, his tone calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about the unfolding chaos. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Chengqing." "And then?" Peng Yi responded, scrutinizing him. "You have two choices: either you hand over this girl and promise never to interfere in her life again, in which case I can assure you of our non-interference, or you can accept our challenge, the consequences of which I cannot predict." He regarded Peng Yi with a slight smirk, a hint of disdain in his voice. In this vicinity, who was unaware of their formidable reputation, who did not recognize what Yu Chengqing represented, it was evident that this young man was no fool. He likely understood that in such circumstances, only those who remained discreet could hope to survive. Opposing them was not a prudent choice. "Is there no third option? You have only these two paths before you. You appear youthful. I recognize that you are merely an impulsive young man. Today's events are not all that severe, and I can certainly overlook this matter. Xinggu, this kid is..." "Silence. A bunch of useless fools. I summoned you to bring this girl to the boss, yet look at the mess you've created. How can you not feel ashamed that I must step in to complete your task?" Yu Chengqing sneered at the group, disdain evident in his demeanor. "Fortunately, I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, you would all be in dire straits." The group exchanged glances, initially considering standing up for Deng Xiaocheng, but recognizing the gravity of the situation, they wisely chose silence. "Then I'm sorry, but I shall opt for the second choice. Bring forth whatever means you possess. I have had my share of skirmishes recently, yet thus far, I have not encountered anyone who truly ignites my bloodlust. Tell me, you ruffians are merely beneath notice." Peng Yi shook his head in resignation, his expression one of exasperation, which only served to infuriate Yu Chengqing further. "Well, it seems you possess a fair amount of courage. I shall not bully you. Should you manage to defeat us today, we will let you go, though what happens afterward is beyond my knowledge. Defying us only proves you are a true man." A glimmer of excitement danced in Yu Chengqing's eyes. After so long, he had finally encountered someone audacious enough to stand against them. Did this young man not realize the fate that befell those who dared oppose them? No one had ever concluded such confrontations unscathed. If their boss were to become enraged, even fleeing to the ends of the earth would not spare them. "You think facing so many of you isn't bullying?" Peng Yi replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the assembled thugs. These individuals had undoubtedly engaged in lethal confrontations, exuding an aura of menace, yet their opponent was Peng Yi, destined for an unfavorable outcome. Chapter 48. Inevitably, this predicament is of your own making. I had already warned you that those who oppose us seldom meet with favorable outcomes, and you are no exception to it. Is unfortunate that you, young man, possess a stubbornness that surpasses our expectations, insisting on this course of action. Thus, I shall simplify matters for you, Yu Chengqing remarked, casting a cold smile at Peng Yi. Although he had initially dismissed Peng Yi, a few minutes of covert observation revealed that the young man was far more complex than he had anticipated. If he were merely an ordinary individual, how could he maintain such composure in the face of their overwhelming numbers? Yet, Peng Yi remained unnervingly calm, so much so that it instilled a sense of fear. Though they were not particularly formidable adversaries, each had first-hand experience in combat, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Typically, anyone encountering such an atmosphere would feel a twinge of trepidation. Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. I will face you with only one hand. Should you lose, you must have your boss come here in person to apologize. Only when I am satisfied will I let you go. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this place today, Peng Yi declared coldly. He had already instructed Gao Zihui to report the situation cautiously, directly informing Qin Wanxian. He was confident that to think one person could contend with so many of us must be a tremendous challenge. You dare to suggest battling us with a single hand? You truly are a foolhardy lad. Had I not heard it from your own lips, I would have thought my ears deceived me. Such an imbecile exists in this world, Yu Chengqing retorted, astonished by Peng Yi's audacity. He continued, if you can truly manage that, I will summon our boss. However, whether an apology is forthcoming depends solely on your capabilities. Would he believe it? Clearly not. At least 7 or 8 individuals had emerged from the van, all elite members of his crew, seasoned in combat over the years. Although they might not be martial arts experts, their greatest strength lay in their ability to maximize their power through straightforward fighting techniques, a benefit of their extensive experience. They understood precisely how to swiftly incapacitate their opponents. Furthermore, these individuals often fought together, fostering an unspoken camaraderie that could not be overlooked. The notion of Peng Yi facing them alone was nothing short of absurd. Brother Peng, isn't this a bit overwhelming? Perhaps we should flee now, Gao Zihui suggested, glancing anxiously at the throng encircling them. Fear not at her, compounded by guilt. She had initially thought this situation manageable, certain they could resolve it with Peng Yi's help. Little did she know that the issue had escalated, drawing increasingly formidable figures into the fray. The identities of their adversaries remained a mystery, but it was evident that Yu Chengqing was not the mastermind, merely a junior thug, yet already so formidable. What would their boss be like if he were to appear? Gao Zihui recognized that she could never provoke such individuals and contemplated escape. However, Peng Yi smiled and patted her shoulder. Even if you wish to evade them, it is futile. Their purpose in coming here is to cause you trouble. No matter where you go, they will find you, and since I am responsible for your safety, I shall ensure that you suffer not even the slightest harm. But what? Peng Yi asked, noting the concern in her eyes. A warmth spread through him. He had only ever felt this way in the company of her and her mother. This sensation of being cared for was precious to someone like him, who had endured a solitary and arduous existence. Have you forgotten? Your brother Peng possesses formidable skills. Such minor thugs are inconsequential to me. Is that true? You witnessed my capabilities at the bar. I typically avoid conflict, but should anyone seek to bully me or those I care for, they shall find no mercy from me. Peng Yi glanced at Yu Chengqing, positioning Gao Zihui protectively behind him. Now, you may proceed. Be cautious, everyone. You may engage this lad as you please, but that girl is the one our boss has specifically requested. Should you lay a finger on her, the consequences are not something I need to elaborate upon, Yu Chengqing observed, a cold smirk forming as he noted Peng Yi's protective stance over Gao Zihui. It appeared the young man harbored uncertainties, otherwise, he would not have placed her so close. This was evidently a tactic to restrain them, as they would hesitate to employ their full strength against Peng Yi with Gao Zihui at risk. If she were harmed, even slightly, it would be beyond what they could bear. The thugs paused, seemingly contemplating the repercussions of their boss's wrath. Their gazes turned even more menacingly towards Peng Yi. Close your eyes for a moment. These ruffians won't harm you. With me here to protect you, you will encounter no issues. Peng Yi smiled coldly. Regardless of the circumstances, he maintained an air of ease, as if their adversaries were inconsequential. All right, Gao Zihui responded, beginning to trust Peng Yi. She understood her brother Peng was indeed a formidable expert. If he claimed there was no cause for concern, then she believed him, and thus, this initial trust would pave the way for all that was to come. Chapter 49. The Skilled Fighter. The group of ruffians consisted of 8 individuals, each occupying a distinct position that surrounded Peng Yi completely. In such a predicament, even if Peng Yi sought to seize the opportunity to escape, it would be utterly impossible. Furthermore, he was bound to have blind spots in his line of sight, allowing any one of these 8 men to exploit those gaps and inflict significant harm upon him in an instant. The adage one fist cannot withstand four hands succinctly encapsulates this reality. And now, facing 8 seasoned scoundrels, all seasoned by the trials of battle, against a young man who appeared to be merely in his 20s, it was evident to all who would emerge victorious. Such conclusions hardly needed to be articulated. Peng Yi was acutely aware of this, yet he remained unperturbed. With his right hand positioned behind him, he instead presented his left hand, adorned with a radiant smile. It seems you 8 have developed quite the synergy, undoubtedly accustomed to working together, or else such a seamless coordination would not manifest. Unfortunately for you, today you encounter me as your adversary, which may render your collaboration less than flawless. Humph, you little brat, cease your nonsensical prattling. I know you are merely attempting to unsettle our spirits, employing such provocative tactics in hopes of eliciting a response, thus granting you the opportunity to strike. Even a slight reduction in our numbers would provide you with a considerable advantage. The leader of the group scoffed at Peng Yi, convinced he had discerned the young man's intentions. Regrettably, our coordination has not been forged in a day or two, and do you truly believe we are fools? Such simple words could convince us? Peng Yi chuckled awkwardly. I certainly do not consider you fools, yet what I speak is the truth. Boss, what further nonsense is there to exchange with this kid? He clearly is one who dreams during the day. Let us demonstrate our prowess to him today. Perhaps then he will think twice before boasting so brazenly, the second-in-command remarked, scrutinizing Peng Yi for any discernible weaknesses. The young man, appearing riddled with vulnerabilities, seemed to him like an amateur. Even if he had acquired some fighting techniques, they would be of little consequence before seasoned veterans such as themselves. They believed eliminating Peng Yi would require but a fraction of their time. The third member, wielding a diminutive dagger, had no intention of truly ending Peng Yi's life today, thus, he opted for the blunt side of the blade. Nevertheless, it appeared menacing nonetheless. Gao Zihue obediently closed her eyes and stood aside. As the ruffians dared not act against her, Yu Chengqing crossed his arms, remarking, I am curious to see what means you possess that emboldens you to face us all alone. If you lack any substantial skills, your fate is merely to be soundly beaten. I wonder whether Peng Yi truly has the capability to contend with so many. Meanwhile, Peng Yi stood there as if unfazed, smiling benignly at his adversaries. What are you lot staring at? Are you perhaps afraid? I am but one man, using only a single hand. If this intimidates you, how utterly laughable. Noticing their cautious observance, he recognized their considerable battle experience. However, just as he concluded his taunt, the third ruffian's expression darkened, a flaw. This flaw was unlike any previously exhibited. It emerged the moment Peng Yi spoke. At that moment, the third man's position fell within Peng Yi's blind spot, and seizing this opportunity could potentially lead to his downfall. Without hesitation, the third ruffian charged forward. At that precise moment, the leader bellowed, You fool, who permitted you to advance? Though his call was timely, it was already too late. The third ruffian had surged ahead. As Peng Yi turned, he wore an inscrutable smile. I have awaited this opportunity. Your coordination is indeed seamless. However, should I wish to engage, it would require some effort. Yet, your impulsive nature has presented me with the perfect chance to teach you a lesson. After all, these were merely street thugs. Despite their experience and synergy, what did it matter? A single act of rashness from one could incite the entire group to act similarly, leading to unforeseen consequences. Peng Yi had anticipated this very moment to strike. As the third ruffian lunged, Peng Yi quietly raised his left hand and gently flicked it. The leader could scarcely react before the third ruffian crumpled to the ground, rendered unconscious by a concentrated burst of energy that had struck his acupoint, sending his brain into a temporary state of dormancy. This seemingly simple maneuver appeared terrifying to others. The leader instinctively recoiled, murmuring, This lad is indeed not what we expected. Such a technique is beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. He's a skilled fighter. The second-in-command nodded. Although they had witnessed their comrade's instant incapacitation, they recognized that he was not dead. Even if their mission failed today, it would result in little more than a scolding, not the loss of life. Thus, they were reluctant to engage in a true fight against Peng Yi, especially considering his evident prowess as a skilled fighter. As for Yu Chengqing, he now comprehended why Peng Yi had remained so composed throughout. It was because he was, indeed, a skilled fighter. Chapter 50 of the charge. Yu Chengqing truly felt the weight of misfortune upon him. Merely stepping out had led him to encounter such a formidable expert concealed among the common folk. The few moves displayed by Peng Yi were likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. While these ruffians were indeed competent, they paled in comparison to him. In just a few fleeting minutes, the ground was littered with moaning thugs, writhing in agony as if their bodies were being gnawed by ants, unable to rise from the earth. Peng Yi raised his gaze to Yu Chengqing and declared, You have lost. To incapacitate all my men with just one hand. Clearly, my previous underestimation of you was misguided. You are far more formidable than we had imagined. He fixed his stare on Peng Yi, at a loss for words. To retreat at this moment would only allow Peng Yi to bask in his arrogance. It seems you are preparing to engage personally, Peng Yi remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yu Chengqing with palpable interest. Although this man was not a core figure, he led these thugs and was certainly no simple character, their gazes locked in an intense standoff, and Peng Yi surmised that Yu Chengqing might also possess considerable martial prowess. Yet, even if he were a practiced fighter, what of it? To an ordinary warrior, there was little distinction between them and an average person. Those who thrived in such a world were the apex predators of the food chain, individuals who would hardly fear a mere martial artist. Should a confrontation arise, Peng Yi had every confidence that he could swiftly eliminate this opponent, even while relying solely on one hand. I may not be an extraordinary master, but I once trained at the Shaolin Temple on Songshan for a time. I suppose I could be considered a lay disciple, Yu Chengqing stated as he stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Peng Yi. I know you are a skilled fighter as well, and it has been years since I faced anyone in earnest. Thus, I am eager to test my skills against you. Feel free to send anyone to challenge me, but whether they can prevail is another matter entirely, Peng Yi replied, still using only his left hand, assessing Yu Chengqing. While the title of a lay disciple from Shaolin sounds impressive, I alone am aware that true Shaolin monks would never identify as mere lay disciples. Humph, what do you know? Back in my day at the Shaolin Temple, I was undefeated across the realm, Yu Chengqing retorted, his expression quickly shifting to one of disdain. How dare this young man belittle the illustrious name of the Shaolin Temple? Peng Yi chose not to elaborate further. Was the Shaolin Temple truly so formidable? Certainly not, for he knew that many of today's monks had adopted a professional demeanor, lacking the original mindset of their predecessors. Rather than monks, they resembled a cadre of bald corporate professionals, hardly deserving of the title of true Shaolin disciples. In his memory, Shaolin disciples were exceptionally skilled individuals, devoid of worldly desires. Their pursuits centered on profound spiritual fulfillment, making them disinterested in material pleasures. This distinction alone set them apart from the likes of Yu Chengqing, who had resorted to a life of thuggery. Even if he were indeed a genuine lay disciple of Shaolin, he was merely a shadow of what that entailed. With but one hand, Peng Yi could still emerge victorious. Noticing that Peng Yi showed no intention of using his other hand, Yu Chengqing furrowed his brow. Are you truly planning to engage me with just your left hand? Is there a problem with that? Peng Yi replied with a confident smile, his demeanor unwavering as he had never regarded Yu Chengqing as a serious threat. I believe I mentioned that I am not like these useless fools. I am a lay disciple of Shaolin, having received extensive formal training. I would rather not defeat you only to have you claim that I was bullying you, so I suggest you reveal your full strength. Otherwise, our battle may conclude too swiftly, leaving you unsatisfied. Yu Chengqing glared at Peng Yi, his fists clenched in anger. How had he come to be underestimated by this insolent youth? To withhold his full strength in a duel was preposterous. Even the professionally trained bodyguards at his company approached their opponents with caution, displaying their utmost capabilities. Rest assured, my decision to proceed in this manner is deliberate, and I have my own reasons. Should you believe this to be unfair, I will naturally employ my other hand when your strength requires it, Peng Yi replied, his radiant smile unwavering as he shook his head, steadfast in his conviction. Many have sought to compel me to give my all, yet few can truly achieve that. You are exceedingly arrogant. Every strong individual bears a touch of arrogance. If one lacks even the most basic confidence, they hardly qualify as a true powerhouse, Peng Yi responded with a slight smile, fixing his gaze on Yu Chengqing. Now, having engaged in this lengthy exchange, are you prepared to attack? I assure you, I can defeat you merely by standing here. Young man, do you grasp the concept of there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people? Your arrogance suggests you have not considered the possibility of your own failure, Yu Chengqing retorted, a laugh tinged with anger escaping his lips. He had never encountered someone so brazen, willing to confront him using only one hand. Was he jesting? The title of a lay disciple from Shaolin was no trivial matter. As for Peng Yi, having witnessed the true prowess of Shaolin, he understood the historical significance of its disciples and was not inclined to regard Yu Chengqing with any seriousness. Very well, if that is your stance, I shall demonstrate to you the might of the Shaolin Temple, Yu Chengqing declared, clenching his fists as he charged forward. Chapter 51 Boredom. Although Peng Yi spoke lightly, he was aware that Shaolin Temple possessed considerable skill, and thus he did not truly let his guard down. Every battle required total immersion. That was the fundamental quality of a true warrior. The opponent, Yu Chengqing, was decent, yet when truly compared, he fell considerably short. After all, Peng Yi could easily defeat this individual without even employing his own dragon tiger chi. As he observed the approaching Yu Chengqing, whose speed was remarkable and whose calf muscles were well developed, Peng Yi noted that the man was not particularly tall. This allowed him to fully exploit his speed advantage, a nimble fighting style that Peng Yi greatly appreciated. He had a particular disdain for those cumbersome fighters who resembled mere human punching bags. Nodding in satisfaction, he began to assess during the skirmish. Your speed appears quite commendable, rather standard. If you could fully harness your agility, your martial arts prowess would undoubtedly reach greater heights. How dare you, you have the audacity to converse with me during battle, Yu Chengqing scoffed derisively, launching a punch. Let us see how you handle me with just one hand. Be careful, brother Pine, Gao Zihui exclaimed, initially elated to see Peng Yi defeat the thugs. She recognized that he was not deceiving her. He truly possessed the strength to stand against many foes, accomplishing such feats with merely his left hand. In a world where such warriors were exceedingly rare, her confidence in him began to waver upon learning that Yu Chengqing was a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin monks she had seen on television were formidable, often defeating multiple opponents single-handedly. Although Peng Yi had consistently demonstrated exceptional strength, could he truly prevail against such a skilled Shaolin warrior? Could he genuinely do so with just one hand? As Yu Chengqing launched a fierce assault, his initial strike appeared deliberately aimed at a vulnerable point of Peng Yi's left hand, prompting her to gasp. Hearing the concern in her voice ignited Peng Yi's fighting spirit, and he finally unleashed his true potential. Impressive, you've quickly discerned my weaknesses, particularly maintaining composure when provoked in battle. You seem to possess considerable combat experience, but unfortunately, it appears you haven't trained diligently since. Yu Chengqing retorted coldly, doubting that his strike would be thwarted by Peng Yi. As his fist approached, he felt victory within reach, or at the very least, forcing Peng Yi to use his other hand would be a commendable achievement. Yet, in that instant, his vision blurred. A single finger, the means of which he could not fathom, met his punch, that seemingly fragile digit standing firm like a pillar, effectively blocking his assault. Yu Chengqing was taken aback. He had envisioned many scenarios, but never had he anticipated such an outcome, his fist being halted by a mere finger. The position he had chosen was particularly cunning, an average person would have likely failed to defend against it. Yet Peng Yi had succeeded, using but a finger to neutralize his attack, showcasing an alarming level of combat prowess. How is this possible? Your speed is impressive, yet your mastery of strength appears lacking. Everything in this world is fundamentally fair. When one aspect is heightened, another must be sacrificed, Peng Yi replied with a sheepish smile, regarding Yu Chengqing. It's a pity that your remarkable combat talent is being squandered. As a ruffian, to glean such insights in such a short span, Yu Chengqing was indeed a promising prospect. If nurtured by a true master, his future would be limitless. Yet this individual had chosen a path of degradation, abandoning his Shaolin training to live as a thug. His current strength sufficed against ordinary ruffians, but facing a professional like Peng Yi posed a significant challenge. As the two warriors engaged in a fierce stalemate, a radiant smile spread across Peng Yi's face. No matter how Yu Chengqing attempted to launch an offensive, it seemed as if everything was under Peng Yi's control. That single finger, like a vigilant eye, appeared at the most unexpected angles, continuously thwarting his punches. Having refined his agility to an extraordinary level, Yu Chengqing lacked strength. Confronted with that unwavering finger, akin to a colossal pillar, he found himself unable to break through. Meanwhile, the wealthy young gentlemen around them were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the formidable Yu Chengqing would struggle so against an ordinary young man. It seemed as though Peng Yi's left hand remained steadfast in its position while simultaneously being capable of appearing anywhere in the arena. To onlookers, it appeared as though Peng Yi possessed countless hands, effortlessly locating and intercepting his opponent's attacks. Although he did not actively strike, his defensive mastery with a single hand left Yu Chengqing at a loss for words. A monster, this lad was nothing short of a monster, akin to an octopus, exhibiting an alarming capacity for evasion and counteraction. Never had he encountered anyone capable of such terrifying feats. With merely one hand, Peng Yi conjured innumerable afterimages, effortlessly countering every attack. Even Yu Chengqing found himself compelled to concede. Your attacks have softened. Do you believe you lack a chance of victory? Peng Yi's voice floated calmly through the air, and then, as if a nimble serpent, his left hand circumvented Yu Chengqing's offense, landing squarely upon his chest. If that is the case, let us conclude our duel. I find myself growing rather bored. Chapter 52 Satisfaction. Peng Yi had long since lost interest in continuing this confrontation. As he had imagined, the so-called lay disciple of Shaolin Temple before him was merely that, nothing more. Though his techniques were somewhat novel and his combat experience extensive, he remained too inexperienced when matched against an old hand like Peng Yi. Many of his skills could not be executed to perfection. Peng Yi effortlessly defeated this opponent, revealing only a fraction of his true strength, showcasing an absolute dominance. Observing the fury etched on Yu Chengqing's face, Peng Yi could tell he was seething with rage. That seemingly light strike was infused with internal energy, instantly constraining his adversary's power, making it difficult for him to recover anytime soon. You have all lost to me, Peng Yi said slowly, retracting his left hand and approaching Gao Zihui, playfully tapping her delicate nose. See? I have never deceived you. I promised to conclude this matter in the most flawless manner, and these individuals are merely trifles to me. Yu Chengqing remained silent, his expression frenzied, his eyes burning with rage. After years of navigating this world, even the most powerful bosses held him in high regard, often entrusting him with significant tasks. Well aware of his formidable prowess, those so-called martial artists would be defeated in mere minutes before him. Yet now, Yu Chengqing had failed. His undefeated record earned through years of relentless battles had brought him to this critical juncture, and yet he found himself vanquished. The reality was unbearable. How could he possibly accept such a defeat? Gazing at the seemingly nonchalant Peng Yi, he felt a haunting reflection of his former self, once victorious, now reduced to insignificance. Do you truly believe this is something we can resolve so easily? He asked through gritted teeth. Is there any other way? Do you genuinely think you and I are evenly matched? Peng Yi turned to face Yu Chengqing, a smile gracing his lips. I have encountered many Shaolin monks, but it is my first time encountering one as weak as you. Ha, truly. I never imagined that I would be viewed so insignificantly in your eyes. Yu Chengqing's gaze grew increasingly wild, resembling a beast losing its grip on sanity, leaving everyone uncertain of his next move. Peng Yi disregarded him, focusing instead on Gao Zihui behind him. It seems this fellow is reluctant to accept defeat. Zihui, step back a little, you may be caught in the crossfire. Brother Peng, will it be dangerous? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Of course not. After all these years, when have you seen me truly defeated? I have always been the one to vanquish others. Today, no one can impede me. They wish to take you from my side. Do you think I would acquiesce to that? Peng Yi smirked, affectionately tapping her nose again before exhaling deeply and turning back. I know you possess your own abilities, go ahead and show them. Aren't you afraid? She inquired. If I were truly afraid, I would not be standing here awaiting your action. Your identity as a lay disciple of Shaolin holds no weight for me, however, since you have climbed to this level, your strength must indeed be more than what I perceive. Indeed, it is so. I have not utilized this state in many years, for anyone who has witnessed it has perished. Yu Chengqing's expression grew increasingly frenzied. If Peng Yi deemed him a madman at that moment, he would be unsurprised, sensing Yu Chengqing's reason slipping away. You all, leave this place with those ruffians immediately. The ensuing battle may cost you your lives. Peng Yi's demeanor turned complex as he glanced at the few wealthy scions still lingering foolishly. What are you waiting for? Do you expect me to assist you? But, they stammered. While this fellow still retains some semblance of reason, take your leave with your companions. Do not blame me for not warning you about what may unfold. Peng Yi's expression remained relaxed, though less dismissive than before. The adversary before him was channeling his very life force to unleash his utmost power, and even he could not afford to underestimate that. The ruffians gradually rose from the ground, and upon witnessing the increasingly deranged Yu Chengqing, they seemed to grasp something and swiftly vanished with their companions. The remaining individuals followed suit, hastily departing. Xinlai emerged from his room, descending the stairs to stand protectively beside Gao Zihui, his gaze sharp and focused on the increasingly irrational Yu Chengqing. Elder, you have arrived? Indeed, it has been a long time since I have encountered such dark arts in this world. I did not anticipate that a successor still existed, Xinlai remarked, scrutinizing Yu Chengqing. He was well aware of the impending techniques to be unleashed and felt a mixture of apprehension. It was said that this dark art had been eradicated many years ago, and yet, here was evidence of its continued existence. Indeed, I too did not foresee that this lay disciple of Shaolin would resort to such dark sorcery, fighting with his life at stake. It is no wonder he has managed to cling to his current position all these years. Once he unleashes this technique, unless faced with a true master, he is bound for destruction. Peng Yi lamented, noting that Yu Chengqing possessed considerable talent, tragically veering down a misguided path. Had he chosen to follow a more conventional route, he would have undoubtedly risen to become one of the foremost young warriors in no time. Alas, he lacked the foresight and ultimately opted for this irreversible path. Humph, do you still dare to underestimate me? Since mastering this technique, I have never known defeat. No one has ever survived its onslaught. Today, I shall gamble everything. He laughed maniacally, taking satisfaction in seeing the gravity on Peng Yi's face. Chapter 53 of The Culprit. Do you still not realize the dark sorcery you are employing? Sorcery, any technique that grants me victory is the best. You have become rather extreme. This technique is known as the blood-burning divine art, originally a method from an ancient cult. It relies on the combustion of one's own vital essence to instantaneously enhance strength. While the effects are remarkably pronounced, the side effects are equally terrifying. The more power you exchange, the greater the damage to your body. If taken to the extreme, it can incinerate all the blood within you in an instant. Peng Yi narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Throughout history, many have perished due to this technique, but more have met their end using it. Spare me your dire warnings. I feel an inexhaustible surge of power erupting from within me. I can sense my strength as if it were a tangible force. I can defeat you now. He chuckled arrogantly, clenching his fists. Even if what you say is true, so what? Is it that important for you to triumph over me? I have never known defeat. A warrior who has never tasted failure can hardly accept the prospect of losing. This explains why Yu Qingqing resorted to such a dreadful sorcery upon realizing that his utmost efforts could not match Peng Yi. He simply could not bear the thought of defeat. The only course left was to allow his power to grow boundlessly. Even if it cost him his life, it would all be worth it if he could vanquish this young man before him. Do you believe I would be afraid? If you were unafraid, you wouldn't be using your other hand. Did you not boast that you could defeat us with just one hand? Go on, I wish to see how you defend against my attacks in this state. Finally, after a few minutes, Yu Qingqing completely lost his sanity. His eyes appeared bloodshot, and the veins on his body bulged ominously. Most notably, the spiritual energy around him seemed to be drawn into his being like a vortex. Within mere minutes, the ambient spiritual energy had entirely dissipated. The bloodstained sorcery truly is a source of pride for that sect. The genius who created this technique was indeed remarkable, Qin Lai remarked from behind, unable to contain his admiration. The ability to bestow immense power upon a practitioner who fundamentally lacks internal strength, even with time constraints, is enough to make one acknowledge the prowess of its creator. Though this is a sorcery, there can be no doubt regarding the creator's brilliance. Peng Yi remained silent, quietly observing. Even though he was acutely aware that his opponent was becoming increasingly formidable, he refrained from intervening. Confidence is just that way. In the world of assassins, he was invincible. Few would dare provoke someone as unpredictable as him. If he were to be intimidated today by a mere disciple of a Shaolin family utilizing blood-burning sorcery, he would hardly be worthy of his title. Ha ha! This is power, this is the sensation of power, how exhilarating! Yu Qingqing exclaimed, his fists clenched. A mere flick of his wrist conjured whirlwinds, powerful storms hurtling toward Peng Yi. Young man, do you require assistance? Senior, just ensure Zihui's safety. I can handle this myself. Peng Yi cracked his neck, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, his gaze cold. Since returning here, I have not truly engaged in a serious battle with anyone. I hope this user of blood-burning sorcery can provide me with some satisfaction. His right hand slowly rose, and waves of dragon and tiger energy erupted from his body, instantaneously dissipating the storm. Yu Qingqing's eyes widened. He licked his dry lips and stomped the ground with such force that a crater formed beneath him. He leapt high into the air, his colossal fist descending like a massive hammer. Ridiculous! Did you think those storms were my true capabilities? They were merely an appetizer. Prepare to die. Indeed, to launch an offensive while simultaneously allowing your energy to assault me is a commendable tactic, capable of causing some to lose control during battle, Peng Yi acknowledged, nodding at the experienced fighter. However, this is too simplistic. Your technique is rather monotonous. He stepped back with his left foot, producing a silver needle with his right hand, murmuring softly. In an instant, the needle began to shimmer with light. He had no intention of killing Yu Qingqing. Despite their fierce confrontation, he did not wish to bear the legal ramifications of slaying this man. Fortunately, he had already informed Qin Wanxian, who would soon arrive to address the situation, thus providing a clear explanation for the ensuing chaos. As Yu Qingqing's fist came crashing down, the wind from his strike sliced through the air like a blade, yet Peng Yi remained unfazed, tossing the silver needle into the fray. In light of your potential as a cultivator and the fact that we are not here to take each other's lives, I will restrain my strength and merely compel you to retreat from this state without ending your life. As he spoke, the silver needle flew forth, seemingly ordinary, but upon release, it struck Yu Qingqing's fist in an instant. A single drop of blood fell to the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. One could only imagine the boiling heat of Yu Qingqing's blood. Such a temperature could very well be utilized to cook a pig's trotters. Though pierced by the silver needle, he did not falter. His fist continued its descent. Peng Yi swiftly raised his hand, grasping Yu Qingqing's wrist, exasperatedly stating, "You truly are a persistent fellow. I do not wish to clash with you. This blood-burning art will soon lead to your demise. For heaven's sake, do not complicate matters for me. I have no desire to become the architect of your downfall." Chapter 54. The situation. Qin Lai fixed his gaze upon Peng Yi, his expression revealing a hint of incredulity. This young man had indeed provided him with numerous surprises, just as the rumors suggested. At this moment, Yu Chengqing had nearly entered a state of the burning blood divine technique. The short-term enhancement of his own strength was not to be underestimated, yet before Peng Yi, it seemed as if all of this had never existed, as he effortlessly suppressed his opponent, maintaining an absolute advantage. Wang Hai had previously witnessed the formidable prowess of this young man, but he felt as though he had only seen a fraction of it. It appears that among this generation of youth, some truly remarkable individuals have emerged. If this lad receives proper training, his future is boundless, he mused inwardly, while simultaneously observing Yu Chengqing and quietly inquiring, what is happening here? The blood within him has completely ignited. If left unattended, he will be incinerated alive. This predicament arose due to my actions. Should this fellow perish here, I would certainly face repercussions, Peng Yi replied, furrowing his brow as he delivered a swift strike to the back of Yu Chengqing's neck, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, he is merely a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple, lacking significant strength. Otherwise, even I would find it challenging to deal with him in conjunction with the burning blood divine technique. Qin Lai's pupils slightly contracted as he discerned the crux of Peng Yi's statement. Challenging, rather than without any chance of victory. The audacity to declare such a thing in the face of the terrifying burning blood evil technique suggested that the young man's strength might indeed vastly exceed his expectations. And what of the current situation? I have stabilized the blood within him using the Dragon Tiger Qi, but it will require some time. During his unconscious state, this will allow his internal power to gradually return to a state of calm, ensuring that when he awakens, all will improve, Peng Yi explained nonchalantly, omitting the fact that the Dragon Tiger Qi would restore this fellow's body to its original state. Although the burning blood evil technique was formidable, its designation as evil indicated that it inherently inflicted severe damage upon the body. Peng Yi's Dragon Tiger Qi was reputed to possess the strongest healing capabilities in the world, capable of minimizing the burdens inflicted by the burning blood evil technique. This was why he felt so confident in undertaking this task. If an ordinary physician dared to employ inner strength to treat the aftereffects of the burning blood evil technique, they would likely not only fail but cause the patient to perish instantly. As anticipated, Yu Chengqing, infused with the Dragon Tiger Qi, appeared to gradually lose vitality, slowly collapsing to the ground before ultimately losing consciousness. Hey, what are you all standing around for? Hurry and call your boss. Are you waiting for me to notify you? Peng Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at the distant wealthy heirs, his voice laced with irritation. Given the magnitude of this incident, the police will undoubtedly arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid trouble, have your boss handle this matter? Brother Peng, are you all right? Gao Zihui hurried over to Peng Yi's side, looking up at him with concern. Silly girl, what could possibly happen to me? You should be more concerned about whether anyone else may be in trouble, Peng Yi said with affectionate amusement, glancing at the wealthy heirs. The police will be here soon to address the situation, so you needn't worry about me. Brother Peng, I truly fear for your safety. I never expected you would prove to be as formidable as I imagined, effortlessly resolving this issue. Of course, your brother Peng is, after all, a renowned expert. I naturally do not regard these petty characters with any seriousness, Peng Yi replied with a slight smile, a knowing grin gracing his lips. To me, their capabilities pale in comparison to those novice foes of yesteryear. Although aware that Peng Yi was boasting, Gao Zihui couldn't help but feel an inexplicable joy in her heart. What shall we do now? Are we really waiting for the police to arrive? Yes, rest assured, I have someone to assist with this matter. If I were to handle these fellows myself, they might not see the sun rise again, Peng Yi remarked, glancing at Qin Lai. It seems that many events may unfold in the near future. I hope the senior can lend his support. He deliberately lowered his voice, as Qin Lai was covertly protecting the mother and daughter. Do not worry, I will ensure their safety, though there are certain matters where I cannot intervene, Qin Lai assured him. At that moment, Gao Zihui's attention was entirely focused elsewhere, oblivious to the clandestine discussions between the two men. After a few minutes, Qin Wanxian soon arrived. She cast a casual glance at Peng Yi before surveying the scene. What transpired here? They summoned a group of thugs to assault us, but I single-handedly defeated them, Peng Yi replied. Given the sight of these bruised and battered ruffians, anyone else would undoubtedly question the veracity of his claim. How could one person possibly vanquish so many thugs? Yet, Qin Wanxian understood that for Peng Yi, overcoming these ruffians was hardly a challenge. I happen to be off duty today, so I have summoned someone to assist you in resolving this issue. Simply recount the events that transpired here, and he will undoubtedly provide his assistance. Upon saying this, Peng Yi noticed that another man stood behind her, appearing to be in his 30s. Xiao Wang, is this the situation? Indeed, I owe this fellow a favor. I entrust you with handling this matter, Qin Wanxian said, her brow furrowed, as if uttering those words was a considerable struggle, her arched eyebrows appearing particularly animated. Lu Gu glanced at Peng Yi. You did this alone? Yes. One would not surmise that someone as slight as you could defeat so many thugs single-handedly. Lu Ji's gaze shifted among the ruffians before settling on Yu Chengqing, his pupils narrowing slightly. These individuals are not ordinary. How did you get entangled with them? Even I would find today's situation difficult to manage. Difficult to manage? Qin Wanxian furrowed her brow, a hint of anger in her voice. What do you mean by that? You should be aware that some businessmen maintain favorable relations with us. It is essential that we extend them a modicum of respect when necessary. Today's incident cannot be treated with the severity it warrants. Chapter 55. A fitting conclusion. What sort of individual requires your deference? I cannot disclose too much, but you must understand that this situation is rather complicated. Just who is this friend of yours that has provoked such formidable characters? Lu Gu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Peng Yi from head to toe. Did you not consider that these individuals, so brazen in their demeanor, must possess some form of backing? I have always conducted myself in this manner, doing as I please without regard for others' opinions. No one can impede my actions. Su Yang shrugged, concealing his emotions. Since this matter is proving troublesome, allow me to handle it. I am curious to see what sort of figure their so-called boss truly is, that even you hold in such fear. We are not afraid. It is merely that when matters become particularly tense, both parties find themselves in an awkward position. To be frank, they contribute funds and vehicles to our police department annually, even helicopters. In recent years, their economic influence here has flourished, so it is only fitting that we show them a modicum of respect. Lu Gu shook his head, recognizing that such matters need not be explicitly stated. Everyone is aware of the intricate dynamics involved. These businessmen offer financial support, hoping for a degree of leniency within the bounds of legality. The unfolding conflict is both complex and deceptively simple. One side comprises benefactors, while the other is merely an ordinary young man. The disparity in significance is immediately apparent. Lu Gu, a seasoned veteran, acknowledged that while he had come to assist Qin Wanxian, the current situation rendered any further aid impossible. Then let it be. I shall manage this myself. How do you intend to handle it? They dare act so brazenly in broad daylight, clearly unafraid of you. You may confront these thugs alone, but what of her? Qin Wanxian had already noticed Gao Zihui. The way the girl gazed at Peng Yi was distinctly different, leading her to easily surmise that their relationship was not ordinary. It was evident that Peng Yi's actions were motivated by this girl. While today's incident could indeed be resolved, the girl would undoubtedly face repercussions afterward. If they truly dare to act against us, I will ensure they regret ever being born into this world. A dark expression crossed Peng Yi's face, and the murderous intent that emanated from him caused even Lu Gu to instinctively take a step back. He then chuckled to himself, pondering why he, a man seasoned by years of encounters with hardened individuals, would be intimidated by such a young man. Was it that age renders one more susceptible to intimidation? Youthful exuberance is to be expected, but you must recognize that we live in a society governed by law, where not every issue can be resolved through brute force. You may defeat their lackeys, but what will you do if they resort to legitimate means to pressure you? He shook his head, sensing the naivety of this young man, who seemed unable to grasp the crux of the matter. If mere physical confrontation sufficed to resolve conflicts, what need would there be for them? Surely, they could settle their disputes among themselves without requiring police intervention. What do you suggest? Fortuitously, we are here. While we cannot impose severe penalties, the ramifications of this incident are theirs to bear. Perhaps I might utter a few words to see if we can bring this matter to a close. Lu Gu sighed in resignation, glancing at Qin Wanxian. This is all you're doing, you know. Otherwise, I would not need to involve myself in such affairs. Thank you, Brother Lu. For what? You have assisted me countless times over the years. It is only fitting that I occasionally lend you a hand. As they conversed, a sleek black convertible sped towards them. A sharply dressed man in a black suit leapt from the vehicle, his piercing gaze sweeping over them. Interesting, it appears you have failed today. Boss Yao, this is hardly our fault. This young man is exceptionally formidable. He single-handedly incapacitated all your subordinates. No matter how much we tried, success was simply unattainable. Several lackeys hastily interjected, their urgency palpable. That young man even claimed that should you arrive today, he would ensure you leave empty-handed. What audacity! I wish to see who could possibly make Yao Kailan leave empty-handed. You are Yao Kailan? Peng Yi's gaze settled on the man, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. You are the one who initiated the conflict? Indeed, that is I. It is quite simple. The situation has escalated to this point, and there is no possibility of a peaceful resolution. My men cannot be assaulted without consequence. If you relinquish one hand, I can pretend this incident never occurred. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Gu, then focused his attention squarely on Peng Yi, seemingly ignoring Lu Gu entirely. Qin Wanqian, standing to one side, remained unnoticed. Peng Yi remained silent, while Lu Gu stepped forward, wearing a forced smile. Boss Yao, I am with the local precinct. I happened to be on duty today and rushed over as soon as I learned of the incident. Yes, you have done well. Yao Kailan patted Lu Ji's shoulder, akin to a superior commending a subordinate. However, this matter no longer concerns you. You may return. Lu Ji's lips twitched, a clear sign of his anger, yet he managed to maintain his composure, responding with a smile. You see, this situation was instigated by your own people. This young man acted in self-defense, which led to the current state of affairs. Perhaps we could simply disregard this incident entirely. It would benefit both parties, don't you agree? At that moment, Yao Kailan finally directed his gaze at Lu Gu, berating him. Do you truly believe yourself to be of significance, to presume to dictate terms to me? Do you think I require your intervention in my affairs? Boss Yao, I am merely enough. I suggest you vanish from my sight immediately, or prepare to face termination. Yao Kailan interrupted coldly, his disdain palpable. You are merely a lowly police officer, attempting to assert authority before me. Even your chief treats me with respect. What are you, in comparison? Lu Ji's fists clenched, yet he ultimately chose restraint, stepping back. There are times when reckless bravado leads only to dire consequences. Chapter 56, Acting without consideration for consequences. Upon witnessing the expression that flickered across Lu Ji's face, Yao Kailan felt a modicum of satisfaction. At the very least, there was a glimmer of trepidation in the way this fellow regarded him. Over the years, his endeavors in this realm had yielded commendable results, and he was still capable of managing these lower-tier characters. However, his gaze shifted to Peng Yi, and he could not help but furrow his brow. In terms of mere appearance, this young man was rather unremarkable. His stature was neither tall nor short, neither stout nor slender. He belonged to that inconspicuous category of individuals who could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet, standing before him, he bore a faint smile, one that suggested an air of control over the situation, which left Yao Kailan feeling quite uneasy. Yet he scrutinized him for an extended period, unable to articulate the source of his strange discomfort. Could it truly be that this ostensibly ordinary young man was evoking such caution in him? Are you not going to say anything? What is there to say? The occurrence of this incident is hardly beneficial for either of us. Do you not intend to offer an explanation or at least say something to facilitate the resolution of this matter? Yao Kailan fixed his gaze on Peng Yi, maintaining a degree of arrogance. After all, if even Lu Gu had chosen silence, then surely Peng Yi, if he were wise, would concede. Peng Yi regarded Yao Kailan with a languid shake of his head, responding, I fear our perspectives on this matter diverge significantly. Really? Yao Kailan replied, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that this young man would be compliant, yet it seemed that Peng Yi was proving to be entirely contrary to his expectations, displaying a certain lack of awareness. Firstly, you must understand that the initial error lay with you. I was compelled to confront you in order to safeguard my own interests, which has led us to this point. Peng Yi maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he looked at Yao Kailan. Your group, with its numerical advantage, has wrought this situation, and I can only conclude that your associates are woefully unprofessional. They cannot even handle someone of my standing, so what can you possibly expect from them? You, what of me? Do you think I would fear you as he does? We share no vested interests, and you cannot threaten me. Even in the presence of so many, they are not my match. Do you still believe anyone can pose a threat to me? Peng Yi scoffed, dismissively. This individual before him, seemingly composed, was nothing he had not encountered before. He had seen many of worth, and fear had never been his companion. When Xian Jiming first laid eyes on him, he too had exuded confidence, yet it became evident that sometimes, sheer force was the most effective tool. You must grasp one crucial fact. They merely represent their own stance, not mine. Peng Yi patted Yao Kailan on the shoulder, a cold smile gracing his lips as he continued, if you do not provide me with an explanation, do not expect me to be courteous. I have dealt with many individuals, your presence is neither a boon nor a burden. Your tone is rather forceful. Indeed, it is. Even Xian Jiming, from the Xian family, is not but a sycophant in my presence. What are you, really? I have never even heard of you. Peng Yi grinned, his disdain palpable. If you believe yourself to possess the same capabilities as Xian Jiming, then by all means, come and test that theory. Xian Jiming? How could he suddenly be entangled with such a significant figure? Wasn't Xian Jiming the heir of the Xian family? Recently, it seemed he was frequently appearing in public, stealing the limelight. The man before him had inexplicable ties to such a prominent individual? Stop jesting. How could the daily affairs of the young Master Xian intersect with someone of your insignificance? If you merely caught a distant glimpse of him and hold admiration, that could be understood. However, to claim that the young master holds you in high regard is quite the stretch. I have yet to witness anyone boast so audaciously. He chuckled coldly, regarding Peng Yi with disdain. However, since you have invoked his name to intimidate me, I must concede you possess some discernment. While I may not rival the young master, I have my own unique attributes. If you are wise, you will apologize and acknowledge your mistake, and I might treat this matter as if it never occurred. Oh dear, my temper, Peng Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow. In an unexpected move, he struck Yao Kailan across the face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed like a firecracker. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, as if they had witnessed a ghost, their minds racing with a singular thought. Could there truly be such a foolish individual in this world? Lu Gu glanced at Qin Wanxian, who stood behind him with a smile, and could not help but step forward, reproachfully saying, Xiao Wang, what on earth are you doing? How can you associate with such a reckless individual, who lacks discernment in his actions? He is precisely that sort of person, Qin Wanxian replied with a gentle shake of her head. Since today was not her working hours, she wore a simple fitted shirt paired with jeans. Standing there radiantly, the group of wealthy youths could not help but let their gazes linger on her. Among those present, only a select few were not taken aback by Peng Yi's reaction. Qin Wanxian was one of them. The moment she saw Yao Kailan leap from the car, exuding arrogance, she anticipated this outcome. No one understood better than her that this man was utterly unafraid of anything. After all, it had been Xian Jiming who charged in without hesitation, entirely devoid of negotiation. Moreover, Yao Kailan appeared to lack even a third of Xian Jiming's prowess. As for Lu Gu, he was clearly unaccustomed to such scenes and exhibited a degree of nervousness. Peng Yi's propensity for violence, regardless of the other party's identity, was emblematic of a reckless youth. If Yao Kailan chose not to pursue the matter, all would be well. However, if he did, there would be dire repercussions. Reflecting on this, Lu Gu could not help but feel that Qin Wanxian's actions were somewhat reckless. As for Qin Wanxian, she remained unaffected, fully aware that this was the true nature of Peng Yi. Whatever he wished to accomplish, he would pursue with unwavering commitment, entirely unconcerned with the consequences. Chapter 57 of The Pretentious Fellow. Do you have any idea who Yao Kailan is? Offending him will only bring calamity upon ourselves, and yet you stand here with an expression as if you have no connection to this at all? Lu Gu was genuinely agitated. Had he known the situation would unfold this way, he would never have acquiesced to Qin Wanxian's request. This fellow was clearly here to stir up trouble. Lu Gu, it's really nothing. Nothing? Yao Kailan is the representative of foreign enterprises in Dongchuan. If we offend him, it could lead to them refusing to collaborate with us again, and the resulting loss would be immense. Do you think just the two of us can bear such a burden? Lu Gu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the seemingly unconcerned Qin Wanxian, which only stoked his ire further. He felt as restless as an ant on a hot stove, yet Qin Wanxian appeared utterly unfazed by the situation. You girl, do you even realize what you're doing right now? You are truly going to be the death of me. Had I known how things would pan out, I would never have come. Lu Gu, it really is nothing. That guy just beat up Xian Jiming yesterday. Adding one more Yao Kailan is not a problem. Qin Wanxian shrugged helplessly and continued, I was initially inclined to return him this favor, but it seems that it's no longer necessary. He will have to resolve this matter on his own. Lu Gu was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her, repeating his question. Wait, what did you just say? This fellow just beat up Xian Jiming yesterday. Yes, I was on site at the time. He acted against Xian Jiming to help me, and for reasons unknown, the Xian family has remained silent since. Qin Wanxian deliberately concealed her relationship with Xian Jiming, as their bond had been kept confidential from the very beginning, something she had insisted upon. Thus, many were unaware that this fiery policewoman, seemingly unremarkable at the station, actually had a substantial backing. As for Peng Yi, a man who appeared ordinary, it was inconceivable that he would strike someone like Xian Jiming. Yao Kailan covered his cheek, a ferocious glint evident in his eyes. It's commendable for the young to possess a certain vigor, but it is far more crucial to discern the situation. I have encountered many like you throughout my life, yet they have all treated me with the utmost respect. You are the first to dare lay a hand on me. I may be the first, but I certainly won't be the last. If you continue to act so brazenly, I assure you there will be a second time. Peng Yi grinned, revealing a seemingly harmless smile, while twisting his neck. I must advise you to adopt a more modest demeanor. Do not assume you are the greatest, for there are many more formidable individuals in this world. Yao Kailan clenched his fists, watching as Peng Yi approached with deliberate steps. Although that slap had not been particularly forceful, it had nonetheless cast a significant shadow over him. After years of navigating Dongchuan, it was the first time he had been struck by someone who seemed so unremarkable. If you wish to protect those two women, you must understand that in this world, there are individuals requiring your concession to manage. By striking me today, you might very well force them to leave Dongchuan tomorrow. The moment those words left his lips, he felt as if the man before him had vanished, and in the next instant, his throat. Peng Yi's gaze was cold and indifferent. Do you know what I despise most in this life? You let go of me, or else. Yao Kailan could not finish his threat, for Peng Yi's grip tightened, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. Lu Ge, realizing that a life was at stake, rushed forward to intervene, but Qin Wanxian stopped him. Lu Ge, let this matter be. Peng Yi can handle it, and he will ensure that trouble does not fall upon us. Xiao Wang, this could lead to someone's death. Fear not. Peng Yi is not a fool. If he were truly that naive, he wouldn't have called us here to maintain order. The truth is, Yao Kailan has grown accustomed to being arrogant in Dongchuan for many years. He always speaks from a position of superiority, yet he is unaware that he has just kicked a steel plate this time. She smiled wryly. Perhaps Peng Yi was indeed that steel plate. Observing the unfolding situation, Lu Ge could only shake his head in resignation, hoping that nothing further would occur. I loathe those who threaten me. Consider yourself fortunate. Under the bright light of day, I won't kill you today, but I will ensure you suffer for a long time, Peng Yi declared, his aura gradually infusing into the man before him. The force that erupted in that moment was nearly enough to drive Yao Kailan to madness. As Peng Yi released his grip, Yao Kailan collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The 6 bystanders stood there, utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Embrace this pain. I hope it haunts you for the rest of your life, so that every time you think to confront me, you will remember this excruciating torment. Peng Yi whispered into his ear like a demon, then regarded him with a frigid stare. Do not expect to use today's incident as leverage. This suffering will indeed torment you, but it will not inflict any lasting harm on your body. You will meet a terrible end. Every word you utter that displeases me will extend your suffering by a minute, so it would be wise to appease me as best you can, or else prepare to endure unbearable pain. Peng Yi crossed his arms, observing him coldly, as though he were watching a jester. He stood alone, and thus none dared to approach. As for Yao Kailan, he could initially manage a word or two, but soon found himself utterly speechless. Only Peng Yi could make a man experience the agony of childbirth. At that moment, Yao Kailan understood that sometimes it is unwise to feign superiority, for there are those who take delight in trampling on the pretentious. Chapter 58 Negotiation. The excruciating pain of childbirth is a torment that only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend. However, Peng Yi has endured sufferings far more intense than that, rendering such juvenile tactics seemingly inconsequential in his eyes. Yao Kailan, unable to utter a single word, bore lips tinged with a pale hue, his eyes seemingly on the verge of rolling back in anguish, a testament to the extent of his torment. Please. I beg you, spare me, he pleaded helplessly, having extinguished any remnants of his previous fury. The man before him had the power to take his life, and even a mere fraction of his inner strength was enough to overwhelm him. The thought of prolonging his suffering with a careless word left him no choice but to plead for mercy. You were quite assertive just now, believing I would bow to your demands. Yet, how is it that the tables have turned, and it is you who now seeks to submit? Peng Yi remarked with a slight smile, his tone dripping with disdain. I warned you before. One must not be overly arrogant at times, but you chose not to heed my advice. I truly believe now, Yao Kailan stammered. What use is belief? You must comprehend the consequences of crossing me, Peng Yi chided, lightly patting his distorted cheek. Rest assured, I possess the restraint not to inflict any genuine harm upon you, but you must understand the importance of not antagonizing me. Yao Kailan fell silent, realizing that this was clearly a matter of life and death for him. Peng Yi, right? Lu Ge, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected. As a police officer, witnessing such a grotesque display demanded action, ignoring it would only lead to complications for himself. Now, engaging in dialogue might help foster a better rapport with Yao Kailan. Is there something you wish to address? Peng Yi glanced at him indifferently, harboring little fondness for this man with an eye for power. Were it not for Qin Wanxian's sake, he would have preferred to dismiss him entirely. I suggest you both consider letting this matter go. After all, you are both, individuals of standing and status. Why escalate a trivial issue to such a rigid standoff? As the saying goes, a step back opens up the vastness of the sea, don't you agree? Lu Ge grinned, disregarding the malicious mirth emanating from Qin Wanxian behind him. He had no intention of adhering to her previous warnings. Allowing Yao Kailan to endure such torment would jeopardize his own career. Given that this young man had offended Xian Jiming, though the specifics eluded him, it was evident that life in Dongchuan would not be easy for him moving forward. Thus, it was imperative to avoid any further awkwardness with Yao Kailan. If Lu Jiyi's tone bore a hint of pleading, it now carried an unmistakable demand. Yet, with Peng Yi's temperament, he would not concede easily. "May I inquire what I have done?" "You cannot make unfounded accusations without evidence," Peng Yi countered. "But you clearly stated, what did I say? As a police officer, you ought to prioritize evidence in your assertions. It is unacceptable to make sweeping judgments about a person's right or wrong based on mere speculation," Peng Yi retorted, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Gu with an air of contempt. "Moreover, I am merely utilizing my rights as a law-abiding citizen to request assistance in resolving an issue. If you are unable to remedy it, then I shall intervene myself, and I trust that this should pose no problem." Peng Yi's character had likely become apparent to Qin Wanxian. She had sensed his unyielding nature during the interrogation and recognized the strong sense of self that defined him, a quintessentially male-dominated disposition that would not easily bend to others' wills. Lu Gu erred in his assumption that Peng Yi had merely offended them without consequence, failing to realize that Peng Yi's inherent strength and status had instilled a sense of caution in them, preventing any reckless actions. "Peng Yi, I advise you to reconsider your approach. Your current demeanor is perilous. Persisting in this manner will only exacerbate the situation, making resolution increasingly difficult. Would it not be wiser for us to negotiate amicably?" Lu Gu pressed, his eyes narrowing as he resorted to intimidation. "Though I lack evidence, can you honestly claim that this matter does not concern you?" "Of course it concerns me. I was merely speaking hypothetically. Who could have anticipated that my words would manifest into reality?" Peng Yi shrugged, unabashedly dismissing any moral implications, leaving Lu Gu at a loss for words. He had anticipated myriad responses from Peng Yi, yet never did he expect such brazen candor. Glancing at Qin Wanxian, he noted her unperturbed expression, neither joy nor sorrow marring her features. It was evident that she understood Peng Yi's character all too well. Realizing he would respond in such a manner, which only intensified her ire, was he not knowingly leading himself into a perilous predicament? "You must be a close friend of Peng Yi. Please, persuade him. Continuing down this path will only alienate him from the entire business community of Dongchuan. No matter how capable he may be, survival here will become impossible," Lu Gu lamented, having failed to sway Peng Yi, his attention shifting to the nearby Gao Zihui. It was apparent that Peng Yi held her in high regard, perhaps even considering her the most significant person in his life. "Brother Peng, what if foolish girl, I can concede to many requests, but on this matter, it is futile for anyone to intervene. Once I, Peng Yi, have made a decision, it shall remain unaltered, and no one shall compel me to change it." Peng Yi's gaze turned frigid, fixing Lu Gu with a steely glare. "This is the first time you have provoked my ire. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee my actions." Though his expression appeared casual, the intensity of his gaze sent chills down Lu Jiyi's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. He could not fathom why a mere young man could intimidate him to such an extent with just a look. "Brother Peng Zihui, I assure you that this situation will not affect me, but I must act to demonstrate my strength for your protection." Peng Yi clenched his fist, knowing that only by showcasing his power would they truly become submissive enough to engage in negotiation. Chapter 59. Finally, Yao Kailan was utterly oblivious to the occurrences surrounding him, as he had long since exhausted his energy to care. After a considerable while, the pain in his body subsided. Peng Yi inquired, "How do you feel?" He parted his lips, but no words emerged. "This is merely a token of our first encounter, a slight lesson, nothing more. I shan't resort to cruelty over such trivial matters, but should you continue to test the limits of my patience, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Peng Yi patted Yao Kailan's shoulder and added, "I offer you a chance. Forever remember what transpired today, and above all, do not choose to stand against me." The implication was unmistakable. "Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Should you choose to serve my interests, there will be ample opportunities for you in the future. However, if you prefer to oppose me, brace yourself for a path to ruin." Yao Kailan remained silent. Peng Yi raised his hand and placed it around the young man's neck, causing Yao Kailan to tremble uncontrollably. He was genuinely fearful of what Peng Yi might inflict upon him next. He had once been the hunter, but now found himself the prey. He acutely felt the peril of being under the thumb of such formidable adversaries, forcing him to tread with utmost caution. Yet, Peng Yi refrained from further aggression, instead gradually alleviating Yao Kailan's physical injuries. "Thank you, Master Peng. I assure you, I will not trouble you again in the future." He gazed earnestly at Peng Yi, a sincere smile gracing his lips, astonished at the man's identity. With but a mere flick of his hand, not only had he restored his sense of pain, but he had also significantly improved Yao Kailan's condition. Doubts about Peng Yi's identity swirled within him even more. Excellent, your words suggest that my efforts today were not in vain. Should there be a next time, not even the King of Heaven could save you, but today is not that day. I am disinclined to pursue this matter further, thus, I shall grant you a reprieve. Peng Yi stepped back, regarding him. From now on, do not harass Gao Zihui. Should I discover even a single instance of this, I will ensure you endure far worse. Rest assured, Master Pang, that shall not happen again, never again. Moreover, if you require assistance, I shall do my utmost to help. He smiled at Peng Yi, his earnest demeanor suggesting he spoke with the utmost sincerity. Very well, I hope you will not renege on your words. Peng Yi nodded, adding, of course, if you choose to go back on your word, I have no objections. After all, it is your own affair. However, know that I will employ far more severe measures to ensure you remember my name for all your days. Many have already committed my name to memory, all wishing for my demise. Your addition would be inconsequential. Yao Kailan's eyes darted around, pondering the implications of Peng Yi's words, yet he merely nodded in response. Thank you for personally addressing this issue today. Although we did not accomplish much, I must admit I was surprised and touched by your prompt arrival. Upon receiving the news, Peng Yi expressed sincerely to Qin Wanxian, deliberately overlooking Lu Ge beside her. At that moment, Lu Ge had lost interest in further matters and hurried to attend to Yao Kailan. Is this appropriate? Qin Wanxian asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. You are now a bodyguard to Kai Yifan. Your actions and words represent the Kai family to a certain extent. Engaging in such overt hostility could invite scrutiny from those with ulterior motives. What then? Such concerns do not fall within my purview, for you are unaware of the nature of my relationship with the Kai family. I am who I am, without any particular distinction. Peng Yi shrugged nonchalantly. And moreover, when it involves my loved ones and friends, I will not hesitate to offer my assistance. This matter must be resolved with a ruthless hand to compel their submission. Very well, since you have already formed your own thoughts, there is little point in my continued counsel. I hope you carefully consider every decision you make, Qin Wanxian remarked coolly, then turned to leave. You have resolved this matter, but it bears no relation to me. I will repay you when the opportunity arises, but for now, this is where we part. Didn't I mention? A simple invitation to dinner would suffice. Qin Wanxian ceased her discourse. Having settled the matter, there was no reason to linger further, and she departed without another word. Lu Ge, observing Yao Kailan's disinclination to retaliate against Peng Yi, offered him a faint smile before taking his leave as well. Once they had all departed, Peng Yi's expression turned grave. Elder, Yao Kailan will not rest until he avenges this slight. I will need your assistance. Do not worry, this is precisely what I promised you. I will make the necessary arrangements, he replied with a nod, patting Peng Yi's shoulder before turning to leave. Peng Yi exhaled softly. It appeared that Yao Kailan had yielded for the time being, yet this was merely an illusion. The brashness of this fellow mirrored that of Xian Jiming, with the singular distinction of his arrogance being strikingly evident. While enduring this loss was feasible at present, perpetually suffering such indignities was untenable. The events of today undoubtedly foreshadowed future confrontations. Yao Kailan would undoubtedly exhaust every means at his disposal to reclaim his dignity, lest his reputation be tarnished. Sometimes, such seemingly trivial matters held immense significance for many individuals. I hope this fellow can glean some insight from my actions, otherwise, this monotony will surely bore me to death, he mused, shrugging his shoulders, gazing at the stars above, and chuckling to himself while stroking his stubble. Let us see what opportunities may arise for me to charm the ladies in the future. Chapter 60. Uncommon distinction. Peng Yi did not rush to leave. Instead, he chose to wait for a brief moment. Given the circumstances, Gao's mother was surely aware of what had transpired, so he took the time to offer a detailed explanation, which significantly eased her anxious demeanor. However, witnessing the so-called blood-burning divine technique today is quite astonishing. Are you not curious about the identity of the individual who imparted such a sinister practice to him? If that person truly intended to exploit such dark sorcery for nefarious purposes, they would undoubtedly refrain from entrusting this technique to someone like him, a misguided martial artist. What does it matter if he possesses a formidable technique when he is already lost? Peng Yi shook his head dismissively and remarked, I will seek an opportunity to investigate the matter of the blood-burning evil technique, but it appears that we are now faced with a predicament. So soon? Indeed, this Yao Kailan is proving to be quite the fool. Peng Yi could hear the rapid approach of a vehicle, its engine roaring as it sped towards them. It seemed that Dr. Su had discerned that Peng Yi was not to be trifled with and had promptly summoned assistance, which was now arriving to settle the score. Qin Lai observed with keen interest from a distance. He had already encountered a practitioner of the blood-burning evil technique today. Would he soon witness more formidable opponents? Peng Yi, akin to a vast ocean, had perceived everything at a glance, yet as he delved deeper, he realized that this individual's limitations were non-existent. No one could ascertain the true extent of his power or whether he could continue to evolve. A deep green military jeep slowly rolled in, and a man clad in military attire leaped out. Yao Kailan stood beside him, glaring at Peng Yi. You little brat, I was at a disadvantage earlier, which is why you were able to bully me, and now that I've called for backup, do you dare to lay a hand on me again? If you utter another word, I shall not hesitate to strike you, Peng Yi retorted. Go ahead and give it a try. To be frank, the person I summoned is a renowned tyrant from our Dongchuan military district, a reigning champion multiple times over. His prowess is formidable, and it is rare to find a match for him in all of Dongchuan. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Yao Kailan remained skeptical. The enigmatic aura surrounding Peng Yi suggested depth, yet how could a youth possess such strength? He had always believed that Peng Yi's display was merely a facade, and with the arrival of this man, he felt emboldened. Peng Yi offered a faint smile, recognizing the man before him. His name was Xiong Kunming, indeed a prominent figure in Dongchuan, reputed for his expertise in Muay Thai, a martial art feared for its devastating strikes that could incapacitate opponents. Thus, he had earned the title of King of Soldiers in the internal selections of the Dongchuan military district. While the title may have been somewhat inflated, it nonetheless testified to Xiong Kunming's undeniable capabilities. Regrettably for him, his adversary this time was none other than Peng Yi. The moment Yao Kailan finished speaking, Peng Yi sprang into action. Xiong Kunming's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this brashness from the boy. Standing before him, any other would have approached with caution, yet this boy seemed utterly unconcerned. No one in Dongchuan has ever treated me with such disdain. You, my young friend, have set a precedent. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. His fist clenched, he aimed at the oncoming Peng Yi and unleashed a punch that soared through the air like a cannonball, producing a fierce sonic boom. Xinlai furrowed his brow, instinctively covering Gao Zihui's ears. What a skilled individual! Although lacking internal energy, he can create explosive sounds purely through his physical strength. The force behind that punch is undeniably formidable. Anyone who takes such a hit may well find themselves at death's door. He was somewhat taken aback by Xiong Kunming's prowess. As an ordinary person, achieving such feats was indeed remarkable. Peng Yi himself was already considered extraordinary, yet he found it astonishing that someone even more exceptional existed in this world. Impressive, Peng Yi acknowledged with mild surprise. However, recognizing that Xiong Kunming was primarily a Muay Thai practitioner, he initially thought little of it. Upon hearing the explosive sound moments ago, he realized his error. This individual was not merely relying on Muay Thai to secure his position. His relentless effort, combined with unique talent and physique, had forged the strength he possessed today. Yet, that was all it was. While his ability to generate explosive sounds with his body was indeed remarkable, anyone who had cultivated internal energy could achieve similar feats. It was nothing extraordinary. As he witnessed the fist hurtling towards him, Peng Yi effortlessly evaded it. He could feel the rush of air as it swept past his cheek, accompanied by a hint of pain, a testament to the punch's true might. Although Xiong Kunming's punch was powerful, Peng Yi's lightness of foot was even more impressive. The boy appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, he was astonishingly swift, darting forth to stand before Yao Kailan. I never go back on my word, so you should carefully contemplate your future, for I am truly angered. With a resounding bang, he struck Yao Kailan squarely. Still caught up in his earlier excitement, Yao Kailan was taken by surprise as the fist descended, causing 2 streams of blood to erupt from his nose. In that instant, he could scarcely comprehend how Peng Yi had appeared before him so quickly, delivering a powerful blow. What transpired? Wasn't Xiong Kunming supposed to be blocking him? How had this fellow managed to reach him so swiftly? Peng Yi twisted his neck, gazing down at the fallen Yao Kailan, who clutched his nose, before turning his attention to Xiong Kunming. To be honest, your current achievements have taken me by surprise. For an ordinary individual to cultivate such strength speaks volumes of your uniqueness. Chapter 61. No way. Xiong Kunming gazed intently at Peng Yi, sensing that this man concealed a multitude of secrets within. He could perceive that Peng Yi was far more complex than he appeared, yet, articulating precisely how he was distinct from others proved elusive. There was merely an instinctive awareness that he was unlike anyone else. Your words suggest that you might possess greater prowess and a more far-reaching vision than I do, Xiong Kunming remarked. Just now, that punch, I had numerous methods at my disposal to evade it in an instant and launch a lethal counterattack that would ensure your immediate defeat. However, due to this fool, I refrained from taking action. Peng Yi advanced, pressing his foot against Yao Kailan's cheek, rubbing it disdainfully. You are a soldier of renown, how could you associate with such a simpleton? It is only a matter of time before you find yourself in misfortune. He has aided me in the past, and I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. It is as simple as that, Xiong Kunming replied, not rushing to intervene. The relationship between him and Yao Kailan was far from the idealized bond they envisioned. It was merely a matter of returning a favor. Defeating Peng Yi was all that mattered to him, and whether Yao Kailan was being humiliated at that moment held no significance. His eyes glinted with a pure intensity as he regarded Peng Yi, an undeniable fervor igniting within him, a yearning to engage in combat with this formidable man. I sense your desire. You wish to spar with me? Peng Yi inquired. Indeed, I have scarcely encountered any worthy adversaries in Dongchuan. If this continues, I may very well perish from boredom, Xiong Kunming replied, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, akin to a hunter fixating on his prey. A peculiar smile crept across his lips, making even Peng Yi shiver involuntarily. How ravenous must this man be to exhibit such fervor? I am willing to engage you in battle, but I must make one thing clear. Those who dare to confront me often meet a grim fate, Peng Yi cautioned. In the blink of an eye, he sprang into action, his foot striking the ground with explosive force, propelling him toward Xiong Kunming in an instant, followed by a rapid, powerful punch. Xiong Kunming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such swiftness from his opponent. Nevertheless, instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself, with the dull thud of impact resonated, reminiscent of two ships colliding. Yet alas, while Peng Yi embodied the might of a warship, Xiong Kunming was merely a passenger liner at best. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Xiong Kunming had believed he could withstand the blow, but as Peng Yi's fist descended, an inexhaustible force surged through it, overwhelming him and forcing him to retreat step by step. He began to falter. The sheer power of that punch was astonishing. Damn it, who is this guy? His punch possesses unimaginable strength. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before he could no longer endure. His body was sent flying, crashing violently against a wall, the tremendous force fracturing the surface. Blood spurted from his mouth. Because I am stronger than you, I can utter such words, Peng Yi remarked nonchalantly, stretching his joints. Shall we continue? Considering that this individual hailed from the military and was merely fulfilling a debt of gratitude, he chose not to hold Yao Kailan's grievances against Xiong Kunming, thus maintaining a semblance of civility. This was Peng Yi. His approach to matters was often worthy of admiration. Observing the calm smile on Peng Yi's lips, Xiong Kunming realized he had encountered a true master. He had long understood that countless formidable beings existed in this world, far surpassing his own abilities. Regrettably, these individuals were elusive and exceedingly discreet, rarely revealing their prowess. Until now, he had never crossed paths with someone of such caliber. Seeing Peng Yi was akin to discovering a rare specimen. The exhilaration he felt was palpable. Struggling to rise from the ground, he wiped the blood from his lips and grinned at Peng Yi. Again. Though your physique is robust, in our bout, you will be utterly overwhelmed. We exist on fundamentally different planes of power. There is no necessity for us to continue this fight. You will truly perish, Peng Yi warned, furrowing his brow. Was this man a lunatic? He seemed blissfully unaware of the insurmountable disparity in their strengths and remained insistent on engaging in battle. What is there to fear? Even if I were to perish, having the opportunity to contend with a powerhouse like you would leave me satisfied, Xiong Kunming declared, patting his chest and smiling at Peng Yi. Come, show me the prowess of someone of your caliber. You may be indifferent, but should I accidentally kill you today, I would find myself in a predicament. You are intentionally putting me in a bind, Peng Yi replied, slowly advancing. Since this man was so eager to fight, he resolved to swiftly subdue him, incapacitating him entirely. Continuing this clash would undoubtedly push Xiong Kunming's body beyond its limits. Regardless of how exceptional this man's physical attributes or combat talent might be, he was still an ordinary person. And no matter how formidable his physique, it could not withstand the overwhelming destructive power of someone like Peng Yi for long. Here I come. Xiong Kunming watched as Peng Yi approached, his expression serious, every muscle taut in preparation for the impending attack. Yet, in the next instant, Peng Yi vanished. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the spectacle before him. The man who had been standing directly in front of him had seemingly disappeared in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, Peng Yi's fist struck Xiong Kunming squarely in the back. Once more, Xiong Kunming was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and expelling several mouthfuls of blood. Within him surged a torrent of inner strength, amplifying his suffering. You are a soldier. This level of torment is trivial for you. My goal, however, is simple: to extinguish your desire to fight. If you relinquish this battle, I can alleviate your suffering. Peng Yi understood well that an ordinary person could hardly endure such inner turmoil. This technique was infallible against common foes, yet today, he faced an exception. Xiong Kunming rose to his feet, defiantly enduring the torment, and laughed. You think you can make me miss such a splendid opportunity? No way. Chapter 62. The helplessness of Xiong Kunming. At this juncture, Peng Yi could no longer maintain his previous composure. The degree of resilience displayed was truly remarkable. This indomitable will could be deemed the most formidable among the multitude Peng Yi had encountered. Despite enduring excruciating pain akin to childbirth, he was still able to rise slowly, a demonstration that alone sufficed to highlight his uniqueness. You are indeed an astonishing individual. I never anticipated that someone could stand after enduring such torment. I am, by nature, a warrior. Since my youth, I have faced countless injuries and hardships. Perhaps this modicum of pain is unbearable for you, yet for me, it is merely a commonplace occurrence. He fixed his gaze upon Peng Yi, and in that moment, the agony he had been feeling seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving one incredulous at how a person could achieve such a feat. However, continuing to fight me will only lead to your demise. Your current strength is merely that of a novice in my eyes. In a flash, Peng Yi surged forward, pressing his hand against the man's shoulder with a force that caused Xiong Kunming to grunt and collapse to his knees. As Peng Yi remarked, the two were like beings from entirely different realms, their strengths vastly incomparable. Nevertheless, for an ordinary person to reach Xiong Kunming's level was no small feat. Even those who had undergone rigorous training might struggle to exhibit such tenacity, yet, no matter how hard one tried, the disparity in realms and techniques could not be bridged by mere talent. You should now sense that, while your power is commendable among ordinary individuals, it remains feeble in my perspective. As he spoke, Peng Yi crouched down. Moreover, I can feel a demon within you, a demon that craves strength. If left unchecked, it will only lead you further into the abyss. For some, the inclination towards battle serves as a driving force, for others, it manifests as a malevolent entity, ensnaring them and dragging them into an endless chasm. Xiong Kunming was evidently one of the latter. It was unclear what had instigated such sentiments within him, facing a formidable adversary without any inclination to feign weakness or conserve strength, even wagering his life to determine the ultimate victor. Such thoughts, in Peng Yi's view, were nothing short of foolish. What is this? This is ancient martial arts, far superior to those so-called forms like Muay Thai. However, aspiring to achieve greatness in this domain is equally arduous. Peng Yi did not conceal the truth. He recognized that Xiong Kunming could infer certain insights. Only legendary martial artists could manipulate their enemies through the flow of energy. Given the sensitivity of Xiong Kunming's body, even a minuscule infusion of internal power would be detected. Xu Yang had never intended to keep this individual in the dark. On the contrary, he sought to make Xiong Kunming a pawn in his shadowy endeavors. It was well known that Dongchuan was a veritable den of dragons and tigers, with countless powerful figures lurking. While Peng Yi maintained an attitude of fearlessness, he was acutely aware that he was far from invincible. The prominent families undoubtedly possessed formidable assassins and bodyguards. However, these individuals rarely acted unless provoked, and as he drew closer to Kai Yifan, he would inevitably come under the scrutiny of these power players, who would seek to eliminate him as a thorn in their side. The Kai family currently weathered a storm, relying solely on the old patriarch to maintain their standing, preventing any overt bullying. Yet, there were rampant rumors that the patriarch had little time left, causing many to fixate on the Kai family's assets. The moment such a colossal entity faced bankruptcy, it would present the perfect opportunity for others to seize and divide the spoils, potentially elevating their own power by a decade. A decade is no trifling matter. Such a transformation would be akin to elevating the status of an entire clan. Ancient martial arts, you are indeed akin to those individuals, Xiong Kunming remarked helplessly. In Dongchuan, many exist whom even I dare not confront. Initially, I sought to uncover their identities, only to learn that they were all ancient martial arts masters, some of whom had been revered for centuries. These individuals rarely reveal their prowess, and those who have witnessed their abilities often meet dire fates. You possess considerable knowledge? I have dedicated many years to studying ancient martial arts. Regrettably, even if these techniques were entrusted to me, without guidance and assistance, I would struggle to grasp them fully. Xiong Kunming shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation. However, the criteria for discipleship among those formidable masters is exceedingly stringent. No one is willing to accept me. Those fools are truly short-sighted, neglecting such a vast treasure before them. Peng Yi shook his head, pondering how the status of the ancient martial arts had diminished over time. The reason was clearer within this realm. The masters were all overly ambitious, unwilling to share their teachings with anyone but the truly gifted. But where could one find so many prodigies? As their numbers dwindled, the standing of ancient martial arts plummeted in comparison to other nations. Not that no one had pondered solutions to this dilemma, yet the ancient martial arts masters were stubborn relics of a bygone era. No amount of persuasion would convince them to widely promote their techniques. Only the smaller sects would be willing to impart their knowledge. The larger sects would rather let their teachings die with them than share them with all, hindering the advancement of the entire martial arts community. In such a vicious cycle, the plight of the ancient martial arts community would inevitably worsen. Would you be willing to learn from me? From you? Indeed, I am a member of the Dragon Claw. If you consent, I can teach you, but you must adhere to my directives. This is non-negotiable. He presented his credentials to Xiong Kunming and gradually released the internal power he had been suppressing within him. At this point, Xiong Kunming found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 63 of Apprenticeship. Prior to this moment, it was evident to him that the man standing before him, Peng Yi, possessed a uniqueness that set him apart from others. Yet, he could not quite articulate the nature of that distinction, and now he comprehended the truth. This man was indeed the fabled figure known as the Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw represented the pinnacle of aspiration for soldiers like him. Every soldier harbors the dream of becoming a member of this elite group, which, as its name suggests, serves as the nation's incisors, designed to rend and seize its prey. Unfortunately, the selection criteria for the Dragon Claw have historically been exceedingly stringent, with odds of nearly 1 in 100,000, thus, gaining entry into such a legendary realm is far from a trivial endeavor. After several attempts, Xiong Kunming had contemplated giving up. The reality of that place starkly contrasted with their imagined ideals, leading him to abandon any thoughts of joining the Dragon Claw. However, for each individual fortunate enough to join, there was a profound sense of respect and deference. From among 100,000, only one could ascend to such a status. It could be said that every member of the Dragon Claw is an elite among elites, and the credential in Peng Yi's possession appeared to differ from the standard proof carried by ordinary members. I am merely an ordinary person. Many have seen me before, yet no one has ever mentioned this matter. Why is it that you are interested in me today? Your physical prowess is the most formidable I have encountered among many. This is no exaggeration. Just now, I infused my internal energy into your body. While the average person would have succumbed to excruciating pain, you remarkably managed to stand resiliently. This alone suffices to illustrate how you differ from those deemed useless, Peng Yi remarked with a smile, observing Xiong Kunming. With proper guidance, this man might indeed evolve into a renowned master. Qin Lai gazed at Peng Yi, a wry smile gracing his lips. Gao Zihui watched in astonishment as this impressive, muscular man exhibited a moment of hesitation, immediately exclaiming, "What are you still pondering?" Brother Peng has never been one to shy away from teaching. Today, his willingness to have you learn from him surely stems from something uniquely compelling about you. This is an exceptional opportunity. Why would you let it slip away? Xiong Kunming glanced at Peng Yi. The latter's gaze was resolute, devoid of any other emotions, simply regarding the man before him with tranquility. Is it merely for these reasons that you wish for me to learn ancient martial arts from you? In this world, some matters exist without any rationale. I believe that if you study with me, you will achieve great success. Thus, I stand here today, hoping you will accept my offer to learn. However, should you decline, I shall not impose my will upon you, Peng Yi replied with a subtle smile, revealing a hint of warmth at the corners of his lips. His intentions were straightforward. He merely sought to find a capable aide in Dongchuan. Xiong Kunming, do not forget why you are here. Today, you came to assist me with my problems, not Boss Xiao. I have already fought for you today, but this man before us is clearly beyond my capacity to defeat. Thus, I believe I have repaid my debt to you, and the matters that follow are no longer my concern, Xiong Kunming stated, glaring coldly at Yao Kailan. Though you assisted me previously, I am well aware of your true nature. The consequences you face today are of your own making. Xiong Kunming's tone was devoid of warmth, utterly calm, as he felt no remorse for his actions. He knew well the reputation Yao Kailan had earned. Had it not been for his prior rescue, he would not have owed this man anything. I warned you that for every word you utter, I would amplify your suffering. Peng Yi advanced, channeling his internal energy once more. This time, his energy targeted the body's most sensitive acupoints, causing Yao Kailan to lose consciousness instantly. Yet, this was not the end. The pain would linger in his memory, ensuring that even upon awakening, he would endure profound anguish. Witnessing a man simply collapse at the touch of Peng Yi, Xiong Kunming no longer harbored doubts about Peng Yi's abilities. It was evident that without formidable skills, one could not so effortlessly render another unconscious. I am willing to learn from you, but addressing you as master, that is a non-negotiable condition. Of course, in the presence of outsiders, you need not use such a title. I have observed your vehicle. It bears a license plate number that suggests you hold military rank. Considering your reputation, I have made this concession, signifying my utmost generosity, Peng Yi stated, looking intently at Xiong Kunming, aware that he had already made considerable allowances. Had he sought to accept an apprentice, individuals from across the nation, even the globe, would have lined up to present their talents before him. However, accepting a disciple was not a trivial matter. He was drawn to Xiong Kunming's physical capabilities and character, hence his exceptional willingness to allow this individual to stand by his side. Not to mention, Xiong Kunming seemed to hold a certain stature within the Dongchuan military district, potentially offering future assistance. If he could master the teachings Peng Yi imparted, becoming his right-hand man would not be a daunting task. How could one not seize the opportunity to nurture such a prodigy? After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Xiong Kunming finally nodded. Very well, I shall accept your offer. That's the spirit. Many aspire to become my disciple, Peng Yi nodded, filled with a sense of pride. Regardless of one's status, be they noble or wealthy, all must bow their heads before him, such is the power that strength bestows. Let us forego the formalities of an apprenticeship, I am indifferent to such customs. However, now that you are my disciple, you must assist me with certain matters. Should Gao Zihui encounter any troubles in the future, I hope you will lend your aid whenever possible. Peng Yi regarded Xiong Kunming, his curiosity piqued, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Chapter 64. As stupor up to this moment, he could not clearly ascertain the military rank of the man before him, yet, his intuition strongly suggested that this individual held a significant position within the military district. It was highly plausible that he possessed a rather elevated title. However, it was certainly not the time to inquire about it. Xiong Kunming was not like ordinary individuals. If Peng Yi were to ask directly, Xiong would likely perceive it as an attempt to exploit him. Such an impression would undoubtedly undermine the intended effect, thus it was imperative to refrain from asking any questions at this juncture. Instead, they should wait for Xiong Kunming to voluntarily disclose his identity, which would signify a perfect outcome. At that point, it would indicate that Xiong truly acknowledged Peng Yi, allowing him to enlist Xiong's assistance for certain matters. As long as it is within my capacity to assist, I shall do my utmost to provide care, Xiong Kunming remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Zihui. Although it was their first meeting, he understood that this young woman held significant importance to his master. During their prior skirmish, the old man had consistently safeguarded Gao Zihui's side. Such circumstances were evident even without words. If they were merely ordinary friends, would one need to offend a foreign enterprise's owner, not to mention a person from the military district? Furthermore, a bodyguard had been arranged to protect the girl, which only reinforced the notion that their identities were indeed extraordinary. Yet, Xiong Kunming felt it inappropriate to reveal his own identity at that moment, as it might come across as boastful, especially upon realizing that the young man before him was a member of Longjua. The mere mention of being part of Longjua was enough to instill fear in many, rendering his own modest status insignificant in comparison. Both master and disciple harbored their own secrets, neither revealing their true thoughts. Yes, the mother and daughter have once shown me extraordinary kindness. Without them, I would not be who I am today. Therefore, even if I no longer have a foothold in Dongchuan, I must protect them. Peng Yi spoke with heartfelt sincerity, as if declaring a profound confession, his expression grave. Gao Zihui, upon witnessing her brother Peng's demeanor, felt her heart melt, pounding anxiously. Brother Peng, you are truly too kind to me, Gao Zihui exclaimed, rushing over to embrace his arm, playfully declaring, to have met you in this lifetime is undoubtedly my greatest honor. Do not speak such nonsense, it is I who am honored to know a remarkable girl like you, Peng Yi replied earnestly. The assistance and significance that the mother and daughter had provided him were unparalleled. Without their presence, Peng Yi's current self would not exist. In a strict sense, it was their existence that shaped him. With a sweet smile, he responded, though it was a simple remark lacking in complexity, yet to Gao Zihui, it resonated more profoundly than 1,000 love declarations. Her face pressed against him, radiating happiness. Xiong Kunming observed this scene with a hint of awkwardness as he rubbed the tip of his nose. It was one thing for Peng Yi to be his master, and although the young man appeared slightly younger than himself, the depth in his eyes and the composure he exhibited belied his age, resembling that of a cunning elder. Thus, he felt no unusual sense of intrusion. However, Gao Zihui was undeniably a young girl. The prospect of her becoming his mistress was a thought he dared not entertain. Peng Yi, oblivious to this, was preoccupied with pondering Xiong Kunming's identity. Although not entirely clear, the military vehicle they were in was surely not that of an ordinary figure. If he were merely a low-ranking officer, it would be inconceivable for him to casually drive the vehicle out or leave the military district at will. This series of factors indicated that his apprentice was indeed quite formidable. Alright, since today's matter has been satisfactorily resolved, we should consider how to deal with this fellow next. Peng Yi finally turned his attention to Yao Kailan, who had disregarded his advice and sought to confront him. Peng Yi could not allow such insolence to go unpunished, having tolerated this fool today, who could predict whether he would cause further trouble in the next moment. Therefore, a lesson was imperative. Master, he has helped me in the past, and you have already exerted your influence upon him today. Let us leave it at that. Xiong Kunming furrowed his brow, fully aware of the pain of internal force entering the body, knowing well that few could withstand such torment. As a man typically inclined towards indulgence, Yao Kailan might be wishing for death at this moment. Moreover, possessing a rather peculiar temperament, the fact that he had been unable to defeat Peng Yi today left him with a lingering sense of guilt for not fulfilling his earlier promise. Observing the serious expression on Xiong Kunming's face, Peng Yi recognized it was an opportune moment to set an example, to demonstrate to his apprentice that he was a person of great magnanimity. After pondering briefly, he smiled and said, I initially intended for this fellow to be thoroughly frightened of me, but since you have spoken so, I shall grant you this favor. This matter shall be considered resolved, but should he dare to seek trouble again, I will not let him off so easily. Of course, if that fool does indeed return to provoke trouble, master may deal with him as you see fit. I believe I have already shown him enough mercy today. Xiong Kunming nodded, lifting Yao Kailan from the ground. If there is nothing else, I shall take this fellow away. Wait, Peng Yi stepped forward, placing a finger on Yao Kailan's neck, gradually withdrawing his internal force, then nodded. All right, you may return now. This is my business card. Should anything arise, please do not hesitate to call me, Master. Xiong Kunming handed his card to Peng Yi, then with a smile, he hoisted Yao Kailan into the vehicle, bidding farewell before departing in a swirl of dust. Left behind, Peng Yi gazed at the card, which bore only a name and a number, lost in contemplation. Chapter 65. Prestige. For Peng Yi, university life had always been a source of deep yearning. From a tender age, he had harbored the dream of one day becoming a university student, eager to immerse himself in the unique environment that such a life promised. However, this aspiration gradually fractured over time, only to find its fulfillment today. He understood that this was due to his mission, otherwise, he might never have realized his dream. Despite this, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. After resolving matters with Yao Kailan, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders and decided to visit his dormitory. It was said that the most intriguing aspects of university life revolved around the camaraderie among roommates, and he was curious to discover what characters awaited him. During his time at Longjua, his companions were all remarkably distinctive. To phrase it elegantly, each bore a unique personal imprint. Though one might uncharitably label them as peculiar individuals, each markedly different from the rest. Consequently, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding his forthcoming university life, fueled by an earnest curiosity about what kind of eccentricities his roommates might embody. Upon arriving at the dormitory and organizing his belongings in bed, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The dormitory featured 4 beds, each complemented by a desk beneath, designed to accommodate computers and various study materials. There were also cabinets for clothing storage. Additionally, a reasonably spacious balcony bathed in sunlight offered a place to hang laundry. The dormitory was not particularly expansive. Peng Yi settled beside his desk, rhythmically tapping its surface as he awaited the arrival of his roommates. As evening approached, a tall figure entered the room, bare-chested and clutching a damp short-sleeve shirt. He cast a glance at Peng Yi, raised an eyebrow, and inquired, "You must be the one who didn't come earlier, Peng Yi?" "Indeed, I am Peng Yi," he replied, rising to extend his hand with a warm smile. The tall individual's smile was somewhat peculiar. He grasped Peng Yi's outstretched hand without hesitation, intending to assert his dominance in the dormitory, to teach this young man who truly held sway in their shared space. A sports enthusiast, the tall man had always relished developing his physical prowess, particularly enjoying soccer and basketball, and his athleticism far surpassed that of the average person. Thus, he was confident that Peng Yi would prove no match for him. The physical disparity between them was evident. One appeared robust and imposing, akin to a rugged figure from the plains, while the other was slender and unassuming, lacking the aura of latent strength. As such, the tall man regarded Peng Yi with disdain, convinced that this young man would inevitably become a target for bullying in the dormitory, and it would be better for him to accept a subordinate role. However, the moment he gripped Peng Yi's hand and exerted force, he instantly regretted it. His strength was considerable, he could bend steel rods with ease, and few dared to challenge him during his school days, as it seemed unnecessary. Yet this time, he had encountered an opponent. Peng Yi did not exert any force, he merely smiled at the young man before him, his hand as unyielding as iron, steadily increasing in temperature until it felt like a searing hot iron. The tall man sensed that his hand was nearing the point of being scorched, yet he found himself unable to release his grip. It felt as though a demonic claw had ensnared him, refusing to let go. "Why you, let me go. In the past, many have sought to provoke me upon our first meeting, as I appear to be someone easily bullied. However, those individuals rarely fared well in the end." Peng Yi maintained his harmless smile, gradually loosening his hold on the young man's hand, and calmly added, "But since you are my roommate, I shall not hold this against you. Though I cannot fathom how you achieved this, perhaps it is due to the lack of flesh on your hand and the hardness of your bones, I am certain that I surpass you in other aspects," the tall man retorted, eyes wide with disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before him. This seemingly frail young man possessed an oddity and an undeniable presence. He had encountered many formidable individuals in his life, yet none exuded the commanding aura that Peng Yi did, capable of unsettling one with merely a glance. He understood that this young man was formidable, yet his pride hindered him from acknowledging it. "It seems that only through demonstrating strength will you come to respect me as a roommate?" Peng Yi continued to smile, harboring no ulterior motives. Assimilating into an unfamiliar collective often necessitates showcasing one's true abilities. Only by allowing others to recognize your strength can one earn their respect, a lesson Peng Yi had grasped long ago. Thus, he was prepared to make these individuals submit one by one. Hey, by Jean, you aren't seriously considering challenging Peng Yi, are you?" At that moment, a shifty-eyed young man sauntered in, dressed rather plainly, yet his eyes were particularly striking, scrutinizing others as if sizing up prey. One could only wonder how someone with such an appearance managed to enroll in this university. Howsy, mind your own business. Today, I must demonstrate my prowess to this kid, otherwise, he will never respect me in our shared dormitory. Jean shot a glance at the man he referred to as Howsy, a nickname aptly reflecting his demeanor and appearance. He truly resembled a rat come to life. The young man, unperturbed by the moniker, simply smirked and replied, "Who doesn't know that you were the reigning weightlifting champion for 3 consecutive years? Picking on someone with no athletic background like him, don't you feel ashamed? What do you understand? I am merely establishing my authority." Chapter 66, Confronting Flaws. Peng Yi stood aside, both amused and perplexed. Although Bai Jin's peculiar style was somewhat odd, it was not entirely incomprehensible that he harbored no ill intentions. Rather, he simply sought to elevate his status within the dormitory. After all, they were destined to coexist for 3 years, and it was only natural for everyone to desire a position of prominence within their living quarters. This inclination to feel superior during communal gatherings was quite common and understandable. However, Peng Yi had no such aspirations. That he was already adorned with various accolades, and a mere display of his prowess would earn him the admiration of many. Thus, he found Bai Jin's antics merely entertaining. "What sort of competition do you propose?" "It's quite simple. That I won't take advantage of you. That if you can lift the same weights that I can, then I shall concede defeat," Bai Jin declared, his gaze fixed intently on Peng Yi. He had anticipated that this youth would surely reject his challenge, but to his astonishment, Peng Yi accepted it with a seriousness that suggested he was well prepared. This caused Bai Jin to feel somewhat irked. His formidable physique was evident, unmistakably indicative of rigorous training, yet, this young man appeared utterly unfazed and even dismissive in the face of his challenge, which felt like a blatant disregard for his abilities. "Very well, if you possess such confidence, I shall reveal my true capabilities." As he spoke, Bai Jin picked up a dumbbell that weighed approximately 70 kilograms, casually weighing it in his hand before turning to Peng Yi. "Here, we have 2 dumbbells weighing around 60 kilograms each. Let us both attempt to lift them with one hand, and whoever can endure the longest will be declared the victor. What do you say?" "Absolutely no problem," Peng Yi replied without hesitation. "Hey, are you completely out of your mind? Bai Jin is undoubtedly trained to possess such strength, yet you clearly lack any formal training. How can you even consider competing in such a manner, especially with such a heavy weight?" The rat, witnessing Peng Yi's swift agreement, could not help but interject. Peng Yi, looking rather bewildered, asked, "What seems to be the issue?" He genuinely did not grasp the gravity of the situation. To him, 70 pounds and 70 kilograms felt nearly equivalent, and he never considered that his actions might be viewed as extraordinary. The rat could only shake his head in resignation. "Fine, do as you please. I shall watch in curiosity how you manage this." Seeing that the rat had fallen silent, Bai Jin turned his attention back to Peng Yi. "If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them." "Why should I regret anything? Let us commence," Peng Yi replied as he observed Bai Jin effortlessly lifting the dumbbell with one hand, his movements fluid and devoid of strain, evidence of extensive training. Meanwhile, Peng Yi subtly maneuvered his right foot beneath the dumbbell, applying a slight force. To the astonishment of both Bai Jin and the rat, the dumbbell soared into the air. They had never witnessed such a method of lifting weights before, and this singular act left them utterly astonished. The rat, fully aware of the weight, struggled even with both hands, yet this seemingly frail individual had propelled the dumbbell skyward with his foot. Bai Jin, however, was internally scoffing. "You little brat, attempting to show off in front of me. I may not know how you achieved that, but I am eager to see how you handle the weight when it falls from such a height." At that moment, Peng Yi was blissfully ignorant of their complex thoughts. To him, what he had done was simply a commonplace act. As the dumbbell descended, he caught it with his index finger. Yes, his index finger. Bai Jin's previously scoffing demeanor froze, then morphed into sheer disbelief, his mouth agape until the dumbbell slipped from his grasp and nearly struck him as it fell. He finally exclaimed, "What the hell, are you truly some kind of freak? You caught that dumbbell with just one finger. Do you not fear breaking it?" "Do not judge by appearances. What you deem impressive is merely child's play to me," Peng Yi replied, casting the dumbbell to the ground. "Surely now you must concede." "I doubt there are many in Dongchuan capable of such feats." Of course, he referred to ordinary individuals. For any seasoned warrior, it was merely trivial. Bai Jin nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at grain. "To be honest, in my 20-plus years of life, I have never witnessed such a terrifying display." "You truly caught that dumbbell with a single finger. Are you even aware of the weight it possesses? There are always greater talents beyond our comprehension. One must believe in the limitless potential of humanity. With relentless effort, one can continuously transcend their limits," Peng Yi said, patting Bai Jin on the shoulder with the tone of a seasoned mentor. Surprisingly, this did not come off as insincere. Bai Jin genuinely believed it, nodding in agreement. Had you said such a thing before, I would have been skeptical. However, having witnessed your prowess firsthand, I no longer doubt it. Humanity indeed possesses boundless potential. I believe I too will grow stronger in the future, Bai Jin affirmed, his face lighting up as if he had been invigorated by a potent stimulant. Peng Yi recognized that this individual would undoubtedly harbor a newfound ambition, having witnessed such an extraordinary feat. If he were to showcase this skill publicly, he would surely make headlines the following day, becoming a paragon of masculinity in the eyes of many, a goal Bai Jin aspired to achieve. Rat, you seem quite unperturbed by your nickname, Peng Yi remarked, glancing at the rat with a casual tone. Having demonstrated such astonishing strength, Peng Yi's status naturally soared, leaving both individuals in a state of respect and vigilance. The rat chuckled. Did you not notice my rather shifty appearance? It is only natural for them to bestow such a moniker upon me. This is the first time I have seen someone so candidly acknowledge their own shortcomings, Peng Yi said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Chapter 67. No problem. Hi, when you mention that, I can't help but feel a bit helpless. Those fellows all see my muscular physique and strength, thinking I resemble a cockroach, hence I have an additional nickname, Little Strong, Bai Jin remarked, appearing much like a bashful younger brother, standing before Peng Yi, his speech already becoming somewhat awkward. As individuals who revered strength, they naturally understood the immense effort Peng Yi had invested. Thus, it was only natural for them to regard this man before them with great respect, aware that his true prowess had yet to be fully unveiled. Establishing a good rapport with him was precisely what Bai Jin desired, hoping to ride on the coattails of this formidable individual for future advantage. And what about the other one? Are you referring to Mosquito, Liao Wenhua? The rat stroked his chin, breaking into a grin. This guy is a real intellectual, sporting a pair of glasses, and no matter whom he encounters, he insists on delivering a lengthy lecture, which is why we nicknamed him Mosquito. Initially, we intended to call him Fly, as he is indeed as bothersome as one. The nicknames for the three of you are rather unique, Peng Yi said with a wry smile, realizing he had encountered three peculiar characters. Little Strong, the cockroach, the rat, and the mosquito. What a dormitory this was! If others were to learn that their dorm was filled with such eccentricities, they would surely find it laughable. While they were conversing, a gentle male voice floated in from outside. Xiedong, you should refrain from speaking ill of me in front of others. Do you not understand that maligning others behind their backs is the act of a petty person? This nickname was imposed upon me by you all. I have never acknowledged it. Unto others as you would have them do unto you, and your actions will inevitably bring trouble upon yourselves. This was presumably their so-called mosquito, Liao Wendong. The rat had merely made a passing comment, yet this mosquito seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of criticisms, showing no intention of letting the matter rest. The rat chuckled awkwardly. Brother Peng, now you see it, right? This guy is indeed a mosquito. You say one thing, and he can always find 10 or more words to counter your viewpoint, educate you, and deliver a devastating blow to your worldview. Peng Yi chuckled as well, stepping forward to extend his right hand. Let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Peng Yi. The mosquito adjusted his glasses, nodded, and elegantly extended his left hand in return. Compared to these two fellows, you appear to possess a more scholarly demeanor. If only this fellow knew that the man he was shaking hands with was a seasoned veteran in the mercenary and assassin circles, he might have harbored a different impression. This truly exemplifies the saying, one should not judge a book by its cover. A martial artist like Peng Yi was mistaken for an intellectual. Bai Jin interjected, Alright, previously, our dorm was incomplete, which is why we never had the chance to enjoy a proper meal together. Now seems to be the right time. Wait, since we were incomplete earlier, we didn't establish a hierarchy. It's about time we figured out who the leader is, the rat suggested, rising to his feet. The mosquito cast a disdainful glance. What leader? This is a university. Do you think you're out in the world? Have you lost all semblance of being a student? If we were to call someone president, the rat had long since grown accustomed to the mosquito's prattling. After their initial meeting, this fellow had rambled on countless times. The mosquito seems to possess the most grace and scholarly bearing, thus, it would be most fitting for him to lead us in our endeavors, Peng Yi proposed, glancing at the mosquito without regard for whether he was willing. Bai Jin is somewhat dull and not particularly lively, but he is the second oldest among us, so he can take the second position. The rat is clever, so he will be third, and I shall be fourth. What, you want to be fourth? Both the rat and Bai Jin stared wide-eyed. They had just witnessed Peng Yi's capabilities. A person like him, if he were to lead, would undoubtedly face no opposition. Moreover, it seemed that Peng Yi and the mosquito had a decent rapport. Their ability to engage in conversation so readily during their first encounter alone would ensure the support of the entire dorm. In light of such overwhelming advantages, why would he wish to be fourth? They were increasingly perplexed by what thoughts were swirling in Peng Yi's mind. feeling as though his line of reasoning was entirely different from theirs at every moment. I have no desire to assume the role of leader. If I were to become your leader, it would entail assisting you with numerous issues, and I am not inclined to involve myself in so many matters. I prefer solitude and tranquility, hence being fourth is most appropriate. Of course, should you encounter particularly challenging problems that the mosquito cannot resolve, I am willing to lend a hand, Peng Yi stated with a smile, revealing his true sentiments. As for the notion of being the so-called dorm leader, he had no inclination whatsoever. He had numerous opportunities to rise above others, yet he had never taken that final step, preferring to avoid entanglement in the complexities of such roles. The mundane world is the most potent influence on one's state of mind. Especially with regard to power, if one has never possessed it, they may scorn it as insignificant. However, once one truly holds power, everything changes. Once an individual has tasted the exhilaration that power brings, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from its grasp, unless one possesses an unwavering will that exceeds that of others. Otherwise, resisting the allure of power is nearly impossible. You truly are an utterly peculiar individual. We cannot fathom what drives you forward, the rat remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Look at this awareness of his. Here we were, thinking of dominating this dorm, and now it appears we are utterly outclassed. Bai Jin scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. Peng Yi is right. The arrangement is quite reasonable, and I have no objections. Indeed, I have no objections either, the rat nodded in agreement. You all have no objections, but I have a problem, the mosquito said, his face contorted in dismay. Chapter 68 The Wealthy. What troubles you? Rat glared at Mosquito, expressing his dissatisfaction. We have all graciously relinquished our positions to you, you should be delighted. What is your issue? Whoever stated that I aspired to be the leader of the dormitory? I'm merely a student, do you understand? My primary focus ought to be on my studies, and Mosquito once again unleashed his torrent of words, rambling on for approximately 10 minutes before finally pausing to quench his thirst, asking, could you at least respond instead of allowing me to do all the talking? Your mouth moves like a rapid-fire machine gun. Who could possibly compete with you? Rat retorted, slightly exasperated. However, since this is an arrangement made by Peng Yi, it must have been considered thoughtfully. Indeed, among us, Mosquito is the most suitable to assume the role of dormitory leader, Peng Yi affirmed with a nod, his expression serious. What we truly need is a representative to stand in front of our dormitory. Although Rat may possess superior social skills, it is precisely because he is so astute that he lacks the refined demeanor you exhibit. To others, he seems more like someone chasing after the persona of a leader. Hearing Peng Yi's words, Rat chuckled resignedly, though he bore no ill feelings. But I merely wish to be a good student. I have never entertained the thought of being a dormitory leader, nor have I engaged in such matters. You are essentially forcing me into this role. How could I possibly fulfill it? He looked at Peng Yi with a helpless expression. Perhaps you should take on the role instead. These two hold you in high regard, and I believe I have already conveyed that I am not suited for this position. Moreover, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a commendable soldier. If you cannot even manage the responsibilities of a dormitory leader, how can you expect to excel in other fields in the future? Every task presents a unique opportunity for growth. You should seize such moments to cultivate your development, Peng Yi proclaimed with righteous fervor, leaving Mosquito momentarily speechless. Nearby, Rat, witnessing Mosquito's unusual expression for the first time, could not help but whisper to Bai Jin, do you see? Fourth is truly persuasive, with just a few words, he has already shaken Mosquito's resolve. Indeed, it seems our dormitory is bound to experience some intriguing events in the future, Bai Jin remarked with a naive smile. Despite Mosquito's repeated insistence that he did not wish to assume the role of leader, thereby diminishing his scholarly demeanor, he was nevertheless no match for Peng Yi. This individual was far more eloquent and, crucially, his arguments were steeped in reason, devoid of superfluous chatter. One could easily find themselves drawn into his narrative without realizing it, ultimately stepping into the trap Peng Yi had meticulously laid out, and by the time one comprehended the situation, it would be too late. Faced with Peng Yi's beaming smile, Mosquito acquiesced with a nod. Very well, I shall comply. That's the spirit. In our dormitory, we must support one another. Now that our internal affairs have stabilized, we must have a gathering. Upon hearing about the prospect of female company, Rat's excitement was palpable. It is imperative that we have a gathering. Hey, calm down, don't you already have a girlfriend? Are you still pining after others? Bai Jin interjected, patting Rat on the shoulder to bring him back to reality. Mosquito nodded in agreement, adding earnestly, indeed, you have a girlfriend now, continue with others. All right, enough about me. This gathering is merely an opportunity for you two old bachelors, Rat scoffed, then suddenly recalled something. Fourth, it seems you do not have a girlfriend either, correct? Well, I suppose not at the moment, Peng Yi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although Gao Zihui was quite close to him, he dared not entertain thoughts in that direction, feeling it would be somewhat inappropriate. As for Kai Yifan, while she was also close, she was his employer. Pursuing her seemed devoid of hope. Regarding Qin Wanxian, their relationship was not as profound as one might imagine. Thus, it appeared that cultivating a romantic relationship in the near future would not be an easy endeavor. However, being surrounded by these women would inevitably lead to constant interactions. If another girl were to enter the picture, it might complicate matters. Nevertheless, I have numerous potential candidates and one to be competing with you. Pfft, I have no worries. Even if you were to compete with me, you would surely lose, Rat replied dismissively. Hey, don't underestimate me. Just because I may not appear as charming as some pretty boys doesn't mean I lack skill. Moreover, nowadays, many beautiful women are drawn to bad boys. A man like me is precisely what they desire, Rat boasted proudly, thumping his chest. I'm not bragging, but any beauty I set my sights on, I will surely win over within 3 days. Alright, it's too early to be discussing this. We have yet to determine which dormitory we will be socializing with, Bai Jin said shyly. Yes, let me handle this matter, Mosquito declared, looking at them. After all, I am now your leader, and assisting you is only fitting. Yes, let Mosquito take charge of selecting a suitable female dormitory for our gathering, Peng Yi agreed, glancing at the time. It's nearly dinner time. Let us go out for a nice meal tonight, my treat. What? Fourth, you can't be serious, you seem quite generous, Rat exclaimed. Indeed, it hardly aligns with your appearance, Bai Jin added. Honestly, I wouldn't peg you as a wealthy individual. The three of them gaped at Peng Yi, who appeared nothing like someone capable of extravagant spending, resembling rather the child of a modest family. Chapter 69. Or as Peng Yi observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of several individuals, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Do I truly resemble a pauper? The group exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they replied, we genuinely fail to perceive any attributes of wealth in you. Never mind, soon you shall witness my prowess. Hey, we never discussed where to dine. Are we merely going to select a random eatery that would only amount to a few hundred yuan? I can afford that, the clever Huozi remarked, apprehensive that Peng Yi might take them to a cheap establishment. Since it was their dormitory's inaugural gathering, they certainly wished to indulge in a more upscale venue. Given that we are dining today, we must certainly go to the place renowned for its exquisite flavors and prestige. I've heard that a new restaurant has opened nearby. Allegedly, the chefs have been imported from abroad and possess exceptional culinary skills, though the prices are rather steep, attracting only the affluent and extravagant young lords. For ordinary individuals like us, it would be quite a challenge to dine there, Huozi stated, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes as he looked at Peng Yi. After all, everyone harbors a touch of vanity. Being able to dine at such an establishment, regardless of the cost, would be worthwhile, and it would add to their prestige in future conversations. Unfortunately, they were all merely ordinary, impoverished students, lacking any remarkable talents or backgrounds, and the thought of affording a meal at such a restaurant seemed like a distant dream. Since this restaurant has received such high ratings, let us go there today, Peng Yi replied nonchalantly. Though he had no cash on hand, he possessed the means of credit consumption, and he could easily have Xian Jiming cover the bill, as this fellow was akin to a mobile vault of wealth, an opportunity not to be missed, especially since this amount was merely trivial for him. Wait, Lao Si, you're not actually serious about going, are you? Bai Jin exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with greed as he regarded Peng Yi with the adoration one might reserve for a beloved idol. The sheer admiration and obsession on his face made Peng Yi shudder, though he was relieved that this fellow harbored no peculiar tastes. Otherwise, he would have instinctively sought to escape this bizarre situation. Since Lao Si has spoken, we must certainly go, but are we truly ready for this? The expenses there can be quite exorbitant. The four of us might easily rack up a bill of several thousand. While he maintained a calm exterior, the doubt lingered in Mosquito's mind. Could they genuinely afford to dine at such a high-end establishment? Rest assured, it won't cost much, Peng Yi reassured, patting Mosquito on the shoulder and grinning. For me, that place is merely an ordinary dining venue, nothing particularly special. Once the decision was made, they began preparing to don their finest attire. After all, this was an upscale restaurant, and appearing too casual would surely invite disdain. Thus, it was crucial to ensure their appearance exuded sophistication, reflecting their taste and status. Peng Yi observed the three others, who were visibly exhilarated, and smiled while shaking his head. It was merely a visit to a relatively lavish restaurant. He had frequented establishments far grander than this one countless times before, and he felt unperturbed by the situation. He understood that in such venues, patrons seldom judged one's status based on attire alone. Most individuals at this level possessed a keen eye for discerning character. They could gauge a person's caliber merely by observing their demeanor. Typically, the diners here were successful businessmen, adept at assessing others. Hence, the trio's efforts were largely in vain nonetheless. Peng Yi refrained from dissuading them. If they wished to dress formally, so be it. Huozi had somehow procured a suit, deliberately applying hair wax to achieve an air of sophistication, yet his shifty eyes detracted significantly from his appeal. If only he could project a more wholesome demeanor, he would certainly possess considerable charm. Bai Jin, lacking a suit, preferred not to conceal his well-toned physique, opting instead for a snug sports outfit. Hey, even if you want to flaunt your muscles, you ought to consider the occasion. We are going to dine, and at such an upscale venue. Isn't this attire a tad embarrassing? Huozi remarked, his expression one of dismay at Bai Jin's choice, confirming his reputation for lacking social awareness. Is this not acceptable? It is indeed somewhat inappropriate. In such formal settings, one must ensure their attire is suitable, and yours clearly does not meet the standards. Mosquito concurred, nodding in agreement. On this point, Bai Jin's outfit was undeniably inadequate for dining. Lao Si, it matters not, it is merely a meal after all. We are not participating in a fashion show, and there is no need to present our best selves to others. Peng Yi chuckled, bemused by how heavily the trio regarded the situation. It was simply an ordinary dormitory gathering, even in casual attire. Who would belittle him for dining in such a place? Since you've said so, I want tea change. Wear whatever makes you comfortable, but do not place undue significance on today's meal. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If you wish to hold your head high in front of others, you must learn to cultivate your aura. The mosquito nodded in agreement. Indeed, to earn others' respect, it is paramount that we first respect ourselves. And then Mosquito began his verbal barrage once more. Observing that this could easily extend for half an hour, Huozi quickly sought an excuse to bring it to a halt, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 70. Dining. Once Peng Yi and his companions were fully prepared, they departed from the dormitory. Huozi, you are most familiar with the area, so please lead the way, he said. Sure, it's south, actually quite close. We can just walk there, Huozi replied. Their school was situated in a prime location within Dongchuan, surrounded by numerous luxurious restaurants. As Huozi took the lead, Peng Yi strolled along with his hands tucked into his pockets, humming a little tune. In contrast to the slightly anxious Bai Jin and Wenzi, he felt the most at ease, and his roommates understood just how fortunate they truly were. Although Peng Yi had never formally introduced himself, the subtle nuances around him hinted at the countless secrets he possessed. They realized that forging a good relationship with this young man would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits in the future. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the restaurant Huozi had mentioned. Named Yalansi, it was said that the owner was a foreigner who held a profound appreciation for the local culture. Consequently, the establishment embodied a unique blend of Eastern and Western styles, even in its culinary offerings, which artfully fused Western and Chinese cuisines, a rare and distinctive approach indeed. Peng Yi merely glanced at the decor of Yalansi and nodded. Occupying a prime location in Dongchuan, and with such a unique culinary style, this place is surely destined to become a favored dining spot for many. Is it really that remarkable? Indeed. Although the owner is a foreigner, one cannot help but admire his business acumen, perhaps even surpassing our expectations. It seems that patronage has been sparse lately, but that's merely due to their reputation not yet being fully established. Once word spreads from one person to another, they will recover all the losses incurred during this period, Peng Yi remarked with admiration. Unlike most, Yalansi did not engage in grandiose self-promotion. They simply awaited the arrival of guests, never striving to create a distinct aura for themselves. To some, this might seem foolish, yet it was precisely this approach that showcased their intelligence. If the food is truly exquisite, why resort to advertising? Those who dine here once are bound to return, often bringing new patrons along, thus perpetuating a cycle that would only enhance their business, ensuring it could never dwindle. Conversely, reliance on advertisements might lead some to perceive the restaurant as mediocre. While everyone understands that promotion is merely a tactic, such an approach can evoke skepticism, contributing to negative reviews. Among the four, Peng Yi naturally emerged as the leader. Walking at the forefront. At the entrance stood two young women clad in elegant red kipayos, their high slits revealing long, slender legs devoid of excess flesh, radiating an exquisite allure. With delicate waists and perfect S-curves, complemented by striking features, they were indeed a sight to behold. These welcoming hostesses were well trained. Upon their arrival, they did not exhibit the impatience often depicted in novels. Instead, they remained as gracious as ever, showcasing the high standards of service expected in upscale establishments. The first lesson to learn was not to judge based on appearances, and the second was to assess a person's status through their aura. Upon seeing Peng Yi, the hostess immediately sensed that he was unlike many she had encountered. This aura was not innate but cultivated over time. Thus, she regarded him with utmost respect. Sir, how many in your party? Oh, there are 4 of us, Peng Yi replied nonchalantly, his curiosity about the owner deepening. To cultivate such discerning eyes among the staff speaks volumes about the owner's business acumen. Every patron must leave feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Please, follow me," the hostess said with a gentle smile, revealing charming dimples. As she walked ahead, swaying gracefully, Housie and Baijin were left momentarily dumbfounded. It was their first encounter with such beauty, their gazes fixated on the hostess. Peng Yi smiled calmly and remarked, "Everyone here is professionally trained." While this may seem like a trivial job, forging friendships with them can be quite challenging. Having encountered various wealthy individuals, these women possess aspirations that exceed your expectations, so it's best to merely contemplate that. Having spent ample time in such an environment, even a hostess would undergo subtle transformations in mindset. They would naturally come to believe that only exceptional individuals merited their companionship, a situation Peng Yi found entirely unsurprising. The group followed the hostess, soon arriving at a table that comfortably seated four. "Sir, this table is near the window, allowing you to better observe the entirety of our establishment. Are you satisfied?" True to her training, the hostess immediately recognized that Peng Yi's status was even more complex than she had anticipated, leading her to guide him to a prime location. "Perfect, let us settle here," Peng Yi nodded, raising his left hand. "Bring the menu." "Certainly, sir. Shortly, we will have someone dedicated to taking your orders, but I have other matters to attend to." "Oh, I nearly forgot, you are not a server," Peng Yi said, rubbing the tip of his nose with an awkward smile. "I apologize for taking up your time." "It is my honor to serve you," the girl replied, her gaze sweeping over them. "Wishing you all a delightful dining experience." Chapter 71. Entanglement. Look at the quality of the staff at this restaurant, truly, words fail me. Do you think being a greeter at such an upscale establishment is an easy task? Peng Yi cast a glance at the rat and patted his shoulder. This is a place that rigorously tests a person's discernment. A single misjudgment could result in the loss of a golden opportunity, or even your job. Such scenarios are not beyond the realm of possibility, hence, every employee here undergoes careful selection and training. Old 4, it seems you possess an innate understanding of the industry, no matter where you go, Baijin observed, noting the growing camaraderie among them. What appeared to be a simple meal had successfully fostered a sense of respect for Peng Yi among the members of their dormitory, making future endeavors considerably more fruitful. Not particularly knowledgeable, just someone who has previously taken an interest in this field, Peng Yi waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. Each employee in these establishments is meticulously chosen. It is not merely through one's appearance and attire that one's identity and status are assessed, but rather through one's gaze and demeanor. Gaze and demeanor? Indeed. Peng Yi tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, the cadence lively. A person can deceive others through their looks and attire, but it is impossible to mask one's essence through gaze and demeanor. These attributes are cultivated through environmental influences, which cannot be imitated by others. That sounds rather esoteric, Rat remarked, attentively absorbing every word spoken. Although they had known each other for only a few hours, Peng Yi had already proven to be a source of great surprise, akin to a living encyclopedia capable of swiftly addressing any inquiry. Rat listened intently, hoping to glean insights from Peng Yi that might help him gradually learn the aura of successful individuals. This is not as enigmatic as it seems. When you consistently interact with those of lesser standing, your speech will naturally exude confidence, perhaps even tinged with a more commanding tone. Thus, this transformation is entirely contingent upon one's surroundings. With time, you too can cultivate this unique self-assurance, Peng Yi replied with a smile, snapping his fingers. The waiter promptly approached, inquiring softly, "Sir, what would you like to order?" "I would like to sample your signature dishes." "Order one of each for us. If that proves insufficient, we shall order more." "Certainly, sir. Would you like any red wine?" "Ah, no red wine, please." "Who would have thought, Old 4, you truly are a hidden gem. Observing how effortlessly you placed your order, it's evident you've dined at establishments of this caliber before. No wonder you remain so composed. You must have frequented similar venues long before this, unlike the rest of us who are visibly anxious. Even if it were my first visit to such a restaurant, I would still strive to remain at ease. Your attire seems deliberately designed to obscure your true identities. At first glance, it may captivate, but in time, others may perceive you as pretentious." Peng Yi responded calmly, addressing their inquiries with unwavering clarity. To garner others' respect, one must first cultivate their own self-confidence. Cultivate confidence? But we are merely ordinary university students, lacking in affluent backgrounds. How can we cultivate confidence? Mosquito gazed intently at Peng Yi. It is quite simple. Confidence does not necessitate a privileged background. Observe successful businesspeople. Even in their times of struggle, they exude confidence, driven by an unwavering belief in their eventual success. I'm nearly dizzy from your words. What is confidence? What is demeanor? Bai Jin scratched the back of his head, having listened earnestly to Peng Yi's discourse, yet feeling utterly perplexed by the meanings behind his words regarding demeanor and confidence, which seemed entirely foreign to him. It is entirely normal not to comprehend. Confidence in an individual is simply that. Confidence, however, once it reaches a certain threshold, it transforms into a commanding presence, wherein one naturally perceives those around them as inferior. This is what I refer to as aura. While they may appear unrelated, they are indeed interlinked in a progressive manner, Peng Yi elucidated. Mosquito nodded, beginning to digest this intriguing concept, while Rat pondered thoughtfully. Only Bai Jin, with a simple-minded grin, murmured, "When will the food arrive? I feel my stomach grumbling." Are you a famished ghost reborn? Old Four just imparted wisdom on how to establish a refined image before others, and you, instead of paying attention, are preoccupied with thoughts of food. Truly, let it be. Bai Jin is simply ill-suited for such matters. With his imposing stature, he embodies the classic trope of brawn over brains. Forcing him to feign sophistication would undoubtedly feel disingenuous to him. Peng Yi chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting toward a woman in the distance, his expression shifting abruptly. Quickly, shield me. Do not let her see me. What's the matter, Old Four? Rat inquired, bewildered. Must you ask so many questions? Peng Yi retorted, feeling the piercing gaze of icy eyes fixated upon him, akin to daggers penetrating his heart. Resigned, he spread his hands and muttered, I fear not formidable opponents, but rather, those who are foolishly oblivious. It seems misfortune awaits me today. Why are you hiding from me? Moments later, the woman approached, glaring at Peng Yi. Ahem, it's merely a gathering among dorm members. I prefer to keep our acquaintance discreet, he stammered. Are you afraid I shall persist in pursuing you? Kai Yifan stood with her hands on her hips, her tone indignant. Chapter 72 of the hotel room. Cough, cough, there are still so many people watching. Perhaps it's not appropriate for you to say that, Peng Yi remarked awkwardly, casting a glance at Kai Yifan, feeling as though this woman had been sent by fate to punish him. Ever since their first encounter, the two had been unable to extricate themselves from one another. House's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the girl before him, whose essence was beyond description. It must be said that although Kai Yifan still possessed a hint of youthful innocence, her figure was undeniably exquisite, complemented by her tall stature, making her a prime candidate for the modeling industry. Yet, how could it be that such a stunning beauty had once frightened Peng Yi to the point of wanting to hide? Was she perhaps a sister-in-law, cunningly aware that his future depended on Peng Yi? Halsey wasted no time in rising to his feet, his proximity to Peng Yi making his intentions unmistakable. Old Fourth, this is entirely your fault. With such a beautiful sister-in-law, you ought to have informed us sooner. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. Only then did Kai Yifan reveal a smile, settling beside Peng Yi and naturally linking her arm with his. Now, tell me, why have you been avoiding me? I thought I had already explained this. Today is a dormitory gathering, and it wouldn't be quite proper to invite you. Peng Yi shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. Oh, so who was it that insisted on being my close protector? Yet I've scarcely seen you all day. What would happen if someone attempted to bully me? Kai Yifan gazed at him with a frosty demeanor, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Let me remind you, you are now my personal bodyguard, and you must ensure you are by my side at all times. Setting aside the fact that you have numerous hidden guards, and considering you are within the confines of the school, who would dare to act against you in broad daylight? They would have to be out of their minds, Peng Yi retorted, somewhat exasperated. Although Dongchuan differed somewhat from the mainland, it was still a place of law and order, and given the Kai family's standing, who would risk attacking Kai Yifan in such a setting? If she were truly harmed, it would send shockwaves throughout Dongchuan. I knew you would find excuses. Today, I simply refused to leave. Kai Yifan pouted, clinging to Peng Yi's arm while playfully pinching his flesh, leading an unsuspecting observer to believe they were merely engaging in flirtation. Only Peng Yi bore the burden of unspoken grievances, harboring a lingering question. Despite being a renowned powerhouse in the world, why was he so defenseless against her playful pinches? Oh, that really hurts. Will you dare to do it again? Kai Yifan questioned, her face flushed as a victorious smirk graced her lips, releasing Peng Yi. Rest assured, even if I need to use the restroom, I will bring you alone. You rogue. Ahem, Old Fourth, shouldn't you introduce us? Mosquito, who had been unable to interject, observed the closeness between Peng Yi and Kai Yifan and easily deduced that their relationship was far from innocent. He felt a twinge of envy, yet no jealousy. After all, he had lingered long enough and it was time to speak up. I am Kai Yifan, Peng Yi's girlfriend. I trust you will take good care of him. He is a complete fool who never thinks before acting. So, when trouble arises, make sure to keep him in check. Kai Yifan boldly stood up, shaking hands with each person present, her face beaming with pride. Additionally, I should mention that I am also a student at your school, like Peng Yi, studying traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Mosquito's expression revealed his surprise. I have heard that this field is on the verge of closure, as Western medicine has gained significant prominence over the years, relegating traditional Chinese medicine to mere health and wellness practices, lacking any real curative methods. Why would you choose such a discipline? I am indifferent to that. It's just that few attended classes in traditional Chinese medicine previously, but I imagine that news of the sister-in-law being a student will prompt many to reconsider their majors, Haozi mused, his gaze toward Cai Yifan filled with admiration and a pang of jealousy directed at Peng Yi. Yet, he recognized that he could never win the affection of such an ethereal beauty. Only a man as capable as Peng Yi could captivate her. By the way, I was just reminded of something. Have your dormitory and the boys' dormitory ever held a social event? Peng Yi suddenly inquired, realizing that the most suitable candidates for a social gathering would be those residing with Cai Yifan. This way, whenever his dormitory sought to organize an event, he could naturally invite Cai Yifan, allowing him to remain close by to protect her. Not yet, but if you are interested, we could arrange one, Cai Yifan replied, her keen intellect quickly grasping Peng Yi's intentions. Although he was her bodyguard, allowing their identities to become overly sensitive within the school was not prudent. The best course of action would be for Peng Yi to masquerade as her boyfriend. As they gradually learned more about each other, Cai Yifan found herself less averse to this mischievous, somewhat narcissistic individual than she had initially been, and the nature of women is indeed peculiar. When they set their minds to disliking something, it is an arduous task to alter their perspective, yet, when they wish to change their feelings, it is merely a fleeting thought away, devoid of any difficulty. Indeed, Old Fourth, I believe this is a splendid opportunity. Surely, Miss Kai's roommates must all be quite stunning. Rest assured, the overall quality of the dormitory residence is exceptional, Cai Yifan proudly declared, puffing out her chest. By the way, Peng Yi, are you returning to the dormitory tonight? That depends on you. Then let us walk together. Haozi stood by, rendered speechless. What does it mean when one's beauty eclipses all? This magnificent woman had so swiftly ended up in a hotel room with Peng Yi. Chapter 73. In a world of indulgence for the time being, the matter of socializing must be set aside. Cai Yifan's purpose for coming here today was to seek out Peng Yi. Having not seen this fellow for an entire day left her feeling somewhat unsettled, worried that this rogue might be flirting with other women behind her back. She was well aware that this lad was a notorious flirt, and she needed to keep a close watch on him. To comfort herself, she rationalized that her intentions were purely to learn traditional Chinese medicine techniques from Peng Yi. Thus, she desired to ensure that his surroundings were devoid of any female distractions, allowing her to better captivate his attention and compel him to divulge the knowledge he possessed. Dealing with such a lecherous individual, this seemed to be the most effective approach, even if it required sacrificing some of her allure. After all, she had already given away her first kiss. As long as she maintained that final boundary, there would be no issue. Peng Yi, oblivious to Cai Yifan's inner thoughts, was nonetheless slightly taken aback by her unusual demeanor today. At that moment, a young man in his 20s, cradling another girl in his arms, passed by them. The pair wore faint smiles, seemingly engaged in delightful conversation. The girl nestled comfortably against the young man's embrace, her eyes half closed, completely disregarding the public setting as they flirted openly before a crowd. Changguo, will you truly treat me well in the future? Of course. As long as you stay with me, you will enjoy endless riches and glory. You have no idea how many women in Dongchuan wish to be with me, but you are my favorite. The man affectionately pinched the girl's cheek, a soft smile gracing his lips. By the way, your posture in the car earlier was quite explosive. Have you studied it often? Well, I just wanted to please you, Changguo. I've been diligently learning. The girl playfully replied. This exchange, laden with suggestive undertones, even caused Peng Yi to blush. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed the discomfort on the expression of the man known as Haozi. Mosquito frowned, remaining silent. By Jean, lacking emotional intelligence, remarked, Haozi, isn't that your girlfriend, Yu Qiji? Haozi remained seated, his fists clenched tightly, exuding evident anger. Peng Yi chose not to intervene. This was Haozi's personal affair. Though they were comrades sharing a dormitory, it was not his place to meddle in such matters. You all sit tight. Haozi stood up, following closely behind the man named Changguo. Are you not going to lend a hand? Peng Yi shook his head, simultaneously restraining by Jean and Mosquito. This is Haozi's matter. It would be inappropriate for us to intervene without his consent. If he truly needs our assistance, as a brother, he will come to us. If not, we should refrain from getting involved. But, there are no buts. I may not intervene, but I will bear the consequences of whatever transpires today. Pang Yi's expression turned unusually solemn as he regarded Haozi's retreating figure. The greatest fear for a man in this world is the betrayal of the woman he loves. He was keenly aware that despite Haozi's infatuation with beautiful women, his gaze was always pure, filled only with admiration and devoid of ulterior motives. Pang Yi understood that this man genuinely cared for his girlfriend, yet, who could endure witnessing their beloved discuss intimate matters with another? A green hat perched atop one's head is unbearable for anyone. Do you not think you are being too callous? I know that man. His name is Lu Yunhui, a somewhat well-connected second-generation wealthy heir in Dongchuan. Your roommate lacks any standing and cannot defend herself. She is bound to be in a dire situation. Kai Yifan frowned, pondering why this impulsive individual had suddenly adopted a calm demeanor in this instance. Men must undergo certain experiences to mature. University is a microcosm of society. Here, one can truly grasp the warmth and coldness of human relationships, the essence of hope, and the depths of despair. If I must always step in to resolve issues, then this university is hardly worth attending, Pang Yi responded coolly, then spread his arms back against the chair, naturally wrapping one around Kai Yifan. After all, if this stunning beauty was intent on pretending to be his girlfriend, he might as well take advantage of the situation. If you touch me, you owe me a lesson, Kai Yifan declared, her eyes wide and her chest puffed out defiantly. In the blink of an eye, Pang Yi transformed into the epitome of propriety. Lu Yunhui settled into a nearby booth with Yu Qizhi, their exclusive couple's seat, a distinctive feature of this restaurant. Qizhi. Just as Yu Qizhi and her beau were engrossed in a deeper discussion regarding intimate matters, Haozi made his appearance. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with despair, and as he gazed at the woman before him, an aura of profound disillusionment enveloped him, a true sense of disappointment. How? Junchen. Yu Junchen, this was Haozi's real name. Yu Qizhi had envisioned numerous scenarios, but never did she anticipate this moment, encountering the notoriously frugal Yu Junchen at the Yalangxi restaurant. What are you doing here? And you and him, what is your relationship? Haozi refrained from answering directly, opting instead for a rhetorical question. We're just friends. What sort of friends find themselves in bed together? Haozi continued to smile, though the expression on his face resembled that of a ghoul, eerie and somewhat terrifying. I have always cherished you like a precious gem, unable to bear the thought of you coming to harm. I have never even touched you, yet Yu Junchen, you are a good man. Yet another good guy. Haozi merely stared at Yu Qizhi, and in that moment, he was engulfed by true despair. He had never imagined that the woman he had devoted so many years to would transform in such a short span since entering university. Indeed, this institution was but a miniature society. Everything that transpires in the world outside finds its echo within these walls. Ensnared in a world of indulgence, this is a fate from which none can escape. Chapter 74 Money. I am a good person. Am I really a good person? The rat laughed, his smile steeped in despair and grotesqueness, yet his tone grew increasingly indifferent, his cheeks contorting into a menacing grimace. So, all the affection I've harbored for you over the years has culminated in nothing more than this single statement. Hey, who the hell are you? I am Yu Junchen, Qizhi's boyfriend. Oh, right, I remember now. Lu Yunhui rose to his feet, towering slightly over the rat, exuding an aura of grandeur. He was handsome, affluent, and possessed nearly every commendable trait one could envision. Faced with such a man, it was nearly impossible for any woman to resist. The rat's failure was hardly surprising. He had been excessively indulgent towards her, bordering on a sense of pampering. Who are you? I had always wondered who you were, causing a ruckus here. Turns out you're just that pathetic loser who has been in a relationship for 7 years without even a kiss. No wonder Qizhi left you. Lu Yunhui smirked, relishing his superiority. Look at the chasm between us. In terms of status and appearance, I surpass you in every aspect. What qualifications do you have to possess, Qizhi? The rat remained silent, his eyes fixed in a fierce glare. You probably never imagined that when Qizhi is in bed, she is particularly proactive, astonishingly wild. Oh, it's simply exhilarating. Changgu, please stop. Yu Qizhi, witnessing the desolation and indifference on the rat's face, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Rat, you should leave. I am unworthy of you. Let me tell you, a loser will always remain a loser, with no hope of rising. People like you are a dime a dozen on the streets. What use is affection? What can you offer her, money, or power? The rat still said nothing. At that moment, as Lu Yunhui opened his mouth to speak again, the rat suddenly seized a wine bottle from the side and smashed it against Lu Yunhui's head. As blood mingled with red wine trickled down, Lu Yunhui trembled, his lips quivering, his voice hoarse. You little punk, how dare you hit me? The rat stood there like a mute, unresponsive. Don't think that silence will save you. I will make you pay. I am going to end you. Lu Yunhui sprang to his feet, pulling out his phone to call for assistance. Yu Qixi knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Changgu, please spare the rat, get out of the way." "You actually begging me for this despicable man?" Lu Yunhui kicked her shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground, her palm landing on the shattered wine bottle, blood oozing forth. Yet, she was too consumed by her pain to care for herself, hoping only that Lu Yunhui would calm down and refrain from retaliating against the rat. At that moment, the rat made a gesture, looking towards Peng Yi, saying, "Lao Si, I've messed up." For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt that everyone in this world was cold-hearted, except for Peng Yi, who sat quietly observing the unfolding chaos. He believed that this person would undoubtedly come to his aid. Why, he could not articulate it. Perhaps it was simply because they were roommates. Peng Yi patted Kai Yifun's hand gently. "You stay here. What comes next is not suitable for you. I want to see. Behave." Peng Yi grasped her shoulders, his expression grave. Kai Yifun, seeing Peng Yi's seriousness, could only nod in agreement. She understood that this time, he meant business. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Peng Yi approached the rat step by step, declaring, "Let me handle this from here." "Can you manage?" "Absolutely." That was the sole response, yet the rat had faith in Peng Yi, trusting in the inexplicable qualities that commanded their admiration. "Lu Yunhui? Do I know you?" Lu Yunhui clutched his head, blood still flowing down, trickling from his forehead to his cheek, creating a rather horrifying and slightly repulsive sight. "Consider it so. Then you should be aware of the consequences of offending me. I want that kid to lose an arm, the one he used to hit me. I will break that very arm." Lu Yunhui glared resentfully at the distant rat, believing Peng Yi had come to negotiate, only to be met with an unyielding kick that sent him sprawling. Having already sustained injuries, Lu Yunhui was kicked away, crashing into another table before coming to a stop. "I seldom harbor hatred for others in my life, but your kind, I detest the most." Peng Yi kept his hands in his pockets, his expression impassive, neither smiling nor angry, void of joy or sorrow. This was the most terrifying aspect. Many onlookers instinctively stepped back, recognizing Lu Yunhui and aware of the formidable background he possessed. Yet, in this moment, no one dared intervene, simply because the young man exuded an aura that was overwhelmingly intimidating, rendering them breathless and unwilling to provoke trouble. You dare hit me? Do you think wealth is omnipotent in this world? I have plenty of money. If you lay a finger on me today, you might as well kill me, otherwise, I'll have your head on a bounty site across the globe tomorrow. I will ensure your demise. Lu Yunhui's eyes seethed with malice. He was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, unworthy of even that title. True wealthy heirs, while arrogant, at least understood the importance of avoiding unnecessary trouble for their parents. They were astute enough to discern whom they could engage with and whom they could not. If flirting with an unsuspecting married woman was one thing, but interfering in another's relationship crossed a line that a true heir should never breach. Lu Yunhui had already lost significantly in principle, and his current remarks only served to obliterate the few cards he had left to play. Peng Yi, now devoid of any reservations, revealed a devilish smile for the first time. You want me to be hunted worldwide? Very well, let us see who dares take up that contract. Do not be so arrogant. Oh, tell me, besides money, what else do you possess? Chapter 75. Stand down, do not move, or you shall come to regret it. How absurd. With a single hand, Peng Yi hoisted Lu Yunhui off the ground, then flung him into a corner with disdain. I truly cannot fathom why your imbecilic father would produce such a dim-witted son. While your penchant for causing trouble is one thing, it is utterly baffling that you have never contemplated the consequences of your actions. With your level of intellect, it is a pity you dwell within a wealthy family. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, I am not here to kill you yet. You may call upon anyone you wish to assist you in resolving this predicament. However, I must forewarn you that I am fully prepared to escalate matters to unprecedented levels today, so I would not mind adding a few more shocking acts to the mix. As Peng Yi advanced, a knife appeared in his hand. Your mouth appears quite adept at speech. What do you suppose would happen if I were to slice off your lips? Please don't do this, sir, I implore you to cease. At that moment, a contingent of security personnel from the restaurant arrived, having gathered at the first hint of trouble. Yet, with Peng Yi's subsequent appearance, the situation spiraled entirely out of control, unfolding far too quickly to afford them a moment's respite. At the forefront was a former mercenary who had fought in the Middle East, exuding an air of hardened resolve. He regarded Peng Yi, who held the dagger firmly. Did you just instruct me to stand down? Indeed. If you commit an act of violence within our establishment, it will undoubtedly tarnish our reputation, dissuading patrons from dining here in the future. The mercenary captain, a man of African descent, spoke with a peculiar accent, suggesting his command of Chinese was rather lacking. If there is a misunderstanding, I am more than willing to mediate. Peng Yi turned sharply and swiftly thrust the dagger downward. The captain's expression darkened, and he shouted, "You are playing with fire." He lunged forward, seizing Peng Yi's arm with one hand. Little did he expect that Peng Yi's move was merely a feint. With a punch of immense force, he struck the captain's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward as though struck by a great weight. "You are the one playing with fire," Peng Yi retorted coolly, his demeanor exuding dominance. "Today, I intend to deal with this fool. If anyone wishes to intervene, let them step forward. Whoever dares, let them come forth." Bai Jin was the first to rise, stepping beside Peng Yi and thumping his chest. "I wish to see if you intend to bully us young men." The rat remained silent, merely standing resolutely beside Peng Yi. The mosquito shook his head in resignation. "All right, fine." Thus, the four stood defiantly, glaring across at the array of bodyguards. Such a person deserves to die. He has committed countless misdeeds, abusing his power without a second thought. "Do you still intend to tolerate this?" Bai Jin exclaimed in anger. "You three, return." "We will not." The mosquito responded earnestly, locking eyes with Peng Yi. "Under different circumstances, I would comply with your request and lead them away, but not now. We are brothers. In times of adversity, we must stand together." "You stepped up for the rat, and if we do not support you, what kind of brothers would we be?" "Brothers, you say?" "Ha," Peng Yi chuckled, then declared with fervor, "Let us see what means they possess." The African mercenary struggled to rise from the ground, though their confrontation had been brief. The sheer power behind that punch had left him shaken. He could only surmise that such prowess belonged to an ancient martial artist from Huaxia. "Your strength is formidable. Even if we all banded together, we would likely be no match for you," he admitted, looking at Peng Yi with resignation. "However, your violent actions here violate the law and disrupt our establishment's operations. We cannot simply stand by." "Then tell me, is this man's conduct not that of a scoundrel?" Peng Yi pointed at the distant figure of Yu Qizhi, who wept. "Do you see, that is a woman who cares for him," yet he struck her without hesitation. "Such a beast should not remain in this world, for one day he will drag his own father down with him. However, this is the Yalansi restaurant, and as its bodyguards, we are compelled by both reason and duty to intervene," the captain maintained, his expression unyielding. "And what if I were to take this man away?" "Mr. Liu is our guest, and we are obligated to ensure the safety of our patrons. You cannot leave here today." "Then it appears we have but one course of action left to us." Peng Yi revealed a dazzling smile, gazing disdainfully at the bodyguards. "Yet, you cannot even handle me alone, and you still choose to confront me? Do you not feel the slightest bit navi? How can we know unless we try?" Just as tensions reached a boiling point, another group burst into the scene, fully armed soldiers. Their demeanor was serious, and the moment they entered, their piercing gazes fell upon Peng Yi and his companions. Bai Jin had never witnessed such an imposing presence before, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he instinctively took a step back, though he managed to maintain his stance. "Are these your men?" Peng Yi inquired, stepping on Lu Yunhui's face with disdain. "Boy, you will die for this, mark my words." "Ha! No matter your power, my enemies in this world are far more numerous than you can fathom. In fact, they are legion, thus, I harbor no fear." Peng Yi sneered, his gaze fixed on the soldiers. "It appears the military district has been rather idle lately, to be able to deploy a battalion so casually. We received reports of a terrorist threat here, and we have come to address the situation swiftly," spoke the squad leader, a middle-aged man in his 30s, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. "As luck would have it, we just returned from a training exercise. If you wish to avoid complicating matters further, I advise you to cease your actions. You cannot touch this man." Chapter 76, Heart Like a Knife, who said that, "Can't you see this fellow is currently beneath my foot, unable to utter a word?" Peng Yi viciously ground his foot into Lu Yunhui's face, causing the latter to cry out in agony. The middle-aged man merely snorted coldly. Youthful exuberance often leads to reckless behavior, which could be a trivial matter. However, should you insist on complicating things further, I fear that no one will be able to protect you. "Brother Zhu, you finally arrived." Another vehicle came to a halt outside, from which emerged a man in his 40s. Upon seeing Hu Daimiao, he immediately grasped his hand, expressing his gratitude. "I owe you a great debt this time, otherwise, I shudder to think what those terrorists might have done to my son." Lu Tianhua, the director of the Dongchuan Tourism Bureau, was not a particularly formidable figure. However, his diplomatic demeanor had garnered him numerous acquaintances, allowing him to solicit help in times of need. Upon learning of the situation today, his first instinct was to call upon Hu Daimyo for assistance. Otherwise, should the matter fall into the hands of the police, it would undoubtedly be impossible to hold Peng Yi accountable. Furthermore, Liu Tianhua's reputation would be tarnished. People would only blame him for his son's actions, seldom considering the child's own faults. Thus, Liu Tianhua made a resolute decision. For the first time now, he felt vindicated, for with Hu Daimyo present to oversee the situation, they could navigate this dilemma more effectively. We happen to be conducting training in the area. If you intend to call the police, it will take some time for them to arrive. Dealing with terrorists is undeniably our responsibility, Hu Daimyo declared, waving his hand and addressing Peng Yi. Young man, I advise you to relinquish your weapon while the situation remains manageable. Do not persist in your obstinacy. Kai Yifan crossed her arms and scoffed, this guy truly seems to stir up trouble wherever he goes, and now, with people arriving from all sides, this matter is bound to become public. Originally, the intention was for Peng Yi to maintain a low profile, ensuring a safer environment around him. However, as time passed, it became evident that he displayed no semblance of discretion, whether in actions or other aspects. He was unabashedly ostentatious. Just moments ago, he had made a tremendous blunder while dining at the restaurant. Helpless, she discreetly dialed her grandfather's number. Grandfather, here's the situation. The standoff continued, with Peng Yi unfazed by the encirclement of soldiers, his foot still planted firmly on Liu Yunhui's face. Liu Tianhua, do you truly believe your foolish son will not drag you down with him? Youth, you must not act recklessly. No, I have no intention of being reckless. I merely wish to pose this question from the current perspective. Your political career may be nearing its end. With such a dim-witted son, it is only a matter of time before all your shortcomings come to light. Peng Yi sneered, casting a glance at Liu Tianhua. Although Liu was not a high-ranking official, he still held a position of power. In these times of stringent scrutiny, individuals like him found themselves under close observation. It was impossible to claim a life devoid of blemishes. A single misstep could expose all his troubles. Many feared the revelation of their past indiscretions. Liu Tianhua glared at Peng Yi, disdain evident in his voice. It is natural for the young to be impetuous, but do not attempt to challenge an opponent beyond your capabilities. You are merely a university student. What can you possibly do to me? I advise you to act with maturity. Let us treat this incident as if it never occurred. Peng Yi shook his head. Who said that? I did. What of it? Liu Tianhua pounded his chest, indignant. My years of diligent work cannot be tarnished by a minor blemish. After all, he is just my son. The organization will only issue me a reprimand. Can they truly impose severe punishment upon me? Very well, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. As he spoke, Peng Yi took out his phone and dialed. Hello, I need you to do me a favor. Yes, it's Liu Tianhua. I want him demoted immediately, or any other disciplinary action will suffice, understood? Liu Tianhua glanced at Peng Yi, a cold smile gracing his lips. So the young man has taken to pretending. If you were truly calling my superior, you would display a face of utmost respect, yet, I see nothing but arrogance from you. Do you think such petty tricks can deceive me? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, our quarrel is far from over. And who do you think you are? Peng Yi retorted impatiently, his tone sharp. Your son has committed numerous despicable acts here. Had it been in the past, I would have dealt with him directly, but I am not inclined towards violence now. I have spared him, but should you utter another word, I shall fulfill my promise. Dare to touch him, and I will ensure you leave here unable to walk. With that, Peng Yi stomped down on Liu Yunhui's wrist, the sound of breaking bones ringing clear and sharp, eliciting a horrified scream from Liu Yunhui, who promptly fainted. Hu Daimyo observed the seemingly cheerful young man before him, the gravity of the situation finally dawning on him. This individual was astutely calculating, having foreseen the entire scenario. Despite the soldiers being fully armed, they could not open fire on Peng Yi. Consequently, he had nothing to fear. Old Liu, your son has acted most unwisely. This boy is a cunning little fox. We may find ourselves in deep trouble, Hu Daimyo remarked, his instincts alerting him to an unusual tension in the air. When did you start being so cautious? This boy appears to be just a university student. Could he possibly have some extraordinary background? Hu Daimyo pondered, realizing the truth in his own thoughts, and fell silent. You scoundrel, I will make it my mission to end your life today, Liu Tianhua seethed, his heart in anguish as he witnessed his son's hand rendered useless. Chapter 77 Epilogue. Do you dare to kill me? Go ahead, whatever happens, I will bear it alone. Liu Tianhua had lost his sanity. He felt as though his son had been ruthlessly incapacitated before his very eyes, an occurrence that was utterly intolerable. Houdini also believed it was time to teach this young man a lesson. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let's all go, let this brat witness our might. I would like to see who dares to make a move today." Just then, a deep voice echoed from outside, and Xiong Kunming slowly walked in, wearing a serious expression. He cast a brief glance at Peng Yi, initially taken aback, then smiled and nodded, shifting his gaze to Houdini. "You've done well, Haven Tiyu. I instructed you to go out for training, yet you brought your men here instead. Do you think this is also a training ground for you? Team, you were just about to take action, weren't you?" Xiong Kunming interrupted Houdini, stepping forward and glaring at him. This young man committed an act of violence. "I believe you believe what nonsense." Xiong Kunming slapped Houdini across the face, roaring, "Do you even understand what you're doing? Do you think you're one of those police officers? If you're going to meddle in trivial matters like this, what's the point of training in the frontier? What use do we have for soldiers? They might as well all become police officers." It was undeniable that the atmosphere had transformed drastically compared to before. Even Peng Yi could not help but smirk discreetly. The young man now appeared quite imposing, far removed from the one he had previously knocked to the ground. "And who might this be, Director Liu? I am well aware of the private relationship you share with Houdini, but in this matter, there is no room for negotiation. Please consider the consequences carefully before you act next time." Xiong Kunming cast a cold glance before approaching Peng Yi, saying, "Young Master Peng, I did not expect you to be the protagonist of this incident. I hope I am not too late. How did you know I was here?" Peng Yi inquired, intrigued, as he had not communicated with this individual. "It was the old master of the Kai family who personally called and instructed me to come and resolve this matter." Xiong Kunming glanced at Liu Yunhui, who lay on the ground like a heap of mud. "If young Master Peng is not satisfied, you may take action against this fellow. Let it be. His hand is broken, there is no need to continue this charade." Peng Yi frowned, expressing his discontent. "It's a pity that what was supposed to be a pleasant gathering has been ruined. It leaves me rather displeased." Lu Tianhua and Houdini were utterly bewildered. "Young Master Peng, since when did such a figure emerge in Dongchuan?" He sounded quite formidable. However, what shocked them the most was the connection between this young man and the old master of the Kai family. To have Xiong Kunming personally handle this affair must have taken considerable influence. Thus, Lu Tianhua realized he had kicked against an iron plate. Houdini also sensed impending misfortune, knowing he would undoubtedly face several months of hardship. At that moment, Lu Tianhua's phone rang. The message was clear: "Given your recent performance, which has drastically deviated from the past, the higher-ups have decided to temporarily revoke your position as director. Please take some time to reflect at home." On the surface, it appeared there was no issue, but only Lu Tianhua understood the true implications. He had been completely ostracized by his superiors. Reflecting on Peng Yi's previous words, cold sweat trickled down his back. The suddenly emerged young man possessed an intimidating background. Such a serious incident had been effortlessly resolved through his connections. Who among those present could possibly remain unconvinced? "Director Liu, do you still intend to pursue this matter with me? I am rather curious to see what you plan to do." "Peng, young Master Peng, I sincerely apologize for the trouble my son has caused you." Lu Tianhua, a man accustomed to the political arena, shifted his demeanor in an instant, now smiling eagerly at them. "I am truly sorry for the inconvenience caused today. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them." Bai Jin, the simpleton, still could not comprehend what had transpired. He turned to Peng Yi and asked, "Old Four, what is going on?" "Nothing much, the situation has been resolved," Peng Yi reassured him, patting his shoulder, then addressing the rat, "Let us leave it at that. If you need anything else, do not hesitate to reach out." "Brother, no need," the rat replied, lifting his head to reveal a smile more sorrowful than tears. "You've undoubtedly incurred significant obligations today. I understand that the hardest debts to repay are those of gratitude. I may not possess much capability, and perhaps I cannot be of much help, but I will not forget this. From today onward, my life is yours." "Why speak of such things? We are all in the same dormitory, we still have 3 years to endure together," Peng Yi reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "We are brothers. Whatever issues arise, we will face them together." "Indeed, brothers," the mosquito chimed in, also moved, patting the rat's shoulder. Kai Yifan observed from a distance, her lips curving into a faint smile. "How intriguing. I expected my grandfather would summon someone casually, yet it turned out to be Xiong Kunming. Moreover, their relationship seems to extend beyond mere appearances. I have rarely seen Xiong Kunming display such respect." With the matter satisfactorily resolved, the backing behind Peng Yi was undeniably formidable. Even a mere mention of him could crush Lu Tianhua. Consequently, he faced suspension, and his son was left with a severed hand. Yet, the ultimate outcome left them in silence, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. They now dared not speak of the incident, Aside from those present that evening, few in Dongchuan were aware of the terrifying events that had unfolded. As for Hudania, he did not appear for several months, and none knew the extent of his torment. Thus began the ominous whispers of a name throughout Dongchuan. Peng Yi, also known as the Iron Yama. His stern, cold visage and ruthless methods of rectitude had etched his reputation indelibly. Peng Yi had suddenly become a sensation, emerging as the romantic ideal for countless young women, but that, as they say, is another story. Chapter 78 Rejection. The adversities that do not break you will inevitably become the driving force behind your progress. This is a phrase that Peng Yi has been repeating to himself since childhood, and today he has shared it with his companion, Hao Zi. The occurrence of this event struck Hao Zi like a thunderbolt. His girlfriend of many years had betrayed him. One inevitably encounters various tribulations in life. In moments of despair, one might think that succumbing to such depths could bring some relief, yet soon enough, one realizes that this approach will not only fail to erase the pain but will gradually devastate your existence. Hence, as your friend, I genuinely do not wish to see you descend into this abyss, he remarked, sitting beside Hao Zi. The two were on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, the evening breeze caressing their cheeks, stirring a wave of melancholy. Since returning, Hao Zi had become taciturn. The once astute man seemed to have been erased in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell devoid of color. Why must the right person be with the wrong one, he pondered aloud. Because people often choose what they believe they deserve, Peng Yi replied, voicing his thoughts. Many spend their entire lives oblivious to the fact that their true aspirations are within reach. They confuse the ideals instilled in their minds with their genuine desires, unaware that they are fundamentally different. We've been together since middle school. Her family is quite strict, and I never wanted to hurt her, so over the years, I never laid a finger on her. I loved her but was more concerned about causing her pain, Hao Zi lamented, cracking open a can of beer and downing it in one go. But in the end, all I received was the label of a good man. It is utterly disheartening. I thought you would be utterly devastated, yet here you are, surprisingly open-minded, Peng Yi noted. What does it matter how painful it is? Indeed, I am suffering now. But if it weren't for your support today, perhaps I would have remained trapped in that anguish indefinitely. Hao Zi looked at Peng Yi, offering a bittersweet smile. You have made me realize that love is not the only thing in this world. There exists also familial bonds and brotherhood. From this day forth, whatever you propose, I shall not waver. Have you ever considered becoming someone who stands above others? Peng Yi suddenly turned to face Hao Zi earnestly. An emperor? I have no desire for that, Hao Zi jested, revealing that his self-healing abilities were indeed remarkable, recovering swiftly from such a profound blow, although Peng Yi understood that he was merely concealing his pain within. How could one be an emperor and still remain beneath anyone? I've heard that every emperor, during their reign, indulges in women, dominating the men beneath them, so you are truly indecent. Likewise. Hao Zi chuckled, cracking open another beer. Old C, I'm genuinely curious about who you are. You seem like a riddle, difficult to decipher. Trust me, knowing too much can bring no good. Peng Yi replied cryptically. For now, you need only answer me, are you willing to become such a person? Of course, I am willing, but I lack the means. Do you think you can change me? Hao Zi chuckled sheepishly. He had only managed to enter this university through connections, and beyond that, his future appeared bleak. Graduates from prestigious universities, lacking genuine talent, remain indistinguishable from the average person. Do not doubt your abilities. Your strength lies in your capacity to forge relationships swiftly. Peng Yi stroked the stubble on his chin. I won't share this with Wen Zi and Bai Jin, for they have yet to endure hardship and comprehend the difficulties of life in this world. But you are different. Today's events will catalyze your transformation. The adversities that do not crush you will propel you forward. After all this, what do you intend to do? Power. Peng Yi grinned, gazing at him. In this world, what one pursues is merely power, wealth, and beauty. Aside from beauty, I have no interest in the other two. Then why pursue power? To protect oneself. Peng Yi's voice lowered as he continued, everyone requires a robust armor to shield themselves from harm. My apparent strength is but a facade. Without the protection of others, I may soon find myself in peril. Do you wish for me to forge an indestructible armor for you? Precisely, you possess that capability, and I believe in you. Peng Yi's eyes gleamed earnestly as he stated, moreover, you yearn for an opportunity to start anew. You do not wish to continue in this aimless existence, thus, I present you with this chance, which also serves as an opportunity for myself. Are you so certain that entrusting this plan to me will not lead to some merely require the right opportunity? You undoubtedly wish to enhance yourself, ultimately ridiculing her contemptible values one day. She is not at fault. True, there is no fault in wanting to live better. I wholeheartedly agree on this point. Is there any sin in desiring wealth? Certainly not yet. You heirs in reveling in Liu Yunhui's riches while simultaneously enjoying your kindness. It is akin to the saying, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, one must choose. Just as now, prolonging the situation only leads to fragmentation, rendering it irreparable. The beautiful bond between Hao Zi and his girlfriend has shattered. Had they parted amicably, Hao Zi would have felt sorrow and loss, yet it would not have spurred the transformation he now faces. The greater the blow, the more significant the change it brings to a person. Today, Hao Zi would be forever altered. I can give it a try. With that mindset, you are not far from success. I am confident you will achieve your goals. Pang Yi beamed, knowing well that Hao Zi would not reject him. Chapter 79. With a car, the adage money can make the devil push the mill is a truth well recognized by many in this world. Sometimes, power inevitably brings along certain advantages, but if one possesses both wealth and authority, these two elements can mutate into one's most significant asset. At this moment, Pang Yi is acutely aware that he lacks a genuine trump card. Many fear him, but this trepidation stems solely from his possession of their weaknesses. Without those vulnerabilities, would they continue to harbor the same fear? The answer is undoubtedly in the negative. The pretense of power may hold some sway initially, yet over time, it will gradually lose its efficacy, and people will come to realize that one is merely, to them, a counterfeit. Tiger poses no real threat. The following day, Kai Yifan sought out Ping Yi early in the morning. As he beheld the sleek black sports car before him, a faint smile graced his lips. He turned to Kai Yifan, who was seated inside the vehicle, and remarked, I had expected your ride to boast a more vibrant hue. I am surprised it is a black sports car. I am not particularly fond of flashy cars. I merely use them to accentuate my status, hence, the type of vehicle is of little consequence. Kai Yifan replied with a gentle smile, gazing into Pang Yi's eyes. Today, you shall accompany me on a shopping spree. I know you likely have a myriad of inquiries for me, particularly regarding the identity of Xiong Kunming. Your curiosity must be piqued, Kai Yifan said, her face adorned with a knowing smile, as if she had already discerned Pang Yi's thoughts. Even I did not anticipate that your relationship with Xiong Kunming would appear so distinct. Perhaps that is the case. However, thus far, I remain oblivious to who this individual truly is. It is merely his slight display of prowess that has left me somewhat astonished. Pang Yi, seated in the passenger seat, replied. I intend to mentor him in some ancient martial arts techniques. This may prove beneficial in the future. You plan to impart such knowledge to him? Kai Yifan's eyes widened, regarding Pang Yi as though he were deranged, before a resigned smile emerged. She shook her head lightly. Honestly, what was my grandfather thinking in placing such a lunatic by my side? You dare to act recklessly without knowing another's background? Who is Xiong Kunming? You should be aware. There exists a family in Dongchuan that, while not particularly renowned, wields formidable strength, Kai Yifan stated, her smile conveying a profound understanding of the implications. Even Pang Yi had not envisaged such a revelation. Although he had harbored doubts regarding Xiong Kunming's identity, he had yet to grasp the full extent of this individual's capabilities. It was unexpected that someone from such a background would appear before him as no different from an ordinary soldier. He was taken away as a child and only found a few years ago. The Xiong family believed he had perished. Although they have located him now, his childhood was fraught with adversity, and thus his character cannot be swiftly altered. The Xiong family is determined to compensate him fully, and they will undoubtedly support whatever endeavors Xiong Kunming wishes to pursue. The Xiong family, though not widely recognized in Dongchuan, is well known among those who truly wield economic resources and power. This family may lack the grandeur of others and have fewer members, yet they exhibit remarkable unity and exert immense influence within the military sphere of Dongchuan. Xiong Kunming stands as a representative of his generation and is confirmed as the next heir of the Xiong family. Many aspire to align themselves with the Xiong family, yet this clan has never shown a penchant for engaging with outsiders, resulting in a scant number of families maintaining amicable relations with them. As for Xiong Kunming, despite being the current heir, few acknowledge his representation of the Xiong family. His standing within the military is rather ordinary. Were it not for the formidable Xiong family backing him, few would regard him with such esteem. This elucidates why the fool Yao Kailan failed to seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the Xiong family, as he was entirely unaware of Xiong Kunming's lineage, perhaps even oblivious to the family's significance within the military of Dongchuan. Such a prime opportunity has now slipped through his fingers. It is certain that Yao Kailan will regret his folly upon discovering this matter. I am curious, how did you come to know that individual? A fool sought to trouble me, but I dealt with him. Subsequently, he, along with Xiong Kunming, attempted to confront me, only to find himself bested. However, recognizing my skill, I merely extended an olive branch, and he willingly became my disciple. Peng Yi chuckled, finding the manner of their acquaintance rather amusing. He felt a sense of gratitude toward the Fu Liaokailan. Had he not engaged in such antics, Peng Yi might never have established contact with the Xiong family. While the family may lack significant economic clout, their influence throughout Dongchuan is undeniable. Even the Kai family shares only a tenuous connection with them, yet they are granted various privileges in Dongchuan, highlighting the Xiong family's impact in the region. No wonder Kai Yifan found it so peculiar that someone of Peng Yi's disposition could establish ties with the Xiong family. Such a development is truly an unexpected twist of fate. By this logic, that individual is indeed the greatest fool. He had such an excellent opportunity to get close to the Xiong family, yet squandered it on trivial matters. Were I Xiong Kunming, I would sever all ties with such a person, Kai Yifan remarked, unable to suppress her laughter as she covered her lips. Peng Yi remained silent, a frown creasing his brow. This car, did you just drive it back from the dealership? How did you know? Kai Yifan's eyes widened in surprise, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Peng Yi, unsure of how he had come to that conclusion. Chapter 80. With a furrowed brow, Peng Yi scrutinized the vehicle before him, his expression laden with gravity. These details are not the crux of the matter, just tell me the truth, will you? Yes, this car had some issues recently. It was just serviced at the dealership, and I only took it out today, Kai Yifan replied, observing the sudden shift in Peng Yi's demeanor from jovial to profoundly serious, as though something ominous were on the horizon, prompting his unusual anxiety. Damn it, get out of the car. Without further ado, Peng Yi leapt from the vehicle, yanking Kai Yifan out alongside him. Their meeting point had already transformed into a bustling urban locale. The presence of such a luxury car in this setting inevitably drew envious glances from passers-by, and many were gaping vacantly at the spectacle. What are you doing? Kai Yifan exclaimed, noticing the earnestness etched across Peng Yi's face. Though anger simmered within her, she recognized that he was not one for frivolous antics. His current actions must be grounded in a serious rationale, and thus she gazed at him with earnest anticipation for an explanation. There is no time for a lengthy discussion. You need to understand that the problem we face could be exceedingly grave. Peng Yi's brow remained knitted in concern, disbelief coursing through him as he uttered the words, "Everyone, clear the area. This vehicle is rigged with a timed explosive device." His voice, though not raised, penetrated the air with alarming clarity. In the blink of an eye, panic ensued, and the crowd began to scatter in every direction. Seizing the moment, Peng Yi grasped Kai Yifan's hand and hastily led her away. With time slipping away, he felt little inclination to linger further. His only hope was that the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness would reveal a hint of their intentions. What on earth? How could there possibly be a timed bomb in my perfectly fine car? Are you joking? Kai Yifan struggled to accept the gravity of the situation, incredulous that a vehicle just retrieved from the dealership could harbor such a menace. Despite her faith in Peng Yi's reliability, his occasional rogue demeanor notwithstanding, she found it difficult to reconcile this alarming revelation. At that moment, Peng Yi suddenly enveloped Kai Yifan in his arms and forcefully propelled her against a nearby wall, shielding her with all his might. Almost instantaneously, the car erupted in a thunderous explosion. Indeed, it had detonated. Fortunately, Peng Yi's timely warning had prompted many nearby to disperse, and the absence of flammable materials in close proximity to the sleek black sports car mitigated the chaos. Yet, even this minor explosion left many shaken to their core. Such scenarios typically unfolded in cinematic tales. Who could have anticipated that they would witness such a cataclysmic event in their own lives? Had it not been for Peng Yi's prior alert, they would have found themselves amidst a tragic loss of life, never envisioning that such a sophisticated vehicle could meet such a fate. Kai Yifan stood in stunned silence, grappling with the realization that the vehicle she had just driven could have been rigged with a timed bomb. When had this treachery occurred? What of your bodyguard? Is he truly so inept as to overlook such an obvious threat? Peng Yi's frustration mounted. As Kai Yifan's personal protector, he felt the weight of responsibility, yet certain circumstances prevented him from remaining at her side, especially following the previous day's tumult. He had hoped that by entrusting Yi Qing with a martial arts manual, she would make significant strides in her abilities. With her safeguarding Kai Yifan, they should have been secure. Yet, the revelation that she had failed to detect the bomb was a bitter pill to swallow. What exactly is happening? Someone has implanted a timed bomb in your vehicle. Had I not caught wind of some subtle disturbances while inside, I would not have been able to ascertain this peril. Peng Yi's expression was grave as he regarded the smoldering remnants of the car, a luxury worth millions, now reduced to ashes. Thankfully, Kai Yifan remained unharmed. He could scarcely fathom the depths of depravity from which someone would stoop to eliminate her using such a method. Moreover, the bomb's detonation in a crowded area posed a dire threat. Had it not been for his warning, countless lives could have been lost, sending shockwaves throughout Dongchuan. Turning to the still bewildered Cai Yifan, Peng Yi continued, however, I suspect that this individual's target is not you. Otherwise, the bomb would have detonated immediately. Throughout his life, Peng Yi had amassed numerous adversaries, with countless individuals wishing for his demise, yet, those who sought to harm Cai Yifan were far fewer. Upon reflection, it seemed improbable that they would resort to such an immature tactic, especially in the heart of a public street. The act of installing a timed bomb would surely leave traces, and with diligent investigation, the perpetrator could be unmasked. Those with designs on the Cai family were not fools. It would be illogical to risk their own lives merely to eliminate Cai Yifan. Thus, identifying the instigator became increasingly feasible. In light of the threats against him, it was evident that the assailant assumed Peng Yi would remain close to Cai Yifan, displaying a remarkable lack of concern for the potential investigation into their identity. This led him to conclude that the perpetrator was likely a foreigner. Piecing together these clues, one name emerged in Peng Yi's mind: Kubai. The swiftness of this individual's actions was astonishing. He had swiftly orchestrated such a meticulous plan, yet, had he not been monitoring the situation from the shadows? As Peng Yi pondered, he surveyed his surroundings with keen vigilance. Chapter 81. The things one can do. The current situation is that the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. My knowledge of Kubai is exceedingly scant. I am merely aware that he is a rather notorious assassin from the Middle East, having made numerous appearances in various capacities. Each time he undertakes a mission, he flawlessly eliminates his target and retreats unscathed, with failures being a rarity. Consequently, in recent years, he has gained considerable renown in the world of assassins. However, I never anticipated that my adversaries would resort to dispatching such a formidable opponent against me. Kubai aims to eliminate me, showing no intention of targeting Cai Yifan, nor would he stoop to employing such foolish tactics against a mere girl. Moreover, the act of installing a timed bomb is trivial for an assassin of his caliber. I am convinced that he merely wishes to provide me with a surprise. A true lethal strike cannot be resolved through the mere use of a timed bomb. His prowess would allow him to engage me in a one-on-one battle without resorting to such devices. Thus, I am certain that Kubai is nearby. Regrettably, I have never laid eyes on him, as every assassin's identity remains shrouded in mystery, and they take great care to conceal their appearance, ensuring that their true identities remain elusive. As I scanned the crowd, I noticed that many individuals were gazing at us in terror, while a small portion exhibited curiosity. Yet, one Caucasian man stood out, wearing a faint smile as he directly regarded my cheek. This individual is indeed a renowned assassin, remaining unfazed even in such circumstances. I positioned Cai Yifan behind me and stepped forward, addressing Kubai. I never expected a celebrated assassin like you to resort to such despicable tactics. Do you truly believe that this timed bomb can eliminate me? Upon hearing my words, the surrounding crowd quickly retreated. Impressive, indeed. I would never presume that a mere timed bomb could take your life. If it were that simple to eliminate you, you would hardly be my adversary, Kubai replied with a grin. He appeared nearly 6 feet tall, exuding an imposing stature, standing like a towering iron monument. His physique was exceptionally muscular, akin to a small tank, capable of unleashing tremendous force in a confrontation. I focused my gaze on Kubai, attempting to discern his intentions. The effort he expended to install a timed bomb, merely to surprise me, reflects an absurdly juvenile sense of amusement. As for the girl behind you, I have never contemplated killing her. However, should you fail to detect this timed bomb, both of you shall meet your demise. Yet, I must admit, you have not disappointed me, Kubai said with a smile, shaking his head. Never mind that. I merely wished to inform you of my presence here. Prepare yourself for our encounter. Are you aware of the saying, do not boast, for boasting invites misfortune? If you were to ambush me clandestinely, you could certainly eliminate me. Why reveal yourself? I scoffed, recognizing the arrogance of this man. He evidently believes that I pose no threat to him, showing no regard for the exposure of his position. In his view, even if I were aware of his arrival in Dongchuan, it would hold no significance. He could effortlessly eliminate me. The young man before him, this confidence stems from an absolute superiority in strength, leading him to doubt that he could ever be bested by someone of my youth. Before long, the police will cordon off this area, and it will not be easy for you to escape. Are you truly prepared to engage me here? Knowing that Kubai's target is not Cai Yifan, I began to relax somewhat. I possess little assurance of overcoming this assassin. After all, Kubai's reputation in the Middle East is formidable, having ascended to his current status through sheer effort and skill. His renown is entirely a product of his capabilities. That is of no concern. I am not yet prepared to take your life today, Kubai chuckled, licking his lips with his tongue. You see, when a cat catches a mouse, it does not immediately kill it. Instead, it will toy with the mouse, allowing it to believe it still has hope, even though it is utterly hopeless. Do you not worry that your overconfidence may lead to the failure of your mission, perhaps even result in your permanent entrapment in Dongchuan? Permanent entrapment in Dongchuan? Kubai initially paused, then erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His gaze swept over the ordinary people around us. How absurd! If you could indeed keep me here forever, then I would commend your prowess. Even if I cannot defeat you, escaping this place would be a trivial matter. Besides, I currently possess the strength to deal with you. This is merely child's play. I remained silent, fully aware that this man was not lying. At this moment, Kubaya's strength far surpasses my own. If his intention is to eliminate Kai Yifan, I would have no means to thwart him. I could not fathom how I might prevail against this formidable figure. I had anticipated the arrival of a troublesome assassin in Dongchuan, but I never imagined it would be Kubai. I had exhausted every possible strategy to confront him, yet the disparity in strength remains insurmountable. Even I cannot achieve such a feat. Listen, kid, I know your emotions are quite complex right now, but I advise you to relinquish any hope. You and I are simply not on the same level. You cannot best me. Kubai chuckled, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff. I cannot comprehend why someone of your caliber would attract so many enemies, but since they are paying me, I shall certainly oblige and eliminate you. Did you cause such a commotion today merely to inform me of your arrival in Dongchuan to kill me? This hardly resembles the actions of a renowned assassin. Chapter 82 Contempt. To traverse this world without daring to attempt anything is to live devoid of interest. I am but an ordinary individual, perpetually driven by a desire to explore new experiences. Kubai beamed at Peng Yi, entirely unconcerned about the potential failure of his mission. Upon arriving, he had likely conducted thorough reconnaissance, discovering that Peng Yi had no friends in this place at all. What does it mean to have no friends? It signifies that this fellow could only confront Kubai alone, and in terms of absolute power, Kubai felt no apprehension that the current youth could pose any challenge to him. Even now, with his identity laid bare, what could Peng Yi do against Kubai? He was simply outmatched. And how do you intend to depart from here? I have long heard that aside from your exceptional prowess in killing, you also possess a remarkable ability to heal any ailment with ease, Kubai said, his smile taking on a sinister and cruel edge. I have a toxin that spreads through the air. While its range is limited, in this bustling area, it could swiftly infect dozens of people. You scoundrel, do not act recklessly. These individuals are innocent. They are indeed innocent. Although this is a poison, its lethality is not particularly severe. However, completely neutralizing it is no simple task. Kubai laughed maniacally, resembling a madman in that moment. The less lethal the poison, the more challenging it is to eradicate. Conversely, those toxins that can kill instantaneously are often easier to counteract. Yet, to infect dozens of people in an instant, while ensuring they have not previously encountered it, is no guarantee that one can save them all in time. Even without an immediately fatal toxin, eliminating so many would likely take around 10 minutes. Observing the frenzied expression on Kubai's face, Peng Yi found himself at a loss for words. This individual was nothing short of a delusional lunatic, firmly entrenched in his beliefs, making any change to his mindset exceedingly difficult. As a killer, he constantly had to remain vigilant against enemies seeking his demise. Thus, for Kubai, executing such a grand scheme posed no concern. He could vanish without a trace, leaving no one the wiser as to his whereabouts. The world is vast, and discovering this man would not be an easy endeavor. You madman. Many have labeled me as such. This time, however, my methods are particularly extreme. Yet, I consider myself a rather rational individual. Kubai, though the process is gradual, without prompt intervention, it could lead to their demise. As he spoke, the poison was already released. Many attempted to flee immediately, but it was too late. Peng Yi had no choice but to harness his own energy to shield Kai Yifan from the toxin's effects. I know you are a compassionate person, and I am curious to witness the extent of your medical expertise. Therefore, I must rely on you to resolve this predicament, Kubai declared, then swaggered away with his hands in his pockets. True to his notorious reputation as a killer, he had meticulously orchestrated every aspect of this plan. He had anticipated Peng Yi's reactions, which informed his choices. Though he appeared brazenly before Peng Yi, he cleverly utilized the toxin to disrupt Peng Yi's actions. To apprehend Kubai, one would have to witness the suffering of innocent lives. Engaging in combat with him at this juncture would certainly allow him to escape. By the time the police arrived, fleeing would be far from simple for Kubai. As expected, upon witnessing the harm inflicted upon the innocents, even Peng Yi could not afford to pursue Kubai at that moment. The first to react was a child, scarcely 8 years old. The poison darkened his skin, and gradually, his flesh began to decay before their very eyes. Though the process was slow, it was undeniably occurring. Peng Yi remained silent, instead guiding Kai Yifan away from the epicenter of the chaos. Everyone, please remain still. If you panic and run, you will only hasten the toxin's invasion into your bodies. At that point, even divine intervention may prove futile. Faced with this dire circumstance, Pang Yi resorted to a benevolent falsehood that he was uncertain of the toxin's full range. Although it spread through the air, he could not confirm whether it could be transmitted through human contact as well. If such contact were possible, the number of infected individuals would only multiply. Thus, Pang Yi's words aimed to encourage the crowd to stay put, for no one is devoid of fear when faced with death. Indeed, upon hearing Pang Yi's plea, many ceased their movements, paralyzed by dread. To move was to court death, and no one dared to take that risk. As for Kai Yifun, Pang Yi was confident in her safety. He then boldly approached the group. I kindly ask you to call for emergency services at 120 and the police at 110 to assist with this situation. Moreover, please do not panic. Though this toxin may appear fearsome, its lethality is not as high as it seems. If you follow my instructions, you will surely recover. Grasping the child's hand, Pang Yi observed the gradual decay of his skin, his heart heavy with guilt. Simultaneously, his hatred for Kubai intensified. This man was nothing short of a lunatic. How could their conflict extend to such an innocent child? Such inhumane actions warranted contempt in any form. Chapter 83. Silence. As previously surmised by Pang Yi, this toxin indeed lacks any lethal effects. However, it is an exceptionally troublesome poison. The intent of Kubai is to ensnare Pang Yi here with this toxin. Should Pang Yi attempt to act, he cannot simply depart unscathed. The objective is straightforward, and he would not transfer his grievances onto these innocent bystanders. Does it hurt? Pang Yi cautiously infused his dragon and tiger energy into the child's body, simultaneously producing a silver needle to puncture several acupoints on the child's frame, thereby alleviating her pain. After all, she is but a child, and enduring such agony is undoubtedly tragic. Please, save him. The mother of the boy stood nearby, her own body beginning to succumb to decay, undoubtedly experiencing profound suffering. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixated on her child and Pang Yi, fervently praying for her child's recovery. This is the selflessness of a mother's love. Even as she finds herself engulfed in despair, she can still disregard her plight, wholly focused on her child's well-being. Pang Yi regarded this mother with deep respect, assuring her, rest assured, miss, this toxin is not fatal and will not claim his life. He devoted his full attention to the boy, casting a brief glance at Kai Yifun, who stood at a distance, her face etched with worry, uncertain of how to proceed. After a few minutes, the toxic powder had gradually settled, completely dissipating into the air. It could now be confirmed that this poison indeed does not possess the potential for human-to-human transmission. Otherwise, such a minuscule amount could have plunged the entire Dongchuan into chaos. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he treated the boy, reassuringly stating, the situation is stabilizing, I implore everyone to remain calm. Anyone exhibiting symptoms of poisoning, please gather near me, while others should temporarily distance themselves from the scene to avoid potential contagion. Before long, over 20 individuals had congregated around Pang Yi. A sense of helplessness washed over him. This toxin was indeed difficult to eradicate, perhaps due to his inexperience with such poisonous powders. He had yet to ascertain how to completely expel the toxin from the child's body. Though his dragon and tiger energy was formidable, it is, after all, a destructive internal force. Despite his careful control, it could still wreak havoc if not managed properly. With each passing moment, the strength and control of his energy would gradually wane, making it increasingly impossible to alter the current predicament. Lacking the ability to control his dragon and tiger energy rendered it utterly unfeasible to heal the afflicted. Damn it, this fellow must have conspired to orchestrate this situation long ago, with the simple aim of rendering me powerless. Pang Yi cursed inwardly, taken aback by the tenacity of his adversary. Kubai had gone to great lengths, merely seeking to enlighten Pang Yi about the present circumstances, attempting to make Su Yang realize he was no match for Kubai. This could be seen as a psychological tactic. The two had yet to truly engage in combat. Pang Yi had only heard others speak of Kubai, making it challenging to gauge the true extent of his capabilities. Likewise, Kubai remained in the dark regarding Pang Yi's abilities. The elaborate scheme he had set into motion today served merely to further ascertain the young man's methods, whether they aligned with his expectations of being exceedingly formidable. Doctor, is everything truly all right? You need not worry. I assure you that if I were not capable of this, I would not have agreed to assist. Now that I have, I shall not waver or deceive, Pang Yi replied earnestly, gazing at the anxious mother before him. Surely, as her child languished in suffering, she must be the most distressed of all. Pang Yi did not wish to face failure. The child appeared so endearing, and he was determined to preserve his life. The unfortunate boy could only sense the pain within his body, unaware that the illness was gradually consuming his vitality. Had Pang Yi not been present, he might soon succumb to full body decay, nerve death, ultimately becoming a lifeless corpse. Uncle, how isn't in pain? The little boy seemed to sense Pang Yi's anxiety. Nearly 5 minutes had passed, yet Pang Yi had still found no clue. As time dragged on, he genuinely feared the potential for lingering effects on these individuals. All that had transpired today stemmed from his actions, and if he were to fail, he would be tormented by his own conscience. Yet this little boy, akin to an angel on earth, effortlessly pierced through Peng Yi's thoughts. Despite the torment, he displayed a radiant smile. How is such a good boy. Uncle will ensure that you suffer not even a smidgen of harm, Peng Yi reassured, concentrating intently on deciphering the nature of the toxin. What are you hoping to uncover by doing this? Of course, nothing can be discerned, Kuba Yi remarked, glancing at his companion beside him with a smirk. However, I can gauge this kid's strength while simultaneously depleting his stamina and internal energy. When the time comes for me to strike, everything will fall into place, and he will possess no capacity to resist me. It appears that you have a clear objective for every aspect of your plan. Indeed, this is my first time in such a land. I've heard that the ancient martial world here is exceptionally powerful, so I must tread lightly, avoiding any significant commotion. I shall linger only until those old geezers are oblivious to my presence, and then I will eliminate this fellow. Kuba Ye's gaze remained fixated on Peng Yi, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. The companion beside him snorted, turning to leave. I hope you can return alive. Remember, everyone has their Achilles heel. Your actions today are indeed somewhat reckless. Kuba Yi said nothing in response, merely gazing downwards in silence. Chapter 84 Examination. The scene of Peng Yi treating the young boy was witnessed by many. However, among those present, only Peng Yi was a physician. An ambulance had already been summoned, and they would arrive from the nearest location at the utmost speed. Yet, no one knew just how fearsome the toxin truly was or how long their bodies could endure its effects. Consequently, Peng Yi became the beacon of hope for all. A middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly pained. He even refrained from touching his own body. A mere brush would reveal flesh that appeared as if it had been boiled, disintegrating instantaneously and emanating a peculiar fragrance. Such a scene instilled fear in many onlookers. Thus, one man stepped forward. You wretched boy, we are all in this predicament because of you. You must treat us all, yet you waste so much time on a child. Are we to perish? His gaze was fixed menacingly on Hao Hao, filled with malice and envy. Had it not been for this young boy, he would have been the first to receive treatment. I understand that you are all suffering immensely, as the damage inflicted by this toxin is immeasurable. However, I implore you to remain calm. I am exerting every effort to resolve this issue, should you choose to trust me, he replied, focusing intently on the task at hand. Kai Yifan, noticing the onslaught directed at Peng Yi, stepped forward to offer comfort. Everyone, please quiet down. He is currently treating the patient and needs to concentrate. Why should we care what he is doing? We contracted this toxin because of you all. Our lives are at stake, and this boy should be helping me. The middle-aged man scoffed, glaring at Peng Yi defiantly. We are all poisoned because of you, thus he ought to treat us first. I'm still young, with parents and a wife and children awaiting my return. Not if I were to perish today, they would not survive either. Doctor, you must save me first. Humph, I am a pregnant woman. Are you suggesting that to save a child, you would abandon me? That is a life for a life, a woman interjected, attempting to grasp Peng Yi's shoulder. Kai Yifan felt a cold sweat break out. She knew how precarious Peng Yi's situation was. One misstep could plunge him into peril. Please, remain calm. Peng Yi has already stated that the toxin in your bodies is not fatal. Everyone can settle down and come forth in an orderly manner. Peng Yi remained silent, feeling as though he had pinpointed the crux of the affliction. Although aware of the toxin's tenacity, he endeavored to fulfill his objective. Watching the multitude pressuring Kai Yifan left him feeling helpless. Having finally identified the key to the ailment, any distraction could exacerbate the situation. Within Hao Hao's body, Peng Yi discovered numerous entities resembling bacterial parasites. These parasites lay dormant within their bodies, unresponsive, yet they spread through the bloodstream, releasing a toxin that could cause cellular decay. This explained the horrific fates of those afflicted by this powder. However, there was a silver lining. The toxin was manageable for Peng Yi. Knowing that the bacteria were the culprits, he understood how to eradicate them. While the process of cellular death induced by these parasites appeared continuous, the toxin's production was slow. With diligent intervention, it could be suppressed before fully disseminating. Peng Yi summoned his internal energy to its peak and exhaled deeply. How, this may be very painful. Can you endure? Uncle, don't worry. How, one tea cry, the boy replied, displaying remarkable fortitude. Observing the drastic changes in his body, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only trust in Peng Yi, perhaps inspired by his unwavering efforts. Meanwhile, Kai Yifan found it increasingly difficult to quell the patience. Why shouldn't we receive treatment? Why should we be forsaken just because he is a child? Yes, we are all living beings, each bearing responsibilities. Why should you deny us treatment? The crowd surged forward, resembling a frenzy. Kai Yifan, being a woman and sympathetic to the patient's plight, refrained from aggressive measures. Everyone, please listen. We understand your feelings, but allowing him to treat you now will only prolong the situation. He must successfully eliminate the toxin from one person before he can address the others. She looked at them earnestly, hoping her words would carry some weight. Both of us studied traditional Chinese medicine in university. We can surely help you. The crowd hesitated momentarily before erupting in outrage. Traditional Chinese medicine, you expect us to trust a practitioner of that? In an instant, faith in Peng Yi dissipated. The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine had suffered greatly, often associated with charlatans claiming miraculous cures. Consequently, few would naively believe that it could remedy their ailments. Upon learning of Peng Yi's background, most turned away, preferring to seek treatment at a hospital rather than waste time on a practitioner of traditional medicine. Chapter 85 Negotiation. At long last, after a few minutes had elapsed, a glimmer of hope emerged. It was the ambulance from Dongchuan First People's Hospital. This institution had, over time, crafted numerous legends and thus became renowned, revered as a beacon of hope in this world. Many complex ailments had been addressed by the doctors here, who had proposed treatment plans following their scholarly research. Their contributions to Western medicine were indeed monumental, arguably surpassing even some of the finest practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Situated in a bustling city, the proximity to the First People's Hospital, coupled with the recent explosion and the involvement of various parties, contributed to a situation that began to escalate beyond the ordinary. Upon receiving directives from higher authorities, the hospital's director promptly called upon the finest physicians to cease their current tasks. He required their expertise to tackle the impending crisis. Reports indicated that a large-scale poisoning incident had unfolded in the city, a situation that most individuals would find intolerable. Should they fail to contain it swiftly, the director feared dire consequences for himself. Thus, he dispatched numerous skilled doctors in hopes of altering the grim trajectory of events. As the ambulances arrived, a sense of salvation washed over the onlookers, akin to witnessing the dawn of a new day. At that moment, Peng Yi was engrossed in his treatment, his mind entirely detached from the unfolding chaos outside. The first to disembark from the vehicle was a remarkably youthful and striking gentleman, with flowing golden locks cascading over his shoulders and a pair of glasses perched on his nose. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the dashing blondes often seen in Hollywood films, with exceptionally fair skin and a robust physique, his gaze radiating a calming aura that seemed capable of soothing the world's turmoil. The handsome figure instantly spotted Cai Yifan, his lips twitching into a subtle smile as he approached and inquired, "Beautiful miss, could you enlighten me about the situation at hand?" Despite being a young lady of privilege accustomed to encounters with many handsome men, Cai Yifan found herself momentarily captivated by the allure of his gaze, which sparkled like a celestial star, brimming with warmth and tenderness. Who could possibly withstand such an enticing look? Nevertheless, she, having undergone a rigorous education, managed to maintain her composure, displaying only a hint of surprise before regaining her poise. "A perpetrator has released a toxin here that can cause rapid bodily decay leading to death. My colleague is currently administering treatment, but several dozen individuals are still awaiting assistance," Cai Yifan explained with a smile, articulating clearly, "This toxin, as it appears, does not spread through physical contact, and its range of transmission is limited. It has been effectively contained." The gentleman nodded, surveying the patients before him, and extended his right hand with a smile. "I am Lin Baichuan, the Deputy Director of Surgery at Dongchuan First People's Hospital, here to assist you in this endeavor." "Hello, Doctor. My colleague is the sole assistant here, and I am not particularly adept at handling such matters, so I must rely on your expertise." Cai Yifan was uncertain if these individuals could indeed manage the situation, yet she trusted that the existence of Western medicine for so many years must hold its own rationale. Moreover, with Peng Yi still grappling with the toxin, and the reluctance of these individuals to believe in the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine, it seemed prudent to allow the Western doctors to take charge. It is worth noting that despite Lin Baichuan's title as deputy director, his medical prowess likely eclipsed that of his superior. Regular visitors to hospitals would understand that many directors and deans primarily engage in publishing academic papers, often lacking practical clinical experience and frequently consulting their assistants for guidance. In contrast, deputy directors are expected to possess genuine skill and capability. Their role is to continuously accept patients and strive for their recovery, amassing accolades before they can ever aspire to be recognized as directors. Of course, our goal here is to resolve the issue at hand. However, may I be so bold as to inquire about your friend's specialty? Is he also capable of addressing these matters?" Lin Baichuan glanced at Peng Yi, who was diligently wielding a silver needle while treating a young boy who appeared to be merely a few years old, looking every bit the apprentice. "You need not worry about that. I have absolute confidence in my partner. I believe he will accomplish the task, Kai Yifan responded, nodding in affirmation. There was no doubt regarding Peng Yi's medical capabilities. After all, he had successfully treated a case of chronic leg pain in class, a feat few could achieve, even among the so-called invincible Western doctors in recent years. Very well, perhaps that is indeed the case, but he appears rather youthful, and you mentioned earlier that you are a university student. Such a significant responsibility should fall to us, Lin Baichuan remarked, as more individuals disembarked from the ambulance, their gazes scanning the scene with an air of superiority. The expressions of these newcomers were all too similar, cold and aloof, as if they were celestial beings surveying the earthly realm with disdain for the unfolding drama. Old Lin, what is the situation? Another portly figure approached Lin Baichuan, casting a dismissive glance at Peng Yi, who was still engrossed in his treatment. This kid seems to be a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, right? Surely you haven't forgotten the tarnished reputation of Chinese medicine over the years. Such an individual is unfit to treat these patients. We cannot bear the consequences should anything go awry. I am aware, which is why I am currently negotiating with them, Lin Baichuan replied, casting a resigned glance at Kai Yifan, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Chapter 86 Events unfold. Kai Yifan stood resolutely in front of Peng Yi, her tone unwavering. My companion is currently in the midst of treatment, and I firmly believe he would not wish to be disturbed during this critical time. Furthermore, your interference could potentially endanger his well-being. Aware of Peng Yi's customary practices during treatment, she understood that more complicated ailments necessitated a serene and undisturbed environment to ensure that the healing process remained uninterrupted. Miss, are you aware of the magnitude of today's situation? We have been explicitly instructed to oversee this matter, ensuring that every poison patient receives the utmost care. Consequently, all types of doctors from our hospital have been mobilized, with the objective of altering this dire scenario. And now you stand in my way? Lin Baichuan's smile remained as radiant as ever. He resembled a gentle sun, dazzling yet not overwhelming. I can empathize with your feelings, but I hold an even greater faith in my companion's abilities. Since he is already engaged in the treatment of this child, I am confident he will devise an effective solution. And if something were to go awry, who would be accountable? I shall take responsibility. At this moment, Xiong Kunming appeared seemingly out of nowhere, positioning himself protectively in front of Peng Yi and casting a glance at Kai Yifan. Miss Kai, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings you here? To safeguard both you and my master. Xiong Kunming observed Peng Yi, who was wholly absorbed in treating Hao, a slight smile gracing his lips as he turned to Lin Baichuan. I am the commander of the Tiger Brigade of the Dongchuan Military District, dispatched here to secure the scene and seek clues regarding the perpetrator. Do you have any objections? Lin Baichuan scrutinized Xiong Kunming. Although the man exuded a formidable presence, he had yet to reach a point that would compel Lin to yield. Our orders are to ensure that every individual present receives treatment, none can be exempt. This so-called Peng Yi, a student of traditional Chinese medicine, is attempting to save a young boy right before my eyes. I cannot even ascertain the quality of his medical skills, especially given the reputation of traditional medicine in our country. How am I to trust him? Indeed, if it were not for this incompetent quack, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. It is solely because this traditional doctor is a fraud that we are in this situation, murmured a figure lurking in the shadows, seemingly delighted by such disparagement of Peng Yi. Xiong Kunming's expression hardened as he scoffed coldly. I have already stated that should any issues arise, I will act as guarantor. If you still harbor doubts, I will have no choice but to take action. He is currently in a state of treatment and would most certainly prefer not to be interrupted. Miss Kai, I believe this may be a misunderstanding. An elderly man in his 50s approached slowly, a bitter smile on his face. I am Lu Xian, the head of the Internal Medicine Department. Greetings, Doctor. Lu. In my opinion, it would be prudent to entrust that patient to us, considering the gravity of the situation. Such a significant incident has already displeased our superiors. If we mishandle this, we shall all bear the brunt of their wrath. Lu Xian regarded Kai Yifan with a knowing smile. He was well aware of the influence of her family and the identity of Peng Yi, thus he sought to avoid offending anyone. I regret to inform you that while Peng Yi is in a state of treatment, he does not wish to be disturbed. This is not only a sign of disrespect but could also pose a risk to his life. Since Hao and his mother have chosen Peng Yi, I believe they will not wish to halt treatment at this juncture. Kai Yifan's gaze fell upon Hao's mother, seeking her affirmation. At that moment, Hao's mother found herself at a loss for words. Having previously implored Peng Yi for assistance, she had assumed that this young man must be a formidable figure within the realm of Western medicine, only to discover he was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Naturally, she felt a surge of reluctance. However, now that the treatment had commenced, what alternative did she have? Observing the woman's silence, a rotund man beside Lin Baichuan sneered, "Look at that. UVE called for assistance, and it has already been over 10 minutes. I trust your companion has been pondering how to resolve the issue all this time?" "Indeed, we have been closely monitoring this fellow, and despite the passage of time, he has yet to demonstrate any capability in treating the child. I suspect he may be just another charlatan like the others," another voice chimed in. At that moment, Peng Yi suddenly opened his eyes. "Do you all believe I am incapable of healing?" A brief silence enveloped the crowd. Then Lin Baichuan spoke. "While traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down through the ages, the advancements in modern medicine have far surpassed it by several centuries. If it were merely a matter of nurturing and wellness, the efficacy of traditional medicine is indeed unquestionable. However, the boy before you is severely poisoned, and you squandered nearly 10 minutes without achieving anything. Are you implying that you still doubt my medical expertise?" Peng Yi retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gently stroked Hao Hao's head and gazed at Lin Baichuan. "It is true that there are many charlatans who tarnish our reputation, yet if you believe what you see is the traditional definition of Chinese medicine, you are gravely mistaken. A fraud is a fraud. You, sir, are merely hindering the patient from receiving proper treatment." The stout man interjected once more. Rising to his feet, Peng Yi patted Hao Hao's head. "Hao Hao, do you trust your uncle?" "Yes, I believe that uncle will help me recover," Hao Hao replied. Hao Hao's mother looked at Peng Yi, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Dr. Peng, I truly wish to believe every word you said. I sense no malice in you, and I can tell you are not one of those deceitful practitioners. However, seeing Hao Hao in such a dire state pains my heart, and I cannot afford to grant you more time to wait." Peng Yi nodded, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "Your sentiments are understood. It is your prerogative to choose your doctor. I shall merely observe from the sidelines." With that, he began to gather his tools, clasping his hands behind his back, and stood aside, silently watching the events that would unfold. Chapter 80 Possibilities. Peng Yi appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. Given that these individuals demanded the surrender of the patient and that Hao Hao's mother had consented, he truly had no standing to pursue alternative actions. Peng Yi did not regard Hao Hao's mother as unreasonable. After all, no mother could bear to witness her child enduring relentless torment without recourse. Since Hao Hao was the first patient Peng Yi had accepted, his understanding of the elusive toxin, Kubai, was exceedingly limited, placing them at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. Consequently, he had squandered an inordinate amount of time on this matter, and now, with the doctors from the People's Hospital having arrived, any rational person would comprehend the appropriate course of action. Naturally, Hao Hao's mother would not be surprised. Entrusting her child's life to Peng Yi was fundamentally different from surrendering it to these individuals. Kai Yifan let out a cold huff and approached Peng Yi. "Are you truly just going to give up? What else can I do? I am merely a physician, not a rogue. Though I yearn for Hao Hao's swift recovery, since his mother has already acquiesced, I find it challenging to formulate a more compelling argument. Rather than continue in this manner, it may be wiser to allow reality to reveal who the true quack is," Peng Yi retorted with a sardonic smile, crossing his arms and standing aside. His garments were already soaked with sweat, indicating that he had devoted his utmost focus and energy to treating Hao Hao. "But if those individuals, do you believe Kubai is just anyone? He is a notorious assassin in the Middle East. While I cannot ascertain whether he previously concocted poisons, the toxin that has ensnared me for so long is a rarity. I have finally discovered a means to eradicate it," Peng Yi asserted with conviction, having determined how to completely eliminate the bacterial parasites within the body. Once these parasites were vanquished, he would need to employ his own vital energy to gradually restore the damaged bodies of the patients. This process would likely require about a month, after which their suffering would cease, and they would return to their original state. No one anticipated that the sudden arrival of the People's Hospital would completely disrupt Peng Yi's plans. He had envisioned a more effective strategy that could have facilitated a swifter recovery for these individuals, but now that was no longer feasible. "What do you mean?" "This toxin is particularly troublesome. It is a type of bacterial parasite I have never encountered before. Even modern medical equipment may fail to detect its presence," Peng Yi replied, shaking his head as he regarded the still resolute Lin Baichuan, internally mocking the inevitable shock they would experience upon discovering that their medical apparatus had yielded no results despite the presence of so many patients. "Are you really this confident?" "Absolutely. I have come to understand Kubai's intentions. Primarily, he aims to expose me to the scrutiny of all. Given the gravity of this situation, I cannot remain unscathed. More assassins will undoubtedly come after me once they ascertain my location, and they will not easily relent," Peng Yi stated helplessly, recognizing that having too many enemies was not necessarily advantageous. Meanwhile, Lin Baichuan had brought Hao Hao closer to him, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he observed the apparent intimacy between Kai Yifan and Peng Yi. As a result, a provocative glimmer appeared in his eyes. He glanced at Peng Yi before retrieving some instruments to conduct a rudimentary examination of Hao Hao's condition. Do not waste your efforts. With the equipment you currently possess, you will not be able to ascertain anything, Peng Yi scoffed, his gaze fixed on Lin Baichuan. The toxin within Hao Hao is likely an undetected substance, possibly a synthetically engineered mutant virus. If you could easily identify this, it would indeed be a miracle. Humph, what qualifications does a quack like you have to speak here? Indeed, traditional medicine excels at belittling others. Everything that passes through their lips is rendered worthless. Now they claim they cannot detect the virus. What a farce. No one believed Peng Yi. At this juncture, the populace had developed an excessive faith in Western medicine. However, Peng Yi felt no anger. He merely turned to Kai Yifan and said, "Given today's events, I am quite concerned that Cuba Yi may seek to trouble you. Therefore, I have decided to remain with you at the Kai residence for the time being. What do you think?" Kai Yifan, observing the earnest expression on Peng Yi's face, found it utterly amusing. She had never encountered someone so brazenly audacious. Did Peng Yi genuinely intend to protect her? Certainly not. There were numerous bodyguards around Kai Yifan, such as Yi Qing, who was both a good friend and an exceptionally capable protector. The sole reason Peng Yi made this declaration was because he could not confront Cuba Yi alone. He clearly required the assistance of someone from the Kai family. On the surface, it appeared he was safeguarding Kai Yifan, but in reality, he was seeking refuge within the Kai residence, waiting for the moment when Cuba Yi would make his move, at which point he would be discreetly dealt with by the Kai family. I suspect your intentions are not to protect me, but rather to enlist Uncle Long's help against that fellow named Cuba Yi, aren't they? Kai Yifan unabashedly pierced through Peng Yi's ruse in front of everyone. Who would have thought that you, who fearlessly confront all, would now have a rival that instills fear in you? Peng Yi displayed no sign of embarrassment, as if the matter were utterly unrelated to him. While I may be arrogant, it is because I understand my own capabilities and those of my adversaries. Thus far, victory has always been mine, and that will not change. However, this situation is different. My opponent is stronger. Is that Cuba Yi truly so formidable? Xiong Kunming inquired, unable to suppress his frown as he cautiously regarded Peng Yi. He is an exceedingly formidable foe. At present, the chasm between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I alone am certainly no match for him, which is precisely why I require assistance. If no one is willing to aid me, I risk facing imminent defeat in the battles to come. Chapter 88. Embarrassment. Lin Baichuan was filled with joy at the prospect of helping Hao Hao recover. However, when he conducted the examination, he couldn't help but question the reliability of his instruments. How could it be that a young man, so evidently unwell, was showing up as completely healthy on the readings? What a joke! Could a healthy boy really reach such a state of bodily decay? Lin Baichuan cast a glance at Peng Yi, who was still engaged in quiet conversation in the distance. At that moment, it was as if he was seeing Peng Yi through a more rational lens for the first time. Since learning that this young man was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Lin's gaze had been laced with condescension. He was well aware of the deceptive tactics that had plagued the field in recent years, especially coming from someone so young. Thus, he had immediately dismissed Peng Yi as a charlatan. Yet now, this supposed fraud was using his abilities to demonstrate who would ultimately have the last laugh. Lu Xian sensed that Lin Baichuan's expression was amiss and approached him quietly, asking, "What is the matter?" As the team leader, she was acutely aware that any issues would also reflect poorly on her. It appears that we are unable to treat these patients. According to the instruments, their bodies show no signs of illness whatsoever. They are displayed as remarkably healthy, leaving us at a loss, Lin Baichuan replied, handing the device to Lu Xian while regarding Peng Yi with newfound curiosity and caution. This practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine seemed to differ greatly from the others he had encountered. Could it truly be that, as this individual claimed, there exist many unknown phenomena in this world? How can this be? Our equipment is among the most advanced in the world. Why can't we even detect such simple ailments? Could it be that our instruments are malfunctioning? Lu Xian's immediate thought was that their equipment had failed, as she struggled to comprehend how such a situation could arise. But this batch of equipment was just purchased this month, and it functioned perfectly well this morning. It is unlikely to break down so soon. Moreover, that fellow named Peng Yi had previously stated that we would be unable to detect any issues, suggesting that his understanding of this virus might surpass ours. Perhaps we should consider, are you joking? The reputation of traditional Chinese medicine in this world is something I need not elucidate to you. How can you possibly trust a practitioner of that discipline while doubting your own capabilities? You are a Western doctor, a deputy chief surgeon, and should be taking charge of this situation, Lu Xian exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Baichuan's demeanor. The gravity of the situation was already severe, with strict orders from above mandating that every individual caught in this disaster must be rescued from peril. Otherwise, they would certainly face repercussions, and now, an entire cadre of skilled doctors from the People's Hospital had been mobilized here, and yet they were unable to identify even the slightest ailment. If word of this spread, who would ever believe them again? Observing the patients around them, blissfully unaware of the true circumstances and cursing Peng Yi as a fraud while eagerly awaiting treatment, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to a stampede of wild horses trampling through her thoughts. After so many years as a doctor, she had never encountered such an absurdity. It was almost surreal. Director Lu, do you believe we have any other options? If our superiors discover that we came here merely to go through the motions, without even ascertaining the nature of the patient's ailments, we will face not just criticism, but potential dismissal, Lin Baichuan replied, gritting his teeth, harboring a sense of indignation. The thought of a distinguished Western medical professional being outdone by a practitioner of traditional medicine was a disgrace beyond measure. What do you mean? Peng Yi mentioned that we would not be able to detect this virus, which suggests that he has a thorough understanding of the toxin's nature. If we allow him to take the lead, I believe we may succeed. Lin Baichuan felt he had no other choice. Letting Peng Yi seize the opportunity seemed preferable to merely going through the motions and risking dismissal from their positions. Lu Xian was initially reluctant. She had always believed herself to be the finest doctor in the world, yet, upon realizing her inability to grasp the patient's conditions, she found herself grappling with an unsettling sense of inadequacy. After a prolonged silence, she finally consented, very well, but you must personally convey this to him. Lin Baichuan nodded. As this outcome had been anticipated, the conversation between Peng Yi and Cai Yifan abruptly halted as they noticed Lin Baichuan approaching. You stand before me seeking my assistance in resolving these children's issues, do you not? The virus, as you stated, eludes our detection. We are utterly ignorant of its nature and unable to devise any countermeasures. In light of these circumstances, I must implore your help, lest we all face dismissal from the esteemed director, he said, barely suppressing the tears welling in his eyes. Alas, such a display of desperation held no sway over Peng Yi, who regarded him with indifference. I am merely the quack you describe. You all claim I am incapable of treating such complex cases. If that is the case, why come to me at all? Peng Yi crossed his arms, a smirk curling upon his lips, disdain evident in his demeanor. Only when in dire straits do you think of seeking my aid? Seeing the smirk on Peng Yi's face, Lu Xian approached with a forced smile. Miss Kai, it seems you are the only one capable of persuading him. Dr. Lu, my earlier words should have been clear. Both Xiong Kunming and I have assured you that we are willing to accept any consequences should issues arise. It is unfortunate that you have chosen not to trust our every word, leading to the present predicament. I can only express my inability to assist further, Cai Yifan remarked coolly, standing apart from the fray. Lu Xian, witnessing her reluctance to intervene, felt her own smile falter, turning awkward in the face of the unfolding drama. Chapter 89. A despicable Peng Yi, you are a doctor. As the saying goes, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. I cannot believe you would willingly stand by and watch your patients endure torment without any reaction, Lin Baichuan implored. What's this? Are you attempting to moralize me? Peng Yi scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Lin Baichuan. Such is humanity. When people realize they lack grounds for their arguments, they often resort to intertwining unrelated matters with lofty principles. In such moments, even if one wishes to refuse assistance, there is little recourse to deny their demands. Should Peng Yi decline now, he would be branded as callous, unworthy of the title of a good doctor. I would never entertain such thoughts. However, every physician should possess an internal scale to measure their own responsibilities. You are currently the sole hope for these individuals. Do you not feel compelled to step forward and assist them? Lin Baichuan replied, his demeanor softened, no longer brash, speaking with a hint of flattery. It was unavoidable. This young man, seemingly unremarkable, was acutely aware that Peng Yi held the power of life and death in his hands. What sort of doctor are you? Here we stand, patients before you, and you refuse to offer your healing touch. A middle-aged man, previously skeptical of traditional medicine and now clinging to Western practices, interjected. You are a physician, are you not? Shouldn't a doctor be dedicated to healing and saving lives? If it weren't for you, would we have succumbed to our current plight? His tone was resolute, devoid of any stammer. This encapsulated their mindset. They had never considered the possibility of introspection. Peng Yi fixed the middle-aged man with a frigid glare. Do you understand? In my eyes, individuals like you are indistinguishable from scum. I find your lack of discernment revolting. What did you say? The middle-aged man fumed, his voice rising in anger. You insolent brat, mind your language, or else, smack. Xiong Kunming delivered a resounding slap across the man's face, causing blood to seep from the already festering wounds, mingling with the noxious odor of decaying flesh, a sight most repugnant. The man, overwhelmed by the acute pain, could not articulate his retort. I should remind you to show some respect, Xiong Kunming admonished. It seems you still fail to grasp the situation, Peng Yi said with a sardonic smile, shaking his head. His gaze swept over the faces before him, tinged with indignation, helplessness, and melancholy. The reason you have been poisoned is not due to my actions, it is merely your misfortune. Should you choke on your food one day, will you blame the chef for your predicament? They exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. His words, though blunt, bore a kernel of truth. You all assume it is my duty to save you, believing that as a doctor, I must rescue you, the patients, Peng Yi continued, his voice growing fervent. But I must apologize, for I am still but a university student. Even if I choose to stand idly by, who can claim I am in the wrong? Even the elite physicians in these hospitals are powerless. On what grounds do you assert that I can succeed? The previously vocal middle-aged man fell silent, his cheeks ablaze with discomfort, not from the slap, but from an internal sense of unease. Many lowered their heads instinctively, a manifestation of shame. I am but one individual, a student, yet I have endeavored tirelessly to save you, Peng Yi declared, stepping closer to face them one by one. Yet you? Throughout my treatment, you repeatedly disregarded my counsel, hindering my efforts, resulting in a significant loss of time. Fortunately, this toxin is not immediately lethal, otherwise, you would all be dead by now. You each selfishly believe you are entitled to salvation, never considering why others should become your sacrificial lambs. Today I stand before you, capable of saving you. However, if your mindset remains unchanged, then there is little hope left for our countrymen. Studying medicine will prove futile in rescuing you. Peng Yi's tone grew increasingly despondent, culminating in a sense of desolation, embodying the loneliness of standing at the world's periphery, devoid of companions. Traditional medicine may heal your bodies, yet it cannot mend your spirits. This civilization, steeped in 5,000 years of heritage, is slowly being eroded by foreign cultures. If we still cannot comprehend what it means to be a nation of propriety, what it means to be descendants of the dragon, it will not be long before we fade into obscurity. Before the multitude, Peng Yi spoke passionately, finally voicing his long-held grievances against his people. Each individual was self-serving. When one speaks of morality, they respond with logic. When one presents logic, they counter with law, and should one invoke law, they resort to moral coercion to compel actions. Such occurrences are not uncommon even now. The news flooding the internet is rife with vulgarity and negativity. This nation is gradually succumbing to the encroachment of external cultures, with people neglecting their own rich history and ceremonial traditions, instead idolizing foreign ideologies, believing that such admiration elevates their status. Why we, the descendants of the dragon, are inherently superior beings, no less than any race or nationality. Why must we adopt the cultures of others to feel elevated? Lin Baichuan felt a burning sensation on his cheeks as he regarded Peng Yi, lowering his head in sincerity. Mr. Peng Yi, please allow me to extend my heartfelt apologies for our previous doubts regarding you. I merely expressed what has long lingered in my heart, it was never directed at anyone in particular. This acknowledgement shifted Lin Baichuan. He was well aware of the criticisms levied against traditional medicine over the years, and he understood why he had refrained from allowing Peng Yi to continue treating Hao. However, it was the middle-aged man's incessant moral coercion that truly crossed the line for him. Such despicable behavior had no place in their society. When, pray tell, did such base individuals become prevalent in this land? Chapter 90. Never give up. I shall assist you in your healing today. Yet, as I previously articulated, if we cannot confront our own truths and comprehend our inherent virtues, even if we acquire knowledge from others, we shall remain like a lowly cur, unworthy of esteem. No one holds in high regard those who disdain their native culture. A profound silence enveloped the room, as each individual grappled with shame for their past actions. Traditional Chinese medicine has flourished for 5 millennia, yielding many illustrious physicians, Bian Ke, Hua Tua, Zhang Zhongjing, and even the mythical Shenong. Their legacies ensure that traditional Chinese medicine, despite its decline, is not forgotten. Indeed, the emergence of charlatans within the realm of traditional medicine has instigated widespread skepticism. Yet, can this truly be attributed to traditional Chinese medicine itself? In a society marked by progress, unscrupulous elements exploit legal loopholes, engaging in acts that undermine the welfare of others, akin to foul rodents gnawing away at the very foundation of our society. The tactics employed by these fraudulent practitioners are hardly sophisticated. A mere glance is often sufficient to discern their deceit. After numerous conflicts of interest, it is disheartening to witness individuals blindly trusting the advertisements of those so-called veterans of traditional medicine, revealing their fundamental ignorance of their own national heritage. Peng Yi approached Hao Hao, gently placing a finger upon his forehead, channeling his own vital energy into him. The pathogens plaguing him were exceptionally tenacious, much like cockroaches, possessing an alarming capacity for reproduction. Thus, eradicating them was no simple feat. It required an instantaneous annihilation of all pathogens within the body to truly vanquish the affliction. As the vital energy coursed through Hao Hao's body under Peng Yi's guidance, he began to feel the helplessness of his own limitations. His strength fell short of the heights he aspired to reach. Nevertheless, he successfully eradicated all pathogens from Hao Hao's body, waiting a minute or two to ensure their complete elimination before proceeding with his next objective. Lin Baichuan and his companions, recognizing their inability to assist, could only organize the patients for treatment in an orderly manner while maintaining the decorum of the scene, thereby minimizing any potential disruptions to Peng Yi. In that moment, a profound respect enveloped them all for Peng Yi. They sensed within this young man a reverence and pride for his own heritage. He did not regard foreigners as superior. Only those who scorn themselves entertain such thoughts. Master, will this approach to treatment pose any issues? Xiong Kuan, aware of Peng Yi's prowess in ancient martial arts, understood that his healing would undoubtedly draw upon his inner strength, much like the portrayals in television dramas. Such a reckless expenditure of one's essence to assist others is an immense strain for any healer. I cannot say. Peng Yi has never encountered such a scenario while treating others. Perhaps I simply have not witnessed it. Cai Yifan's gaze shone with a different brilliance than before. Though this man served as her bodyguard, he possessed a unique charisma that defied expectations for someone of his background. Peng Yi spoke with fervor and without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt regarding the sincerity of his words. Many present witnessed Peng Yi treat each individual in turn. By the time he reached the 18th patient, Peng Yi suddenly trembled. A nearby nurse steadied his arm, concern etched on her face. Dr. Peng, are you all right? Peng Yi waved his hand, striving to regain his composure. It's fine. I can endure a bit longer. You're pushing yourself too hard. In all of Dongchuan, perhaps others could eliminate their toxins, but I am uncertain how long they can withstand this. Moreover, this is not my limit. I cannot simply relinquish my efforts. He glanced at Lin Baichuan, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Did you not say that a physician's heart is akin to that of a parent? How could I stand idly by while my patients succumb to illness before my very eyes? No one dared to impede Peng Yi any further. They were acutely aware that such attempts would be futile. This young man, akin to a stubborn old bull, diligently pursued his task with unwavering resolve. As he approached the final patient, Peng Yi suddenly began to cough up blood, the dark red fluid mingling with other substances, his visage paling to that of a ghost, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of his depleted inner strength. Aware that he was nearing his limits, he nonetheless pressed on. What did it matter if he had exhausted himself? Even if those before him looked down upon traditional medicine in him, Peng Yi was resolute in demonstrating that traditional medicine remained unchanged, still the venerable practice it had always been. Cai Yifan and Xiong Kuan rushed to Peng Yi's side. Enough, your body can no longer withstand this strain. The last patient was a middle-aged man in his 50s, whose gaze had remained fixed on Peng Yi throughout. He had never spoken up, even during the queue, where he naturally positioned himself at the back. Young man, you can no longer endure, take a moment to rest. I can still hold on. It is not a matter of minutes. The longer we delay, the more difficult it becomes to eradicate the toxins entirely. I am acutely aware of my own body. Without a day or two of rest, recovery will be arduous. By then, old sir, you may find yourself a mere corpse. With that, Peng Yi resolutely pressed a finger to the man's forehead. He exerted all his effort to summon his inner strength, yet could only continue to expel blood. Damn it, is this where it ends? Is my power so insufficient for even this simple task? He inwardly chastised himself, questioning why, with only one patient left, he felt utterly drained. No, I cannot yield. With gritted teeth, he summoned every ounce of his being, forcefully channeling his strength into the man before him. Afterward, he could scarcely recall how he achieved it. The toxins within the middle-aged man were completely eradicated, while Peng Yi, utterly exhausted, lost consciousness, collapsing into Cai Yifan's embrace. Observing this frail young man, the middle-aged man produced a business card and handed it to Cai Yifan. You must be quite close to him. Please deliver this card to him. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Cai Yifan had no reason to suspect anything amiss. It was merely a simple business card. How could it pose any danger? Yet, the card bore only a phone number, appearing rather unremarkable. She did not dwell on it further, her concern for Peng Yi's well-being paramount. If he were to perish, who would ensure her safety in the future? Quickly, take him to the hospital, she cried, her voice a mixture of anguish and desperation. Xiong Kuan swiftly lifted Peng Yi, and under Lin Baichuan's guidance, they hastily departed. What is this place? In a realm shrouded in darkness, Peng Yi stood, the surroundings devoid of light. Yet, he could distinctly see his own hand, every line upon it clear as day. A faint glimmer of light beckoned him from afar, yet he found himself seemingly rooted in place. Am I to perish? He pondered, regretting the thought of leaving this world without ever having known a woman's touch. If only he had not been so stubborn, perhaps he would not face such an end. Yet, had he not been resolute, that old man might have perished instead. I in the depths of darkness, another voice echoed, alone in this world, aside from that wretched old man, few would bear concern for him. However, the old man surely had children and grandchildren, his death would be a true tragedy. Contemplating this, Peng Yi felt a sense of peace with his choices. He had committed many good deeds. Despite the blood upon his hands, surely he would find his way to paradise. He wondered what the angels might be like, if their forms were as divine as rumored. Suddenly, a resonant roar shattered his reverie, pulling him from his blissful thoughts. The distant light grew ever larger, consuming all in its path. Upon awakening, Peng Yi felt as though he might faint, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, akin to a bedridden patient. You are awake? Long Yan turned to regard Peng Yi. I had thought myself dead, envisioning a heavenly realm filled with beautiful maidens. Peng Yi chuckled awkwardly. In his dreams, he had been surrounded by angels, their perfect forms and alluring faces tempting him, yet reality had yanked him back before he could indulge. You are indeed a peculiar fellow. Harboring such grand aspirations, yet presenting yourself as a mere rogue in reality. No wonder few truly understand you, Long Yan remarked with a bemused smile, astonished by the depths of Peng Yi's thoughts. I hold aspirations for my nation and people, yet this does not preclude me from embodying a crass rogue, Peng Yi retorted, his voice hoarse. In this world, our pursuits are rather limited. No one can claim disinterest in these matters unless they have transcended to a state of enlightenment. Long Yan shifted the topic. Consider this a blessing in disguise. Although the situation was dire, your body, having undergone extreme exhaustion, instinctively absorbed external spiritual energy, enabling you to break free from previous limitations during your unconscious state. You should take a moment to feel the sensations of your new realm. Peng Yi recalled the moment before darkness consumed him, when he seemed to hear the roar of dragons and tigers. That radiant light had enveloped him, leading him back to reality. Thus, if fortune had not favored his breakthrough at that moment, he would surely have met his demise. No, I must never act so foolishly again. I have yet to experience the pleasures of life. To die without having savored them would be a travesty. What would my friends think of me if they knew? Peng Yi mused, cautiously assessing his newfound strength. Though still weak, he perceived a purity and power within him that surpassed his former self. How long was I asleep? Precisely 1 week following the previous incident. The young lady now has several personal bodyguards around her at all times. However, once you recover, you will be the most suited to handle the situation, Long Yan stated calmly, observing Peng Yi. Your current condition has improved significantly, yet confronting Kubai Yi remains a formidable challenge. Has that scoundrel been captured? Peng Yi inquired, agitation coursing through him at the mere mention of Kubai Yi, yearning to confront him and unleash his pent-up rage. Alas, Long Yan's response was somewhat disheartening. The assassin from the Middle East had vanished without a trace following the incident, leaving no clues as to his whereabouts or next target. Kai Honglai had learned from Kai Yifan that Kubai Yi had come specifically to assassinate Peng Yi. In a state of desperation, he had arranged for Long Yan to protect Peng Yi. Given the assassin's prowess, no number of bodyguards could guarantee safety. Should Kubai Yi wish to eliminate Peng Yi, even the most vigilant guards would merely serve as fodder. Yet, during Long Yan's time in this vicinity, Peng Yi had encountered no issues. Kubai Yi's whereabouts remain unknown. We are uncertain of his location or his next intentions, but he undoubtedly still seeks your demise. Chapter 91. Elimination. With a clenched jaw and a determined stomp, Peng Yi poured every ounce of his strength into the middle-aged man's body. In the aftermath, he could scarcely comprehend how he had achieved such a feat. The toxins within the man were completely purged, yet Peng Yi himself succumbed entirely to unconsciousness, collapsing into Kai Yifan's embrace. Gazing at the weakened youth, the middle-aged man produced a business card and handed it to Kai Yifan, saying, "You must share a close bond with him, please deliver this card to him on my behalf. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Kai Yifan harbored no suspicions. After all, it was merely a simple business card. What harm could it possibly pose? Yet the card bore nothing but a single phone number, appearing quite unremarkable. She dismissed her thoughts, her concern solely fixated on Peng Yi's well-being. If he were to perish, who would safeguard her future? Quickly, take him to the hospital, she cried, her voice a mixture of anguish and desperation. Xiong Kunming, standing nearby, lifted Peng Yi onto his back, and under the guidance of Lin Baichuan and others, they hastily departed. What is this place? In a realm of utter darkness, Peng Yi found himself standing alone, surrounded by an impenetrable blackness. Yet, he could see his own hand with startling clarity, the intricate lines visible in exquisite detail. A faint glimmer of light beckoned from afar, but he soon realized he was merely treading water, unable to draw closer. Am I to die? He pondered, lamenting the prospect of departing this world without ever having experienced the touch of a woman, a feeling of regret beginning to stir within him. What folly it was to attempt to appear strong. Had he simply refrained from posturing, he might have survived, yet, if he had not been so obstinate, it would have been the elderly man who perished instead. In the depths of darkness, another voice seemed to echo in his mind. Alone in this vast expanse, he reflected that aside from that wretched old man, few would mourn his passing. But the elderly gentleman surely had family, his death would be a true tragedy. With this thought, Peng Yi found solace in his decision. He had committed numerous acts of kindness, and though his hands were stained with blood, surely he would ascend to paradise? He wondered if the angels truly possessed such enchanting forms, so divine and exquisite. Suddenly, a roar akin to dragon and tiger broke through his reverie, pulling him abruptly back to reality. He noticed the distant light expanding, consuming everything in its path. Upon opening his eyes, Peng Yi nearly fainted from the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, feeling as though he lay in a comatose state upon the hospital bed. You've awakened? Long Yan turned to regard Peng Yi. I thought I was dead, contemplating my ascent to heaven and the fair maidens therein, Peng Yi replied with an awkward smile, recalling a dream of ethereal angels, their perfect forms and alluring faces. Such exquisite temptations he never had the chance to explore before reality yanked him back to consciousness. You truly are a peculiar fellow, Long Yan remarked with a chuckle. Harboring such grand aspirations yet presenting yourself as a mere ruffian in daily life. It's no wonder few genuinely understand you. I possess dreams for this nation and its people, yet that does not preclude me from embodying a lowly rogue, Peng Yi retorted, his voice hoarse. In this world, our pursuits are but a handful. No one is entirely disinterested unless they have transcended worldly attachments. Long Yan shifted the conversation. Consider this a blessing in disguise. Although the circumstances were dire, your body instinctively began to absorb external spiritual energy during your unconscious state, allowing you to break through previous limitations. You should now be able to experience a new realm. It dawned on Peng Yi that as darkness threatened to engulf him, he had indeed heard that resounding roar. That very light had consumed him, returning him to the tangible world. Thus, had fortune not favored him with this breakthrough, he would surely be dead. I must never engage in such foolishness again. I haven't even experienced the embrace of a beautiful woman yet, only to perish so pointlessly. My friends would surely laugh at my demise, he mused inwardly, cautiously probing the strength within his body. Despite still feeling weak, he sensed a newfound purity and power coursing through him. How long have I been asleep? Exactly 1 week. Following the incident, the young lady now has several bodyguards with her at all times. However, once you recover, you will be best suited to handle this matter yourself, Long Yan replied, observing Peng Yi with a calm demeanor. Your current state is significantly stronger than before, yet confronting Kuba Yi will still prove challenging. Has that scoundrel been apprehended? Peng Yi's body tensed at the mention of Kuba Yi, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He longed to capture the man and unleash his pent-up fury, yet, Long Yan's response brought a tinge of disappointment. The assassin from the Middle East had vanished without a trace after the incident, leaving no clues to his whereabouts. Kai Honglai had learned from Kai Yifan that Kuba Yi was sent specifically to eliminate Peng Yi. Thus, in a state of helplessness, he had assigned Long Yan to protect him. Given the assassin's prowess, no number of bodyguards would suffice. Should Kuba Yi desire Peng Yi's death, even the most formidable protection would merely serve as fodder. Fortunately, during Long Yan's watch, Peng Yi had encountered no further issues. Kuba Yi's whereabouts remain unknown, and we are uncertain of his next target, but he undoubtedly seeks to eliminate you. Chapter 92. A lack of reciprocity is unseemly. Senior, what are your thoughts on the person known as Kuba Yi? Arrogant and conceited, Long Yan replied without a moment's hesitation. He is fully aware that our nation is teeming with hidden talents and masters, yet he dares to act so brazenly in broad daylight. This audacity stems from his belief that no one can ascertain his whereabouts. Consequently, it renders our efforts to seize the initiative nearly impossible. Although Kuba Yi is indeed arrogant, he possesses a certain degree of cunning. From the day Peng Yi was injured and fell into unconsciousness, Long Shiyu of the Dragon Claw began to investigate, seeking to uncover Kuba Yi's location. Yet, their findings were uniformly disheartening, leading to nothing but discord. This assassin vanished like raindrops under the sun, leaving not even a trace of shadow behind. None could claim to know where he had gone. He understands that in a one-on-one confrontation, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Thus, he has yet to regard me as an adversary, Peng Yi remarked with a smile, gazing at Long Yan. However, he harbors a critical miscalculation. He believes I have no genuine ancient martial arts allies in the entire Dongchuan region. It seems you are nearly prepared to eliminate that fellow, Long Yan observed. Indeed, while I alone would stand little chance against Ku Baiyi, with the Iron Fist Gang's assistance, our victory would be assured. Peng Yi raised a nearby cup and drank deeply. He is oblivious to the fact that within the Kai family resides a formidable expert such as yourself. If I were to seek refuge there to recuperate, he would undoubtedly take action, subsequently framing others for the ensuing conflict, thereby causing trouble for your family. While it is indeed plausible for us to eliminate Ku Baiyi together, do you truly believe he would fall for such a ruse? You have made your point clear. He is an arrogant individual who would not fathom that he might stumble into our ambush. Moreover, the Kai family has always maintained an air of mystery, perceived by outsiders merely as a merchant clan. They would never suspect the presence of a powerhouse like you within their ranks. A sinister smile crept across Peng Yi's lips. Though this approach might seem somewhat ignoble, they needed to outnumber Ku Baiyi to defeat him. Yet, they had little choice. Long Yan was not as formidable as he once was, and although Peng Yi had made strides, he remained frail. Even at his peak, he might still struggle against Ku Baiyi. Thus, their only recourse was to eliminate him collaboratively. I will arrange for your release from the hospital, though I cannot guarantee that Ku Baiyi will indeed come should any complications arise. I shall intervene promptly, Long Yan said with a smile as he turned to leave. Moments later, Kai Yifan entered. At last, you are awake. Is my esteemed lady bored from my week-long slumber, with no one to amuse her with jokes? Peng Yi met her gaze directly. Do not flatter yourself. I would never engage in such trivialities. It's merely that the assassin Ku Baiyi remains at large, causing me some concern. His actions are completely devoid of rational thought, and I worry that he may resort to wagering lives as his next move. Her words seemed insincere, yet Peng Yi paid little heed. I am grateful for your presence during this time. Do not let your imagination run wild. You have performed admirably, bringing our Kai family considerable renown. Grandfather fears for your safety, which is why he assigned me to watch over you, and Uncle Long is here for the same reason. Kai Yifan regarded Peng Yi earnestly. But do you truly feel confident in dealing with Ku Baiyi? I had no confidence before, and I possess none now. However, with Uncle Long's help, I believe we might have a slim chance. Peng Yi contemplated the matter. To triumph over Ku Baiyi, an alliance with Long Yan was imperative, for the adversary was a seasoned assassin, and their own ranks could not afford to be inferior. Uncle Long just mentioned that you should stay at my home for the time being. After a short while, Long Yan had completed all the necessary formalities. My identity within the Kai family is relatively straightforward. I doubt Ku Baiyi is aware of my true capabilities. I am currently in a weakened state, and if I were to reside within the Kai family, I am certain that if I were Ku Baiyi, I would not let such an opportunity slip by. Peng Yi's reasoning was simple. His present frailty would likely lead him to presume that the Kai family was secure and that Ku Baiyi would not dare to infiltrate. Should Ku Baiyi choose to stealthily enter the Kai family at this juncture, he could easily eliminate Peng Yi. The intention was to exploit this very assumption, luring Ku Baiyi step by step into his trap, or, even with all his strength, he would be no match for the combined might of Peng Yi and Long Yan. If he does not fall for your scheme, our plans will be thrown into disarray. By midday, Peng Yi was directly brought to the Kai residence. Throughout the process, he feigned considerable weakness. However, this was far from the truth. After his recent progress, Peng Yi felt his strength gradually enhancing, his body recovering swiftly. As long as his inner energy was replenished, he was confident he would soon return to his peak condition. Tonight is likely the time, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sat in his room. The remnants of the previous encounter with poisonous mist had left a mark on him, making it relatively easy for Ku Baiyi to track him down within the Kai family. A small expenditure would allow him to ascertain Peng Yi's location. Long Yan nodded. I will lie in wait near your room. Should he truly dare to come, he will remain here forever. Peng Yi stroked the stubble on his chin, narrowing his eyes. I am curious to see what means this Ku Baiyi possesses to subdue me. Having previously fallen prey to Ku Baiyi's machinations, it was now his turn to ensnare this foe. As the saying goes, reciprocity is a matter of etiquette.